Okay, good morning to all of you. Now, I hope my voice is audible. We'll just start in a minute. People who are there online, just let me know if you're able to see and hear the screen. Now, the people who are watching this online, I'll just be dropping a document because this is there with the students who are watching this offline. There's a small document which will help you in your revision. So I'm just sharing that with you. You can follow that alongside. In just a minute, I'll tell you how to follow the class, how we'll be going about. I've just dropped a document on the Sunya IAS PSIR channel, the open channel. Those of you who can see the document, please let me know. So after the class or in between you want, you can take a printout of this. Now I'll be broadly referring to this. Now the idea here is, see, this document is around 25 pages, and in that I've tried to almost consolidate entire part of paper 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B. Fine. Now because it is very concise, it is again going to help you in the last moment revisions. I'll tell you how do we navigate and move forward. Okay. Now, those of you who already have the PSI crash course notes will find it easier, because already for each topic we have made almost 1 pages. This is almost like a summary of it. Fine. So the idea is we'll be going through this right now, because the idea is to cover the entire syllabus in 1 day. The format will be that for almost every topic I'll be spending 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, it will be fast paced. I'll not be making you write things, but I'll be explaining you things. Fine. Now there'll be 2 types of students who are going to watch this. Of course, the ones who are going to write the 2026 mains, right? You have already done major of your reading, etc. The last moment classes will help you, because this document is very much keyword oriented. Okay. So all the major keywords that you need to know are there. In some topics I've deliberately left spaces so that anything additional that you have with you, in which we have done in the classes, whatever notes you're following, you can even incorporate it and keep them as a last moment revision. Okay. Now here the main thing is, today is 12th. The exam of political science is going to happen on 30th of August. The main starts from 21st. So the major point or the planning that we have to do is going to be for the 5 days after your GS4, how to optimize those 5 days. So which is why I'll just take maybe 2 or 3 minutes to explain you the ideology of what we're going to cover here. Now, few things. Broadly speaking, each day should be divided for a paper. So roughly think of, you have 4 days for each section, and I'm saying 1 day you have a buffer. Fine. Today for each section I'll be spending around 2.5 hours, right? Of course there are some sections in which now I cannot go into much of detail, like IPT, WPT, which is why we'll have a quick overview. But the idea of this is, whatever time, let's say we spend 2.5 hours here, we'll be stressing on the most important aspect. This is going to be a fast-paced revision. Okay? Those who have already done these topics will find it familiar. इसी को देख के, keeping this in mind, you will be revising. So for example, today I do this in 2.5 hours, let's say 1 section. Again, you will watch the recordings now at 2x when you are starting your day, right? And the same thing that I've done will take you 1.5 hours to complete. And the entire day is with you. Normally what happens, the moment you are done with GS4 ethics, जो पहला दिन होता है, when you are writing mains, the first day normally is not very productive. You overspend time on WPT, IPT, but questions combining both are limited. So today the idea is also, I'll tell you how the sequence of revision should be to maximize marks. In fact, आप political theories of state करो, it will give you higher ROI as compared to IPT, WPT. Fine. I'm not saying you should ignore that, but my point is the time should be well spent. Now, if we have already spent our time today's class and then again a revision that we will do, because the recording for the people writing mails, you will be getting the recordings, which is why the form had been circulated so that you can avail that. तो उसकी टेंशन नहीं है, आज की क्लास करो अभी. This class is there. Most probably in the class end it may get private or unlisted, etc. So those who are writing drop text, I'll tell you how to do that at the end of the class so that you can get your recordings. Now this is the whole idea wherein we're going to spend time. I hope you're clear on this. Again, just asking for the people online, how many of you have been able to see the PDF that I've dropped? Okay, just for the people online, again repeating, there's a PDF that I've dropped for the quick revision. Okay, so that will aid the quick revision, so that will be helpful. Okay, so broadly speaking, I hope we are very clear on how we are going to proceed. I'm going to now start with paper 1A. Okay, after every section we have done, we will take a small break. Okay, so broadly speaking, keep in your mind, first, because I'm starting right now, so approximately around 2.5 to 3 hours I'll be done with paper 1A. Then I'll take a small break, then we do 1B, then 2A, and then 2B. Okay, and by the end of the class you will have a very substantial, or we will have a very substantial coverage which will give you a lot of confidence. Okay, okay. Other sections, the people of 2027, I'll just take a minute for them also. Many people are watching this online. Okay, the portions that you are comfortable with, let's say most of you are comfortable with 1A, so you do that. Or if you've done 1B, I'm not saying that you should not do the entire session. In case you want to do the sections where you have an idea. Okay, otherwise the sections that you have not done, you can, because you will pursue it in times to come, that will be there, so that is not a big challenge. For people of 2027, I just have one small announcement. We just recently concluded the PSI crash course. We will again have this offline. Okay, the PSI 300 will now start in the offline mode, and this will start from the 21st of August. Okay, today or tomorrow most probably this will be listed in the website and you will have some idea. So in case anybody who's preparing for 2027 who wants to again have all these offline classes, the live classes, already it was available in the recorded format. We just concluded it for the mains 2026 students. So in case somebody is preparing for 2027 and if you want to make the best use, this is something that you can think about. Fine. Now with that said, I will now begin with paper 1A. The very first topic for us is this political theory, meaning and approaches. Okay. Now, if done rightly, this is a topic you will get at least 2 questions from this topic in different formats. I'll tell you how. You can get a 10 marker, you can get a 15 or a 20 marker. Topic kya hai? Political theory, meaning and approaches. Fine. If you see your handout, this topic I've divided almost in 4 parts. First is what is political. Second, what is political theory. Third is the box that is there for the approaches. And the fourth and the last thing is the debate related to the resurgence and of course in the initial part decline of political theory. ठीक है, अगर हमें ये चारों चीजें with keywords, if we are remembering this topic is done. Okay, so when I'm saying political theory, and see, when you're following the class, only the things that are not written in the handout, that is what you should be writing additionally. Major things I've tried to add it so that most of the focus goes on understanding the class, keeping things in mind. And wherever spaces are present, you can just add a keyword, anything that you remember later on. But itni cheezein last moment mein, if you are able to remember, consolidate and present, that is a, let's say, well, that's a good effort from your side. Fine. The PDF is available at the Sunya IAS channel. Okay, so I'll just share the link also, just allow me a minute. There is an open channel. Okay, I've just dropped the link. This is the channel for PSIR. Okay, this is an open channel. From this, please take the PDF and then we can proceed. Fine. In fact, what I'll do, I'll also just open it so that people who are watching this can also understand how are we going about the session. Okay, great, great. ठीक है. I'll give you 30 seconds, people online. In the meanwhile, you can get just have the PDF. I think some of you are watching this right now, so you will have a fair idea about how to go about it. Okay, I think some of you have already got it. Great, fine. Now I'll just open the PDF as well, and then we'll move accordingly. Well, use it this part only if you're able to see this. Okay. Four major things we have to see. What is political? What is political theory? Everything that is there either would have been asked as a PYQ. तो शुरू करते हैं इसको. The first question that we are seeing is, what is political? In fact, there was a 20 marker that was asked. What are the inherent meaning in the term political? Political term में meaning क्या है? Fine. And many times we are not able to see what it means. So when I say political, one of the best ways to define political is what, and you have many people who will say, right from Aristotle. What does Aristotle say? What is political? Yeah, the good life, and the term that he would use, he'll talk about polis. In fact, polis is the term which actually helps us understand the term politics. Okay. So Aristotle would say what is political is polis. And when I say political, please remember, Aristotle is the one who will say man is zoon politikon. What is zoon politikon? Man is a social animal. And ultimately, civic republicanism, public participation in the public affairs is something that he will talk about. So where Aristotle is mentioned, also write the keyword zoon politikon. Fine. Now, another term that we see, and that is a very good way to think about it, who gets what, when, how. Who has said this? Lastwell. So Lastwell says, what is political? Who gets what, when, how. This exact term I can also use in the topic of power. What is power? Who gets what, when, how. Right? So I can also use this. Now the point is, if these keywords are clear in your mind, you can always say that political is a multi-dimensional word. From the ancient times of Aristotle, its meaning was that it was associated with good life. In fact, for Aristotle, ethics and politics are inseparable. He talks about eudaimonia, right? That is the happiness. Second is Lastwell. Lastwell says that who gets what, when, and how is also political. Next dimension, what does political mean? So David Easton will say political is associated with authoritative allocation of values. Okay, and this term of David Easton is helpful here also, and also in paper 2A. In paper 2A, when we do the systems approach, David Easton again comes to our mind. So that is also what is political. This dimension is also there. Now, in these three dimensions, what is missing? What is missing is we have not talked about the emerging disciplines. The feminist scholars will say personal is political, right? Who will say personal is political? Carol Henish, he would say personal is political. Now, just take a minute or a few 10 seconds. What do you think? What is the meaning of personal is political? And again, the name of the session today is PSIR Recall. The point is, I don't want to have a one-way sermon. Otherwise, you will not remember. So, जो भी चीज पूछेंगे थोड़ा सा active रहेंगे हम लोग, right? So that you get the best value. Okay. Try करोगे? Personal, political, anything? Okay, fair point. So traditionally patriarchy was only to be seen in the public sphere, but the same domination, same exploitation also happens in the private sphere also, even in the domestic spaces. That is the idea that we are also aware of. Okay, that is also one more dimension on the political that we see. Other than this, if you again go back to your handout, I think there's one more dimension. Okay, so यहाँ पे there's also one more thing. For example, you have Hannah Arendt. Hannah Arendt will say that what is political, and Hannah Arendt's views are closer to Aristotle. According to her also, Zoon Politikon, public participation is important. So action, speech, plurality in the public realm is also defines what is political. Fine. Another way to look at it. So Eastern we had seen, right? With Eastern, you should remember definitely systems approach, and very quickly when we go to the approaches, we'll again revise what does he say. Then Max Weber. Now, Max Weber gives you a traditional view of political. And Max Weber, we also talk about Max Weber in power. Whenever I compare Foucault, or I compare Gramsci, or I compare Hannah Arendt, I always compare them with Max Weber. Why is that? Because Max Weber gives you a traditional notion of what is power. I hope that part is clear, right? So even that thing we can talk about. That Weber, what does he say? Right? And lastly, of course, is the feminist perspective, public-private divide it talks about. So when I look at it, now, here only keywords are mentioned, scholars are mentioned. This has to be expanded on when you write. And this dimension I've added because even this question was asked as a 20 marker. Socho, 20 marker hai. What are the inherent meanings in the term political? 20 marks mein likhna hai humne. So you should know it inside out. This is the first thing that you should know. Fine. So in the topic political theory, first we have understood what is political, right? So political is where power, authority, resources, identities will lie. That is the basic understanding of this term, first thing. Second thing, if I say, what is political theory? Now, what is theory? Theory is simply going to explain any phenomena. So political theory simply, in very simple words, is going to help me explain a political phenomena. But in political theory, if I go into slightly more detail, what does political theory have? Now, this is one way to look at it. It has a normative element. Now, just for a moment, what is normative? What ought to be, right? Empirical kya hoga? What is? So, when I'm saying normative political theory, can you think of any thinkers who talk about this normative element? Plato, okay. In the recent times, you can again say Hegel, Leo Strauss. There can be many thinkers who will talk about the normative, what ought to be. Okay. In fact, if you see Rawls here, Rawls is credited by reviving the normative tradition in the discipline, right? Because we see political theory undergoing a decline, and the decline was seen in two phases. So for that, we also see the resurgence. We'll see that very shortly. So the political theory is normative. Yes. Political theory can also be empirical, right? Now it started empirical, and here you will write Aristotle and in bracket write 158. Right from the Aristotle's understanding of 158 constitutions, if you recall. And what is empirical? Empirical means evidence based. I am looking into different facts. Of course, remember, political science can never be pure science. Okay, but this is again just a way to understand it, way to look at it. This is empirical. Now, many scholars will always say my theory is empirical. For example, even Karl Marx will say his theory is praxis. What is praxis? Theory plus it is action oriented, but we also know it is biased, right? Machiavelli will also say that he uses history very scientifically, but the problem is there is a issue of historicism, selective bias. Fine. So two things we have seen till now: normative, empirical. Third thing, it is contemplative and it also uses history. Now here, whenever I use the term historical approach, one of the prominent thinkers will be Sabine. And if you want, you can also in the bracket also write Lasky. Lasky would say every thinker is a child of his times, right? This is one way to go about it. What is political theory? However, if I want to go and see this in one more level, that what exactly political theory is, So political theory, in simple sense, it is the study of political man. Political theory is also the study of institutions and associations. This is also political theory. Political theory is also, of course, some things are already in the handout. It uses a historical approach to again analyze the actions. Even this is political theory, right? Under analyzing the history of society. It is not just a man, for example. So political theory analyzes individual action, analyzes societal action, analyzes institutions and associations, and ultimately जो हमने देखा अभी तक, the major work of political theory is about understanding power. And for power right now, from this very class, you will remember few things. जैसे कि David Easton, authoritative allocation of values. Similarly, who gets what, when, how. Laswell ने बोला. So this is also where you will link both political theory as well as power, right? In just two headings we have seen this. पहला क्या था, what is political? Second क्या है, what is political theory? Study of political man, study of institutions and associations. अब ये slowly steadily होगा. Aristotle analyzed 158 such constitutions and then he will prescribe what is the best. Plato will say हर जगह के लिए best क्या होगा? Philosopher king is the best. Fine. So Plato's approach is very different from Aristotle's approach. And as thinkers move on, the approaches change. Another way is they also analyze the society. And overall, they look into who gets what, when, how. Sometimes you can directly use it and sometimes you can use Laswell while quoting it. ठीक है? Again, the people who are going to write the exam, जो भी thinkers हम बोल रहे हैं, इन thinkers पे आप ज़्यादा focus करो. Otherwise, sometimes you always ask, sir, thinkers की भी list, I can give you a list. But then there is a too many lists that you have to mug up. So whatever we are doing, if you are able to remember this, this is more than sufficient. ठीक है? Now, two headings we have seen. Fine. Third thing is I need to know the approaches. अब यहाँ पे there is a framework that is mentioned. That space is blank, and then you have this section. Here for approaches, let's say you get a question on normative approach. कोई भी approach पे सवाल आ सकता है. Normative, empirical, this and that. How should you answer that question? Fine. You have to define the approach in 2 or 3 lines. Second, now this is how you structure your answer. You have to mention the key thinkers of the approach. For example, if it is normative approach, so you can say that political theory has been analyzed by various approaches. Among them, normative approach is a predominant approach. Second, paragraph change. Normative approach can be seen in the works of thinkers like. अब आपको नाम पता होने चाहिए. Many times what you do, you only explain one thinker और सीधे आप क्वेश्चन आप खत्म कर जाते हो. आप इसको बताओ, ठीक? Key thinkers, and from key thinkers you explain. Okay. So here normative में, if I talk about Plato, I can do that. If I go into Hegel, I can do that. If I say Leo Strauss, I can do that. This is something I should know. And then when I say explain, which means you have to then talk about the normative sense. होता क्या है? It is about values. It is value laden. It is prescriptive in nature. Yes or no? These things I should be aware of. So I'll be explaining this. Now, you can also compare. अब normative को किससे compare करोगे? Empirical से you will compare it. Okay. So here I am saying compare, and I'm putting a slash. I'm also saying criticize. Depending on 10 marker, 15 marker. If it is a 15 marker, you can do both. Compare and also criticize. It's a 10 marker, you have limited space. You have to use it smartly. And then conclude. Conclude दो तीन तरह से कर सकते हो. सबसे basic आसान तरीका. Despite its criticism, the approach is meaningful. फॉर द कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन टू द डिसिप्लिन, सबसे आसान तरीका होता है ये, ठीक है. So this template I will say is despite and tell its contribution, academic contribution, or one other way is you link it to contemporary relevance. Like, how do I do that? Normative approach saw its revival in the works of Rawls' Theory of Justice 1971. I've linked it to contemporary aspect. I can do that. ठीक है. So this depends. अब ये depend करेगा how well you have read things. If you've read them well, you will be able to do this part. I hope we are clear on this. So this is one way. You will definitely get one approach based question. ठीक है. So this basic template should be clear. Now, in my classes, I often tell you about the 5 C's that you can use in answer writing. Maybe write it somewhere. 5 C's होते क्या हैं? While writing an answer, if you are aware of these things, you will be able to answer it well. The first thing I've written is context. Content, compare, criticize, this generally works well for major topics. Okay. When I'm saying context, today only I'll tell you when I discuss, let's say, neoliberal theory of state. मैं सीधे context से शुरू कर सकता हूँ. Neoliberal theory of state, it emerged because of the crisis of modern welfare state. That is a good way, instead of beating around the bush. When I say content, अब इसमें this depends on how well you have revised the topic. Do I know my thinkers? Do I know the basic things? Then I'll be able to do that. Fine. Comparison भी कर सकता हूँ. Comparison जैसे कि many people ask, sir, how do I compare? Normative को empirical, good comparison. If there is a Marxist, you sometimes compare with liberal. If there is Gandhi, Gandhi with Ambedkar. If there is Hobbes, Hobbes can be compared to Locke. Okay, this will get better the more you have practiced. Right? IR में paper 2A में many times we compare things to realist perspective because realist is a dominant perspective. I can do this. अब this is going to be the heart of majority of your answer, criticism. Major theories, any thinker that you can think of, any theory that you can think of, every theory and thinker has been criticized. Even, of course, Plato. Plato, but there is so much of criticism. Karl Popper, if you think of, right? So this is also an important thing that you have to be aware of. Okay? And lastly, conclusion, contribution, contemporary part, right? Now, as your, of course, the exam is closer for the people 2026. Now you can prepare this smartly. And then you can go alongside. ठीक है, कैसे improve करेंगे? Some templates you should have in mind, some that can be used. Okay. Now, so we've had a look on these approaches, basic framework. Now let's see the table. Now this is very short in nature for quick revision. पहली चीज क्या है? Philosophical or normative approach. Now it talks about values. It talks about an ideal order. What ought to be. Fine. Now, you have thinkers like Plato, you should know Leo Strauss. In fact, Leo Strauss spoke about defending classical political theory against scientism. Scientism means that political theory cannot be made excessively scientific. So he defended against it. So Leo Strauss is somebody who supports a philosophical normative approach. And lastly, when I'm saying Rawls, what is the book of Rawls? A Theory of Justice 1971. That book is important, instrumental. In which sense? Revival के लिए important है वो. ठीक है? अब देखो यहाँ पे सिर्फ इतनी चीज लिखी है, but when you write your answer, your framework will help you, which means you will define what the theory is, you will explain the work of the thinkers, उसके बाद क्या करोगे? Compare, criticize and conclude. That will make a final answer. And sometimes you directly get a question, normative approach. Now, I want to ask you, what will be the criticism of normative approach? बताओ. Criticism of normative approach. Armchair theories. Okay. Anything else? देखो, obvious चीजें हैं. पहला, divorced from reality, non-verifiable, non-scientific, non-comparative. 4 से 5 कीवर्ड याद रख लो. Okay. These are the criticisms of philosophical approach, right? Non-verifiable, non-scientific, value-laden, prescriptive, just expand on these keywords. Okay. Now we go to historical approach. Everything is understood in the historical context, right? Now here prominent thinkers are like Sabine, a prominent thinker who uses historical approach. अब Sabine में if you have कहीं पे space, write somewhere, लिखो Machiavelli. This is a proper statement of Sabine. Machiavelli is narrowly dated and narrowly located. This is a statement of Sabine. Machiavelli is narrowly dated, narrowly located. ठीक है? Narrowly dated, narrowly located, Machiavelli. Okay. Now, we also have prominent scholars from the Cambridge School, Skinner, Pocock, also related with the historical approach. Right? Basic cheese क्या है यहाँ पे? There is a difference that comes in. There is a textualist approach and there is a contextualist approach. In very brief terms, I'll tell you. Right? What is textualist approach? जल्दी से. Interpreting the text as it is. Okay. When I'm saying as it is, it will have a lot of bias. If you are reading it, you may derive some other meaning. If somebody else is reading it, they may derive some other meaning. So the textualist approach, therefore, is subject to a lot of criticism. Text can never be understood independent of its context. इसीलिए textualist approach is challenged by contextualist approach. And contextualist approach simply says, if I am reading Locke 200 years back versus if I am reading Locke right now, there is a difference in both. Text can only be understood if you understand the context better. Okay? And for this part, when I am saying context, जहाँ context important है, you should know one more thing. Things or keywords like deconstruction. ये सुना है हमने? Derrida. What would Derrida talk about? Deconstruction, multiple readings to understand the context. So there is a textualist approach. Textualist approach will be what? Static. Okay, it will not be subject to much changes, which is why this is going to get criticized. And the contextualist approach says that, for example, if I have to understand Locke, I need to know the context. When Locke says, Locke के साथ एक term use होता है tabula rasa. What is tabula rasa? It's an empty mind. But some people say there can be no tabula rasa. When you are born, you will have some context in those areas. So to think that a person can be tabula rasa is also a wrong notion. Okay. So basic idea that you should be aware of. Now, legal institutional approach, again something that you see in comparative politics. Naam kya hai? Legal. Legal is what? They are rooted in the constitution. One of the main persons to start about Aristotle, 158 constitutions. But after then, you have two important persons, Bryce, Finer. Okay. Institutional approach kya hota hai? Think of institutions. Now think of parliament as an institution. Okay, parliament also influences the decision making, allocation of values, who gets what, when and how. So legal institutional approach is, अब criticism क्या होगा इस approach का? Legal institutional. Formal, this you know. Formal is what? Formal means it is only there in, आपने सुना, letter and spirit. It is only there in written terms, but it is not properly implemented. दूसरा क्या? It is static. Why is it static? Now this does not include a lot of other factors. For them, most important factor is what? Constitution and institutions. But उसके beyond भी तो है, social factors हैं. Think about the domestic politics. Think about the internal as well as the external factors. There are so many variables, which is why this is static in nature. And the very important keyword that you should remember is Eurocentric. What is Eurocentric? Taking the Western type as the ideal type, which means this is not going to be good for developing countries, post-colonial societies के लिए नहीं होगा अच्छा ये. This is the challenge this approach faces. Okay, so the idea is whenever you're looking at an approach, now your point should be think in a simple framework. This will help you write answers. Is that clear? Fine. अब ये है हमारे लिए important behavioral approach. Okay, and put a star mark here also. Now, for this, you need to just know a simple context. Okay, so we had traditional approaches, which we have just seen. For example, philosophical approach, historical approach, legal institutional approach. And we hear many times, आपने सुना होगा, this is if this is thesis, antithesis, synthesis. So when I'm saying traditional approaches, इनके साथ problem क्या थी? They are again I can say divorced from reality. They were not able to solve the particular problems. During this time, world wars were happening. These theories were not able to explain the world wars. Yes. So world wars नहीं explain कर पा रहे थे, right? Normative approaches, etc. They are value laden. They are not scientific, cannot be verified. All these are the criticisms of traditional approach. Which is why people like David Easton, okay, Alfred Coban, all of them will talk about we need facts, facts, facts. They want to make the discipline scientific. Now, what they will want to do? They will want to make it dynamic, scientific, verifiable. Now, iske liye you need to remember the 8 keywords which are already there in your handout. Behavioral approach mein David Easton will give you 8 keywords. Fine. Regularities, verification, techniques hona chahiye, quantification, values. Okay, when I say values, it should be value free. Kyun value free? Values are subjective in nature. The value you like versus what you like is different. It is value free. It should be very systematic. It should be organized, systematization. It should be pure science. And there should be integration. Integration means there should be multiple disciplines here. Fine. So politics, for them is observable, science hona chahiye. That is the idea of behavioral approach. So whenever I say behavioral approach, think of David Easton. Okay. And there is a lot of criticism of traditional approach, which will lead to your behavioral approach. I hope this part is clear. Right. Now, even this approach will not stand the test of time. Why? Because political science cannot become pure science. And here now, earlier David Easton will say that there is a crisis with traditional approach. Now David Easton will say the scientists are now perfecting their techniques sitting in ivory towers. They are divorced from reality. So now they want to make such a scientific approach that is so scientific it cannot be rooted in politics. So David Easton again will now criticize the behavioral approach also. And not just David Easton. We just saw people like Leo Strauss, people like Germino. They will talk about the revival of political theory, especially normative aspect of political theory. Fine. So the moment you see in post-behavioral approach, here the keyword you should remember is credo of relevance. Even this keyword has been asked in your mains exam. So when I say credo of relevance, it is what? It should be relevant also and it should be action oriented also. Pehle kya ho raha hai? In the behavioral approach, it has become too scientific, not very action oriented, not very helpful. Fine. So this is something that you'll remember, right? Credo of relevance, substance over technique. All these are important keywords. Values will make a comeback. Okay. Science must serve the society in crisis. So credo of relevance is something that you'll remember from this part, from the post behavioral approach. So we've seen a behavioral approach, we've seen a post behavioral approach. Okay. Now, other than this, normally speaking, almost every year you will see questions on either behavioralism or post behavioralism or a direct question, decline of political theory. Okay. Now, let's complete the last two, then I'll go to this part, decline wale part pe. Now, if you're looking at this, you have a Marxist, right, or critical school. Now, what they will talk about? They will say political theory is also an ideology, and they will also critique political theory, right? What is the critique? Okay, of course, there is going to be class analysis, How many of you know the term emancipation, and anybody who knows a scholar related to emancipation? Paper 2A याद करो. Andrew Linklater. Fine. We've done this in paper 2A, but in general you should be aware about Marx, Gramsci. There's a Frankfurt School. Habermas. Habermas in some topics I'll again repeat. Habermas में for you in paper 1A, the most important concept of Habermas is, one is legitimation crisis, and second, Habermas appears in deliberative democracy. He'll talk about participation in, right, public sphere. Gramsci is famous for hegemony, the theory of hegemony. Fine. So there's a Marxist critical school which also talks about class analysis, emancipation. And last, of course, there are two things, feminist and postmodern. Okay. Now, feminist school will talk about gender as a category. So there is Susan Moller-Okin and there is Carol Pateman. Okay. So gender should be used as a topic of analysis. इसको use कैसे करोगे आप? Whenever the question is more open-ended, right? For example, the question is the issues or concerns with political theory. Concern क्या होगा? Women have not been treated separately, or the concern of women has not been very well highlighted. So if you see 2 years back when the question was, what is the meaning inherent in the term political? Gender dimension आप लाओगे, Marxist dimension आप लाओगे. These are the new perspectives to bring about if the question is more open-ended. ये दोनों last dimension will also be useful if you get questions like in 2014 एक question आया था. You can write this statement, कहीं पे लिखो, political theory is not an escape mechanism but an arduous calling. Political theory is not an escape mechanism. ये भागने की चीज नहीं है. It is not an escape mechanism, but it is an arduous calling. So when I'm saying it is not an escape mechanism, it is an arduous calling, it means political theory has a lot of significance. But अगर मैं इस सवाल को मुझे attempt करना है, I have to first say why political theory is criticized. But in the second part, I have to mention why is it still relevant. Now this quote is by, बताओ, Plumnarts. This is a quote by Plumnarts, and this is the PYQ of 2014. ठीक है? Now, second thing is postmodern. We'll just take a quick recap of what is postmodernism. Okay? See, postmodernism is what? It rejects any single claim. If any theory says that X is true, postmodernism will say Y can also be true, Z can also be true. You are saying X to be true only because you have a limited understanding. Right? So there is a good thing where, you know, incredulity towards meta narratives. Right? That anything which claims to be a grand theory, a final theory, you will take that with a pinch of salt. You will not take it as it is. That is the whole idea. So there is an incredulity. Okay, there is a Foucault ke saath, if you've seen terms like discourse, Foucault will talk about power. His theory of power is very different. He will say knowledge is power. He'll talk about biopower, governmentality, etc. So postmodern perspective, abhi also we saw. How many of you remember Derrida? वो यही है postmodern perspective, right? Deconstruction. You have to, the earlier associated meanings with words have to be unlearned and new meanings have to be given. What is that? Deconstruction. Fine. So जो last के दो perspective हैं, if you get a question related to relevance of political theory, significance of political theory, how political theory is changing, you should write these two perspectives also. दो का तीन हो गए, Marxist है, feminist है, postmodern. So if the question is around the sense that how is political theory evolving, what are the changes it has, we can write that. ठीक है? Now come to the last sense, decline. ठीक है? Again remember decline, you will remember in how many phases the decline is? दो phases में decline है. ठीक है? First decline is on traditionals. Why were the traditionalists criticized? क्योंकि could not explain word war, value laden, prescriptive, formal, Eurocentric, non-comparative. ऐसे चाहिए keywords, खट 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 खट. ठीक? First decline is this. What is the second decline? Second decline is yes, because behaviorism essentially became too scientific in nature. Okay? And this is what we have tried to summarize here. अब डिक्लाइन के लिए लास्ट लेट, लास्ट वेल एंड लास्ट लेट दोनों अलग है. लास्ट लेट विल से फॉर द मोमेंट एनीवे political philosophy is dead. Okay, you can use this. He will blame positivism here. Remember Coban, Alfred Coban, he will also say there is a decline. Political theory is irrelevant in the age of technicians. Okay, David Easton will also talk about the same thing. There is a historicism going on, historical approach. And Robert Dahl, you know Robert Dahl? Where have you seen Robert Dahl? Polyarchy, right? Deformed polyarchy, right? Robert Dahl will also talk about the triumph of behavioral approach. But the same thing again will see a setback. इसके लिए the best thing to remember is David Easton's credo of relevance. So David Easton initially has given 8 foundation principles of behavioralism. उसके बाद क्या बोला है? Credo of relevance. ठीक है? So we also see a resurgence. तो जहां decline है, again remember you will write it in 2 phases if the question does not even mention it. First is the decline of traditionalists. Second is the decline of behavioralists. So there is a decline that happened in 2 phases. Fine. Then there is a resurgence. Okay. Resurgence क्यों होगा? Because see, Isaiah Berlin, for example, in this book, does the political theory exist? Yes. Again, there is a revival of the normative approach. ठीक है? Germino, again, he will say grand theory is coming back, and the biggest person amongst all of this, and you will underline, is Rawls. Rawls will bring in the normative element back to the discipline. So Rawls is credited with this part. Fine. Other than that, newer thinkers, be it Habermas, Nozick, you know who is Walzer? Batao. Communitarian is what I'm looking for. Tell me 2 other communitarians. Taylor, Sandel, Walzer. अभी आगे देखेंगे Rawls में. तीनों याद रखेंगे. Taylor, think of a Taylor, think of sandals that you wear. And तीसरा क्या है? Walzer. Walzer, I don't know how to explain you. But Walzer wrote a book, Spheres of Justice. Right? Habermas से अभी हमने क्या याद किया? 2 चीजें, deliberative democracy and legitimation crisis. Fine. Taylor is Charles Taylor. Charles Taylor is somebody you can quote in secularism and diversity, and of course he's a communitarian thinker. Fine. Now, final चीज क्या है? Political theory was never dead. Flamanards का अभी हमने statement लिखा है. What was the statement? Right? Political theory is not an escape mechanism, it is the arduous calling. लिख लिया हमने. ठीक है. Last end लिखो PT. Last one quote to end this. देखो, political theory is looking at man's existence. Political theory is looking at man's existence from a critical perspective. Man's existence from a critical perspective. Now, take 10-15 seconds. In your mind, try to structure. आप इसको लिखोगे कैसे? And this is actually, I am doing a tarif of political theory. What is tarif? Appreciation. चलो ठीक है. This is an appreciation. I am saying political theory is looking at man's existence from a critical perspective. इसका सारा फॉर्डर आपके पेज में छुपा हुआ है. अब you tell me how will you use it? Take 10-15 seconds. The moment we are done with this, then I move to the next topic, theories of state. Anybody raise your hand? Prince, start करो आप. Critical perspective होता क्या है इसमें? What is the critical perspective? Essence क्या है? Different is good. Okay. Different में कैसे बताओगे? ठीक है. Good. और सोचो. which is देखो सबसे in the core essence what is the meaning when I'm saying political theory is looking at our existence from a critical perspective. It means political theory is not just about description of human life, which means political theory is about what is, but what is से ज्यादा बड़ी क्या चीज होती है, what ought to be, हम कैसे हैं, it should explain that, how we are, how is the society, but beyond that what should we aim for, what should be our ideals, what should be our theory of justice, how should be our ideal state, how should be minorities be governed in the institution. So when I'm saying critical, और इसीलिए this is where normative thinkers are always relevant. Some people can argue so they are divorced from reality, but you have to have a norm that you should chase. So when I'm saying, which is why political theory will never be satisfied with status quo. Political theory will always chase the ideal. I hope you are able to understand. So if it is looking man's existence from a critical perspective, it means पहली चीज क्या आएगी, debate of normative versus empirical. It not only explains but it also sees the bigger realm, what can be improved, पहली चीज. दूसरा, diversity or plurality of perspectives. There is no single perspective that is the best. Within traditional approach many perspectives, but even beyond that you have to have multiplicity of perspectives, and then the answer should even go into other sections like Marxist angle law इसमें, feminist angle, postmodern angle. Postmodern angle is not satisfied with the claim that science and everything is universal. तो ये एक छोटा सा quote है, looking at man's existence from a critical perspective. It can again be expanded into 15-20 marker. इसलिए आप इस कंटेंट को इतनी चीजों को यूज करोगे. So having the content is one thing, how to use is another. ठीक है. Now for me, if I know these four things, सिर्फ चार चीजें मुझे याद करनी इस टॉपिक में. What is political theory, the frameworks around approaches, and last is the decline and resurgence. Decline happened in two phases. If you know it in and out like this, if you've revised your content well, I'm telling you this topic is 5 minutes, that's it. इससे ज्यादा में टाइम ही नहीं लगेगा इसको अगली बार रिवाइज करने में. एंड दिस इज हाउ यू शुड. तो जो कोड्स हैं, अब एक और चीज, सम ऑफ यू विल हैव बल्कि फाउंडेशन नोट्स, जो भी आपके नोट्स है कहीं पे भी, जितने अगर इसमें इफ यू हैव 20 कोड्स इन पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी, यू सी विच 2 or 3 कोड्स यू कैन राइट, उसको लिखोगे लास्ट में. देयर इज नो पॉइंट ऑफ फ्लेक्सिंग. फ्लेक्स असली फ्लेक्स होगा जो आंसर में लिखा होगा, दैट इज द रियल फ्लेक्स. अदरवाइज यू कैन हैव नोट्स. इफ यू आर नॉट एबल टू रेप्लिकेट इट, नॉट वेरी हेल्पफुल. ठीक है. And again, please remember, this notes that you are seeing will be the final type के notes, जो आप 5th day भी पढ़ के पूरा टॉपिक आराम से रिवाइज कर सकते हो. ठीक है. फाइन. नाउ लेट्स कम टू सेकंड यूनिट, थ्योरी ऑफ स्टेट. अब देखो, ये डायरेक्टली मेंशन्ड है हमारे सिलेबस में. लिबरल, न्यू लिबरल, मार्क्सिस्ट, प्लूरलिस्ट, पोस्ट कॉलोनियल, फेमिनिस्ट. Why have I given you the table? Many times you get confused how to write an answer, how to open it up. ठीक है. अब देखो, इसमें almost everything you will be able to understand from a simple table. What is the nature of state in this? What is the origin? What is the function? How is the power distribution happening? What are the main thinkers? What is the future? What is happening in this? ठीक है. Now this is the one area where you can bring in current affairs. Political theory made write a traditional answer, that is good. Traditional, I mean, you can write Marxist, feminist, all these theories, but it is here you can bring in current affairs. For example, if the question is on neoliberal theory, you can bring in issues of pandemic, COVID-19, the global financial crisis. ठीक है. अब please note, this is theory of state, this is not ideologies. दोनों में difference है. Within ideologies, one small component is what is the theory of state. ठीक है. So अब इसमें for each of them I should be very clear in my mind. Okay. I will start one by one. सबसे पहले मैं लिबरल्स की बात करता हूं. ठीक है. What is the essence of liberalism? चलो, you are saying minimal state, fair point. Anything else? And when you say minimal state, you should qualify saying classical liberals as well as neoliberals. They will believe in a minimal state, whereas positive liberals will believe in a positive state or a welfare state. Think of T.H. Green. उनका conception अलग है. When I'm looking at liberals, fine. First thing is, of course, there's a minimal state, and second thing is, why the state is minimal? Individual rights have primacy. So liberal theory का core चीज क्या है? Individual rights should have Primacy. How to enable that? Night watchman state. A minimal state should be there. Fine. So that is the first thing. Second thing is a very important keyword. State is a neutral arbiter. और यही claim Marxists challenge करेंगे. Marxists will simply say ये झूठ है. And they will say two things we will see. There is a instrumentalist perspective and there is a relative autonomy perspective. थोड़ी देर में देखेंगे. But remember, these keywords should be there. So state is there to protect the rights, but most important क्या है? State is a neutral arbiter. Okay. अब again, how has the state emerged in liberal theory? अब जहां liberal लिखा है, wherever you have point, यहां पे लिखेंगे कहीं पे Locke as the father of liberalism. This will help you remember both liberalism also and liberal theory of state. Right somewhere Locke या फिर यहां thinkers में Locke लिखा है, right? Father of liberalism. इससे क्या याद आएगा? लॉक इज अ सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट थ्योरिस्ट. तो ओरिजिन कहां पे होगा? सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. टेल मी टू मोर सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट थ्योरिस्ट अपार्ट फ्रॉम लॉक. हॉब्स, रूसो. ठीक है. नाउ एक और इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है. स्टेट इज क्रिएटेड आउट ऑफ कंसेंट. एवरीथिंग दैट यू सी हियर विल बी क्रिटिसाइज्ड बाय मार्क्सिस्ट. इस साल का 2025 का क्वेश्चन क्या था? कंपेयर लिबरल थ्योरी ऑफ स्टेट विद मार्क्सिस्ट थ्योरी ऑफ स्टेट. इफ यू नो दीस कीवर्ड्स यू विल बी एबल टू राइट द आंसर. Otherwise you will beat around the bush, and many people will make an error. They will write about ideologies. वो मार्क्सिस्ट में पूरा मार्क्स, कार्ल मार्क्स की सब कुछ बता देंगे थ्योरी. फोकस ऑन थ्योरी ऑफ स्टेट क्या है. तो स्टेट का मतलब क्या है? स्टेट, हाउ हैज द स्टेट ओरिजिनेटेड? इन लिबरल्स इट इज अ सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. फाइन. सेकंड, इट इज बेस्ड ऑन कंसेंट ऑफ द पीपल. इट इज नॉट बाय फोर्स. नाउ व्हाट इज द फंक्शन? लिबर्टी है. वेलफेयर. अब जहां वेलफेयर लिखा है, फॉर योर रेफरेंस इन द ब्रैकेट राइट पॉजिटिव लिबरल्स. पीपल लाइक टीएच ग्रीन विल टॉक अबाउट वेलफेयर मोर. Now when I look at power, it is constitutional, which we, of course, Locke also believes in a constitution. In fact, Locke is one of the first person to talk about SOP, separation of powers, and then later we see Montesquieu also saying the same. So this is one. Power is dispersed, meaning idea क्या है? There is no Leviathan. There is no one king जिसके पास पूरे concentration of powers है. It is dispersed. Same claim Marxists will criticize. They will say power is not dispersed. Power is there with the bourgeois class, and bourgeois class का instrument है state. Fine. Thinkers, of course, we know Locke. Locke is the father of liberalism. There is Mill. Right, यहाँ पे you can even write classical scholars like Adam Smith. Very recently 250 years of Adam Smith की बुक को हो गए हैं, Wealth of Nations. Okay. Rawls यहाँ क्यों लिखा है? Because when you read about Amartya Sen and Rawls, we read them under a category social liberals. So Amartya Sen, Rawls को in the new sense they are seen as social liberals. But if I were to put it, तीन चीजें याद रखो. One is classical liberalism. Second one is positive liberalism. Third one is neoliberalism. Positive liberalism in the current context is seen in as social liberalism, as seen in Amartya Sen and Rawls. So Amartya Sen and Rawls are not purely liberal, because we know their theories will also have socialist elements to it. So जहाँ Rawls लिखा है, please, I hope you understand why Rawls is written and in which context it is written. Rawls is the social liberal. Social liberal is the, I will say, the new variant of positive liberalism. Who is the person of positive liberalism? T.H. Green. T.H. Green का कोई quote वहाँ, Lasky also can be there. Any quote of T.H. Green? We have done 3 quotes. Will not force is the basis of state. एक और करा हमने. Human consciousness postulates liberty. Liberty demands right. Rights demand state. This is one of the best quote to remember. Okay? ठीक है. Future welfare democracy का meaning क्या है? That the state has transformed. You see welfare democracy is being more popular, but you will also see इसमें challenges आएंगे. ठीक है? Now, this is liberal theory of state. Neoliberal theory of state. Now, in one keyword, can you tell me what is the idea of neoliberal theory of state? Good. Rolling back of state, बिल्कुल सही. और कुछ? Market fundamentalism, very good keyword. Anything else? डीरेगुलेशन, प्राइवेटाइजेशन और कुछ? बिल्कुल सही है, वेरी गुड। और थिंकर्स, थिंक ऑफ थिंकर्स, नियोलिबरल। मुझे 3 नाम पक्के चाहिए। सबसे पहले नॉजिक और उनकी बुक के साथ नाम विद फुल इज्जत। व्हाट इज द नेम ऑफ द बुक? Anarchy State Utopia. Why I am saying this? Because we will quote Nozick as a criticism of Rawls also. Nozick gave which book, which theory? Entitlement theory of justice. ठीक है? So one is Nozick, second one is Hayek, third one is Milton Friedman. 3 याद रख लो, बहुत है। ठीक है? Again, which 3 scholars? Hayek, Nozick, Friedman. Whose book did I tell you? Nozick, Anarchy State Utopia, and he gave entitlement theory of justice. ठीक है? Now let's look at it. Neoliberal is closer to which strand of liberalism? Positive या classical? Classical. Fine. So it is a minimal state. It is a market enabler, right? Because of the forces of the market, it came into being. अच्छा, origin में put a star mark here in this. You should know a keyword. Remember, you know John Williamson. John Williamson gave a Washington consensus, which is a very important point here. In the origin, remember 3 things. John Williamson's Washington consensus, पहला keyword. दूसरा, remember Reaganism and Thatcherism. आपने सुना टीना, TINA? What is Tina? There is no alternative. Now, just to give you a context, anybody who is not able to just directly connect, देखो, if I'm saying Reagan, so Reagan became Reaganism. They were basically critic of welfare state, which is nothing but a nanny state. The state had become too protective. State was doing way too much of regulation. Fine. So Reagan, Thatcher. So there is Reaganism, Thatcherism, and here we see terms like Tina. There is no alternative. Fine. Third thing, third keyword I told you in the origin, John Williamson, Washington consensus. This is what actually creates neoliberal state and neoliberalism. That is something you will keep in mind. Fine. वापस आते हैं इस पे. Function is you have to enable market, okay, security. Only a very limited role state has to play here. Market is more important than the state. यहाँ पे भी state क्या बन जाएगा? We say rolling back of the state. Market fundamentalism is the key word here. Okay. All the 3 people we know, but इन तीनों में सबसे important हमारे लिए है Nozick. Okay. Anarchy State Utopia. Now, in the future यहाँ पे लिखेंगे 2-3 issues. एक लिखो 2008 GFC, Global Financial Crisis. This is a challenge to neoliberal state. 2008 Global Financial Crisis. Second लिखो pandemic, COVID-19. Third लिखो weaponization of supply chains, which is going on right now. Weaponization of supply chains. In paper 2A हम इस चीज को बोलेंगे weaponized interdependence. This is a concept of Farrell Newman. Right? We've done in current affairs classes also. हम पढ़ते हैं जोसेफ नाई का complex interdependence. The same thing is twisted, it becomes weaponized interdependence. Farrell and Newman. Okay. So when I look at neoliberal state, in neoliberal state you can mention the contemporary issues. क्या issues हैं अभी के? That one is 2008 global financial crisis exposed that free market cannot be trusted. Market के भी issues होते हैं. दूसरा, COVID-19 also told you that state is also powerful. It is not that the markets are supreme. And the current issues of weaponized interdependence again highlight state is not retreating, it is coming back. उसको हम बोलते हैं resurgence of the state. ठीक है? Neoliberal state is important. Now let's come to interesting part, Marxist. सबसे पहले, what is the main idea of Marxism? Ism is an ideology. Socialism came as a reaction to which ideology? Capitalism and liberalism. क्यों? Why? Liberalism की वजह से there was exploitation going on. The people were not getting the right wages. So what is the objective of socialism? Objective क्या है? Social justice, reduction of inequalities, equality of opportunity क्या बन जाएगा? Equality of outcome, right? So when I look at the Marxist perspective, we know Marxism. Marxism will take socialism even to an extreme level. What is the utopia of Marxism? Communism. Communism is a stateless society, but by violent means. Yes. अब देखो, मार्क्सिस्ट सबसे पहले अटैक करेंगे लिबरल थ्योरी को. दे से लिबरल स्टेट का जो ओरिजिन है, इट इज नॉट बाय कंसेंट, इट इज बाय फोर्स. एंड दिस थिंग later on T.H. Green will defend. T.H. Green says will not force is the basis of state, right? Second thing, Marxist will say, अब nature पे सबसे पहला, and whenever you are writing a Marxist perspective, comparative लिखना पड़ेगा आपको. Marxist perspective without the liberal perspective will not make much sense. So Marxist perspective हम लिखेंगे भी कैसे कि Marxist perspective criticizes the liberal claim of state being a neutral arbiter. इस क्लेम को वो क्रिटिसाइज करता है. What does it say? अभी अगर मैं बहुत एक लाइन में बोलूं, it says this: class, instrument, right? But if I go one step beyond, Marxist theory of state can be again bifurcated in two ways. जहां पे आपके पास नीचे स्पेस है वहां लिखेंगे. देखो, मार्क्सिस्ट थ्योरी अगर डायरेक्टली लिखना हो, यू कैन राइट, बट मार्क्सिस्ट थ्योरी ऑफ स्टेट will tell me about two perspectives. One is there is the instrumentalist perspective, there is a relative autonomy perspective. Ralph Miliband supports the instrumentalist perspective. Relative autonomy कौन support करता है? Nikos Poulantzas. Okay, let's quickly see the meaning of it. When Marxist theory of state says there is an instrumentalist perspective, what does it mean? Directly they say state is the instrument of bourgeois class, propertied class. इसका मतलब है स्टेट के पास खुद की zero autonomy. State is simply an instrument. So capitalist class use the state to achieve their ends. That is the meaning. Ralph Miliband, instrumentalist perspective. Now, this perspective is slightly more nuanced. This says, in normal conditions, state appears to be autonomous. However, agar crisis आई, if there is a crisis, now state reveals its true character, and now the state will work in the favor of bourgeois. So this theory says that state directly is not fully instrumentalist. State is relatively autonomous. पूरी तरह से autonomous नहीं है. Relative autonomy. In normal conditions, it works as it should, but in times of crisis, it takes the side of bourgeois class. What is the bourgeois class? Propertied class. According to Karl Marx, in Marx historical materialism, the power lies with the people who have money. The real power is in the propertied class. Yes or no? So एक nuance, अगर question आता है Marxist theory of state, one is give a basic comparison with liberal theory of state, but then mention these two perspectives also. There is the instrumentalist perspective and there is the relative autonomy perspective, right? Ralph Miliband, Nikos Poulantzas. Now, this is something that we've had a look at, Marxist perspective. Now, there is the class antagonism, which means Marx will say the world is divided in haves and have-nots. These difference can never be resolved. There is the antagonism. इस वजह से there is a state, and the state is there to protect the private property. Fine. Function same चीज class rule क्यों? It is the instrument of, it is power is concentrated in the ruling class, right? अब यहाँ पे काफी thinkers है, Marx है, Lenin, Gramsci, Miliband, Poulantzas, which we just saw. Miliband gives you instrumentalist power. What does Poulantzas say? A relative autonomy approach. Fine. फ्यूचर अब यहां पे लिखा है इट विदर्स, विच मीन्स व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ विदर्स? इट गोज अवे। क्यों? कम्युनिज्म इज स्टेटलेस सोसाइटी। स्टेटलेस सोसाइटी में स्टेट क्या करेगा? कुछ नहीं, state will go away. The future, the idea of Marx is communism. Communism is utopia. What happens in utopia? What you finally desire, yes or no? So this is what you can write. That state withers away. Okay. Any other thinker who wants a stateless society? Gandhi. Okay. Gandhi is a moral anarchist. But how is Gandhi different from Karl Marx? Yes, right? The methods are different. And Gandhi's Ram Raj, in fact, Gandhi saw state as a weakness of a man. So if a state is present, Gandhi will believe why it is not perfect. Okay. Now, I hope this part is clear. Marxist perspective clear है अपने को, ठीक है? How to write and think about. Now, pluralist perspective. Okay. Now, when I look at pluralist, what is the meaning of the term plural? Many, right? So this is how we'll see. And there are two things. One is pluralist theory of state, and later on there is a pluralist theory of power. वो अलग है, ये थोड़ा सा अलग है. Pluralist theory of power, there is a direct competition with elitist theory of power. यहाँ पे मेन चीज क्या है? Pluralist means various groups are going to be there, multiple competition is there, right? बैलेंस करेंगे ग्रुप की डिमांड्स को. दिस इज रिलेटिवली इजी. मेन चीज याद रखो, इसमें तीन लोग जो हैं, लास्की, ट्रूमन and Dahal. With Dahal, write the keyword polyarchy. The keyword for us is polyarchy. People who are watching this online, are you able to hear me properly? Okay, I'll just explain. Somebody is asking, how is weaponization a challenge to neoliberalism? See, neoliberalism believes in the idea of a free market, market fundamentalism. When you weaponize the supply chain, the same logic gets inverted, which means now you're going for not full interdependence, but now you're going for selective interdependence, right? So USA can now control how many chips will be exported to China. Okay. Second, WTO right now is dysfunctional. Okay, so when I say weaponization of supply chains, it has all these meanings associated with it. Okay, I think the voice is fine for the other people as well, so it should not be a problem. Fine. Okay, so Lasky, Truman, Dell, और Lasky में if you write कहीं पे नीचे लिखो, एक quote लिखो, देखो, when society is federal, authority should be federal. Just to substantiate your point, when society is federal, authority is, when society is federal, authority is, when society is federal, authority should be federal. Can you tell me meaning of this? Society maybe there are multiple levels, so authority maybe there should be multiple groups that should operate. Power should not be concentrated in just one. Okay, so when society is federal, authority should also be federal. Okay, Truman again supported the same thing. Dahl talks about polyarchy. Now, polyarchy किस किसने सुना हुआ है? Polyarchy is against which concept? He was against C. Wright Mills. C. Wright Mills said US is governed by power elites. He said USA is governed by polyarchy. So it is not democracy. What is democracy? Rule of everybody. But it is rule of multiple groups. What is that? Polyarchy. Polyarchy का जो दूसरा counter है, it is oligarchy. When we say Russia, Russia is ruled by a lot of oligarchs. Who are oligarchs? Limited people having major power, right? So oligarchy is what? Rule of few. Polyarchy is the rule of many groups in that sense. What is democracy? ultimately the empowerment and the rule of people. How it happens is a different thing. तो पॉलीआर्की आई होप समझ में आएगा आपको. ओके फ्यूचर में अब यहां पे इन द फ्यूचर इन प्लूरलिस्ट आल्सो राइट डाउन द टर्म डिफॉर्म्ड पॉलीआर्की. Okay, deformed polyarchy is also a concept given by this person only. Robert Dahl redefined this theory. Okay, Lindblom is also there, but deformed polyarchy simply means that amongst all the players, state remains the most important player, or the groups which have many money power. They say if you look at US, the US में again there is a domination by which groups? The MIC, the military industrial complex, etc. वो dominate करता है. So these are the bigger groups which have all these powers. Can we say that? Yes. Right? Okay. Now, post-colonial perspective, you should know this perspective also अच्छे से. Now, when I say post-colonial, close your eyes. Which is the most important person here? Hamza Lavi के beyond. Hamza Lavi, Edward Said. ठीक है? Edward Said, very important. Even if it is not written here, अगर नहीं लिखा है तो नीचे लिखेंगे Edward Said. I am saying Said, पर लिखा ऐसे जाता है. Pronunciation, right? One of the very important persons here, Edward Said. Now, what is the idea of post-colonial theory? What is the meaning of it? देखो पहली चीज है, let's understand post-colonialism. It means the moment the colonies got an independence, okay, many of them, like India, we inherited a structure. Government of India Act 1935, there's a huge bearing on it. Fine. So when I look at it, what do I need to know? That looking at these societies from a Western lens may not be the best way to look at them. Right? They may have diversity. Their social structures may be different. जैसे कि class-based analysis in India is not very helpful. Why? There is also caste-based segregation. So Indian society is very diverse. That kind of diversity was not seen in European societies, for example. So when I'm looking at post-colonial societies, they should not be viewed from a Western lens. पहली चीज तो. Second, to analyze and understand these societies, you should have scholars from these societies. Yes, I hope you understand. So when I'm looking at post-colonial state, okay, the post-colonial state, it emerges, it has a colonial inheritance, true, but it faces unique challenges in these areas, which have to be expressed. So one prominent thinker is Edward Said. Apart from Edward Said, you have Gayatri Spivak. Can the subaltern speak? Or even Homi Bhabha we can say, or socho, Ranjit Goa, right? There are many people which we can talk about, even Hamza Lavi. Right. काफी लोग हैं. अब देखो. And here I'll just tell you some of these perspectives. Right? Underline this term overdeveloped. Who talked about overdeveloped state? Hamza Alawi. Right? What is the meaning of overdeveloped? Two things. The political structure, the economic structure. The political structure is heavily developed, but the economic development has not kept in pace with that. So what is the issue? There is a mismatch. You will see very heavy bloated bureaucracy, heavy army, but the same level of development is not there in these states, post-colonial states mein. What is that? Overdeveloped state. There is the colonial inheritance. Think of Government of India Act 1935. ठीक है? अपने केस में. They have been imposed on these colonies, right? They were extracting the surplus, right? Now you see even terms like soft state, Gurnar Middle. What is the meaning of soft state? For example, having limited capacity. Post-colonial state will have limited capacity, right? Hamza Alawi's overdeveloped state. Now this is a Marxist perspective, but Marxist post-colonial perspective, right? That is overdeveloped state, right? You can have Partha Chatterjee, okay, Kaviraj, Membe, many people are there. Remember them. Even you can talk about, we can use theories of F.W. Riggs, prismatic societies, to understand post-colonial state. Okay. अब हाँ, the bazaar model etc. यहाँ पे एक और टर्म लिखो, नाम लिखो FW Riggs and write prismatic societies. That also helps understand the post-colonial states. Yes, correct. Western theories do not apply. Absolutely correct. Now, if you've understood this till here, Achha, I want to ask you, this is because for others we've seen, you quickly try to think of the criticism. Achha, for every theory there's a criticism. Liberal theories will be criticized by Marxists. Neoliberal theory का criticism क्या था? 2008, COVID-19, etc. Rising inequalities. What is the criticism of Marxist theories? So what you will do, यहाँ पे अगर space नहीं है, write a small heading criticism. For each of them, I'll give you 1, 1, 2 keywords for criticism very quickly. Now, liberal theory of state. The criticism is simply लिखो Marxist criticism. The Marxists criticize this. Why? State is not a neutral arbiter. उनके लिए क्या है? State is a class instrument. It is not created out of consent. It is by force. Right? Neoliberal theory of state का criticism लिखो पहला. Rising inequality. Right in the bracket. Thomas Piketty. Okay? Thomas Piketty. And you can also write Immanuel Wallerstein. Word systems theory. Right? Again, if there's anybody from 2027 who's watching this, abhi jo terms मैं बोल रहा हूँ, this we've done extensively in the classes or we'll do in the classes coming on. So right now you'll just write these words and terms. That is more than sufficient. Okay. So पहला main concern क्या है? Neoliberal का rising inequality, explained by Thomas Piketty and also explained by Immanuel Wallerstein's word system theory. Other than that, two criticisms you already know: 2008 financial crisis and COVID-19. More than sufficient. Marxist theory का criticism, कोई भी Marxist theory हो, economic reductionism. Okay. And bracket में लिखेंगे Weber, for example. Economic reductionism means it only analyzes from economic class based. Economic reductionism, any other criticism of Marxist theory. अब देखो, ये सारी theories जितनी है यहाँ तक, every theory will have one more free का criticism. Eurocentric, as per post-colonial scholars. You cannot directly apply Marxist theory of state without understanding the caste bias in Indian society. So they are Eurocentric also. But एक basic critique क्या है? This is having economic reductionism, excessively class-based. I hope we are clear on this. Pluralist theory of state. What is the challenge? अब यहाँ पे देखो ambiguity. Now they say everybody has power, but in times of crisis, it is not clear who has the power. If state does not have the power in times of crisis, there will be a chaos. The pluralist theory of the state is ambiguous in this sense, right? And it is said they want to have the cake and eat the cake. दोनों चीज नहीं कर सकते आप. Pluralist theory. You try to think of what will be critique of post-colonial theory. देखो अभी तो हमने सब, they have been criticizing the colonial masters. इनका criticism क्या है? They criticize them, but they actually use the same models, which means democracy हो गया, constitutions. They use the same thing that they criticize, which means they don't have their own indigenous institutions to offer. इसको लिखो ये कैसे? What will you write it? आप you can write this as, लिखो while critical of colonial structures, comma PC, that is post-colonial theorists still use still use the structures and political systems of the West. They use the strict structures and systems of the West. समझ में आया इसका? They criticize भी किया, use भी वही किया. पहला issue. And another thing, every problem they have, generally they attribute it to the outsider, which means they do not accommodate their own problems as much. Two basic criticisms that you can talk about. Okay? And एक और चीज है, मतलब if you go into more detail, you will see they don't give the solutions. They will criticize, for example, overdeveloped state. करना क्या है इसके आगे? So they are prescriptive but not very much solution oriented. I hope we are able to understand the criticism of post colonial theories. Last आते हैं feminist theory of state. अब इसमें underline this name, very important, Catherine McKinnon. Okay. Now just understand, of course, feminist theory of state nature क्या है? It will talk about patriarchy and male institution everywhere, right? It also talks about that there is a hidden sexual contract which Carol Pateman talks about. Okay, what all of that leads to? जो basic, जो traditional theory of state है, it leads to subordination of women. Okay, because for them the theory of state is written from a male perspective, right? Again, same cheese, it enforces gender hierarchy, right? It is male centric. And underline this is very important, public private split conceals it. There is a public private dichotomy, which is why they use the term personal is political. Who used the term personal is political? Carol Hanisch. Okay, so this is a very important point when you write your answer. ये इसको छुपाएगा. Power is actually with the male in both the spheres, according to them, even in the personal sphere, even in the public sphere. But this dichotomy, public private, it actually hides where the true power resides. And for them, it is the state that enables the suppression, because state is also an instrument of patriarchy. Okay, so there is Catherine McKinnon, Pateman, ठीक है, Carol Hanisch, इतने काफी नाम है आपको याद करने के लिए, more than sufficient. अब यहाँ पे क्या है, दो चीजें हैं. There are two perspectives. One of the scholars, they say either you transform the state, which means यहाँ पे transformation में आप लिखो. अब for example, people or they will say there should be differentiated citizenship. याद है किसने बोला है? Iris Marion Young, right? Women should be treated differently. What is that? Transformation. But some of them will say even abolish. Family as a structure should be abolished. Radical feminists. So their approach to solving the problem is different. Some of them will say transform. Some will say abolish the family structures, because family is also an instrument of patriarchy. But that's a radical view. Right? Now, what is the criticism of feminist theory of state? Yeah, feminism in general also. सबसे सिंपल, हाँ चलो ये अच्छा है. पहला, they criticize the state, and the liberal theory of feminism, the socialists, they expect the state to transform their lives also. So there is a dichotomy. तो पहला क्या है? Ambiguous. दूसरा क्या है? Dichotomy. Right? You criticize, yet you expect the state to do the better things. एक और चीज है, in feminism, again they will take the West women as the ideal type. India में etc., the women will have other challenges. And that is why we use a term in the answers on feminism, intersectionality. Who gave the keyword intersectionality? Kimberly Crenshaw. Okay? So we'll remember that keyword also. ठीक है? So abhi, what is, you will end your answers on feminism with intersectionality. That you need an intersectional approach. Who gives this? Kimberly Crenshaw. Intersectionality क्या हुआ? Which means race, right? Caste, class, हर जगह, ethnicity, all of that intersections must be taken into account when I talk about. Right? So we cannot take the Western women as the ideal type. Same issue we will see in the women movements also. The women movements will generally take the West women as the ideal type. Is that clear? Okay. Now let's come to very quickly Marxist versus liberal. Last year आया भी था, छोटा सा टेबल है. Okay. So liberals के लिए society is made up of atomistic individuals. Right? What is the meaning of atomistic? Individuals are their own separate entities. Okay. But if you recall Marxist theory, they will against socialism will say no man is an island. सुना हमने? What is the meaning of no man is an island? People cannot simply exist in isolation. They have to live in community. Okay. तो इनके लिए society is an ensemble. और यहाँ पे लिख लो कहीं पे no man is an island. And the same thing we can also use for Rawls versus communitarians. Rawls will say man is atomistic individual, right? Origin of course ये lock contract है, consent है. Angels class conflict, right? Private property is what leads to the Marxist theory. Equality, one is formal before law. इसी को हम बोलते हैं equality of opportunity. Here it is substantive. ये टर्म भी हम काफी यूज करेंगे. इक्वालिटी में फॉर्मल एंड सब्सटैंटिव. वी यूज द सेम टर्म इन डेमोक्रेसी, फॉर्मल एंड सब्सटैंटिव. फाइन. ओके. द फ्यूचर इज ऑफ कोर्स डेमोक्रेसी, लिबरल डेमोक्रेसी, राइट्स के साथ ही रहेगा. बट इन मार्क्सिस्ट थ्योरी यू हैव टू एंड विद दिस. इट विदर्स अवे विद द क्लास सोसाइटी. रियलिटी में it did not happen. Communism could not see light of the day. In fact, it is also said Lenin, who created a communist party ultimately through the vanguard, he solidified the state instead of withering it away. So that is again a criticism of the Marxist theory that we are aware of. Right? Okay. Now we'll take 30 seconds. I will just say a theory. You have to tell me the scholar and one keyword. ठीक है? Post-colonial. Edward Said or Hamza Lavi, F.W. Riggs. Take one main thing about post-colonial societies. They don't treat West as the ideal type. They will talk about their own lived experiences. ठीक है? Okay. Feminist theory. State is an instrument of patriarchy. Catherine McKinnon, Carol Pateman. जितना बोलोगे उतना याद होगा. ठीक है? चलो. Marxist theory of state. Two perspectives. Instrumentalist perspective. Who gave it? Ralph Miliband. Relative autonomy. Nikos Poulantzas. ठीक है? Of course, we've seen there is a Gramscian perspective of state. ठीक है? अब यहाँ पे जो मैंने explain अभी ज्यादा नहीं किया वो आगे आएगा. In the question of Marxist theory of state, अगर ये 20 marker का आएगा, if it comes in 20 marks. First, tell about basic perspective of Marx and Lenin. What will be Gramscian perspective of state? You have to talk about hegemony. Okay, you talked about superstructures, how the state survives through various superstructures we can talk about. Fine. और उसके बाद आएगा आपका ये perspectives, instrumentalist as well as relative autonomy. So Marxist theory of state, if a question comes 15-20 markers, ये सब कुछ लाइए perspectives आप. That will be a very multi-dimensional answer. Fine. Now, future I think we've understood main major things we are aware of. Neoliberal theory of state, scholars. Nozick, Hayek. ठीक है? Okay, okay. Fine. Now let's come to justice. Okay. Now when I'm talking of justice, justice actually is a very short topic for us. ठीक है? Syllabus देखिए क्या है? Conception of justice, special reference to Rawls, and in the syllabus only what they have mentioned. Communitarian critique is directly mentioned in the syllabus. ठीक है? Now what we need to know here is every keyword associated with Rawls should be very clear in your mind. Okay? Now when we start with Rawls, पहली चीज क्या है? Rawls is related to, आप छोटा सा स्पेस जो छूटा है आपके, the space that is given, how will you be filling it? सबसे पहला याद रखो, Rawls is associated with revival of, first thing to remember. Second, Justice is the first virtue of social institutions, just like truth is there for a system of thought. ये लाइन याद कर लो, very good introduction. Justice is the first virtue of social institutions. इतना भी चलेगा, but if you want to expand it, just like truth is for a system of thought. Clear है? ठीक है? Now this directly can also be used for Plato. If the question is Plato's theory of justice, you can use this. If the question is on Rawls' theory of justice, you can use this. Okay? Third, remember Rawls' book. Main book कौन सी है? Now the keywords that you have to remember, and there are many keywords इसके नीचे भी. देखो, अगर मुझे सिर्फ 2 कीवर्ड यूज करने हैं Rawls के लिए, only 2 keywords, I will say Rawls is a procedural and a contractual theorist. Procedural means he believes extremely in the procedures. To the extent Amartya Sen says कि भाई he believes so much in the procedure. वहां पे आता है नीति versus न्याय debate. Okay? There is a procedural and contractual theorist है. Contractual क्यों है? He says that original position में, when you put a person in original position, okay, there is ultimately a contract, and for a contract he thinks of rational individuals. Why? He wants to create a grand theory of justice. If you don't have people's consent, then your justice will not be meaningful. It will be very, let's say, short term in nature. So he is a procedural theorist. He is a contractual theorist. Very clear. And remember, he has major 2 influences in पे. One is Immanuel Kant, human dignity. Second, John Locke, social contract. These are the 2 main influences on John Rawls. These 2 people have primarily influenced John Rawls. And John Rawls was against utilitarianism. Okay. Which is why he is following Kant. Utilitarianism में किसकी याद आई आपको? Bentham. Against utilitarianism. Okay. What does it say? Greatest good for the greatest number. Rawls के लिए everybody was important. Everybody has some dignity. कहाँ से आ रहा है? Immanuel Kant. ठीक है? So he is a procedural theorist. He is the contractual theorist. Okay. Ultimately, which, and he will talk about distributive justice. Mainly justice की बात करेंगे वो. तो ये 4 चीजें हमेशा याद रखो for Rawls. Revival of normative political thought. Justice is the first virtue of social institutions, just like truth is for the system of thought. Tisra, the name of his book. Chautha, the basic keywords. He is a procedural and a contractual theorist influenced by the Kantian and Lockean idea. And he was against utilitarian idea, as simple as that. If are you clear on this? इतना पता है अपने को? अब आ जाओ इसकी थ्योरी पे. बेसिक कीवर्ड्स देखते हैं. ये सारे कीवर्ड्स हैं already written in your handout. अब when you think of Rawls in the exam, ये सारे कीवर्ड्स आपको याद आने चाहिए. You should know original position. There is a veil of ignorance. Okay. Now remember, these are heuristic device. It's a hypothetical situation. This hypothetical contract is similar to the social contract that we see, right? Social contract असली में थोड़ी ना होता है. It is a hypothetical position, right? So he puts people in original position in a veil of ignorance, right? So they are not aware about the talent they have, resources they have, the luck they have. Why does he do that? ये वो क्यों करता है? Main, remember what is his core idea? Grand theory of justice. To arrive at that, he is establishing a procedure which anybody, if he places, will arrive at a good, let's say, idea of justice. So in case if you are not aware whether you will be born rich or whether you will be born poor, you think यार हो सकता है मैं poor हूँ, अगर मैं rich हूँ, then there is no problem. What if I am born poor? I should be born in a position where I should have minimum disadvantage. Yes or no? That is again is max-min principle. So original position and veil of ignorance is that device through which Rawls arrives at a grand theory of justice. Okay? Now, Rawls also gives to us, we know, something known as a what separates Rawls from other thinkers. Rawls will do the toughest task. He has to balance two values. One is liberty, one is equality. Liberty and equality are the two challenging values. Liberalism mein liberty is important, socialism mein equality is important. He has to balance both. In his lexical order, first priority is for maximum liberty, right? First priority. Second is, right, the fair equality of opportunity. But the most important aspect that differentiates Rawls is difference principle, right? Now, what is difference principle in one line, if anybody can tell me? Right. So what is this principle talking about? That inequality is justified if it helps the least disadvantaged sections. To understand in simple terms, क्या मैं बोल सकता हूँ? That if I am taxing the rich more, it goes against the principle of equality. दो लोग हैं, I am taxing one person 40 rupees, another person 400 rupees. It violates equality. But I am justifying it because the extra taxes will be used to fight poverty, will be used to do redistribution of resources. Is that clear? So this principle is a very important principle, and whenever you write this principle, ये principle actually helps in reconciling the issues between these two. तो Rawls पे एक और दूसरा सवाल बन सकता है, right? Reconciling liberty and equality is the fundamental nature of Rawls theory. कौन सी दो values है? Liberty, equality, and these are sometimes very conflicting values. But Rawls के हिसाब से these are not conflicting values. He saw these are complementary values. Right? So difference principle will be there. Inequality is justified only if it is helping the least disadvantaged groups. Are we clear on this? We are clear on this, right? This is again something that you will keep in mind. Inequality is justified on this level. Fine. Basic idea में समझ में आ गया Rawls का? Fine. What is the core concern of Rawls? Ultimately to arrive at justice. Fine. He revives normative political thought, and especially this is what makes him so special. Why? Because nobody was able to reconcile this as a grand theory of justice. He is able to do that, right? But is this theory beyond criticism? He is going to be criticized, right? Now, the moment I say you can redistribute goods, कौन आ जाएगा defend करने? You will start with neoliberals, fine? Neoliberals क्या बोलेंगे? जैसे Nozick. What does Nozick say? Nozick will say this theory entitlement. Nozick will simply say, and you can remember, social justice is a mirage. Planning is a road to serfdom. Progressive taxation is bonded labor. तीनों चीजें criticize करेंगे वो. And basically Nozick will say redistribution should happen only voluntary. State cannot force it. अगर state force कर रहा है, it is nothing but bonded labor, right? Because the people who has resources, richness, they have it. Why? Because they deserve it. Only if they have acquired it from lawful means. He also says that. So when I say Nozick, Nozick का main point क्या है हमेशा? Entitlement. And Nozick will criticize Rawls. So basically, if I look at neoliberals, what will the neoliberals say in the main argument? क्या होगा? Their main argument is, in trying to balance liberty and equality, Rawls achieves neither. ना Rawls liberty achieve करता है, ना Rawls equality achieve करता है. This is their criticism. Because core concern of Rawls is what? To balance liberty and equality. Clear है अपने को? So one major criticism is about difference principle is what? This. By the way, exam में this can come as a 10 marker. This has already come as a 10 marker. So when you are writing original position, introduce Rawls, tell what this is, link it to his grand theory of justice, but also criticize it. Fine. Ab Are we able to understand Nozick पहले? ठीक है? Now, after Nozick, and Nozick is a neoliberal criticism to Rawls' theory of justice. Second, or I should say the most important criticism will come from communitarians. तीन लोग हैं. कौन से तीन है? Right? Already written in your handout also. One is Sandel, और तीनों एक साथ लिखे हुए हैं. Sandel, Taylor, Walzer. All three are written. Now, when I look at them, main cheese I need to know what they will talk about. Sandel will say, man is not, there is no unencumbered self. This is a good keyword to write. Man is ultimately a situated self. Now, he simply says you cannot put people in such random devices, abstract devices like original position or veil of ignorance. Every person knows in which community they are born, what they have. So if you are saying veil of ignorance, that is nothing but a very hypothetical device, right? So he simply says you cannot say that people are unencumbered, people don't have any knowledge or any backing about themselves. This is Michael Sandel, right? You can say then McIntyre, etc. और I think आपके में टेलर लिखा है, McIntyre है, ठीक है? तो here also McIntyre will basically talk about, one second. McIntyre may underline this book After Virtue, and basically it simply says that when I'm saying justice, he simply says whose justice, because there are different rival traditions which are competing. So their Rawls ka claim kya hai? There is a universal conception of justice. Communitarians will believe there can be no universal conception. It will be more society and community specific, right? So यहाँ पे Rawls presume this. Of course, we know community is important. Underline this term: justice cannot be prior to the good. और इसको हम एक और तरह से लिखते हैं: self is not prior to the good. What is self? Individual. What is good? Overall society. So if you see the term self is not prior to the good, कहीं पे लिख लो ये term. Sometimes if they ask you, that is the meaning of the term. Self is not prior to the good, but Rawls will say self is prior to the good. Communitarians will disagree. Communitarians will say self is not prior to the group. Okay, so basically in After Virtue he'll criticize rationality and whose justice. फिर हम आते हैं, important perspective is Michael Walzer. Michael Walzer in his book Fears of Justice, he will talk about complex equality and use the term different many times. Different groups, different distributions. So basically he's simply saying you can have no single principle. Rawls will say homogenization, one grand theory. ये क्या बोलेंगे? No single principle, right? There is spheres of justice, so there is a multiple overlap of different things. So वही होगा point कि dominance across spheres is nothing but tyranny. This is the perspective of Walzer. So if I look at the communitarian perspective, what are they against? They are against universalization of justice, पहला, homogenization of justice, man as a unencumbered self, right? Having only one grand tradition of justice. ये सबको कौन criticize कर रहा है? Different people. We are clear on what communitarian thinkers stand for. Fine. What will be the criticism of communitarians, by the way? Communitarians का criticism खुद का क्या होगा बताओ? Good, good. One issue is there will be a decline of individuality and individual freedom. So the society, whenever the societal claim will there, individual justice will take a back seat. And you will see in many communities that for communities' conception of justice, individual freedom takes a back seat. How does it take a back seat? State's power increases. And if the state power increases, it can also become authoritarian. Right? So it is this. Any other criticism that you think of communitarians? बताओ जैसे कि? Good, right? So communities can have practices, for example, which may not be gender sensitive, which may not be modern in sense. So that can be challenged. The same point, individual freedom may take a back seat. It can be gender also. I hope you're able to understand the challenges here, right? Now, other issue we see, right? अब इसको भी अंडरलाइन कर सकते हो, यंग वाले पॉइंट को. नाउ वॉल्जर तक भी देखा, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है. अमर्त्य सेन, Amartya Sen will basically say Rawls focuses too much on the process and not on the outcome. And there is something known as Niti versus Nyaya debate. Niti is procedure, formal part. Nyaya is the substantive aspect. Okay. So basically he says you cannot have a transcendental view of justice. It can be comparative in nature. It should be substantive. That is the core idea. Then, if I look at Susan Moller-Okin, and again, the feminist will also criticize Rawls, that Rawls does not have a specific theory for, let's say, the females. He assumes that in the original position or in his veil of ignorance, everybody is equal. Reality is everybody is not equal, right? So family is where the injustice starts. Again, from here you can think of personal is political and all the other challenges. Okay. Then if I look at Iris Marion Young, or just if I expand on this perspective, gender justice, sorry, यहाँ पे, हाँ, justice and the politics of difference. Okay. तो यहाँ पे just underline the 5 phases of exploitation. पहला क्या है? Exploitation, marginalization, powerlessness, cultural violence. So here justice can lead to oppression also, justice can lead to domination also. So justice सिर्फ distribution नहीं है. For some people justice is distribution of goods, but the feminist scholars will talk about justice many times has led to exploitation, right? Which is why they will argue you should have a politics of difference, differentiated citizenship, right? बाकी देखो, Nozick or Hayek should have been clubbed together. Hayek saying social justice is a mirage. What is a mirage? Right? It is like an illusion. Right? It is an illusion. So if you're imposing any patterns, if the state says what is to be done, imposing patterns actually destroys the freedom. That should be clear. Fine. Now, out of these criticisms, what is the most relevant criticism of Rawls? That is communitarian, followed by neoliberals. Valid criticism. And in fact, Rawls actually changed his theory, modified his theory. तो यहाँ पे बस एक लाइन लिखेंगे, लिखो Rawls acknowledged the criticism. Rawls acknowledged the criticism and remodified his theory. He remodified his theory in the book Political Liberalism. In the book Political Liberalism. इस book में उन्होंने करा क्या basically? That instead of homogenizing every sphere, he says only in the political sphere justice should be there. Cultural sphere, social sphere, communities are free to decide what they want. Okay? So he actually accommodated the criticism. And then what did he spoke about? एक तो keywords बताओ. बताओ. Anybody who has? Very good. Overlapping consensus. याद है? There should be an overlapping consensus, especially on the political sphere. Anything else? Any other keyword? Correct. Okay, only अच्छा you are remembering. बाकी लोग को क्या हुआ है? याद है? Reasonable pluralism, overlapping consensus. This is what should be done to arrive at the new principles of justice. Overlapping क्यों? क्योंकि he now does not want a homogenizing justice. ठीक है? So reasonable pluralism, which means not absolute, reasonable. जहां जहां काम बन जाए उतने में. So overlapping consensus, right? Reasonable pluralism. I've also mentioned comprehensive doctrines. ये सारे keywords हैं. फाइन. नाउ दिस आई थिंक वी हैव ऑलरेडी सीन. ये 3 टाइप के सवाल आ सकते हैं, रॉल्स वर्सेस सेन, रॉल्स वर्सेस कम्युनिटेरियंस. तो राइट इज प्रायर टू गुड और गुड इज प्रायर टू राइट. रॉल्स वर्सेस नॉजिक, pattern redistribution and historical entitlement. And we already know what Nozick will say. Nozick will simply criticize any action of the state because it violates the freedom. That is the whole idea. Okay. I hope we know. Achha, who gave this term capability approach? Amartya Sen. Okay. Now in Amartya Sen you have to remember justice में भी, और यहाँ पे एक छोटा सा लिखो, कहीं पे लिखो distributive justice. राइट, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिव जस्टिस पहला लिखो, इसमें लिखो डैश करके लिबरल्स कॉमा मार्क्सिस्ट. दिस इज अ सिंपल वे. इट मींस लिबरल सोसाइटी में डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कैसे होगा? इक्वालिटी ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी. दूसरे केस में क्या होगा? इक्वालिटी ऑफ आउटकम. दिस इज अ सिंपल वे. बट डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिव जस्टिस में नेक्स्ट लिखो इक्वालिटी ऑफ रिसोर्सेज. हु विल से दिस? ड्वर्किन. देखो इक्वालिटी ऑफ रिसोर्सेज, ड्वर्किन, DWORKIN, ड्वर्किन. देन व्हाट विल रॉल्स से? रॉल्स के लिए लिखो डिफरेंस प्रिंसिपल. दैट विल टॉक अबाउट डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिव जस्टिस. बट अमर्त्य सेन विल गो वन स्टेप बियॉन्ड capability approach. This question has also come. Distributive justice is related to the distribution of goods in the society on the different principles. Yes or no? तो यहां पे कैसे लिख सकते हो? लिबरल्स मार्क्सिस्ट लिखो, बट ऑल्सो ब्रिंग इन ड्वर्किन वर्सेस रॉल्स वर्सेस सेन डिबेट. और ड्वर्किन में इशू क्या है? ही ओनली टॉक्स अबाउट इन द इनिशियल एलोकेशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज. रॉल्स विल से ओवरऑल, बट रॉल्स के बियॉन्ड कौन जाएंगे? अमर्त्य सेन. नीति वर्सेस न्याय. एंड अमर्त्य सेन हैज अ रियलाइजेशन फोकस्ड अप्रोच. राइट, रॉल्स की अप्रोच क्या है? हाईली प्रोसीजर कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल इन नेचर. तो अमर्त्य सेन के साथ राइट वन मोर कीवर्ड, रियलाइजेशन फोकस्ड अप्रोच. रियलाइजेशन फोकस्ड अप्रोच. Okay, Rawls is one of the best low effort high yield topic. At least 20 marks कहीं नहीं गए, हो सकता है 20 plus 10 भी आ जाए. Okay, you will get one question, again repetitive question on Rawls theory of justice and its communitarian critique. You should know. But in the past we've also seen sub questions. Even a question on entitlement theory has been asked. Okay, question on communitarians has already been asked, but that is not a very difficult question. ठीक है. All right. अच्छा, there is a doubt कि Young's perspective. अच्छा ठीक, हाँ अभिमन्यु, that is correct. Overarching consensus. These are good keywords to know. हाँ, when I'm looking at Young's idea, यहाँ पे point क्या है? पहली बात, normally justice is about just the distribution. Okay, but in the Young's idea, what do we know when we go? अब पहले तो नाम लिख लो जिसको नहीं पता है. आइरिस मेरियन यंग. Who is she? Also a feminist, just like Susan Moller Okin. Name क्या है? Iris Marion Young. And she will talk about different issues that are there. मतलब justice is not just about the distribution of resources, distribution of income, distribution of goods. But she will say justice, yeah, in the traditional theories of justice, they don't talk about women cause, which leads to other issues like exploitation, marginalization, powerlessness, cultural imperialism and violence. ये चीजें छुपी हुई हैं. It is not properly articulated, which is why you need a politics of difference. And she will argue for differentiated citizenships. In fact, she says, if you simply do what you do for men, which means if you only talk about redistribution of goods, it is not justice. क्यों? This is already existing. How will you tackle that? You need to treat women differently. Are you getting my point? ये जो point है, this is the criticism of Rawls justice also and overall justice, because they have not taken the women example or women case specifically. So they argue that even if you just redistribute the resources, you give cash transfers, you distribute money, etc., it does not solve the issues which are already existing. Is that clear? ये है main issue. I hope now you're able to understand. मतलब you have to justice for Iris Marion Young is beyond distribution. But Rawls के साथ issue क्या है? If you see, Rawls is generally concerned about difference principle, right? Now I want to ask you, if you want to criticize Rawls, आप किस point पे करोगे? Does Rawls include caste? He does not. He only talks about overarching principles of justice. Even Marxist will criticize Rawls. Why will Marxist criticize Rawls? Marxist कहेंगे he justifies inequality. So Marxist will criticize him. Feminists criticize him because he does not take the women cause separately. बताओ, सब समझ आ रहे हैं में? ठीक है? So that is more than sufficient. Now we will have smaller topics. Equality hai, rights hai. These are smaller topics. We will have a quick look at them. Okay. अब देखते हैं इसको पहले. Let's see the syllabus. What does the syllabus say? अब देखो, in these topics back to back references will come of other topics also. Equality, social, political, economic. अगर सवाल इक्वालिटी पे आया, ये 3 डायमेंशन सिलेबस में मेंशन है, यू हैव टू ब्रिंग इट इन द पेपर. सोशल, पॉलिटिकल, इकोनॉमिक. फाइन. द मोमेंट आई सी इकोनॉमिक, द होल डिस्कशन आई हैड विद यू विल स्टार्ट. इकोनॉमिक में सबसे पहले क्या सोचोगे? लिबरलिज्म, सोशलिज्म, इक्वालिटी ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी, इक्वालिटी ऑफ आउटकम. याद रखेंगे. बट द सेम इक्वालिटी विल गो इनटू 3 पीपल. कौन से 3 पीपल? देयर वर 3 पीपल. बताओ, विच 3 पीपल? अभी जो देखा हमने, डॉर्किन, सेन, रॉल्स. हो गया. just the same heading. And by the way, in the next topic we will see Dworkin will say rights as trumps. Even that is also related to equality, by the way. Okay. Now what is the name of Dworkin's book? Sovereign virtue. And Dworkin will again say equality is a sovereign virtue. In rights he will say rights as trumps. Now सिर्फ अभी मैं सिलेबस की हेडिंग्स देख रहा हूं. इकोनॉमिक में अगेन रिमेंबर, कैन आई लिंक लिबरलिज्म, सोशलिज्म, इक्वालिटी ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी, इक्वालिटी ऑफ आउटकम, राइट? एंड एडिशनली आई कैन गो इनटू डॉर्किन, I can go into Rawls, I can go into Sen. Makes my job easier. When I say political equality, is political equality enough? आप भी कहोगे नहीं. Why? Political equality without social and economic is meaningless. किसने बोला है ये? Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. So the Indian perspective you will also remember here, right? And you can also have a think of the blacks. इस वजह से अभी हम देखेंगे affirmative action also, right? The issue of caste again linked to affirmative action. Can I say this? Fine. And the same thing, and now this thing is linked to, अब इसमें of course women case भी आ जाएगा. Again you can bring in जो आपने लाइन पढ़ी Iris Marion Young, that justice, if it is only about redistribution, it is very myopic view. क्योंकि women face what are the challenges अभी जो देखे हमने, नाम बताओ. Exploitation, violence, discrimination. 2-3-4 कीवर्ड याद हो, यूज करो. Who is saying use all the 5? But this is a way to tell that redistribution of resources, that is the economic measure, does not solve the social problem. तो social में 3 चीजें हमेशा याद रखो. The issue of blacks, the issue of caste, the issue of women. With women, 2 people you will remember: Susan Moller Okin and Iris Marion Young. Of course you can remember Carol Pateman, Catherine McKinnon. वो आप धीमे धीमे आपको याद हो जाएगा. अभी हमने क्या देखा था? Susan Moller Okin and Iris Marion Young. Okay. What does Iris Marion Young say? Redistribution is a myopic, a small measure. You have to go beyond that. समझ में आ रहा है में? Okay. When I'm just breaking these 3 things down: social, political, economic. Fine. Now यही है बेसिकली इक्वालिटी ऑफ व्हाट, फॉर्मल सेंस में इट इज इक्वालिटी बिफोर द लॉ, राइट. अपॉर्चुनिटी, दिस इज बेसिक लिबरलिज्म. इक्वालिटी ऑफ आउटकम कौन बोलेगा? ऑफ कोर्स अल्टीमेट गोल विल बी इन कम्युनिज्म, दैट इज मार्क्स आइडियल टाइप. Equality of resources, who will say? Dworkin at the initial level. But equality of capability, who will say? Amartya Sen. अगर क्वेश्चन आता है इक्वालिटी इज द कॉन्टेस्टेड कॉन्सेप्ट, 15-20 मार्क्स, आपको सब चीज के बारे में लिखना पड़ेगा. तो रिमेंबर दैट इज वाई सिलेबस यू शुड नो. फॉर्मल इक्वालिटी समझाओ, सोशल आओ, पॉलिटिकल, विच मीन स्टार्ट विद पॉलिटिकल एंड फॉर्मल, देन कम टू सोशल एंड इकोनॉमिक, एंड यू कैन एक्सपैंड ऑन ऑल ऑफ देम. फॉर्मल क्या होता है? अपॉर्चुनिटी, आउटकम, and then resources, capability. That is why I told you thinker wise also, terms wise also. Equality किस चीज की should be very clear in our mind. Okay, this we saw Dworkin के केस में resources can be equalized. So equality of what is a very important aspect. ठीक है, formal, opportunity, outcomes, resources, capability. End में आएगा capability, Amartya Sen capability approach. So if I know 5 types of equality, very easy to write an answer. Fine. Second thing to remember, अब इस हेडिंग को समझने के लिए, why this heading is there, let's see the syllabus. Syllabus says relationship between equality and freedom. ठीक, अगर ये सवाल आता है, मैं आपसे पूछूं सवाल, एग्जामिन द रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन इक्वालिटी एंड फ्रीडम, कैसे सोचोगे इस सवाल के बारे में? In your batch also and in this batch I've done this answer very well. हाँ, सोचो सोचो, सोच के दो. You just tell me your thinking line. चलो, वेरी गुड वेरी गुड, ठीक है, आपको याद है. Anybody else? Prince, you try. हाँ, इस आया बर्लिन, बट क्या वो मेरे क्वेश्चन को आंसर कर रहा है? मैंने क्या बोला सवाल? एग्जामिन द रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन इक्वालिटी एंड फ्रीडम. थिंकर्स भूल जाओ, सारे थिंकर्स भूल जाओ, सोचो कैसे. हाउ विल यू थिंक ऑन दिस क्वेश्चन? व्हाट इज द रिलेशनशिप? देयर आर टू वैल्यूज, इनके रिलेशनशिप कैसा हो सकता है, आप बताओ. इट कैन बी कंफ्लिक्टिंग, राइट, इट कैन बी कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री, यही तो हो सकता है. तो मेन चीज टू अंडरस्टैंड हियर, द रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन इक्वालिटी एंड फ्रीडम हैज बीन, या तो लिखो contested, या लिखो has been evolving. Initially it was seen to be conflicting in nature, that if you pursue equality you cannot have freedom, if you pursue freedom you cannot have equality. What is that? Conflicting. क्यों? Liberalism versus socialism. The pursuit of one would mean not the pursuit of other. That is the original initial way to think about it. They were rivals, right? But what has happened in the recent times? We can reconcile the perspectives. In fact, who has done the best job at it? Rawls. For Rawls, equality and freedom are complementary and not mutually exclusive. पहले क्या होता था? Liberals के लिए you can only pursue liberty, you cannot pursue equality. Socialists के लिए pursue equality, liberty is not important. Yes or no? So their initial relationship was antithetical, rivalistic in nature. Can I say that? But the relationship has not transformed. That there is a compatible kind of a relation that is there, right? So अब इसमें देखते हैं. There are many people antagonists. Hayek, कौन है Hayek? ये तीनों कौन है? Who are these three people? Neoliberals. What did they say? In the pursuit of balancing liberty and equality, Rawls has achieved neither. So they will say you cannot pursue liberty and equality at the same time. What they will say? Pursue what? As much as you want liberty. Fine. So what they say, enforced equality, if you enforce it, redistribution, it needs coercion, and coercion takes up the liberty. Yes or no? Same thing Tocqueville will also say. Any quote of Tocqueville that you know or remember? नाम सुना है? There is a prominent thing attributed to him. The tyranny of, even majority, there are other quotes also attributed to him. Okay, that is Lord Acton. Power corrupts and absolute power corrupts. That is Lord Acton. Huh? So I hope first perspective you know. Think of simple neoliberals. According to neoliberals, you cannot reconcile both of them. But if you look at, इसमें से you know Lasky at least, okay, or Barker, you need not to know all of them. Tony also is related to socialism, but he's a mix of both liberalism and socialism. What they will say, yeah, without equality, for them, some people, यहाँ हर तरह के सवाल बन सकता है. Somebody can also say equality should be a precondition for liberty. अगर लोग बराबर नहीं हैं, what kind of equality are you thinking of? Oh, sorry, what kind of liberty are you saying? So I can also say, can equality be a precondition to liberty? So if I examine the relationship, there are different perspectives to think of. So somebody can say equality is a precondition. This view comes closer to the view of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Yes, and again this view comes closer to people, some Tony and Lasky socialists. और इसको हम साथ में कैसे लाते हैं? थ्रू अफर्मेटिव एक्शन. व्हाट इज अफर्मेटिव एक्शन? तो क्या होता है? इट इज सिंपली टू एड्रेस हिस्टोरिकल इनजस्टिस. इट इज क्रिएटिंग अ लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड. फाइन. अब इसको कौन सपोर्ट करेगा? डॉर्किन ऑब्जेक्ट कर सकता है. एनीबडी हु इज अ न्यू लिबरल विल ऑब्जेक्ट इट. इंडिया में वी हैव आर्टिकल 15, आर्टिकल 16, okay, the Mandal Commission, EWS, which constitutional amendment? बताओ. 103. And by which Supreme Court judgment did it get constitutional validity? Very good, जनहित अभियान केस. ठीक है, तो अब ये सब चीजें याद रखो. The moment you see EWS, two things should pop in your mind. One is 103, second is जनहित अभियान. Okay, that is how you will write. So if I look at affirmative action, what is affirmative action? This is, so this is बहुत जगह. What is the other name for affirmative action? Positive discrimination. Okay, and please remember, affirmative action is different from preferential action. Sri Lanka में, which is the dominant community? Sinhalese. तो Sinhalese के लिए जो action है, that is known as preferential action. Preferential action is done for the dominant communities. Affirmative action is done for the weaker communities. So for example, if some action is done for the women, for the blacks, or for the marginalized communities, what is that? Affirmative action. So जब क्वेश्चन लोगोगे affirmative action के, compare it with preferential action also. Preferential action is for dominant communities. This is for the weaker sections of society. समझ आ रहे? ठीक है. Now, just to take, so I hope you're able to understand relationship also. अब affirmative action में just very quickly we will try to see what are the debates. Okay, so basically, who will support affirmative action? Many people. Dr. Ambedkar supports. Rawls of course supports. ठीक है. Dworkin will also say equality of resources. Who will oppose affirmative action? Neoliberals will oppose. They do not want redistribution of resources, for example. ठीक है. Now, if you just think of EWS and reservation, just try to quickly recall the counters that we have done. सबसे पहला, on what grounds? Because reservation right now is a lot in news. So what you can think of? What are the criticisms? One issue is the merit example that is there, or टोकनिज्म गुड, और सोचो. How many of you recall Pratap Bhanu Mehta's point that we've written? Instead of annihilation of caste, it has led to perpetuation of caste, right? And a race towards the bottom. What is the race towards the bottom? Now everybody wants to be included in the reserved category. So earlier the idea was to improve or let's say address the historical challenges. But अब क्या हो गया? Perpetuate. Now caste has become solidified instead of removing it. तो हम इसको क्या बोलते हैं? Instead of, now this is a word play. Annihilation of caste is a book by Dr. Ambedkar. तो हम क्या बोल रहे हैं? Instead of annihilation of caste, affirmative action, etc., which initially was supposed to have a sunset clause, but now it has become indefinite in that sense. So instead of annihilation of caste, it has led to perpetuation of caste. Okay, and a race toward the bottom. Again, a line of Pratap Bhanu Mehta. But iska bhi counter hai. This counter, I think some of you would have written in your books. There's a book by Michael Sandel, a very recent book, The Tyranny of Merit. So Michael Sandel bolte hain, the merit argument is also flawed. Why? Because merit is socially constructed. So Michael Sandel abhi humne dekha. And what is the name of the book of Sandel? Tyranny of Merit. In this book, what does he say? Merit is also socially constructed. Is that clear? The basic side discussion that you should keep in mind on this topic. Fine. Yes, Abhimanyu, that is correct. Yes, good points, Princey, Abhimanyu. Now, next is rights. ठीक है? इस पे right, remember the quote of T.H. Green. बताओ, लंबा सा कोट है, थोड़ा मुश्किल होगा याद करना. स्टार्ट कर लो, कहीं से स्टार्ट कर लो, याद आ जाएगा. ह्यूमन कॉन्शियसनेस postulates liberty, liberty demands rights. For this topic यहीं तक याद रखो. अगर स्टेट है तो एक और लाइन याद करेंगे. राइट्स डिमांड स्टेट. इट्स अ वेरी लॉन्गिश कोर्स. ह्यूमन कॉन्शियसनेस postulates liberty. Now somebody will say that this quote is also biased. जरूरी थोड़ी ना liberty होगी. That is the ideological way. So human consciousness postulates liberty. Liberty demands rights. Rights demand state. The moment I say rights demand state, you know rights positive भी होती हैं, rights negative भी है, right? So you will of course be going through this. So rights. Now if I want to ask you, what is a way to define rights? कैसे define करोगे? How do you define rights? अरे अभी वो तो अच्छा, what is that which I just told you? You have tell me the definition. ठीक है, this definition we have done in the class. और कुछ? Basically, what are they entitlements? They can be entitlements. What they can be? What are rights? Can they be obligations? Yes. ठीक है, so you're talking about positive conception, right? ठीक है, correct. So when I look at it, एक basic सी चीज देखते हैं. Where these rights come from? Okay. The very first thing, if I look at, very important, natural. यहाँ पे लिखा नहीं है, but एक और चीज थी पहले. Locke had criticized Filmer's patriarcha. Filmer's patriarcha spoke about divine origin and divine theory of rights. Fine. Locke ने जिसकी क्या बात करी है? Natural rights. You are given natural rights purely because you are a human being, which means state is not conferring you those rights. आपके पास rights वो क्यों है? Because you are a human being. As simple as that. Fine. So one is the liberal conception. Okay. And Locke. Who is the father of liberalism? Locke. And this was a 20 marker in the exam. 20 markers में everything about Locke which supports liberalism you have to write it. ठीक है? In 10-15 minutes from now when we do liberalism, I'll again ask you this question. Fine? Now, so I'm looking at this part, natural, they are pre-political. What is pre-political? Without any state, etc. They were existing. They are inalienable. Nobody can take it away. This is Locke. There is a legal conception. By the way, natural rights को कौन criticize करता है? Who criticizes natural rights? Many people, like Hobbes, yes, and Bentham. How many of you remember? These are nonsense upon stilts, right? They are a terrorizing language, right? They are anarchical fallacies. These are criticisms of natural rights. Who will criticize natural rights? Anybody from a legalistic perspective. For them, rights are only there if they are backed by law. If the rights are not backed by law, there are no rights as such. Do we agree on this? Yes? So nonsense upon stilts, etc. Remember Bentham, hai, Austin, Hobbes is what we will remember. Right? Now there are conservatives like Edmund Burke. They will say customs, ages की वजह से historically the rights have origin, and basically whenever I say Edmund Burke, remember he's a conservative. And by the way, he will also criticize natural theory of rights. He will say the natural theory of rights is incorrect. Why? The rights have a social origin, customs, society, then only rights comes. Rights do not come for only the individuals, right? So Edmund Burke वाला point याद रखेंगे. उसके बाद of course we know you have Lasky, Barker, who will talk about social welfare. Rights are for one's, these are conditions that enable man's best self. And of course Lasky gives a functional perspective. They perform a function. What is that? Development of a person. So rights actually help in development of a person also. Basic चीज याद रखेंगे. Right? But if I look into Marx, the Marxist issue, Marxist point of view says that workers want to do protest. अब आपने workers को right दे दी, you will get good wages, this and that. The revolutionary potential of the workers will reduce. So the Marxist critique simply says that it masks the exploitation. छुपा देगा exploitation आपका. And these rights are not real rights. They are just so that the capitalist can stay in power, workers don't revolt. So the Marxist critique of rights is that the rights do not really empower the person. They are only for so that their revolution does not happen. That is the critique. Okay? It masks the exploitation. Huh. Which one? No, but positive liberals तो support करते हैं right को directly. Marxist उसको नहीं support कर रहे हैं. एक्शन नहीं लेंगे फिर. हाँ, but they see, if you think of positive liberals, if I think of TH Green जैसी positive liberals आएगा, they focus on positive conception of rights. In that conception, state actually helps you achieve your rights. वो directly इसकी बात नहीं करते. Indirectly yes, but not directly. Okay. In fact, the positive tradition came because classical liberalism was facing a lot of criticism. To balance that, they talked about the positive conception, right? But Marxists will be very direct in what they want to say. TH Green will say that state actually helps you in achieving the rights. That is a positive conception. What is negative and positive? Can anybody tell me? What are negative rights? That limits the state, which means you cannot be put under arbitrary arrest. इसने क्या करा? State की power को limit करा है. What are positive rights? For example, you should have compulsory education, right to information, right to education. उसके लिए state has to take action. Two different things. Positive, negative conception. Clear अपने को? ठीक है. Now this also we've done in the class. I will not expand it too much. Hoffield's 4 types. Rights are a claim, liberty भी है, power भी है, it provides immunity. These are also 4 perspectives of rights. तो अगर इतने keywords भी याद आ जाएंगे, what are the dimensions of rights? So rights can also be claims. Normally we think of rights as claims, but he says rights can also give you liberty. Rights can also be a source of power, and very important, think of diplomatic rights. You are given immunity. Some actions cannot be taken against you. What is that? That gives you immunity. So Hoffield has done a legalistic analysis on rights, and he gives 4 dimensions of rights. Even that can be there. Claim, liberty, power, immunity. I think it should be there in your handout. Handout में है? ठीक है? हाँ, Hoffield has given 4 such types. It's a claim right, liberty, power, immunity. Okay, so even this can be there, that you can use. So one is you should know where they come from. Now kinds and generations, पहली चीज है positive and negative we just discussed. What are negative rights? We just had a look at. क्या होते हैं negative rights? बताओ, जल्दी से बताओ. It limits powers of state. So preventing arbitrary detention, preventive detention, etc. That is one. What a positive? Positive obligation. जैसे example दो कोई और apart from what I've told you. हाँ, affirmative action etc. आ जाएगा. Positive obligation. Fine. Now what is the second thing mentioned in this generation में? Vasak. Karl Vasak gave how many generations? 3 generation of rights. पहला क्या है? Civil political. Second, socio-economic. And third one, okay, environment, development, peace. This is a more expanding one. सबसे starting में क्या है? Civil political conception of rights is there. The most important one that is there at the start. Okay. Now Karl Vasak gave it. You have a Universal Declaration of Human Rights 1948. Paved way for the covenants in 1966. Vienna Convention आया. So we say you have universal, indivisible, interdependent rights. Right? Human rights की बात करते हैं. But क्या ये सही है? Are human rights contested or not? Yes. The same topic जो आपने यहाँ देखा, we will see it in 2A, the last topic of 2A. Contemporary global concerns. One of them is human rights, and we will see human rights is the most politicized aspect. कैसे? For example, when Russia does something on Ukraine, everybody will shout human rights, and this thing we've also done in the classes. But if the West-led countries, if Israel does a lot of humanitarian actions, not much Western countries will talk about it. What is that? Selective outrage. So human rights is not only politics, it is also geopolitics. It depends on convenience. So sometimes West nations lecture other people on human rights, but they are the ones who violate the human rights most. USA का जब मन करेगा, they take up Maduro. They want to take any military action without much representation. Yes or no? ठीक है, regime change etc. we have seen. I hope we are clear on this. Generation of rights. अब ये चीज important है. Dworkin says what? Rights as trumps. दूसरा Bentham says what? What is Bentham? Who is Bentham? Utilitarian. The greatest good for the greatest number. Right? Now just quickly tell me what is the meaning of rights as trumps? बिल्कुल सही, right? If I have society and I have individuals, I cannot say for social good I will not prioritize individual. Rights as trumps का मतलब, you know, trump, right? The trump card, right? The ikka, for example, that rights will take a primacy over everything. So individual rights cannot be taken away for the promise of a social good. Yes, what does it mean? Rights are extremely important, right? But what would be a challenge in rights as trumps? सोच के बताओ. और सोचो. Rights as trumps, the best thing, सबसे आसान, developed versus developing, both will have a difference. Developed countries have more pro individuals. Developing में many times issues of national security, social security will take precedence. Second, rights as trumps also depends on capacity of the state, है ना, right? And sometimes it is difficult to, because sometimes the social good may be more important than the individual. Utilitarian makes it very clear. Social good is more important than the individual good. Rights as trumps normally says individual good is as important, if not more important than the social good. So you cannot simply violate any individual rights saying that it violates the community's right or the social good. So ये उसको balance करता है. But the point is operationalization of rights as trumps is actually very difficult, and especially in developing societies. Why? Think of India and think of, for example, the internet freedom. India has almost the maximum cases, I should say, second highest cases of internet shutdowns. And for that, we have read a very important Supreme Court case, Anuradha Bhasin case. Anuradha Bhasin case में बोलते हैं triple test to know if the internet shutdown was reasonable or not. तीन चीजें क्या है? Legal, necessary, तीसरा proportionate. All the three keywords. It should have been legal, it should be proportional, it should be necessary. Agar anything violates, what does it mean? It is unconstitutional. So rights as trumps, and this is a very classic debate that can be asked. So when you're writing an answer on rights as trump, you bring in Bentham angle, but you explain it, but also bring in the difficulty of developed versus developing. वो आपको लिखना पड़ेगा. It is not very easy to operationalize. सुनने में अच्छा लग रहा है, and it depends actually on the state's capacity. Rights as trumps, right? Another thing, and this is almost the core of right, is this debate: universalism, cultural relativism, as seen in the works of Mahathir Mohamad and Lee Kuan Yew. अब देखो, when I say human rights and when I say natural rights ultimately gets or becomes human rights. The issue with human rights is the idea of homogenization and universalization, right? Now, against universalism, there is a counter by Asian values. What does Asian value say? Mahathir Mohamad, Lee Kuan Yew, for example, they will say Asian societies, they don't let's say put individual at the forefront, they put society. In the Asian values, respect for authority, obedience is more important than liberty. So according to them, human rights, right, the Western conception of human rights will not be applicable to Asian societies. So one of the criticisms of human rights is what? Asian values. The idea that human rights cannot be universally or blindly applied to every part of the world. Another thing that you should remember here, and you can write it, अब ये आप यूज करेंगे बार बार. Who gave this clash of civilizations? Samuel P. Huntington. And his idea is that right now, for example, if you look at the Middle East, the backlash of the Middle East is not just on one ground, on the economic front, it is also cultural backlash against human rights and against globalization, which is seen in different formats. So whenever you have to counter universalism, दो चीजें लिखोगे आप. Samuel P. Huntington's Clash of Civilizations. दूसरा क्या लिखोगे आप? Lee Kuan Yew, right? In fact, this question I've also asked in the simulator. पर मैंने 20 markers में पूछा 2A में. अच्छा, just a very small, again a point for the people who are watching this, especially who are going to write mains. If you see the Sunya IAS channel, वहाँ पे PSIR paper 1 and paper 2 simulators of the ongoing crash course test series, last class के दोनों test, इसका question paper, the proper booklet and model answers of both of them are there. If you have time, you can write it. If you don't have time, at least read the answers. You will see a fair representation of that in the final paper as well, because जो major theme expected themes है उसी पे paper बनाए, ठीक है? So anybody who is less on time, एक ही option है, read कर लेना, either in the last remaining days or if you have time. I think if you ask me, today is 12th, right? I also have told you till 14th or maybe till independence, right? 15th, अपनी independence तक. If you have time, you can give half of time to your optional. But uske beyond, because 21st is your essay, the last 5 days devotedly or 6 days, exclusively should go for GS. So when you're watching this class today, or let's say some of you will watch the recording later, you should be clear in your mind कब stop करना है, और जो next last 5 days हैं, what should you be doing in the last 5 days? What should your plan be? Okay, that is there. Fine. I hope you're able to understand this part. Okay, Dworkin, Bentham, and all of them I've seen or we have discussed in more detail, but today we are doing it more in terms of recall. So I cannot go into their aspects. ये हमने देखा, Dworkin, ठीक है, Nozick, Raz will talk about interest theory, that rights actually depend on also the interest that is there. Last वाला point काफी important है, and also put a star mark on Jack Donnelly. Jack Donnelly we also quote in paper 2A in human rights. Right, Western countries, and this is the core that you should remember. Exam में अगर आपको इतना भी याद आ गया, forget let's say आपने ये नया नाम सुना है, Jack Donnelly, you can remember. If you don't remember, only remember Lee Kuan Yew or Mahathir Mohamad, right? This is the major debate that often comes in, and here only you can write Clash of Civilizations. वो ज़्यादा popular है, Samuel P. Huntington. So this actually helps us answer major things. हमें पता चल गया what are the rights, generations, the kind of rights, and what are the key voices. Fine. एक और चीज, Dworkin के जो 3 मेन कीवर्ड है वो सब यहाँ पे लिखे हुए हैं. Right, those who have done Dworkin, if you just read this one line, this is what you have to replicate in the exam. NV test पढ़ा है हमने, hypothetical auction, brute luck, insurance against that, equality of resources, sovereign virtue, and lastly is doctrine, rights as trumps. This is all that you need to know. This is mentioned in equality. So notes are there, very keyword oriented. If you have done these topics, last में इतना भी लिख के आ गए आप keywords के साथ, हो गया आपका काम. This is more than sufficient. ठीक है? And again, let's say anybody who has not followed my classes, and if you feel any one or two thinkers, you have not done it, and you feel overwhelmed, exam pass है, उस thinker को ignore करो. Because major we have done in the classes, but अगर ऐसा कोई thinker आपको लग रहा है, you have not done it, you are not very comfortable, don't force it. Fine. Till here, are we able to follow? Now, let's talk about democracy. Again, a very short topic, and I think after democracy we have two short topics, and then we have ideologies, IPT and WPT. Fine. देखो, democracy में let's first see the syllabus. The syllabus is very clear. Classical, contemporary theories, different models of democracy, and the syllabus tells me 3 keywords. One is representative, second one is participatory, third one is deliberative. Okay, very clear on this front. Now, what you should know, a very basic definition of democracy. Okay, now anybody can quickly define democracy, जिसने याद कर रखा हो कोई definition. और कुछ ठीक है अभी के लिए. प्रिंस कुछ याद किया अभी? अच्छा, who has said this? Way of life? Dewey, DEWEY. Okay. कुछ नहीं याद आएगा तो आपका वही घिसा पिटा फॉर द पीपल बाय द पीपल, पर वो मत लिखना, कुछ और सोचो. एनी अदर डेफिनेशन ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी? हमने लिखी होंगी डेमोक्रेसी की डेफिनेशन क्लास में. लुक एट योर बेसिक नोट्स. So whatever I'm saying, the point is now is the time. Fix any one definition and remember it. If I recall, I think I've given you Lasky's definition, one more definition. Whatever definition you are able to remember. In simplest sense, what is democracy? Empowerment of people. क्या है democracy? Empowerment of people. Fine. Now, very quickly I'll go through this. There are different models of democracy. Okay. You have direct democracy. Remember Rousseau. Rousseau is a social contract theorist. If you think of our preamble, we the people, वो कहाँ से आ रहा है idea? What is we the people? You know, general will. सुना हमने? वो concept किसका है? Rousseau. Although general will is not the direct democracy that you see. हमारे यहाँ what do you have? Representative democracy. But the idea, यहाँ पे 2 ideas हैं इनके बड़े important हैं. One is, another idea is popular sovereignty. Both are important ideas. What does he talk about? Fine. Keep that in mind. Representative में, of course, JS Mill is there. Okay. But what is the issue with JS Mill if I want to ask you? JS Mill जहां लिखा है ब्रैकेट में लिखो reluctant democrat. Yes or no? Right? Why is he a reluctant democrat and who says it? CL Vapor. Why is JS Mill a reluctant democrat? बताओ. Okay, it can lead to mobocracy if it is done in developing countries. Developing countries have savages. In fact, JS Mill justifies white man's burden. JS Mill justifies civilizing mission. And JS Mill believed that democracy is only good for the people who are civilized, educated. So JS Mill was never a fan of democracy for colonies. And he would say, if we give them to the colonies, democracy which has been so much fought for will be lost. Yes, but you also see the bias. Civilizing mission, white man's burden. So many terms. Okay, fine. Baki representative democracy, of course, we know is more practical in nature, because this one, I think the direct democracy we cannot directly implement. So of course, practical hai ye. Now, this is a good term to remember. Schumpeter. Schumpeter will say democracy is simply a method and elites are competing for votes. So it is just an illusion that in a democracy people have the power. And this theory, again remember, is related to elitist theory of power. Right? आगे जहां पे Schumpeter लिखा है, I'll tell you, there is something known as Schumpeter-Dahal axis. Okay? And who gave this term Schumpeter-Dahal axis? This analysis was done by C.B. Macpherson. Very good. Right? Who is Dahal? Robert Dahal. What does he talk about? Polyarchy. Schumpeter किसकी बात कर रहा है? Elites. Now, in democracy, apart from the things you have, democracy में एक इंसान को याद करो, जरूर लिखेंगे उसको. The most important analysis on democracy is by C.B. Macpherson. पहली चीज याद रखो, this Schumpeter-Dahal axis. This also you have drawn in your notes. ठीक है? Schumpeter will be elitist side, and this is the. But according to C.B. Macpherson, both of them are similar. Why? Both of them are. They are formal, they are procedural, they are not substantive. Now, C.B. Macpherson के कुछ points वो बताएंगे. C.B. Macpherson on democracy. C.B. Macpherson will talk about that liberalism cannot claim monopoly on democracy, because he will say democracy in liberalism also has faults. And he simply says even socialism sometimes can be more democratic than liberalism. Right? C.B. Macpherson second will say, instead of procedural या formal, we have to go for substantive democracy. And third thing, he will give concepts like extractive power and developmental power. If you get a more analytical question on democracy, this is one thing you will bring in. According to C.B. Macpherson, the best democracy is which has 0 extractive power and 100 developmental power. But he says reality kya hai? Even in liberalism, in liberal democracies, there is an exploitation of people that is happening, and development is actually less of the people that is going on. So this is a challenge that he brings in. Idea, utopia kya hoga? This is the least, developmental part is the maximum. Okay, now एक चीज है, democracy is about people, Is democracy also about power? Yes. Who gets what, when and how? Yes. This year there was a question, CB Macpherson's views on power. यही लिखना था आपको. So CB Macpherson's views on democracy and power are not two different things. If you know his views on democracy, write the same thing on power. And I'm telling you, any या तो easy question आएगा democracy में, directly आएगा direct democracy, or sorry, deliberative democracy, representative democracy. These are easy. But if you get a slightly trickier question, this perspective will be easy for you to navigate. Because what does CB Macpherson want? He actually wants substantive democracy, जो real में benefit करे. And he does not believe in liberalism's claim that it has the best liberal democracy. Because liberalism also has challenges. Your liberal democracy also faces challenges. How many of you agree with this statement? Liberal democracy faces challenges. अब बताओ कौन से challenges हैं? अब think of paper 2A. खट points आएंगे. Democratic backsliding. We have seen a book how democracies die. कैसे die करते हैं? They don't die from outside. They die from within. The people who are in power, they put the entire opposition sometimes in jail. They don't value democratic process. Sometimes the press freedom takes a hit. Many things we have seen. Okay. So if you are looking at it, the idea of CB Macpherson is the distinction between procedural and substantive democracy. Yes. He also says existing models of democracy, be it Schumpeter or Dahl, are nothing but formal procedures. So you have to go, and which is why he will say a radical democracy is needed. Inka view hai radical democracy, yes or no? Which is nothing but substantive. To explain that, you have to explain these terms. Fine. आते हैं next pluralist पे. You know polyarchy. Now these are important. Now there are three terms I want to know from you: representative, participatory, deliberative. What is the difference between the three? Are the three mutually exclusive? So a society can be representative and participatory and deliberative at the same time. Yes or no? Then you can ask me why you have three names. What is representative? Simply batao. People cannot participate, they have chosen a representative, as simple as that. Okay? What is participatory democracy? People participate. What is the meaning of participation? Let's say you go to vote, there is a social audit, you are participating. If there are views that you should be giving, mygov.in, any of the apps, Umang app, aapne view de diya. What is that? Participation. What is deliberation? Deliberation is the highest form, which means, let's say this class, right? Now some of you are participating, but some of you are deliberating. What is participation? Merely sitting in the class is participation. But what is deliberation? Who are actively involved in the process. I hope you are aware. So participatory and deliberative, I am not saying are two exclusionary terms, but sometimes participation without deliberation can also be there, which is something we want to avoid. What is something you want? Best thing is deliberative democracy. Now how would you write if you get a question on deliberative democracy? आपको compare करना है इनके साथ, because the terms mentioned है syllabus में, right? And then mention the prominent thinkers associated with them. Who is the biggest champion of representative? It will be J.S. Mill, right? But when it comes to participatory and deliberative, you will see common thinkers. Okay? Who is a proper thinker if you come to participatory approach? Carol Pateman, that is a feminist angle. Or socho. There are many such thinkers which we can bring here. Or kuch? Okay. And Aristotle, Hannah Arendt actually can come in both. ठीक है? दोनों के दोनों में आ सकते हैं. तो I'll just quickly tell you some scholars. Most of them are there in your notes, just for revision purposes. देखो participatory में याद करो रूसो क्या बोलता है? Britishers are free once in 5 years. याद है? तो one is रूसो participatory में. We can again say CB Macpherson. तब कॉमा करके लिखो जो नहीं है. गांधी होंगे, गांधी will be there. गांधी के लिए participation is very important. Even write M.N. Roy. M.N. Roy you can write in both. participatory as well as deliberative, because M. N. Roy will talk about radical humanism. Okay, can I have Hannah Arendt in participatory? Yes. Man is a zoon politikon, people acting in concert. That is where the power lies. Yes. अब आते हैं deliberative. Deliberative democracy, I often start with a quote. Write it somewhere. अगर नहीं लिखा है तो. Ancient thinker, just write it in one line. Other thinkers you are aware of, लिखो इनका. Pericles. देखो, discussion isn't a stumbling block. Discussion isn't a stumbling block. Rather, indispensable for any wise action. Rather, indispensable for any wise action. It means discussion should not be viewed with apprehension. It is actually very important for wise, reasoned action. In deliberative democracy, of course, ye honge. Aristotle will be there, right? Now you can bring in Habermas will be there in deliberative democracy, right? And apart from Habermas, you can also have Amartya Sen. Amartya Sen will say reasoned action, that people should participate. In his book, he talks about. ठीक है, reasoned action होनी चाहिए, people should participate. And last लिखेंगे, एक important scholar only for this is, we've done this in the classes, Joshua Cohen. Joshua, Joshua Cohen. In fact, I have also made you write down Joshua Cohen's features of deliberative democracy. हमने 5 features लिखे हुए हैं. I'll just read it out. अभी no need to write it here. Joshua Cohen's features of deliberative democracy: independent association, laws and institutions are deliberative, non-coercive environment, acceptance of deliberative capacity, pluralism. ये सारे features हैं that Joshua Cohen talks about, the features of deliberative democracy. ठीक है? Now, if you look at it, अभी तक, high chance is a direct question on this topic. Simple deliberative democracy, yeah. Compare representative, deliberative, representative, participative, participative, deliberative. The most important one is deliberative, right? So when you write, you also can bring in that there is no artificial distinction between participative and deliberative. The difference is only in the quality. If participation is having reasoning, it automatically becomes deliberative. Yes. So that is again something that you can think about. और इसको एंड करते हुए एक लाइन लिखो, जस्ट राइट वन लाइन. देखो, देयर इज नो hyphenation, there is no hyphenation between deliberation and democracy. It means these two are not two separate things. There is no hyphenation between deliberation and democracy, as democracy is a way of life. ये है जॉन ड्यूई. When I say democracy as a way of life, I am quoting this person. If democracy is a way of life, it is what? Reasoning भी साथ में है. Now go back to the first topic we had done. I had ended political theory by saying political theory is looking at a man's existence from a critical perspective. Can I link it to this also? If democracy is a way of life, it should have deliberation inside it. अगर इस सवाल आता है, democracy is a way of life, then you can also bring in India, think of the earliest symbols of deliberative democracy. क्या था? Buddhist संघ, the earliest symbols of deliberative democracy. लिख सकते हो. So democracy and deliberation are two very important components. इसीलिए this quote says that these two are not two separate things. We in fact assume that democracy, if it is a way of life, it has deliberation embedded in it. So this is a powerful quote to start or end, preferably end, because by then you have made your argument strongly. Is that clear? Fine. अब यहाँ पे see actually three models of अच्छा वर्बा का जो participation parochial, this I think will be more relevant for paper 2A because question will be in that manner, that what kind of participant culture is there, right? So parochial में या excessive participant में there is a problem, okay, so we can link it there better. Now talking of democracy, again two distinctions to be aware of, and I think इसके बाद एक और चीज है, हाँ, Schumpeter will say this: voters are simply choosing the rulers, not the policies. What does it mean? People don't really have the power, elitists have the power, right? Bateman is what? Feminist. She will talk about the exclusion. So even the feminist scholars will say, why are people apathetic? Why don't the people care much in participation? Because they are excluded. This view says if the people are included, there will be more deliberation, it will be helpful. Participation creates democrats, not the other way. This view says that लोग के पास power ही नहीं है, असली power is with the rulers, the elites. So there are two ways to look at it. Is it thin or thick? Realism, or this the practical side, says keep it thin. People's participation or people are only there for choosing the rulers. Rulers will decide. But the counter perspective is that feminist thinkers or scholars will say you can broaden the participation. Again, two ways to look at it. Okay? One is the realistic sense, power is with the elites. The other view, or let's say this view, is also close to Hannah Arendt, Aristotle. ये सब लोग क्या बोलते हैं? People should participate. But what is the criticism of Hannah Arendt? In this case, she sometimes says she does not really understand how power operates. People are not strong enough. Ultimately, the state is strong, and people cannot have so much of power to always participate in the public sphere. Yes, this is a criticism of Hannah Arendt. Now, if you look back to your handout, so elitism versus participation we've had a look at. Okay? Current affairs वाले में just इन सारे terms को underline करो. You should know these terms. Democratic backsliding was a question of 2025 paper 2. In our current affairs classes, we've covered backsliding, we've done backlash, we've done rise of social movement, Gen Z movement, populist revolt, सबके example सब देखे हुए हैं. Underline, these are the scholars, इनकी book का नाम है How Democracies Die, Levitsky and Ziblatt. And the essence of this book is democracies do not die from outside, they are hollowed from within. Okay? जहां टर्म लिखा है illiberal democracies, who uses this term? Fareed Zakaria. This is going to be useful even in paper 2A. The rise of illiberal democracies. If you now look at US under America First, under MAGA, some Trumpian actions seem to be slightly illiberal. Actions, let's say hike of H1B visa, actions against the immigrants, they are not exactly liberal in any sense. Okay? So there is illiberal democracy, there is undemocratic liberalism. Okay? Right now, people are going for deliberative repair citizen assemblies. यहाँ पे प्लस करके लिखो Gen Z and rise of digital activism. Gen Z movements and rise of digital activism is also something that we are seeing. In 1A, a question on this aspect, lesser chances of that getting asked, but you should know. But all the terms that we have written current affairs, this is more relevant for paper 2A. because in paper 2 it directly there's a topic of democracy, so they can ask you questions on that. Fine. Keywords is fine. Come to power. Now there is power, hegemony, ideology, legitimacy. चार चीजें हैं. Power, hegemony, ideology, legitimacy. Now, if I say what is power, anybody who can define power? कुछ भी याद किया हो? Good ability to achieve desired outcome. Yes. आपको ये सब पैसा है पावर? हाँ. Sorry. हाँ. वो भी सही है. Who gets what, when, and how? Who has said this? Last well. You can use that. Very easy quote. Okay. But there are some basic things that you should know. Which means, in fact, if you recall, we've done the 3 dimensions of power. और यहाँ पे कहीं पे लिख लो Stephen Lukes, L-U-K-E-S. Stephen Lukes gives you 3 perspectives of power, right? Power as decision making. Sometimes it is even non-decision, and sometimes it is agenda setting or thought control. 3 views of power. इसी चीज को जो हमने लिखा है इसको बोलते हैं डिसीजन मेकिंग. दिस इज अजेंडा सेटिंग. सो नॉन डिसीजन में लिखो स्लैश अजेंडा सेटिंग, एंड जहां लिखा है प्रेफरेंस स्लैश थॉट कंट्रोल. This is also directly mentioned in Andrew Haywood in a box. 3 dimensions of powers. What are the 3 dimensions? Decision making, agenda setting, thought control. ये perspective आप रट डालो. Use it in paper 2, right? If the question comes, India as the global South leader, think on 3 terms. Is India able to do decision making? Is India able to do agenda setting? Is India able to do thought control? Forget India. Agar developing guy, same cheez I can use. When I say thought control, this is where hegemony comes in. And hegemony, please remember, is a topic for 1A as well and paper 2 as well. Liberal hegemony is also maintained by institutions like IMF, World Bank, WTO, WHO. Yes or no? So this decision making, agenda setting. Now when I say agenda setting, NAM, I can use NAM as an example. India used NAM. And when I'm saying thought control, think of yoga, soft power. समझ में आ रहा है हमें? Same perspective है. You can use it across papers. So power is a very important topic. You can again write it in case you have not written. Who gets what, when, and how? Who had said this? Last well. So 3 things hai. Again, Dahal will talk about A has the power to do. So this is in his book, Who Governs. And what is agenda setting? It means when some people come to the table, what is exactly going to be discussed? Who is going to control that? What is that? Agenda setting. So one is decision making, one is agenda. सबसे important, neglected dimension is thought control. This is ruling the minds. This is the hegemony aspect. Fine. Now, again remember, whenever we will say power, classical power क्या है? Max Weber का view. That is the dominant perspective of power. What is that? Capacity to realize it. And here you should also remember, what is authority? क्या होता है authority? साफ साफ लिखा है. According to Max Weber, if you've seen, there's a very simple definition. Authority is power plus legitimacy. ठीक है? So whenever you will define authority, you will say as per Max Weber, it is legitimate power. And Max Weber has said 3 types. How to maintain authority? 3 चीजें हैं, याद है? Traditional, charismatic, rational, legal. What is rational, legal? Bureaucracy. What is charismatic? Rise of leaders. Yes. And you will see in developing countries, charismatic leaders become prominent. Why? Because they don't have institutionalized political parties as much. Yes. बोल सकते हैं कि नहीं? So one is Weber. Max Weber का view है. Power is what? Capacity to realize one's will. Okay. 3 types हैं: charismatic, rational, legal. Then you have Gramsci. Very important. Gramsci का concept क्या है? Hegemony. Now what is hegemony? For hegemony you should know, traditional view of power is ruled by coercion, by force. Hegemony is through consent. In fact, that consent can be manufactured by different institutions. It can be by civil society, it can be by intellectuals, it can be by universities. In सबसे हो सकती है consent manufacture, right? So keep that in mind, right? Hegemony is the rule by is there, common sense is there. Just keep on underlining intellectuals, underline war of position. ये जो term है war of position and war of maneuver, we will use in Indian national movement, we will use in Gandhi, Ambedkar again and again. In fact, Bipin Chandra uses these terms in his book. Which is the book? India Struggle for Independence. Fine. So Gramsci ऐसे याद रखो. तो Gramsci, whenever you write, why is Gramsci important? Gramsci goes beyond the traditional notion of power. What is the traditional notion? Max Weberian notion. Power as dominance. Right? Next, Hannah Arendt. Hannah Arendt gives you a constructive view of power. So write somewhere constructive. Power is not violence. Power is acting in concert, plurality. और जब भी violence होगा, power breaks down. In fact, if people don't act in concert, this is where the totalitarian leaders will emerge. This is what creates a challenge, right? And again, she says in her book on the origins of totalitarianism that totalitarianism, it is because of ideology and again because of terror. होता क्यों है? Because people cannot act in concert. Hope this part is clear. You are able to understand. Okay. Now, Hannah Arendt's view, constructive view. Another view which is very important, Foucault. So Foucault's view is again a very different view. How is Foucault's view different? Postmodernist conception इनका, right? So Foucault will simply say power is also not directly domination. In fact, he will simply say power is everywhere. Just like blood flows through the capillaries, power is everywhere. And he will say knowledge is power. What does it mean? Who controls knowledge controls power. He will say governmentality, biopower. What is biopower? Right. A state can use your health data, right? And when this biopower is there, right now WHO has come up with the pandemic agreement. In that we again use Foucault's biopower. Because bio warfare, pandemics will again bring back Foucault's conception. Foucault बात करते हैं, यहाँ पे लिखा है panopticon. What is panopticon? Prison में surveillance etc. So the higher case of surveillance. You can link panopticon to surveillance state. If the state is using surveillance in the digital times. तो वो अलग है, वो है surveillance capitalism. And surveillance capitalism and surveillance state are two separate entities. Okay, surveillance capitalism is when, let's say, apps like Facebook, they use your data, they profit out of it. Okay, but they don't share anything with you. So that they are monetizing the data that we are generating. That is surveillance capitalism. So capitalism में एक company आ जाएगी. And state is, अब यहाँ पे हम term use करेंगे digital leviathan, right? The state becoming powerful, etc. I think that is there. Althusser में, in case somebody does not know, ISA क्या होता है, लिखो ideological state apparatus. ISA is ideological state apparatus. Okay, the individuals are interpolated, and again, if you get a basic question on power, you give other perspectives. Other perspectives, ये जो dominant है, Max Weber, you already know this perspective. Then these are some other perspectives, right? Arendt, Foucault, okay, Althusser. Last is Habermas, legitimation crisis. See, if you understand what is legitimation crisis, please remember, legitimation crisis arises why? What is the context of legitimation crisis? Main चीज क्या है? Crisis of welfare state. What does welfare state have to do? Welfare. For welfare you need money. If you provide too much of money, you will be in debt, right? Debt होगा तो क्या problem होगी? The credit is expensive. Companies will not find enough money, for example. Will that be a challenge? Yes. Yes. So Habermas will simply say there's a legitimation crisis, and I would, because Habermas recently passed away, there's a higher chance of a question appearing on Habermas this year. Okay, so perhaps you should be knowing this. Or इसी से मतलब you have to, when you write a question on legitimacy, bring in लेजिटिमेशन क्राइसिस, ओके। इसी में लिखो हेबर मास में एक लाइन लगा के लिखो, resonates with अतुल कोहली's crisis of governability. In paper 1B I quote अतुल कोहली, अतुल कोहली का कॉन्सेप्ट है क्राइसिस ऑफ गवर्नेबिलिटी। ओके, नाउ बिफोर वी मूव अहेड, आई थिंक एक चीज यहाँ पे आप ऐड कर सकते हो बहुत जल्दी से, राइट? एलिटिस्ट थ्योरी ऑफ पावर, we'll just drop the keywords elitist theory of power, because last thing to remember in power is elitist versus pluralist. Okay, now you tell me who are the key thinkers in elitist theory of power? बिल्कुल लिखो, मॉस्का, MOSC है मॉस्का, परेटो, मिचेल्स, so in the elitist, in fact a popular quote is, the history of the society is the graveyard of aristocracies, right? Graveyard of aristocracies, it means history is only written by the elites. So Mosca and Pareto, graveyard of aristocracies. Then we'll talk about Robert. He talks about iron law of oligarchy. This is the more recent example. C. Wright Mills, and he will talk about US being ruled by power elites. Elitists are countered by pluralists. सबसे important है इसमें Dahal himself, and Dahal says US is ruled by polyarchy and not oligarchy. But sometime later, he modified his view and he gave the view deformed polyarchy. Okay, now deformed polyarchy simply will say the economically dominant groups hold more powers. Economically dominant groups, they hold more powers. Okay, that is something that you have to keep in mind. So this should be clear. If you get a question on pluralist, you have to talk about elitist. If you get a question on elitist, compare them with pluralists. ठीक है, हमने क्लास में इसके बियॉन्ड भी करा है, नियो प्लूरलिस्ट भी किया है. इफ यू रिमेंबर दैट, वो भी लिख सकते हो, ऐड कर सकते हो, राइट? फाइन. तो वी हैव सीन टिल 7. ओके, अब आते हैं ideologies, right? Now here I have specifically given space because see, the next 3 topics are bigger in nature, but we have constraints of time. So I'll be only giving you a brief overview. You have already done these topics in a lot of detail in the classes. Anything that is there that you want to remember and cross verify, you will add it here. Okay? If we do them in detail, then the point is, the whole point of the revision gets defeated. So again, एक overview करेंगे इन topics का, ठीक है? And I think all these 3 topics, anybody who's watching this, all the 3 lectures are also there on live YouTube. This is around a 6 hour lecture. The other two are 10 hours lecture I've already taken. तो जिसने नहीं करा है, जिसको रिवाइज करना है, you can go back and cover from those lectures also. Now, when I'm looking at political ideologies, this you will go through. अब देखते हैं liberalism. Okay, liberalism में, like we've discussed, you have to know this classical liberalism, which focuses on negative liberty. Modern liberalism is T.H. Green. We have seen this. Rawls is in the social liberal stage, but social liberals are connected to modern liberals here. Fine. Neo में 3 people we have seen, Nozick, Hayek and हाँ ठीक है. अब यहाँ पे मैंने जो स्पेस छोड़ा है उसमें बस 2 चीजें लिखो. These are 2 PYQs, just write them and think about it. पहले लिखो liberalism as a revolutionary idea. This we have done in the class, but ये सवाल अगर आता है तो कैसे लिखोगे इसको? Just write it as a stem, think about it and add it later. Liberalism as a revolutionary idea. और दूसरा सिंपल है crisis of liberalism, as simple as that. What is the crisis of liberalism? If you remember these two, liberalism is done. The crisis faced by liberalism. ठीक है? Now, very quickly in 1 or 2 minutes, I'll give you the answer to both of them. You can fill it later. If I say liberalism is the revolutionary idea, what would you say? Okay, and क्यों revolutionary liberalism? Simple है, start किससे करेंगे? Individuals. ठीक है? So one is individuals. Second is natural rights. Third, right to property. कैसे? How is it revolutionary? Why is right to property revolutionary? Before that there was feudalism going on. Next, birth of capitalism. Capitalism property से जोड़ दूंगा मैं. ठीक है? Again think of constitution. Constitution से क्या आएगा? Limited government. It will limit the power of the government. Yes. Anything else? And remember, focus क्या है? Liberalism as a revolutionary idea. आप एक चीज भूल रहे हो. It inspired other revolutions, right? French Revolution, etc. So it will have seeds. In fact, the other revolutions are inspired from the idea of liberalism, how the individual should have rights. Yes or no? This is why liberalism is a revolutionary idea. Okay? Second question was crisis of liberalism. The best way to remember it, crisis is from within and the crisis is also from outside. Okay? Now, if you have to understand this, अब देखो ये जो part मैं करूंगा, this also is linked to this part, end of history, Francis Fukuyama. Okay? So when I'm saying liberalism के challenges, you tell me what are the challenges it faces within. देखो, some obvious challenges है. Liberalism का biggest critic क्या होगा? Marxism, right? So can I say increasing inequalities? This is there. Again, think any Marxist person, think of modern Marx. ठीक है? और सोचो, within liberal societies, what is the big challenge? बिल्कुल सही, illiberal democracies. Farid Zakaria. Then again we saw another keyword, very अभी देखा था. Democratic backsliding. What is backsliding? Which one? No, backsliding is happening inside. I'm saying backsliding leads to, it is happening, democracy is hollowed from within. Outside may other forces. For example, you have clash of civilizations, right? That is from outside. It can have very good point. The legitimation crisis, this is happening within. और सोचो, yes, the minorities, the treatment of minorities, which is also linked to illiberal democracies. अब outside में means other ideologies. देखो, outside means both geographically also, idea wise also. Something outside liberalism which is challenging the hegemony of liberalism. What can that be? बिल्कुल सही. जैसे for example, if I look at people like Bernie Sanders, अब देखो, they will promote democratic socialism within US only. This is getting more popular, right? Second thing, outside, the biggest thing will be clash of civilizations, Asian values. In fact, the rise of civilizational states like Turkey, like Iran, and of course, major kya hoga, China. It is threatening the idea of liberalism, right? Refugee wale mein, ultimately it happens here, but it is actually happening from here to here. Okay, so you can talk about, in general sense, the global refugee crisis and the treatment of the refugees, for example, right? We can talk about that. So the refugee crisis is also a big challenge that is coming in, right? अब देखो, इसमें एक और चीज है, विद इन भी है वो, बट आउटसाइड भी है. दिस इज अ कॉमन पॉइंट. अब इसकी वजह से दिस इज ऑल्सो हैपनिंग. There's a big backlash against globalization, which can also be seen in clash of civilizations. Internally, it can be seen in rising of inequalities. When Trump says MAGA, make America great again, what is that? Backlash also against globalization. You are saying outsiders to go. Yes or no? तो अभी हमने अगर याद करो, हमने ये भी करा था ग्लोबलाइजेशन में डबल मूवमेंट, कार्ल पोलियानी. व्हाट डिड वी डू इन दैट? इट इज द इकोनॉमिक बैकलैश एंड आल्सो कल्चरल बैकलैश. कल्चरल में आएगा क्लैश ऑफ सिविलाइजेशन, इकोनॉमिक में आएंगे थॉमस पिकेटी. All these are the challenges faced by liberalism. So broadly speaking, what I'm trying to say, liberalism के बड़े challenges क्या हैं? The liberal states themselves are under crisis. And इसमें सबसे बड़ा point क्या है? US itself. Liberalism stands, or the word stands for a liberal world order. Right now, the liberal world order is in crisis. We see that in paper 2A. Who's putting that in crisis? USA. USA is exiting out of major agreements. Unilateral किया. Resumption of nuclear testing. Donro doctrine in Venezuela. Direct, है ना? You know what is Donro? Donald Trump and Monroe doctrine. So when I look at US right now, the hegemony of US is under retreat. And liberalism is no more what Francis Fukuyama claimed, the end of man's ideological evolution. Which is why we will remember two things. इसीलिए मैं liberalism और end of दोनों को साथ में पढ़ बोल रहा हूँ. One thing is this: end of history. Who had said this? No, end of history is what Fukuyama said. I'm saying end of history. Farid Zakaria. Especially after 9/11 attacks. End of history. And last में एक और याद रखेंगे, return of history and the end of dreams, Robert Kagan. So when you do liberalism, we are seeing this both as an ideology also and what the challenges it faces. Robert Kagan says this is the return of history and the end of dreams. Return of history and the end of dreams. This is a powerful line. Okay, so keep that in mind. So liberalism, that is one thing that you should know. Socialism में यहाँ पे कहीं पे कोट लिख लो, एक कोट हमने करा भी हुआ है. Socialism is a much used hat. Do you remember? याद है? CEM जोड़. It's a much used hat which has lost its shape. Just write it below this, which means you have to know different types of socialism. बहुत type की socialism है. So socialism is a much used, a much worn hat which has lost its shape. CEM Jode. Much used hat that has lost its shape. ठीक है? Right. Now, this you understand? Fine. Socialism के types आप देख लेंगे. Utopian socialism is there. Charles Owen and Simon Fourier. This Fabian socialism. Fabian socialism is the socialism which has inspired Jawaharlal Nehru, Lasky, other people, right? यहाँ पे क्या है? It is peaceful process. Right now you are seeing 21st century anti-capitalism. Up here in the topic when we do this, what are the other types of socialism? Guild socialism, yes. Right? So there are 2 or 3 more types that you would have done. वो सारे parts आप इसमें add कर लोगे when you have to revise it. Okay? In fact, we've already made tables for this. काफी अच्छे से कर रखा है हमने. So not adding any more things to it. Even this we have done in good detail. Marxism. What are the 4 dimensions of alienation? First is from the process, product, the overall society, and then from the self, right? There is base and superstructure, basic part that you know. What is surplus value? Yes, the surplus value generated but is never given to the workers. That continuous exploitation follows. Fine. Lenin talks about a vanguard. Okay, Lenin के साथ, what is one thing you should remember? What is peculiar about Lenin? और कुछ? ठीक है, dictatorship of proletariat. देखो 2 चीजें हैं. Lenin talks about IPE, international political economy. Okay, Lenin in that sense will also, the Marx predictions will fail in Lenin, that we'll see, right? So there is a criticism of Lenin also in that sense, because communism could not come because he focused a lot on his own party, for example, becoming very important. Okay, Trotsky भी हमने देख रखा है, permanent revolution की बात करता है Trotsky. But when you look at Marxism variants, look at Marxism, you will talk about Marx, basic keywords, but you can also talk about Lenin, Trotsky, Gramsci's hegemony, and closer to Gramsci's hegemony is Althusser's ideological state apparatus. Okay? So within Marxism, if you get a question, you can have multiple variants. So if you get a question like this, you can even expand on it. Okay? So this is there. Write a question. यहीं पे वैसे लिख लो heading relevance of Marxism. अब इस पे सवाल ऐसे भी बन सकते हैं. Is socialism dead? Is Marxism dead? What is the answer to that? No, how would you answer that? हाँ, ठीक है. Why do we say it is not dead? Any idea? Rising inequalities have led to. हाँ, तो देखो, when I look at, see, you will always remember, as long as capitalism remains exploitative, Marxism or socialism will continue to be relevant. और ये exploitation will be seen in workers, will be seen in exploitation of resources, unsustainable development, destruction of nature. तो ये link nature के साथ ही बना सकते हो आप, ठीक है? And you will use terms like platform capitalism, gig workers, gig economy. Gig economy में there is a lot of hire and fire that goes on. So you can talk about these elements. Okay, that is one thing we can say. Okay. Fascism में there are two variants, Italian and German. What is the difference between Italian and the German variant? Of course, leaders के नाम अलग हैं, countries अलग हैं. Apart from that, हाँ, Stalinism and, अच्छा ठीक है, स्टेटिज्म एंड मिलिटरिज्म, फाइन. एक और कोर डिफरेंस क्या है? मेन चीज है, नाजिज्म वर्क्स ऑन द इश्यू ऑफ रेशियल सुपीरियोरिटी. नाजिज्म, दैट इज जर्मनीज हिटलर. ओके, सॉरी, हिटलर्स जर्मनी. तो यहां पे इश्यू क्या है? कल्चरल सुपीरियोरिटी, रेशियल सुपीरियोरिटी. एंड रिमेंबर दैट दे यूज्ड रेस एज अ मिथ. ओके, और अंडरलाइन दिस टर्म, दिस इज अ जर्मन टर्म, अगर याद है तो अच्छी बात है, लिख लेना. वोक्स जेमनशाफ्ट. These are the superior race they wanted to create. In fact, in your notes, you would have seen some certain German words I've used. Lebensraum. Okay, that also we have seen. All right. Now, underline this. This is the PYQ. सवाल था fascism is ambivalent towards democracy. और एक चीज इसके नीचे लिखो, PYQ के नीचे लिखो influences on fascism. Just these are the headings you will recall. Now this question is important. The question is fascism ambivalent towards parliamentary democracy. Take 10 seconds and think about what is it saying. Fascism ambivalence, इसका मतलब क्या होगा ये सोच के बताओ. Fascism ambivalence towards parliamentary democracy. Ambivalence मतलब yes and no. सोच के बताओ. Not very difficult. बिल्कुल सही. This is the idea, which means to come to power they will use parliamentary democracy. Both, be it Mussolini, be it Hitler, they used democratic means to get into power. But the moment they got power, when they started to concentrate power, they will destroy the very means to that. If you remember fascism, think of Mussolini. Nothing above the state, nothing beyond, and nothing against the state. Fascism talks about extreme obedience towards the state, extreme nationalism. They will dwarf the individual over the state, which is why sometimes it is said Plato seems to be the forerunner of totalitarianism and fascism. And the question is it correct to say that? आप बताओ, is it correct? इस सवाल में भी सेम चीज याद रखेंगे, that the similarities are superficial but the differences are stark. On the surface level it looks like दोनों similar हैं, but when you look at the intent, the process and the meaning, they are widely different. Plato's theory inbuilt है justice पे. Justice is built on 3 keywords. Functional specialization, दूसरा कीवर्ड का आभार, हाँ, प्रॉपर स्टेशनिंग, सेकंड, थर्ड नॉन इंटरफेरेंस. कीवर्ड चाहिए और फोर्स करेंगे अपने आप को, ठीक है. 3 keywords in justice of Plato, that's it, you have to remember, right? Now I hope you're able to know what is the ambivalence. Now who have inspired fascism, and I'm saying when they have inspired, the point is sometimes some theories have been distorted and used by fascist people. For example, when you see Hegel's state is the march of God on earth, this is used by fascists, but sometimes wrongly, that if the state is march of God, you cannot do anything to oppose the state. अब ये क्या है? Distortion है. और सोचो, apart from Hegel, हाँ, Machiavelli, right? What does Machiavelli say? Ends justify means. Good. 2 गए. और सोचो. Hobbes can be there. और 3. Rousseau's general will. 4. Very good. और सोचो. हाँ, Giovanni Gentle. What does he say? Correct. But what does he inspire? Giovanni Gentle is correct. और सोचो. हो गया Hobbes हो गया. हाँ, Nietzsche's Übermensch. What is that idea? The Superman, charismatic leader. So Nietzsche is a good point. याद आ रहा है, नहीं याद आ रहा है? और बताओ. बिल्कुल. Sorrells wrote a book, Reflections on Violence, and Sorrell talks about how myths are very important. And here racial superiority is nothing but a myth. And myths are important to fight and to raise public consciousness. But of course we know how have they been used. So fascism में अगर सवाल आया, this they have asked you, अब ये repeat नहीं होगा, अगले साल तो नहीं होगा, 26 में नहीं आ रहा, ठीक? This question is done. Second thing what they can again ask you is the intellectual influences, ठीक? Previously they've even asked you questions on, for example, nothing above, nothing beyond, that is nothing but what fascism is. We know that fascism is a hodgepodge of ideas. Fascism is anti everything, anti democracy. Fascism is anti anti-science, anti-rationality, anti-all, right? That we have seen. So keep that in mind. Okay. इस पे क्वेश्चन लिखो, just write a question. This is a very thought-provoking question. So can fascism re-emerge in the 21st century? Question में they can ask you can, they can also ask you has. इसका आंसर भी हमने करा हुआ है, if you recall. कैसे आंसर करोगे इस सवाल को? Can और has. इसमें we don't have to apply much mind. I'll directly tell you how Andrew Haywood answers this. In that he gives you two perspectives. One is Eric Fromm, F-R-O-M-M, and one is Nolte, N-O-L-T-E. दो perspectives हैं, ठीक है? पहला perspective है, the first perspective says, fascism is the inter-war phenomena. So that is rooted in history. That time is over, so fascism is over. So first period or first view says that fascism is a specific inter-war phenomena and it is a product of historical circumstances. Now those circumstances are not there, world wars are not there. Now, for example, Germany, Italy, France, EU में बहुत अच्छे relations हैं इनके. So the first thing is the specific historical circumstances don't align. दूसरा view है psychological. First view is historical, second is psychological. Second view says history does not matter. Fascism emerged because of human psyche. It emerged because of people's fear. And the people's fear was exploited by demagogue leaders. As long as such conditions prevail, if there is a fear, if the fear is exploited, fascism can again come back. Two perspectives, historical, psychological. Eric Fromm versus Nolte debate है ये, ठीक है? तो अगर क्वेश्चन ऐसा आता है, in that you can say that some critics argue that there is a rise of neo-fascism. अगर मैं बात करूं AFD, Marine Le Pen, some far right leaders, some people argue that they have neo-fascism. Yes or no? But ये सिर्फ एक, we can say this is just a claim or an allegation that is made. It is not the fascism of Italy or the fascism of Germany. It has some similarities, but there are differences also. So this question, if it comes, can fascism reappear? You will again boil it down into two perspectives, historical and psychological. Psychological may remember it can always come back if the such psychological conditions are there. So then it means it is not linked or tied to history. समझ में आ रहा है मैं? ठीक है? So fascism is that one. You can remember that major things. Feminism. Remember the four waves of feminism. Last, I think in 2025 you had a question on comparison. I if I'm not wrong, between two feminisms. But you need to know liberal and radical. Can you tell me the difference between liberal and radical? Right. So liberal क्या होगा? Liberal will talk about equality of opportunity, political participation. Radical क्या बोलेगा? Personal is political. Radical बोलेगा state में भी दिक्कत है. Radical will not be satisfied with the prescriptions of the current existing order. Yes or no? वो issue आएगा. ठीक है? So keep that in mind. So personal is political. You should know Carol Hanish. We have used it many times today. Radical में Kate Millett, Catherine McKinnon, patriarchy is there. इसको भी underline करेंगे. Ecofeminism, okay, Eubon, she is the, let's say, the genesis of this. Shiva here is Vandana Shiva, in case somebody does not know. And what is the idea of ecofeminism? Women and nature are closely related, closely tied. Okay? Feminism is the topic also in paper 1B and also topic in paper 2A. 1B में कहाँ पे है? In social movements, right? Women movements पहला. 2B में gender justice. वहाँ पे we also see Anne J. Tickner's criticism of Morganthew's 6 principles. Fine. So यहाँ पे be thorough on this part. This is a relatively easy topic, Gandhism, because it also gets repeated in IPT and also in paper 1B. Right? Hind Swaraj book का नाम याद रखेंगे. And he was a critique of modernity. Yes or no? Right? and he was a critique more of the, not of the machines, but of the displacement of labor by the machines, right? So he was critical of that, you should remember. Swaraj ko underline karo. Swaraj is not just political Swaraj. Gandhi Swaraj is wide. Swaraj also becomes Gram Swaraj. What is Gram Swaraj? वो है democratic decentralization. So Gandhi Swaraj is not simply that Britishers should go away. Gandhi का ultimate Swaraj क्या होगा? When the state goes away. And Gandhi believes in a stateless society. So you'll write यहाँ पे Gandhi is a moral anarchist. He talks about trusteeship. What is trusteeship? The people should help in the redistribution of wealth, right? But trusteeship, is it forced or is it voluntary? It is voluntary. Okay. Philosophical anarchism, state is a soulless machine. यहाँ पे गांधीज्म में दो चीजें ऐड करो, लिखो. देखो, according to Bipin Chandra, either in 1A, 1B, you have to write this perspective. लिखो, according to Bipin Chandra, Gandhi's methods reflected Gramscian WOP, war of position. Gramscian WOP. What is WOP? War of position. Gandhi, जब भी क्वेश्चन आएगा आपका गांधी, you have to bring in the Gramscian angle. First thing. Second thing, whenever the question is on Gramsci, you have to critique it with Ambedkar. Gandhian approach and Ambedkarite approach is different. Cause of both of them is similar, but Gandhi is criticized by Ambedkar. Okay? So you can also write compare/criticize with Ambedkar. You will remember in the exam. ठीक है. Next, so Gandhism we have seen. अब देखते हैं end of ideology, end of history we have seen. Very quickly I'll go through this. What is end of ideology? Who gave this? हाँ, अब देखो, many people get confused, which is why I've added the year also. End of ideology पहले है. 19 and 11 means 2 times the PYQ has been asked on this. What is end of ideology? Basically, Daniel Bell. What is the core argument in one line? लिखो एक लाइन, just लिखो. Welfare state has resolved the contradictions of liberalism and capitalism. Modern welfare state has resolved the contradictions of liberalism and socialism. इस व्यू को सपोर्ट किसने किया है? डेनियल बेल. ठीक है. SM लिपसेट ने सपोर्ट किया है. एनीबॉडी एल्स हु हैज सपोर्टेड दिस व्यू? WW रोस्टो. तो पॉइंट है, इन लोगों ने व्हाट दे आर सेइंग, व्हाट इज द कोर आर्गुमेंट? जस्ट ट्राई टू रिकॉल. कि मॉडर्न वेलफेयर स्टेट आया, and now the contradictions between liberalism and capitalism are not too much. So now ideology does not have a big relevance. That is the point they make. Fine. But this is going to be criticized by saying end of ideology, first of all, is the ideology in itself. Any other thing that will come? What is the criticism of this? What does he say? बिल्कुल सही. अब यहां पे फिर से आएंगे मैक पर्सन हमारे. Western liberalism has not resolved its own contradictions. Can we say this? बिल्कुल कह सकते हैं. ठीक है. Any other thing on end of ideology? And you can also see, इस क्वेश्चन को एंड कर सकते हो कि that end of ideology was further expanded later on by Francis Fukuyama in End of History. या एंड में लिख सकते हो कि ideology still remains a deeply contested issue. Different persons have different perspectives on it. Yes or no? So this is end of ideology. But इसका core context क्या है? That industrial societies don't have ideological challenges. Is that true? नहीं. In the recent times, what is the challenge to end of ideology? China. China is challenging the ideology or the hegemony of US. Pax Sinica is challenging Pax Americana. What is that? Ideology. Right? Rise of civilizational states is also challenging ideology. Asian values, clash of civilizations. So ideology still remains relevant. But some people say, अब ideology की बातें मत करो. अब बात करो civilization की. What is that? Clash of civilizations. So you can also end by saying that now the scholars and people point that instead of ideology, what is ideology? It is a systematic, coherent system of collection of ideas and thought. Beyond ideology, we have moved into civilizational states. Something of that sort can be done, right? End of history अभी आपने देखा. कैसे लिखोगे end of history को? You explain what does Fukuyama say? Liberalism is the end point of man's ideological evolution. Fukuyama was inspired by Hegelian idea and किसने इंस्पायर किया था फुकुयामा को? कोजेव. वेरी गुड. ठीक है. This we have seen. Now you will explain what he talks about, but directly you will say the attack on Fukuyama. 1989 when this happens, the very big attack on liberalism will be on 2001 9/11 US attacks. Farid Zakaria will say this end of history, and then you will see the rise of clash of civilizations. Again यहाँ पे same issues. China, right? 2008 global financial crisis. So liberalism is not the strongest ideology right now, right? Which is why Robert Kagan will say return of history and end of dreams. And why is the return of history? Other ideologies are now again clashing, right? Turkey, for example, Iran, rising in nature, right? These are points we can say. Open society and its enemies. ये तीन लोग enemy है. Who says that? Karl Popper. Why does he say these are the enemies? हाँ, अब लिखो यहाँ पे keywords. Not open to falsification, पहला चीज है. दूसरा क्या है? Very good. Essentialism, historicism, or there is a holism. याद है? There is a holism. You need to know the keywords. Why does he say these are people? For example, Plato will say you have to have radical reforms. But liberal societies में क्या चाहिए? Gradual reforms. So remember falsification. दूसरा क्या? Holism. HOLISM, holism. And then gradualism is there. Holism is there. Sorry, gradualism to counter हुआ. Falsification. Historicism. हाँ, three things. Falsification, historicism, holism. And Hannah Arendt will bring in the perspective of totalitarianism, ideology and terror, both of them combined. I hope till here we are able to follow. Okay? Now, I'll give you 5 minutes. एक बार quickly glance करो IPT and WPT. Major keywords are here. How many of you are confident in IBT, WPT? ठीक है. एक और चीज है, जो भी रिवाइज करेगा इन टॉपिक्स को फॉर योर एग्जाम, डोंट ओवर स्पेंड टाइम. ठीक है. यूज दिस टेबल. एनीथिंग एक्स्ट्रा दैट यू हैव इन योर नोट्स, इतना ही लिखो. मेन कीवर्ड्स. इफ यू हैव टू मच ऑफ कंटेंट, आईपीटी डब्ल्यूपीटी, आई हैव सीन पीपल राइटिंग मेंस. पूरा दिन में क्या कुछ पूरा दिन यूज किया, मंडे क्या कवर किया? आईपीटी डब्ल्यूपीटी. क्वेश्चन कितने आएंगे? 3. बाकी जो हमने 8 करे उससे पूरा पेपर आ जाएगा आपका. बट आई एम नॉट सेइंग इग्नोर इट. दीज आर वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग एरियाज दैट यू हैव इन योर नोट्स. ठीक है. आई एम गिविंग यू 5 मिनट्स. एक बार क्विक ग्लांस करो सारे कीवर्ड्स पे. People online, what is your status on IPT, WPT? I think most of you who are here would have seen my long class 10 hours on IPT, WPT. किसने करी हुई है? यहाँ तो काफी लोगों ने करी हुई है. ठीक है. Online भी I hope some of you would have done this. Now these are the notes I think जो भी जितने भी क्लास कर रखी है IPT WPT की, these are the kind of notes you would have made in the class. Every topic, every PYQ we have covered. This is how many pages? I think the student would have added some pages, but these are short crisp notes. तो जो भी IPT WPT रिवाइज कर रहा है, go through the handout that you've made in the class. आपने notes बनाए होंगे, right? धर्म क्या है? I've taken a lot of doubts, right? अर्थशास्त्र, state, सप्तांग theory, Kautilya's views, सप्तांग theory, etc. ये सारे diagrams बनाए हमने. अच्छा, Kautilya versus Machiavelli is again important. Okay, how can you tell me differences in Kautilya and Machiavelli? Similarities नहीं, differences. Context ठीक है, good. Time, history अलग है, ठीक है. Context is there. What is the difference in context? And ठीक है, और differences बताओ सोच के. ट्राई करो आप पल्लवी. हाँ, of course. So Kautilya's Arthashastra is more, I should say, broad, more comprehensive. Then anything else? Like how? Good, good, good. For example, Kautilya goes into different kinds of wars, different types of treaties, dharma yuddha, right? Asur yuddha, we've seen. So treaties, right? And he will go into the alliances, diplomatic alliances, this and that. Very detailed and very different. Yes. Okay, ठीक है. And you can also say, for example, in Kautilya, you see there is some aspect of the well-being of people, because he says, in the well-being of people lies the happiness of the king. That is nothing but yoke shame. Okay? That is a good point. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Okay? But Kautilya is not very explicit on this matter, right? There is some element of dharma in Kautilya, although the dand that dominates. Fine. Okay. अब देखो यहाँ पे, if you have seen this and if you have known, I will now just do. किसने भी पढ़ा है ये? पढ़ लिया आपने? अब I'll go very quick points. Any point that you want to write, you can write. Almost extempore करेंगे हम. अब देखो धर्मशास्त्र है. If you get a question on these three, right, you will write about what is their state about. In the state क्या है? ठीक? How are the institutions there? What is the king? Sometimes if you get a question, धर्मशास्त्र in IPT, अब आप सोचो इसमें लिखेंगे कैसे? ये Buddhist tradition of IPT. The most important central element is how the state is created. In these two, please write a term. State is quasi-contractual. State is quasi-contractual. एक और टर्म लिखो साथ में. देखो, origin of the state is to prevent मत्स्य न्याय. Origin of the state is to prevent matsya nyaya. What is matsya nyaya? Anarchy. Similar to Hobbesian state of nature. What is Hobbesian state of nature? Life is 5 keywords. एक भूल गए. Solitary, nasty. वो आगे बताओ. Which one have you forgotten? Solitary. ठीक है, 5 keywords. Fine. That is the state of nature in Hobbes. So what I am writing, अब देखो, this जो अभी हमने लिखा, this is known as a comparative sentence. In one sentence, I have compared the origin of IPT compared to WPT. What have we written? That the origin of the state is to prevent matsya nyaya, similar to the Hobbesian state of nature, where life was solitary, nasty, poor, brutish. Short. हो गया? एक तीर से दो निशाने. ठीक? Second, we have said the state is quasi-contractual. So I have talked about state. Then I will talk about king. धर्मशास्त्र में king क्या है? King has to uphold Raj Dharma. People have to uphold their dharma. In धर्मशास्त्र, two things are there. Swadharma, your own dharma, and Sadharan Dharma. Sadharan Dharma is for everybody. Swadharma is your own dharma. So a student has to do their dharma, king has to do its own dharma. Swadharma and Sadharan dharma in Dharma Shastra. We will remember that. Fine. एक और चीज है धर्म शास्त्र में या इन जनरल धर्म इन IPT is wrongly understood by many Westerners. For them, dharma becomes religion. But in our sense, what is dharma? Duty. And you will write dharma is close to Kantian's categorical imperative. Yeah, it is a duty-centric conception. Kant बात करता है Immanuel Kant talks about categorical imperative, and Kant also talks about duty. So our dharma is closer to duty. It is not religion. So dharma shastra mein it is duty centric and not directly religion centric. Some things to be aware of. ठीक है, बाकी चीजें ये हो गई. अर्थशास्त्र में ठीक है, you should be able to expand. Indian realism सप्तांग 7 limbs है. Mandal theory very important. Mandal theory is the geopolitics and geoeconomics, right? Of course, it is geopolitics. So enemies enemy, you know, मित्र, हरि मित्र. अब इसमें सिर्फ एक एग्जांपल लिखो राइट नाउ. अब इंडिया अफगानिस्तान. अब इंडिया अफगानिस्तान में कैन आई अप्लाई मंडल सिद्धांत? तो अफगानिस्तान बिकम्स इंडियाज, राइट. अरि मित्र, व्हाट इज अरि मित्र? और मित्र मित्र, हाँ, तो अरि मित्र कैसे हुआ? व्हाट इज अफगानिस्तान? इज इट अ फ्रेंड? मित्र, ठीक है. अरि क्या हुआ? अरि इज एनिमी. तो अरि मित्र क्या हुआ? एनिमी इज फ्रेंड. सो दैट इज इनकरेक्ट. So this is one thing we can apply. Shadgunya is sixfold. Yog Shem pata hai mein. In the happiness of the subject lies the happiness of the king. What you should remember additionally here for Artha Shastra is comparison with Machiavelli. एक ये याद रखेंगे, ठीक है. Any other question that come on Artha Shastra? Basically state etc. that you will be able to talk about. Generally they will ask you any of these things also. हो सकता है सीधे मंडल थ्योरी पूछे. When you write Mandal theory, link it to, in the last paragraph, current geopolitics, right? लिख सकते हो इसको. और यहां पे लिखो, देखो India's strategic culture, write this keyword. Who used this term strategic culture? George Tanham. George Tanham in 1992 mentioned India lacks a strategic culture. In counter to that, we say India has Kautilya's theory, for example. जॉर्ज टैनहम, आगे आपके एंड में नोट्स में वो भी मेंशन्ड है, ठीक है. सेम फॉर बुद्धिस्ट. रिमेंबर द इंपॉर्टेंट टर्म्स महासम्मत, संघ, डेलिब्रेशन. वी हैव सीन दैट इन डिटेल, सो अगेन क्विकली रिवाइज कर सकते हैं इसको. सर सैयद अहमद खान में यू विल रिमेंबर, आई हैव मेड यू रिमेंबर सम ऑफ हिज बुक्स. रिमेंबर 2 ऑफ हिज बुक्स, ठीक है. नाम बताओ, ठीक है. और दूसरी, ठीक है. If you remember any one book also, that's good. And here we will see his initial role, where he would say that Hindu and Muslim, they are the beautiful eyes, right? 2 eyes of a bride, etc. Right, the 2 eyes. But later on, his ideas will actually inspire the 2-nation theory. Right? His role post the 1857, then he wrote the Loyal Mohammedans, the book, right? That how they proposed loyalty to the British rule. वो और अब एस्पेक्ट आ जाएगा इसमें. तो दैट इज वन. ऑरबिंदो इज ऑलवेज इंपॉर्टेंट. ऑरबिंदोज बिगेस्ट कंट्रीब्यूशन इज स्पिरिचुअल नेशनलिज्म. अब यहां पे हम लिखेंगे इंस्पिरेशन. हु इंस्पायर्ड ऑरबिंदो? नाउ आउटसाइड एज वेल एज इनसाइड. ओके, हु इंस्पायर्ड हिम फ्रॉम आउटसाइड? हर्डर, हीगल, बोथ ऑफ देम. हर्डर एंड हीगल इंस्पायर्ड हिम इन कल्चरल एंड स्पिरिचुअल नेशनलिज्म. इंडिया में किसने इंस्पायर किया? विवेकानंद. ओके, थिंक ऑफ भारत माता. So both influences are the internal and external. And remember, Aurobindo's conception of nationalism is very broad. He simply does not say कि we don't want, well, of course he will say British rule नहीं चाहिए, but beyond that he will say we want ultimate liberation, which leads to Satchitanand, when the mind is totally free. That is Satchitanand. Okay, so basic idea is here. And again, we have seen, for example, Rabindranath Tagore saying that world will learn the message of India from the works of Aurobindo. ठीक है? revise those parts, at least remember some keywords. We've done this topic. Gandhi also we've done in good detail. अब मुझे बताओ, जैसे औरबिंदो में you remember you can quote रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर, और औरबिंदो में लिखो लिखो compare with DDU, MN Roy. DDU is Deen Dayal Upadhyay. Deen Dayal Upadhyay also gave integral humanism. MN Roy gave radical humanism, and he also spoke about, Aurobindo also spoke about humanism. तो औरबिंदो के कॉन्सेप्ट को कंपेयर करेंगे, DDU is Deen Dayal Upadhyay and MN Roy. MN Roy talked about radical humanism, and he also, Aurobindo also spoke about humanism. Fine. गांधी में दो चीजें जो पक्की आप लिख के आओगे, वन इज ग्राम्सियन पर्सपेक्टिव, सेकंड इज कंपैरिजन विद अंबेडकर. नाउ व्हिच स्कॉलर्स कैन यू कोट ऑन गांधी? नाम बताओ. आई विल टेल यू 3 or 4. लिखो, सिर्फ नाम लिखो इन स्कॉलर्स के, आपके नोट्स में होने चाहिए. आशीष नंदी, आई विल टेल यू 4, राइट एनी 2. आशीष नंदी, NANDY. Judith Brown, these are good Gandhian scholars. Judith Brown, RC गुहा, रामचंद्र गुहा. ठीक है, आई थिंक दीज आर इनफ. आप इनमें से जो भी आपको एक दो याद हैं, यू कैन टॉक अबाउट देम ऑन द एनालिसिस ऑफ गांधी. एंड यू कैन इवन, अच्छा, इफ यू सी योर नोट्स, हमने गांधी और अंबेडकर में वी हैव डन अरुंधति रॉय कंपेयरिंग, याद है, सेंट एंड द डॉक्टर एंड सेंट वाला पॉइंट हमने लिखा हुआ है. ठीक है, तो वो भी आप अच्छे से ऐड कर सकते हो. तो इवन अरुंधति रॉय एक्सेट्रा कैन बी ब्रॉट हियर. अच्छा, मैंने इरफान हबीब भी लिखवाया होगा, और मैं देखता हूँ मैंने कौन कौन से लिखवाया है. अच्छा, रेफरेंसेस या इन्फ्लुएंसेस, जस्किन जॉन रस्किन, हेनरी डेविड थोरोज, सिविल डिसोबीडियंस ऑन गांधी. बाकी इनके काफी प्रिंसिपल्स हैं. लेट मी सी, क्रिटिक हो गया, इंस्पिरेशन, भगवत गीता. अच्छा, वी ऑल्सो सीन दिस. अब देखो, गांधी is also criticized by let's say VD Savarkar. Gandhi is appeasing the Muslims, एक और criticism. A Marxist criticism of Gandhi will be what? That Gandhi was the leader of bourgeois class. बोल सकते हैं. So this is R.P. Dutt. If you remember R.P. Dutt, you can write about that Gandhi protects the bourgeois class. This is a Marxist criticism of Gandhi. ठीक है. अरुंधति रॉय वाला पॉइंट हम देख चुके हैं. The saint of status quo in her book Doctor and Saint. What is the saint of status quo meaning? He does not do anything. He does not challenge the existing structure. He just agrees to him. That is why he is called as the saint of status quo. ठीक है. बाकी तो of course ये तो legacy वाला part है. गुहा, why Gandhi matters, Gandhian methods, even right now the protests that you saw, Jantar Mantar se lekar, these are all Gandhian protests. Gandhian fasting that you just recently saw, and see the impact of fasting, right? So it can be applied for different, from Chipko to Jan Lokpal, etc. तो गांधी वाले में this is a topic, while I am doing it very fast, but go back to your notes. हमने बहुत short notes बनाए हैं इसके. This you will do, अच्छे से करा हुआ है. हर एक डायमेंशन करा है. गांधी ने क्यों डिस्ट्रस्ट करा था स्टेट को, क्या इश्यूज थे, लेगेसी ऑफ गांधी, दिस एंड दैट. वी हैव सीन दिस इन गुड डिटेल. द लास्ट वाले अंबेडकर में I'll directly come to these points. Gandhi versus Ambedkar, important aspect. Write down second, Gandhi versus Ambedkar. दूसरा, Marxist socialism versus Ambedkar socialism. Again, an important dimension. तो लास्ट में, if you have to quickly recall, you just need to know, अच्छा क्या मैं कंपेयर कर पा रहा हूँ गांधी अंबेडकर को. ठीक. एंड गांधी अंबेडकर में we saw one of the very good ways to talk about is again Arundhati Roy, and we have seen both the sides. Both of them were committed to the same ideas, but their methods were different. ठीक है. criticism of Ambedkar sometimes is, प्रताप भानु मेहता अभी हमने देखा, annihilation of class to perpetuation of caste. If I quote a right wing scholar, somebody like Arun Shori, he would criticize Ambedkar for being anti-national because he was more of a community leader rather than a national leader. तो अब हमें पता होना चाहिए किस किस चीज को हमें यूज करना है एग्जाम में. तो एग्जाम से पहले if I know अच्छा I have 4 or 5 options, 2 or 3 examples I will use in the exam. This is how you will write it. But goes without saying the basic points and concerns you should be writing. ठीक है. कास्ट सिस्टम वाला एस्पेक्ट ठीक है. गांधी के लिए आई यूज दिस कीवर्ड इन माय आंसर. इफ यू वांट यू कैन राइट इट. TDSPF is a constitutionalist, democrat, social justice, pacifist, focuses on fraternity. So this is an introduction, sometimes can be used for Ambedkar. Constitutionalist, democrat, focuses on social justice. People online following. When I'm saying pacifist, you should again remember Marxist socialism and Ambedkar socialism will be different. Ambedkar will say violence, he will not say violence. He supports constitutional methods. This is how Ambedkar is different. ठीक है. Last is M. Roy, that you will revise. Not, it's very simple. The most important question will be radical humanism. You have to explain that. In radical humanism, you have to talk about how it is different from other ideologies, like 3 ideologies: liberalism, Marxism, and fascism. कैसे अलग है इससे? ठीक. 3 keywords are there in this radical humanism: freedom, reason, ethics. And again, you will compare this with, you will compare radical humanism to DDU, integral humanism, or even to Aurobindo Ghosh, because both of them have a cosmopolitan world order view. Other than this, if I say M. Roy की intellectual journey बड़ी phases में confusing है. Sometimes he supports a lot of Marxism. Sometimes he is pro-Gandhi, then he becomes anti-Gandhi, then he becomes anti-Marxism. So his intellectual journey is also a question. So only 2 dimensions to revise in M. Roy. One, his radical humanism, and second one is, हाँ, ठीक है. So that is what you will remember. Okay. Take 2 minutes, please quickly go through this. Next topic हम बाद में करेंगे after you revise this. एक बार 2 मिनट में इसको रिवाइज कर लो, देख लो. After that we head for a break. I was hoping to complete all of this by 2, but थोड़ा टाइम ज़्यादा लग गया. प्लेटो में एक चीज प्रिपेयर करके जाना, थ्योरी ऑफ फॉर्म्स. They've asked you a question 2 years back, and sometimes people are not prepared for it. Theory of forms of Plato. बाकी चीजें, most of the things you know, philosopher king, state is individual, writ large, basic idea you have. Now also when you prepare Aristotle versus Plato. There was a question that was asked, Aristotle's critique of Plato's idealism. ठीक है. So that very well helps you understand both Plato and Aristotle. Aristotle में एक quote लिख लो, inequality anywhere is the cause of revolution. Inequality anywhere is a cause of revolution. Inequality anywhere is a cause of revolution. Now I will tell you, Plato, Aristotle have been coming. This year, higher chance of Machiavelli coming in. If you see the last year's papers, for some time Machiavelli has not come. ठीक है. And when you prepare Machiavelli, compare it with Kautilya, right? अब Machiavelli में main चीज prepare क्या करोगे? Basically what his advices are. Remember some of his important quotes. ठीक है. Discourses, virtue, fortuna, right? So basic idea you have to prepare. Sometimes he's criticized as the teacher of evil, a child of his times. What does Sabine criticize him? dated, narrowly located. You will first explain why does he say so, but you will also counter the same proposition of Sabine. Okay. Hobbes is, and in fact Locke are one of the easiest thinkers. Hobbes the main चीज क्या पता we have to know. You have to know the times in which Hobbes was born. It was a time of turmoil, and Hobbes says fear and I were born together. Hobbes' view of human nature is very pessimistic. He says man is animus dominandi. What is animus dominandi? Power seeking. See? Man is, so nature is in what? So one is this, second selfish, right? Man is utilitarian. This even Machiavelli says. You want to maximize pleasure and minimize your pain. And he says, and Hobbes is a social contract theorist. Life in a state of nature, war of all against all, nasty, poor, brutish short, right? And he simply says that we have to have an indivisible sovereign, बहुत powerful होना चाहिए. In fact, if you recall, he says, covenants without swords are nothing but words. Fine, this is what we know. अब Hobbes जहां लिखा है तो इसी के नीचे लिखो compare with Locke. अगर इस सवाल आएगा Hobbes का, compare with Locke. And with Hobbes, always remember individualism versus absolutism. This debate is also there. With Hobbes, remember terms like in the contemporary times, digital Leviathan. Okay? In our current affairs classes, I've also quoted shackled Leviathan. Right? That is a book or a quote of James Robinson. Right? So that is their first social contract theorist. Locke, सबसे important है father of liberalism. Other than these, सब कुछ पता होना चाहिए. Books, natural rights, government of consent limited, government, night watchman state, revolution. He also talks about a civil society. And C.B. Macpherson says Locke is a scholar of possessive individualism. We should remember. Now, when it comes to J.S. Mill, underlined reluctant Democrat, C.L. Vapor, reluctant Democrat, ये हमने देखा. Any criticism of J.S. Mill that you are aware of? Criticism, contradictions. एक तो reluctant Democrat है, और क्या है? Liberty and, but any specific thing that you recall apart from reluctant Democrat? ठीक है. Reluctant feminist also is fine, because although he says that he's a feminist, but in true sense he's not. Any other criticism that you recall? And if you recall, one is a reluctant Democrat, fine, but in fact when you look at, I'm forgetting, I think something related to liberty was also a criticism, because he divides actions into self-regarding, और वो भी बड़ा unscientific है. वो किसने बोला था? No, that is there. हाँ, अच्छा हाँ, ये लिखो, this is a good point. देखो, profit of empty liberty, good. This is Barker, C.L. Vapor. Remember them. This is a good way to understand. Why? Because it classifies the actions into self and other regarding, which is not scientific, and it creates the scope for state intervention. ये issue आता है, ठीक है? उसके beyond आगे क्या हमने देखा? ठीक है, subjugation of women. You can talk about, and remember that he also justifies the issues like white man's burden and benevolent despotism. ठीक? But J.S. Mill में you should also remember this Peter who denied his master, how he reforms utilitarianism. Yeah, the pig's philosophy, human philosophy, all of that we have seen. ठीक है. Marx में majorly we have seen Marxism, Marxist theory of state. Not much to expand for me here. Basic इसमें keywords याद रखने आपको: historical, dialectical, materialism, influences on Karl Marx. What is the criticism of Karl Marx? Simple है, economic reductionism, monocausal explanation of history. Simple है. And even Gramsci criticizes him. He ignores superstructure. Right? Gramsci की कीवर्ड बुक का नाम है प्रिजन नोटबुक्स. hegemony, civil society keyword, war of position important, maneuver, intellectuals, historical block, ये सारे के सारे keywords हैं. What is the criticism of Gramsci? Over emphasis on hegemony and superstructure. And in fact, every superstructure, if that is important, you don't know which is more important, which is less important. तो पहला क्या है? Over emphasis on hegemony and superstructure. Second criticism is he ultimately is again a Marxist only, so he also suffers from economic reductionism. This is a second criticism, more than sufficient. अब यहां पे खुद के लिए लिखो ग्रामसियन पर्सपेक्टिव इन आईआर. कौन कौन बताता है आपको? रॉबर्ट कॉक्स, COX. So Robert Cox is important, which tells you the hegemony of institutions through IMF, WTO, World Bank. And last is Hannah Arendt. Hannah Arendt में कुछ चीजें याद रखनी है. लास्ट ईयर अभी पूछा गया सवाल वीटा एक्टिवा, ह्यूमन कंडीशन. यू नो 3 टर्म्स. यहाँ पे 3 चीजें हैं, राइट? 3 नाम बता दो मुझे. What are the names for that? Then remember, first is animal laboran. दूसरा टर्म क्या है? होमो फेबर, FABER. तीसरा टर्म क्या है? अरे जून पॉलिटिकॉन, सबसे आसान है. 3 नाम लिखे मैंने. पहला क्या है? एनिमल लेबोरान. दूसरा होमो फेबर. तीसरा जून पॉलिटिकॉन. ठीक. विच इज द बेस्ट वन? जून पॉलिटिकॉन. This view comes close to Aristotle and even JSMIL. JSMIL will talk about participation, but उससे ज़्यादा जाएगा ये. Do we know this? ठीक है. Above, yeah, beyond this, you should remember this. ये सारे keywords याद रखो. Plurality, natality, origins of totalitarianism, right? How many of you know Eichmann? Who is Eichmann? And he, in his defense, Eichmann says, I was just following orders. And when we read about banality of evil, traditionally, conventionally, people think evil is carried out by heinous people. But her theory says evil is carried out by normal, ordinary people who do not apply reasoning in day-to-day work. Can we say this? Okay. Ultimately, power is acting in concert, right? Opposition of violence. So Hannah Arendt यहाँ पे use कर सकते हैं. Hannah Arendt का prepare power and ideology again. Power का concept उनका हमने देखा हुआ है. That question can be asked. Ideology can be asked. Link Hannah Arendt to Aristotle. Who is the influence on Hannah Arendt? 2 लोग याद रखो. Karl Jaspers, Heidegger. 2 main people. The influence on Hannah Arendt. And what is the criticism of Hannah Arendt? Heidegger, Karl Jaspers add कर देंगे influences में. Her work, it is some part of it comes close to Aristotle's civic republicanism. She is a thinker without barriers. Phenomenological approach use करते हैं वो. Criticism क्या है Hannah Arendt की? बिल्कुल सही है. And again, her work of power is divorced from the real application of power. In reality, power is about domination, and state has the main authoritative allocation of values. Or state has, as Max Weber says, state has the monopoly over violence. So her understanding of power seems to be naive, not nuanced. First issue. Another issue that you can say, another criticism of Hannah Arendt. Correct. Same cheese. The point we were making. Right. So point is, violence is the realistic feature of power. So Hannah Arendt actually ignores how power operates, not just in one society, but in various societies. So her understanding seems to be more normative and less empirical. That is how you can write it. Okay. So we've had a longest discussion on paper 1A. After the break, we'll start with 1B. And I will now divide my time accordingly. किन topics पे ज़्यादा time कम time करना है. This is how you have to plan your revision. ठीक है? I think I started the class somewhere around 10:20, 10-15 minutes. I was giving you an introduction. So effectively, we have taken close to 3 hours some minutes. 3 hours 30 minutes या almost इतना time लिया होगा हमने. ठीक है? I am discounting the initial part and then answering of YouTube comments, etc. तो पॉइंट इज व्हेन यू हैव टू रिवाइज, अगर आप 2x पे भी देखोगे बाद में जाके, इट विल टेक कंसिडरेबली लेस टाइम फॉर यू टू रिवाइज दिस सेक्शन, ठीक है? तो दैट इज देयर. नाउ वील हेड फॉर अ ब्रेक. इट इज 2:40 राइट नाउ. वापस कितने बजे मिले? 40 मिनट्स के बाद मिलते हैं. 40-minute break. Okay. In this we continue 1B. 1B में then I think I'll pick and choose some topics which are more important. Other ones we can go through faster. People who are watching this online, we have a break. We'll meet back around this time, so you can now also have a break. If somebody has had a doubt, you can just drop a comment here. Okay, we'll now resume. We've just completed this part, right? And now we'll move to paper 1B. In paper 1B, I'll tell you there are some topics which are more important than the other. For example, this is a short topic, but almost 2 questions you will get from this topic. Okay? At least 1 10 marker you will get direct. So we'll first start with this short topic, nationalism. And here also I'll tell you more in the sense of frameworks to be used. अब यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा approach I'll try to simplify also, not going in too much of detail so that we can cover it in the time. Okay? Other than this, the people who have made notes, especially अभी जो crash course में हमने हर एक के proper 1 pages बना रखे हैं, so that will be useful in your revision. Fine. Apart from nationalism, there are topics like local self-government. Every year you'll get a question on that, at least 20 marks. Then there are of course important topics like caste, religion, ethnicity. There are good topics like political parties. In topics को मत छोड़ के जाओ. You will get questions, social movements, again you will get questions from these topics. Other than that, a substantial part for which you prepare in GS polity also overlaps here. So topics like parliament, functioning of the executive, the judiciary, courts, etc. वो आप जो पढ़ते हो, even the constitutional, non-constitutional bodies, etc. is also an overlapping topic. Fine. So we'll quickly go through this. Indian nationalism wala part. Almost all the major topics that are mentioned in the syllabus have been asked as PYQs, right? So चाहे वो peasant movement, comment on satyagraha, etc. that is there. So let us look at our handout. How are we covering it? उसके up and above, if I want to add anything, I'll see. देखो, सबसे पहली चीज है, what are the strategies that have been used directly that is mentioned in the syllabus? First thing is you have moderates. Okay, what did moderates do? 3 P's. What are the 3 P's? Prayers, petitions, right? Now what is the issue with moderates? Couple of issues. Although they used constitutionalism, they used prayer, petition and protest. Issue क्या है? They were, let's say, very much, in some sense, they did not want to go against the British rule. Fine. So this is a challenge that we will see. अब देखो, we also know moderates like Dadabhai Nehruji, who gave the theory of economic nationalism. Again, इसको link करो Gramscian perspective से. This will also erode the hegemony of British rule. A British rule as being the Mai Baap. It will expose the real intentions of the British. Fine. In moderates, also think of S.N. Banerjee and write India as a nation in the making. This will be criticized by Aurobindo Ghosh. Aurobindo Ghosh will say that India has always been a nation. Fine. People online able to follow? All right. So let's continue. We were talking of moderates. We're talking of extremists. We also need to know the methods that they have employed. So extremists' methods will be more revolutionary as compared to moderates. We know Lal Bal Pal, we know Aurobindo. And Aurobindo was criticizing S.N. Banerjee's India is the nation in the making. Why? Kyun? Right, they will highlight the intellectual bankruptcy of the moderates. Pehli cheez. Second, according to him, India was always a nation. So if somebody is making a claim that India is a nation in the making, that goes against our own ideas and beliefs, right? It weakens our claim. Yes or no? That is one thing. So of course there is passive resistance. Now when we see Gandhi, और यहाँ पे Gandhian strategy and Gandhian approach is going to be very important. when we look at Gandhian mass satyagrah, and here you will notice the Gandhian strategy will change. In NCM, you will always remember Chauri Chaura. What happened in Chauri Chaura? Gandhi called off the movement, but as students of political science, this movement, the calling off was criticized by Marxists, saying that Gandhi was the leader of bourgeois class. He stopped the movement at a time when it was at its final culmination. Fine. Second, Gandhian approach will vary. And in Quit India movement, you will actually see Gandhi, or it will say do or die. And Gandhi will now use a call for violence. So इसमें आप कहीं पे लिखें अलग से that Gandhi's use of violence was strategic in nature. This is again an assessment, right? Strategic matlab starting mein he does not want it. Why? Because he wants to consolidate the base. Most of the people will come and join. But at the end, he will allow for the use of violence also. And Quit India movement, as we know, ultimately becomes a leaderless movement. But the violence in that sense as the strategy is supported. Then we know terms like STS, struggles, true struggle. What was the biggest contribution of Gandhi to the movement? That Indian national movement became a mass movement. That was the biggest contribution of Gandhi, right? Mobilizing a big base. STS is struggles, true struggle, that we have seen. Okay. Constructive program, हमें पता है. What is constructive program? Again for harmony, right? Hindu-Muslim unity, etc. Something we had already seen. Gandhian ke saath again goes without saying. You will, because this commentary is there in Bipin Chandra's book. So you will quote Bipin Chandra and you will talk about Gramscian perspective in the Gandhi. Okay? What is the Gramscian perspective? War of position and also war of maneuver. What is the difference between war of position and war of maneuver? Which is short term? Position. And what is war of maneuver? And right. And what is the benefit of each? No, idea is counter hegemony. One takes a very long time. Slowly. And then the final overthrow happens. Right? So you should know the terms war of position, war of maneuver, right? Gramscian perspective here. Now, here if we see the impact of Gandhi, major impact क्या था गांधी का? Mass movement, ठीक है? Mass movement, you'll remember struggles to, and struggle also tells that Gandhian was also an important strategist. He knew when to start, when to stop, and when to call off the movement. Okay? Now, we also have a revolutionary stream. So, of course, there are Bhagat Singh, Aine Bose, etc. A revolutionary may remember they had different methods to go about it. Fine. And lastly, you have peasant worker mobilization. ये सारी चीजें हमने देखी हुई हैं. If you quickly go through, and this is how we have done it. Strategies को हमने अलग से देखा. We have seen the assessment of these methods. Writing may not be very clear, but जैसे भी आपने करा हुआ है, political mendicancy, intellectual bankruptcy, extremist method. अब यहाँ पे if you notice how the write-up is there is who are the people, what is their method, उसको हमने expand करा है. Then what we have done is why it emerged and its assessment. So if there is any, for example, if there are moderates ka what is the assessment of moderates? Even though they were not able to have a full-fledged scope, what is the benefit of that? It sowed the seeds of future nationalism. So for every case, say constitutional methods. Lord Dufferin said INC is a microscopic minority, right? It has Bengali Brahmins. This is an elitist view. So what you have done in modern history will also be useful here. ठीक है, this time going through the crash course notes, so कुछ points हमने देख रखे हैं. Revolutionary strategy we were discussing. Okay, so again Anushilin Samiti, philosophy of the bomb, Bhagwati Charan Bohra, right? अब देखो, write a framework somewhere. क्या क्या चीजें हम compare कर रहे हैं? If you get a question, compare X with Y. Who are the influences? What are their key ideas? Key people? What is their impact? What is the criticism? What is the conclusion? Almost for any of these things, we can have a basic framework to write upon. Fine. And you will get questions like this. पहले भी सवाल ऐसे भी आ चुके हैं, हमने ये भी देखा हुआ है. Extremist, revolutionary can be a question. Moderates versus extremist can be a possible question. How can we compare? Who are the influences? What are the key ideas and the key people? What is their impact? What is the criticism? And overall, what is the conclusion? right? Now, I was telling you, for example, Bipin Chandra calls Gandhian phase as the largest and the most spectacular movement ever, right? So something of this sort you can add it. Same चीज मैंने ये भी लिखवाई आपको, Gramscian war of position against the rule of British Raj. Fine. NCM में again यहाँ notice करो, what is the basic strategy that we are using? Causes. You should remember history. What was the strategy used and what is the assessment? So clearly you can then write your answer. ठीक है? In this part, because it also overlaps with history, not much factual details करेंगे. Major चीजें आप कर चुके हो, जो भी आपके नोट्स है, जो भी आप कर रहे हैं, उसी के साथ आप क्विक रिवीजन कर रहे हैं. तो इसमें not much to expand on from my side. TDM देखो, after NCM you have CDM. TDM में one person I will remember. Who? Henry David Thoreau. David Thoreau's TDM, or the right to protest against unjust laws. This actually inspired Gandhi. And then Gandhi says, if the law is unjust, we will not obey that law. As simple as that. Fine. So CDM में ये याद रखेंगे, right? Basic history, historical facts. Okay. What happened? Gandhi Irwin Pact assessment. You can write that. Quit India movement. We say it is the most un-Gandhian of all movements. Most un-Gandhian. Why? Violence. Totally different movement हो गया ये तो पूरी तरह से. इसके characteristics, right? Least controlled, militant है. Gandhi's do or die. So, and even Gandhi's last satyagraha and Gandhi's, right, refusal to condemn violence makes it stand out. So if you get a question on Gandhian strategy in the freedom struggle, आप तीनों चीज लिख के आओगे. NCM, one paragraph CDM, and then mention Quit India movement as the most un-Gandhian movement. हो पाएगा ऐसे? ठीक है? That is how we have read and understood it. So that can be done then. इसको ऐसे लिख सकते हैं. Assessment of Gandhi. गांधीन, अच्छा अब ये चीज इंपॉर्टेंट है, गांधीन स्ट्रेटजी में होता क्या क्या है? व्हाट डज इट हैव? मास मोबिलाइजेशन, यस. स्पेस स्ट्रगल, एसटीएस, स्ट्रगल टू स्ट्रगल. हेजीमनी, दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट. गांधी's war of position and maneuver, that Gandhi will also help mobilize. He will do the counter hegemony against the British rule. Okay. And Gandhi has a very context specific approach. Okay. He does not follow the exact approach which was seen in Russia and Germany. He knows how to deal with the Britishers, right? He also utilized the constitutional space wherever possible. There was a Gandhi Irwin Pact. We can give that example. So Gandhi was not shying away from some dialogue, but he was able to put his concerns across. ठीक है? And here मैंने point बोलते याद रखेंगे. Strategic use of violence, Quit India movement. This is going to be important. Okay? तो ये गांधीन movement है. This is also a small topic, peasant and worker movement. But before I do that, just remember peasant worker movement में which perspective comes to your mind? Subordinate और उससे भी ज्यादा important Marxist perspective. ठीक है? अब देखो, जब भी peasant movement की बात होगी, how will you analyze and understand these movements? They were peasant movements in India, right? But were they able to unite as a whole? No. Many times they were happening, but they were more localized in nature. Peasant movements, did you see the leadership of Congress or did you see Gandhi? Batao. Yes, we did see. But what is the criticism in that? The criticism of the Marxist is that Gandhi will simply say for workers also and peasants also to cooperate. This will be criticized by Marxists. Gandhi's cooperation, will it reduce the scope of conflict? Yes, it will reduce the scope of conflict. So Gandhi is seen to be as somebody who is going to focus more on assimilation. ठीक है? इसको भी देखेंगे. Same we will see for worker movements. Now when I look at peasant movements, okay? Peasant movements में just you are reading history. Please tell me some peasant movements of India. नाम बताओ. तेभाग तो बहुत ही और कुछ. Okay, ठीक है. अब देखो, this you can divide in some parts. Till 1920s, INC was not championing the cause of peasant movements. And remember, Gandhian approach was this, conciliatory. So Champaran mein, you know Champaran, Then Ahmedabad, Kheda. Champaran, what did Gandhi do? Gandhi's, let's say, criticism is he's having a conciliatory, which means he's going for a compromise. He does not go for a violent or let's say more overthrow. This is an assessment of Gandhi. उसके बाद we have seen 1930s में Sajanand Saraswati, right? Tebhag movement. So some examples you should be aware of. And major चीज that you हमें याद रखनी है हमारे लिए important है analysis. Okay. So what we are saying initially, for example, if you think of Indigo Revolt way back, the movement had some autonomous character, right? Initially, Congress did not have any leadership in this. When Gandhi entered, Gandhi's approach was conciliatory, right? दूसरा तो अब यहाँ पे Gandhi's approach. And what did Gandhi do? Gandhi integrated them in the national struggle. So there is a peasant struggle and national struggle. According to Marxists, this also reduces the revolutionary zeal of the protest. Because now workers, they are peasants, they are not tied to their identity, but they are now tied to the national identity. So national identity will actually reduce the revolutionary zeal. क्योंकि आपके लिए nation ज़्यादा important हो जाएगा. Yes or no? So this is a criticism, right? Ranjit Guha said Gandhi was elitist, and in fact Gandhi urged the peasants to compromise with the oppressor. This is one thing I will remember, right? उसके बाद later on Congress Socialist Party, All India Kisan Sabha, some movements happened actually. That is something that we'll remember. तो बेसिक कुछ कीवर्ड याद रखने हैं और ये इंपॉर्टेंट है लास्ट वाला वर्कर मूवमेंट. नाउ थिंक ऑफ योर मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री. डू यू नो एनी वर्कर मूवमेंट्स? कुछ याद करिए बताओ. बॉम्बे मिल, ठीक है. एनी पर्सनालिटीज? शशिपदा बनर्जी, देन एनएम लोखंडे, और कोई? एसएस बंगाली, राइट? वी शुड नो कपल ऑफ इंपॉर्टेंट एग्जांपल्स. तो एसएस बंगाली, शशिपद बनर्जी, right? अब इसमें वर्कर मूवमेंट्स में you should remember Russian Revolution played an important part here. Now later on you had the AITUC getting formed. यहाँ पे भी same चीज है. Gandhi's approach was conciliatory in nature. Again you will see Marxists criticizing. In fact the same argument, rights were given to the workers so that they don't revolt as much. ठीक है? And issue है, a lot of movements they faced fragmentation, or some of these movements they were taken up by the bigger national movement. So worker movement per se did not become a very strong movement. ठीक है? So movement में problem क्या हो रही है? It does not have its own origin. Second issue क्या आ रहा है? The leadership, let's say, of Gandhi is seen to be conciliatory. They are not fighting against the oppressor. That is a common point that we are seeing. ठीक है? Limited leadership है, unity नहीं in movements में. So see, when you analyze these movements, talk about their leadership, talk about their cause, talk about their organizational structure, and lastly see whether they were able to achieve their objectives or not. Right? So broadly speaking, the Marxist critique is critical of peasant and worker movements in India. Why? Because they were not autonomous, they had limited leadership. INC or the Gandhi did not give them full support. That is the criticism. Clear है? So these are the very first points that we need to be aware of. जब हम इंडियन नेशनलिज्म की बात करते हैं, इसमें एक और एक सवाल आता है, ये मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा अभी के लिए. इंडियन रिवोल्ट ऑफ 1857, इज इट अ सेपॉय म्यूटनी और वॉर ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंस? व्हाट डज दिस क्वेश्चन मीन टू यू? Right? Now again, which means that the nature of 1857 is contested. What is the meaning of the nature is contested? Different people have different views. For some, this was an organized movement for independence. Right? Who says organized movement? They believe that India as a nation was there. But for some, for example, even Karl Marx would say 1857 is simply a feudal revolt. It is not a national revolt. सबके there are different perspectives here. So this tells you, इस question का जो पीछे का idea is that the nature of 1857 is contested. Some people view it differently. Not everybody feels that this was India's first war of independence. ठीक है? I think this is something we will be clear with. Okay. So Gandhian phase and this headings etc. we have had a look at. Okay, now let's come to this part. I think we have to talk about perspectives of Indian national movement. Okay, what are the perspectives of national movement? There are different perspectives, right? अब इसमें से भी if you see the most often asked question is the, for example, Dalit perspective. Fine. Now, if you have to answer, अगर आप देखते भी सवाल देखो, Dalit perspective, again Dalit perspective, Dalit perspective, 4 times has been asked back to back. Similarly, Marxist, they've asked you in the paper, right? Dr. Ambedkar said, educate, agitate, organize. Even this has been asked, and main चीज क्या है? Dalit movement in the recent times, if they've asked you. तो अब इसमें if you have to revise very quickly, अपने को पता होना चाहिए simple. How do I introduce this question? Any of these questions? कैसे introduce करोगे? Basically क्या है? हाँ, nationalism या national movement. Okay, it's a, I will say, multi-dimensional. It's a contested, a complex topic to understand. So you need multiple perspectives to grasp it fully. One perspective will give us a very restricted or limited understanding. ठीक है? सिर्फ एक पर्सपेक्टिव से काम नहीं चलेगा. अब इसमें let's have a look at perspectives में, the perspectives there directly in the syllabus: liberal, socialist, Marxist, radical, humanist, Dalit. Just like we have prepared an, let's say, framework for approach. अगर क्वेश्चन आता है, let's say सिर्फ the question is Marxist perspective of INM, कैसे लिखोगे आप? स्ट्रक्चर बताओ मुझको. People online, अगर if the question is Marxist approach, if I feel you are confident in this topic, then I won't spend much time. फिर हम इन टॉपिक्स पे स्पीड से कर लेंगे. इंट्रोडक्शन आ गया, ठीक. नेक्स्ट, RP Dutt. No, RP Dutt you are saying is, then you will see the key thinkers. So you will mention which thinkers are on that approach. RP Dutt, Desai, AR Desai, then और कौन लोग हैं? बिपिन चंद्रा, सुमित सरकार. All these are important persons, right? Now you will expand their views. Okay, generally what is the view of the Marxist perspective? Right? Correct. Traditionally we see, let's say, the INC or Gandhi as a bourgeois leader, bourgeois party. Correct. Then they counter this view. Correct. ठीक है. और कोई, anybody who wants to address ये बताना चाहेगा? कार्तिक. हम्म 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 क्रिटिक कैसे करोगे? अच्छा, how will you critique? You did not mention critique. What is the critique of the Marxist perspective also? Ultimately the issue is, देखो, one is economic reductionism, but in the Indian society what is the challenge? Caste या social factors are not exactly well included. ठीक है? Now let's directly come to this. सबसे पहले liberal perspective. Basic idea क्या है भाई? Modernism, nationalism is seen in a good light. Like modern, unifying, constitutional achievement, negotiation, etc. से मिली है. Socialist perspective is also there. There is Congress Socialist Party, Nehru, right? Nationalism and socialism, they fused it, and this is an important part, right? National freedom is incomplete without socio-economic. In these three, Marxist one is more important. One of the thinkers is RP Dutt, AR Desai, but इसे प्लस करके लिखो, दो और ऐड करो. बिपिन चंद्रा, BIPAN, बिपिन चंद्रा, कॉमा सुमित सरकार. Bipin Chandra, Sumit Sarkar, right? And also write, I think somewhere below, criticism of Marxist perspective. And for these perspectives, you have to keep in mind the criticism in general. क्या criticism होगा इनका? ठीक है, all encompassing बिल्कुल सही है, which means it even goes against the existing perspective, right? Then reductionist view, yes, basically, and then remember the social factor. तो चैलेंज यही है, सोशल फैक्टर को कैसे एड्रेस कर रहा है, दैट इज वन इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट, राइट? ओके, वन सेकेंड. ओके, ठीक है. यहाँ पे basically this perspective you should also know. Colonialists like Valentin Chirol, right? Dufferin, in सबका view, what is the view of colonialists? They will believe India is not a nation. Okay, it is just what? A mere geographical expression, but it is not a nation as such. This is the colonialist perspective. Socialist perspective में which person will you remember? Nehru के अलावा आचार्य नरेंद्र देव, JP नारायण. Okay, keep that in mind. Baki to not expanding too much. This is something that has been covered fairly well. You'll be able to summarize that. Marxist अभी हमने discuss किया. This is more important, right? अब यहाँ पे one more चीज है, one more thing. Karl Marx. Now he also said, for example, that colonial rule was something like a blessing in disguise. Why? It leads to modernization. And again, we see here that there is an acceptance of white man's burden, which also tells you Marxist theories are also Eurocentric. How they treat the West versus how they treat the colonies is different. So Marxism may be criticism, hai. Marxism is also Eurocentric. Okay? I hope we are able to understand that. Remember some of the important thinkers here. Second most important perspective is this, Dalit perspective. Okay? Now when I say Dalit perspective, what comes to your mind? Apart from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Jyotiba Phule, ab dekho, just remember modern history, right? Dr. Ambedkar, what his writings come to your mind? Annihilation of caste और कुछ? बिल्कुल सही, पाकिस्तान और पार्टीशन. ठीक है, ठीक है. तो जस्ट रिमेंबर एटलीस्ट वन ऑफ देम. हाँ, दूसरी चीज जो आपको याद रखनी है, सर आई थिंक समबडी मेंशन ज्योतिबा फूले. ज्योतिबा फूले से रिलेटेड एनी बुक, एनी इंस्टीट्यूशन? गुलामगिरी, वेरी गुड. दूसरा, सत्य शोधक समाज. ठीक है, इवन प्रीलिम्स में भी दे आस्क्ड यू दिस फैक्ट. सो वन इज दैट. ठीक है, ईवी रामास्वामी नायकर, आप बता सकते हैं. So what they will basically say, right? They will say that mainstream nationalism, they were not supporting it. In fact, they were supporting the empowerment of the minorities. Okay. दूसरी चीज, they will criticize on the dominance of, let's say, the upper caste in the Indian National Congress. And for them, ultimately, देखो, डफरिन ने क्या बोला था? INC is the microscopic minority of Bengali Brahmins. Almost same thing they will repeat. Elite bias. Fine. So keep that in mind, right? So they will prioritize, right? You have to eliminate the inequalities, etc. Dalit perspective में भी ध्यान रखेंगे. This is a counter hegemony to the hegemony of existing, let's say, Brahmins in India. So Dalit perspective will also have a hegemony element. People like Jyotiba Phule, Ambedkar, they were the organic intellectuals in the Gramscian sense. How many of you understand this? Okay? So that is something that we can add to Dalit perspective. Of course, we can talk about subaltern perspective. Directly syllabus में लिखा नहीं है, but if I go one step beyond, in the subaltern perspective, we can say Bhiku Parekh and Ranjit Guha. इनकी बात क्या है? What is the meaning of subaltern? Marginalized, right? जैसे कि if you look at the, what do you say? What is history? History is the story of victors. Generally speaking, yes. Those who have won the war, they write the history. But many times in the fringe, many voices are lost. So subaltern school will give voices to, let's say, peasants, tribal, women, any of the, let's say segments or any of the demography that has not been represented well. Okay? Same cheese, they criticize the Congress. So notice करो आप, तो इस perspective में comparison या criticism of Congress or Gandhi is a constant feature that you can talk about. Fine. So we can say this, criticized Congress for elite representation, right? INC के लिए, INC have given limited role and attention to the peasants or workers. That's the point we can make. Fine. So that is one. इस पे आ जाओ, radical humanist. Who is the person? Right. M. N. Roy. How will you write and how will you think about this? Radical humanist. ये सारे अभी ध्यान से करो, active recall. See, one is M. N. Roy. What is M. N. Roy's radical humanist perspective to Indian national movement? ठीक है, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. And when you write it, see, you'll have to talk about his views on INC and Gandhi. Views used to oscillate. Second thing, his initial, not initial, but you can say talk about his criticism of existing Marxism, liberalism as well as fascism. ठीक है. Indian support to the, let's say, Britishers etc. came along his radical humanism. तो यहाँ पे मेन चीज क्या बताएंगे हम, यहाँ पे इंडिविजुअल पे फोकस है. व्हाट इज मीनिंग ऑफ ह्यूमनिज्म? ह्यूमन इज एट द सेंटर. ओके, सेंटर एम्पावरमेंट ह्यूमन का है. ओके ओके. अब पॉइंट है, ही विल टॉक अबाउट फ्रीडम रीजन एथिक्स, ही विल टॉक अबाउट द इश्यूज प्रेस. यहाँ पे आई थिंक मैंने आपको ये भी लिखवाया है. तो दीप्त कविराज, M. N. Roy's work resulted in daring radicalism and tragic heteronomy. What is heteronomy? सुनने में बहुत अच्छा आइडिया है, but when it comes to operationalizing it, it falls flat. So he said daring radicalism and tragic heteronomy is something we can talk about. Okay. Which is basically वही गांधी के साथ, they have ignored the major issues of the people. So this is a criticism of Gandhi as well as Congress. Fine. Now, other than this, I think this part we've just had a look at. Pakistan partition, Jyotiba Phule, analysis of Dalit perspective. और उसमें भी ना, first major point you will always write how it improves our understanding. But Dalit perspective will be countered again by, like I told you, people like Arun Shourie, who will say what? So for example, anti, right? Or they are the leaders of the community, they are not the leaders of the nation. Something like that we can talk about. Okay? This is one thing you will say. तो अभी तक दो चीजें देखी हमने. सबसे पहले क्या देखा हमने? Political strategies. Strategies as seen in moderates, extremists, you have revolutionaries, गांधीयन के तीन फेज, वर्कर्स और पीजेंट्स. नेक्स्ट क्या है अपना? पर्सपेक्टिव्स. Perspectives, I am telling you, these two are very repeated every year. A 10 marker you will get. Fine. This is something. Third आते हैं making of Indian Constitution पे. Just if I show you the term making, what comes to your mind? Making में होता क्या है? Right. अब देखो. Just take 15 seconds. Please read this. Underline Granville Austin. Now I have a small tip for you. जहाँ भी space है, there are 4 or 5 people. You can always bring in your answers in 1B. पहला इंसान है ग्रैनविल ऑस्टिन. एवरीथिंग यू कैन थिंक ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन उन्होंने लिखा होगा. तो यू कैन think of, if you don't verbatim know him, you can still quote Granville Austin. First is Granville Austin. Second लिखो D.D. Basu. Second लिखो D.D. Basu. Third write Subhash Kashyap. Subhash Kashyap. Fourth write, for many questions on constitution, constitutional morality, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. You have to try to add them to your answers. बहुत जगह पे तो you already know. ठीक है. Then we'll see people like Upendra Bakshi, more prominently in judiciary, for example. इस पे लिखेंगे. ठीक है. Pradhap Bhanu Mehta, generally you'll see, will talk about a host of topics. Okay. Okay, Gaurav, good participation. Other people can also contribute. ठीक है. Okay. And people who are watching this online, please try to attend it as much as possible live. Okay, because again, the recordings here, like we've mentioned, will be shared with the people who are writing. Okay, now so we're talking of the making, right? Basic है यहाँ पे two terms I mentioned, legacies of the British rule. There are some good things, some bad things. In this part, legacies में यहाँ पे bracket में लिखो India versus China. And what is the meaning of India versus China? China में what happened? There was a proper revolution. But in India, what happened? TOP, transfer of power. So there is a different experience for India and a different experience for China. Right? Now, what is the legacy? Of course, there is the institutional legacy. Many things, council acts, okay, separate electorate ka issue, diarchy, 1935 act, which gives a lot of things. A lot of things are directly present in our constitution. Fine. A lot of the practices that we have are already there. Parliamentary habit, right? Civil services, rule of law, judiciary, many things we've borrowed. Inheritance. अब यहाँ पे एक और इशू है डार्क इनहेरिटेंस. फर्स्ट इज सेंट्रलाइज्ड कॉलोनियल स्टेट. यहाँ पे राइट हमजा अलावीज ओवर डेवलप्ड स्टेट. ठीक. We have emergency powers. What do emergency powers do? They can totally transform a federal constitution into a unitary constitution. Sometimes this has happened for prolonged times. ठीक है. Sedition era policing abhi bhi again linked with overdeveloped state. Bureaucracy very powerful. Right? This is the challenge. Any other issues of inheritance that we have? Negative? Sorry? Okay. हाँ अब देखो जैसे कि ब्रिटिश imposed a lot of negative legacies, right? Hierarchy, white superiority. J.S. Mill called this as benevolent despotism. We already are aware of. Divide and rule, institutionalized through various policies, right? Hamza Lavi wala point हमने लिख लिया है. And what police left, British left? Police state mentality, very coercive in nature. Official Secrets Act. All these are negative legacies. Fine. Other than this, what did we see? Deprivation, economic, educational. यहाँ पे भी देखो. If you look at Macaulay, and if you look at the education, what they wanted babus which were brown in color, but they had an English taste. So the system of education, rote learning, was built to satisfy the British interest. Okay? Basically same cheese. Macaulay's model, rote learning rather than critical thinking. All these are negative legacies. Yes or no? ये सारे dark inheritances हैं. Okay? In fact, इसके लिए हाँ, there's a quote also that will be there in your books, अपने notes में. Tagore had said, Britishers will leave a mountain of filth, dirt and filth, which will be difficult for the Indians to clean. What is this? This is a negative inheritance. है ना? The Britishers will leave a mountain of dirt and filth, which will be difficult for the Indians to clean. Right? So that is there. And of course, there is a positive side. Civil military separation. We have not seen military coup. Although for that we can say we have stronger institutions. ठीक है? Parliamentary practices है, rule of law है. So first thing is legacy. We should be very clear. Okay. अच्छा एक और चीज है. In the making of the constitution, one of the criticisms of the Constituent Assembly was that it was not a representative body. ठीक है? How do we address that criticism? और कुछ? You can talk about 1952 elections. Okay, major people came back. Other than this, कुछ ठीक है. Deliberation was happening. Yes. Anything else? It is a lawyer's paradise is also both. हमने ये भी कर रखा है. It is positive also and negative also. Lawyer's paradise. Who said Indian Constitution is a lawyer's paradise? Ivor Jennings. Okay, so that is something that we had seen. इसका डिफेंस पे देखा हुआ था. Okay, Hansa Mehta, different people, non-Congress experts were a part of it. Okay, deliberation था यहाँ पे. In 1952 में they had won the elections, and major commissions, including the National Commission to review the working of Constitution, none of them have actually talked about rewriting or may having a major change, which means whatever is there is a good part. Fine, right? Subhash Kashyap, K. Santandev argued almost hardly any shade of opinion was not represented. Fine. So that is something that we have had a look at. Basically, और इसमें एक और चीज प्रिपेयर कर लेना आप. This basic static type of topic, Government of India Act. What is the influence of it? Okay. So influence, many things are there, but remember, not everything colonial was a part of our constitution. We also had other things depending on our need. So sometimes a question comes that, is the Indian constitution only a mere copy paste? Would you agree? No, it is not a slavish imitation. Things, although Dr. B.R. Ambedkar said we had ransacked all the major important parts of other constitutions, but we have adapted them to our own demands. अपने हिसाब से हमने यूज किया है. ठीक है. Okay, and this is again what is mentioned here. If somebody says it's a borrowed constitution, we have borrowed institutions, but we have indigenized spirit. We have adapted and we have not imitated it. And here in the bracket also you can write Dr. Ambedkar. Right, and of course many of the people will talk about it. Ab Granville Austin, what does he say in the book Cornerstone of a Nation? Unity, democracy, revolution, सब कुछ एक साथ. Right, decision making is by consensus, accommodation. Now, if you recall, we see that Indian Constitution is foremost a social document. This is again what, who will say this? Granville Austin. ठीक है. Why is the Indian Constitution a social document? ऐसा क्यों है? हाँ, so इसमें ना, it does not just mention the various articles for equality before law, this and that. It goes beyond that. So from formal sense, it also goes to the substantive sense. So in that sense, it is more detailed, right? So that is the whole idea. अब यहाँ पे ये एक अच्छा पॉइंट है, लेफ्ट का क्रिटिक यू कैन रीड, अंडरलाइन अंबेडकर्स वार्निंग. We have political democracy, but we have social inequality. So Ambedkar said we are having a life of contradictions, and he said constitutional morality, it is not a natural sentiment, it has to be cultivated, right? और ये जो term है, this exact thing has also been asked to you in ethics. Constitutional morality is not a sentiment, it must be cultivated. What does it mean? It gets better with practice. Practice करना पड़ेगा, बिना इसके you will not be able to imbibe it fully. Fine. So that is one thing that you should understand here. Okay, so I think major things हमने देख ली इसमें, perspectives में, the parts that we had to look at. All right. Now, come to unit number 3. Now see, this is the unit you also overlap with politics. इसमें I will not be spending too much of time. Basic idea I'll give you, most of the things you are aware of. अब देखो, preamble, rights, duties, DPSPs, amendments, basic structure. Some things that are in the news also, I will tell you what is something that you can prepare on. सबसे पहले start करते हैं preamble से, ठीक है? Who says preamble is the horoscope? के मुंशी, ठीक है? Preamble is the identity card, पालकी वाला, ठीक है? अब this can be your introduction, तो identity card में लिखो पालकी वाला. Horoscope, के मुंशी, fine. Basic keywords we know: sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. इसमें put a star mark on 2. Secular and socialist, they are currently in news. There were talks of even removing these two words, secular as well as socialist. Okay? When I say secular, only the word secular, what updates things come to your mind? और कुछ करंट अफेयर्स में क्या याद आता है सेकुलर में? somebody saying UCC. Okay, anything else apart from UCC? Doctrine of ERP, essential religious practices. Sometime back in the very famous Sabrimala case, वहां पे भी हमने देखा हुआ है ERP. ठीक है, अभी के लिए just put a star mark on these two words. Okay, बहुत बेसिक क्विक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है जस्टिस से लेकर ये सारे कीवर्ड्स, लिबर्टी, इक्वालिटी, फ्रेटर्निटी. With fraternity, anybody recalls what did Dr. Ambedkar say with respect to fraternity? He talks about the Trinity, right? So remember that quote of Dr. Ambedkar on fraternity. ठीक है, तो उनके लिए all the three things are important: liberty, equality, and fraternity. So Trinity is very important. So that is something we have to remember. Now, Constitution not a preamble is not a part as per the Berubari Union, but Keshanand Bharati says, or in the case, it is a part. It can aid the interpretation, but does it have a legal effect? It has no independent legal effect. Fine. अब यहाँ पे you can also write, लिखो case Puttaswamy case. So when the case Puttaswamy, पहला वाला case 2017, what was the verdict in that case? Right to privacy is the core part of, right? It's a fundamental right, Article 21. वो कहाँ से at least inspired है? From the keyword dignity in the preamble. The keyword dignity in the preamble has actually helped in the verdict, the case Puttaswamy case. This also tells me the preamble can be used, okay, to interpret things, but not independently. And of course, it has no legal impact or no legal effect on its own. So one of the recent example I can say is case Puttaswamy case, right to privacy. So preamble में keyword है dignity. So dignity of the individual also means right to privacy of the individual. I can link that. ठीक है? So that is something that you will keep in mind. Preamble में 42nd amendment में insertions हुए थे. How many words were added? 3. कौन से 3? Secular, socialist, integrity. ठीक है? Okay. FR, FD, DPSP. इसमें से FR and DPSP are more important. Okay. Now, when we say FR and DPSP from even in polity and political science, main thing is the tussle that has happened between them. Fine. What is the tussle between FR and DPSP? Who has more powers, which should override? And this again goes back to the basic structure, right from the first Constitutional Amendment Act. कौन सा शेड्यूल ऐड हुआ था? 9th schedule. And from that, main concern is what? Two things are at stake. कौन सी दो चीजें हैं? You have Article 39 B and C, right, which talks about the social justice, right, reducing the gap, concentration of wealth. But individual के पास fundamental right है, right to property under Article 19, right to equality Article 14 and Article 21. So there's a clash between FR and DPSP. ठीक है? This clash again बहुत बार आप देख चुके हैं, पढ़ चुके हैं, right? चंपकम केस, right? गोलकनाथ केस, केशवानंद भारती केस, मिनर्वा मिल्स केस. ठीक है? In fact, in between also you have other cases also. But I think if you remember these 4 cases, this is more than sufficient for you to remember. ठीक है? What happened in the Keshavanand Bharti case? Basic structure was adopted. ठीक है? अच्छा, if I ask you this question, Indian Constitution is a law's paradise, कैसे आंसर करोगे? Indian Constitution is a law's paradise. How would you answer that question? First, how would you support that? How is it a law's paradise? Language is tough and complicated, very bulky, right? वेरी डिटेल्ड प्रोविजंस, तो आर्टिकल्स के फैक्चुअल डिटेल्स बोल सकते हो, और कुछ? यस, 100 more than many amendments, and back to back Supreme Court judgments and rulings. So what is that? All of that is supporting it's a lawyer's paradise. When somebody says it's a lawyer's paradise, it can also mean that ordinary people are not able to understand it. So first question it, should ordinary people actually understand it? It is not necessary. Why? Complex legal provisions को legally language में लिखा जाएगा. It cannot be written in layman language. That is true. But yes, equal thing is also true that you should have constant translation going on. Okay? Right now, if for example there is AI available, the case can be translated, they can be made shorter in volume. And in this question, you can also write the recent efforts of court, specifically in information dissemination. ठीक है? तो दोनों चीज इसमें बता सकते हैं. In our answer also, I told you about legal aid, NALSA. Supreme Court is doing e-courts mission to simplify the legal process. This is the second side of it. Okay. In fact, Upendra Bakshi will say that this constitutional overall literacy is very important to make things accessible in a democracy. और ऊपर वाले part के लिए we can talk about sophisticated legal terminology, detailed clauses are needed. You are working in a precise legal language. So you cannot simply have very vague, ambiguous terms which can be misinterpreted. So legal language is necessary, but at the same time, other steps are being taken by the constitution, even right now in the recent times. Okay? It has been translated to many languages, legal aid chal raha hai sab kuch. So again, that is the whole part we can talk about. Now, we were talking about this. Okay? There is a mention of fundamental duties. If a question comes on fundamental duties, what is the idea of having fundamental duties? Right? Civic republicanism, civic culture. Okay? First basic thing is this. Second thing, when I come to fundamental duties, on whose committee recommendations? Basic hai. Swaran Singh, okay? So those parts you can mention. Other than this, when I say duties, who can you quote here? Gandhi, okay? And we can also quote about the relationship between duties and rights. And Gandhi's views are similar to Lasky's views. Lasky talks about functional aspect. Duties and rights serve a function. And for Gandhi, duties cannot exist without, rights cannot exist without the meaningful exercise of duties. तो इसमें हमें ये चीज याद रखनी है. they have an embryonic form, all these things. So duties में basic GS तो आप लिखोगे, but in addition to it you can bring in Lasky. In addition to it you can bring in this also. ठीक है? So FR, FD, DPSP basic I think we have had a look at. Okay. Anything that you recall FR, DPSP में हमने और कुछ लिख रखा हो? Any additional dimension that anybody recalls? criticism है अच्छा खासा, ठीक है. It should be interpreted in the light of the preamble. Okay, fair point. What is heart and soul of the constitution? Article 32, ठीक है. Even Article 32 has been asked. याद रखेंगे. Not much to add in fundamental rights. अच्छा, what is the criticism of DPSPs? KC वेयर ने बोला है, आपने शायद देखा भी होगा. DPSPs are paragraphs of generalities, right? They are very general in nature, paragraphs of generalities. Ivor Jennings has said Fabian socialism without socialism, right? And इनको एक तरह से समराइज करते हुए यू विल रिमेंबर ग्रैनविल ऑस्टिन. ग्रैनविल ऑस्टिन की बुक का नाम क्या है? He'll talk about, he calls India constitution as the cornerstone of a nation. Name is cornerstone of a nation. And he says ultimately that both DPSPs and FR are complementary. This was mentioned way back in the Minerva Mills case. Minerva Mills case also highlighted the complementarity between the FR and DPSPs. Same thing highlighted by Granville Austin also. So both of them are important for the nation. So I think that is sufficient. Now parliamentary system, almost चीज लिखी 75(3). What is the one line definition of parliamentary system? और कुछ? Think and swim is correct. Collective responsibility and ultimately the main thing is responsibility. अब यहाँ पे लिखो just bracket में लिखो versus presidential system. Many times you read about. Same question है accountability versus stability. What have we chosen? Accountability. We have not chosen stability. Presidential system comes with faster decision making. But what have we gone for? Presidential. Sorry, we have gone for parliamentary. Why parliamentary? Accountability. Dusra, we had historical experience. We have a lot of diversity. So instead of quick decision making, we have prioritized keeping our diversity and having accountability. Okay? So parliamentary system, basic things you have to remember. Okay. Amendment. When we are doing amendment, you have to also talk about basic structure, because the parliament's process to powers to limit the to amend the constitution, it is not unlimited. It is limited by the basic structure doctrine as mentioned in the Kesharan Bharti case. So amendment may, there is always a debate that this flexibility and rigidity, the process that we have, we've had more than 100 amendments. They were just quickly tell me from 99 to 106. 99 is NJAC 100, Land Boundary Agreement Bangladesh 101, GST 102, ठीक है, NCBC 103, AWS 104, हाँ ठीक है, 105, हाँ लिस्ट, राइट. नाउ लिस्ट में क्या है? हाँ, now the state can also make it. Earlier only the center could do that. 106 नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम, ठीक है, okay. Now on the amendment part, whatever people we have quoted, DD Basu से लेकर आप इन सबको quote कर सकते हो, ठीक है. Basically, how is our process? The process has mix of flexibility, rigidity. We can talk about those aspects. Then there is judicial review. There is basic structure, ठीक है. Judicial review में and basic structure. Main thing to remember is the evolution of basic structure doctrine. Evolution of basic structure doctrine. Tell me 3 or 4 important cases. अब आप रिकॉल करिए, दिस इज द एक्टिव पार्ट. बहुत बार यू रेड दिस इन पॉलिटी. दिस विल बी वेरी यूजफुल इन पॉलिटी ऑल्सो, इन PSIR ऑल्सो. ये लिखना पड़ेगा. शंकरी प्रसाद, देन ठीक है, गोलकनाथ, केशवनंद, ठीक है, ठीक है. उसके बाद भी अगर आगे जाओगे, मतलब ऑफ कोर्स वमन राव विल टेल यू द कट ऑफ डेट, ठीक है. आयर कॉलेज 2007, राइट. LIC ऑफ इंडिया उससे पहले हुआ था. Basically, remember 4 or 5 important cases. You have to write that. If you're writing that answer in GS, make a simple timeline. एक diagram बना सकते हो. इसमें write that in a paragraph format. Fine. दूसरा, there are 2 things. There is a mention of judicial review. When I say judicial review, which articles come to my mind? 13, 32, 226. ठीक है. 32, 226, which is wider. 226. ठीक है. Now talking of judicial review, अब आप याद करो अपने commentary जो लिखे हमने. अब देखो हमने क्या क्या लिखा है. Anybody has the handout of the class? याला मेरे पास शायद इसमें नहीं है. आपने अच्छे से लिखा हुआ है? नहीं लिखा है. आपने लिखा है या लाए नहीं हो? लाए नहीं हो. तूने लिखा है? सब आज कोई लाए नहीं है, क्या बात है. चलो कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है. जुडिशियल रिव्यू में, अच्छा, I'll just maybe read a couple of commentaries. बाकी आप लोग रिवर्स राइटिंग तो बहुत अच्छी है तुम्हारी. You run this in the class itself, ना सीधा सीधा. Okay, 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 okay. I'll read out a couple of commentaries. I think Lavanya Rajmani, Golaknath case में, with one stroke the court denuded the parliament of its supremacy and gave judiciary a determinate role in Indian politics. तो लावण्य राजमनी हमने कोट करा है, उपेंद्र बख्शी को हमने कोट करा है, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू रिमेंबर जिया मोदी? हाँ ठीक है. This was that book, 10 Judgments That Changed India. उसमें से भी we have talked about. ये लाइन शायद हमने जुडिशरी में भी लिखी हुई है, दैट जुडिशरी प्रेफर्ड अनसर्टेन डेमोक्रेसी ओवर सर्टेन tyranny. This is a point that we've written for Zia Modi. ठीक है. जुडिशरी डिसाइडेड एंड्स मींस, ठीक है. बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर डॉक्टर, तो आप हमने काफी पॉइंट्स लिखे हैं. तो इफ यू फॉलोइंग यू कैन फॉलो फ्रॉम देयर. ओके. जुडिशियल रिव्यू, व्हाट इज द ओरिजिन ऑफ जुडिशियल रिव्यू? मार्बरी मेडिसन केस. ठीक है. ओके. आई थिंक वी आल्सो कोटेड जस्टिस पीएन भगवती, आर्टिकल 32 का कंपैरिजन है. ओके ठीक है. व्हाट इज द क्रिटिसिज्म ऑफ जुडिशियल रिव्यू? It can lead to judicial overreach. It can lead to centralization of judicial powers. ठीक है. Because see, judicial activism can become judicial overreach. Judicial adventurism, all of this can be a criticism. ये लाइन अगर कोई फिर से लिखना चाहे, I'm repeating it. Zia Modi's line. Judiciary preferred uncertain democracy over certain tyranny. Judiciary preferred uncertain democracy over certain tyranny. अच्छा, एफआर में हमने वो भी कर रखा था. इफ आई नो, आई एम नॉट श्योर वेदर यू रिटन इट और नॉट. Okay. We have many cases. Judiciary's involvement in fundamental duties, we have done 4 cases. Okay. इस वाले में तो यू फॉलो दिस है ना, दिस इज मोर सफिशिएंट. ऑलमोस्ट आई थिंक हमने यूसीसी पे भी एक डिटेल डिस्कशन करा है, पर ठीक है, वो मैं अभी यहीं भी कर लूंगा. ओके, सी बिफोर आई मूव टू द नेक्स्ट पार्ट, टू थिंग्स आई वांट टू क्विकली डिस्कस विद यू. टू टर्म्स, सोशलिस्ट एंड सेकुलर. ठीक है. देयर इज अ डिबेट with socialism going on. Why is the debate going on? Because India adopted neoliberalism. So people will argue that if India has adopted neoliberalism, has adopted LPG reforms, so India should simply say that we are not following socialism. Is that a correct assertion to make? Why? Okay, or kuch? I've also quoted Supreme Court Samtha judgment. In Samtha judgment, Supreme Court said, in India, socialism is not just an economic philosophy. Yes, socialism is the commitment to human dignity and social justice. अगर आप प्योरली इकोनॉमिक फिलोसफी में देखो, then you may confuse that we should change it, we should not change it. मेन चीज क्या है? We are committed to, in India, socialism. कहीं पे लिखो, in India, socialism is not just an economic philosophy. This is as per the Samtha judgment. This judgment मैं बहुत बार पढ़ाता हूँ. ट्राइबल लैंड था, and this is the 1997 judgment. The Supreme Court in the Samtha judgment argued that that socialism is not just an economic philosophy, but in India, it's a commitment to social justice and human dignity. Social justice and human dignity. ठीक है, अब देखो इसको, one thing is this, second thing is, see, India has adopted LPG reforms, no doubt, but because of the LPG reforms, don't you think the Indian state is getting more efficient? Now the Indian state has more resources to tackle poverty. पहले क्या था? We were, the state was doing everything and the state was not at all efficient. Now the state has more resources because it has now become an enabler, regulator. So now state is in a better position to tackle poverty, education and all the other issues. So adopting LPG does not mean our commitment to social justice has diluted. India remains committed. हमारे यहाँ क्या है main चीज, that education, healthcare will not be fully privatized. I hope we are clear on this. तो सोशलिज्म की जो डिबेट है उसमें अब ये पॉइंट लिखेंगे. सेकुलरिज्म में द मोस्ट रीसेंट एस्पेक्ट, उसमें लिखो सेकुलरिज्म में दो चीजें याद रखो, ठीक है. सेकुलरिज्म में पहली चीज आप याद रखोगे इज यंग लॉयर एसोसिएशन केस. विच केस इज दिस? सबरीमाला जजमेंट. व्हाट डज सबरीमाला जजमेंट टेल यू? टू वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स. बहुत बढ़िया, ठीक है. दो चीजें हैं. ये जजमेंट की दोनों चीज पता होनी चाहिए. सी, द जजमेंट ऑफ सबरीमाला इज, यू हैव अ डिसेंटिंग जज. कौन, क्या नाम है उनका? जस्टिस इंदु मल्होत्रा. ही डिड नॉट अग्री विद द जजमेंट, बट देयर इज अ मेजॉरिटी दैट विल सपोर्ट इट, इंक्लूडिंग पीपल लाइक जस्टिस दीपक मिश्रा. तो मेजॉरिटी, या फिर लिखेंगे सबरीमाला केस पुट अ डैश, देखो सीएम इज ग्रेटर देन एसएम. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मोरालिटी, okay, will override or overpower social morality या societal morality. ये major verdict है. But Justice Indu Malhotra's verdict is equally important. What does she say? ठीक है, and इसको और हम क्या बोल सकते हैं? She says constitutional morality sometimes becomes judges morality, which means over judicialization. देखो Justice Indu Malhotra, put a dash and write, constitutional morality sometimes becomes judges morality, which means judge के हिसाब से change होगी. This is the criticism. So if you get a question on constitutional morality, two things to write about. Who supports constitutional morality? Dr. Ambedkar. We have said, seen, अभी देखा, it is not a natural sentiment, it has to be cultivated. दूसरा, Sabrimala case, Indian Young Lawyer Association case, CM is greater than SM. And next thing that we've written is constitutional morality becomes judges morality, which means what? It is based on discretion of judges. Same problem hai with the basic structure. That basic structure is not defined. It depends on the judges, judiciary, whatever they want to add, wo ban jayega basic structure. Sometimes this can lead to a problem also. And the last thing on secularism that you should be aware of is Article 44. What is that? UCC. ठीक है, तो UCC लिखो बस. अगर सेकुलरिज्म पे सवाल है, कुछ है, विच पर्सन यू विल रिमेंबर? राजीव भार्गव. व्हाट डज ही से? प्रिंसिपल डिस्टेंस, फर्स्ट थिंग. इसमें आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग यू कपल ऑफ पीपल विच यू कैन टॉक अबाउट. डी स्मिथ बिल्कुल आ सकते हैं. आई टेल यू फ्लैविया एग्नेस. ये बहुत अच्छी लाइन है, लिख लो इसको, जिसने नहीं लिखा है. दिस इज अ वेरी क्विक वे ऑफ कवरिंग करंट अफेयर्स ऑल्सो. फ्लैविया एग्नेस लिखो. इंस्टेड ऑफ यूनिफॉर्मिटी ऑफ लॉज, Flavia Agnes, AGNES. Right? Instead of uniformity of laws, there should be uniformity of rights. There should be uniformity of rights. एक और लिख सकते हो निवेदिता मेनन, देखो यूनिफॉर्मिटी डज नॉट ऑटोमेटिकली प्रोड्यूस इक्वालिटी, यूनिफॉर्मिटी डज नॉट automatically produce equality. And lastly, we can also quote Faizan Mustafa. देखो broadly speaking जो conclusion होगा इस टॉपिक इस क्वेश्चन का, one is you don't want your forceful uniformity, what you want is a stakeholder based approach. So ultimately Faizan Mustafa will say the same thing. So Faizan Mustafa may just write down deliberation and multi stakeholder consultation. This is exactly what law commission also says. So write deliberation and multi stakeholder consultation, deliberation multi stakeholder consultation. ठीक है, तो दिस पार्ट जो हमने बचा हुआ हम यहां से देखेंगे. ओके, नाउ quickly I'm giving you 2 minutes, please go through this part. And now here a couple of only on the parliament part I'll add, और एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट में I'll add, बाकी चीजें you will revise from your basic polity notes. In this underline James Maynard, we've seen issues of PMO centralization coming in. हाँ, जेम्स मेरे वाले पॉइंट में ये है कि द पॉइंट इज व्हेन यू लुक एट द प्राइम मिनिस्टर फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट, ओके, यहाँ पे भी देयर इज एन इशू ऑफ PMO getting PMO, if that is getting more powerful, the power of this prime minister form of government will decline. So if the executive in this sense becomes more powerful, the role that was imagined for the prime minister real form of government, that will change. That becomes deinstitutionalized. Same James Maynard will also talk about in local self government also. We quoted James Maynard. Okay? That is the issue of deinstitutionalization. The actual institution becomes less powerful, and if same issue हमने वहां पे पढ़ा है, MEA versus PMO. MEO का क्या हो रहा है? The role is declining, and PMO is becoming more powerful. NSC, the National Security Council, NSA becoming more powerful. Okay. Now, इसमें आया Parliament. What you are seeing here is a very important thing known as the decline of Parliament. Underline करो decline of Parliament. अब यहाँ पे couple of things हैं वो याद रखेंगे, ठीक? लिखो 18th LS, very simple couple of facts I'll tell you जो आप एग्जाम में लिख पाओ. 18th लोकसभा. Now, how many MPs are facing criminal charges? How many percentage? तो पहले देखो 18th LS dash 46% criminal charges. How many are facing serious criminal charges? 31%. 31% serious criminal charges. जब भी ये पॉइंट लिखोगे क्रिमिनलाइजेशन का, हु विल यू कोट? मिलन वैष्णव, द बुक व्हेन क्राइम पेज. मिलन वैष्णव, one of his prominent books is this, When Crime Pays. Money and muscle power in Indian politics. Now this directly also overlaps with the topic of political parties. When crime praised, तो किसको लिंक करोगे? मनी एंड मसल पावर, पहला चीज. फाइन. Now we have seen these issues. Sittings have reduced. Ordinance Raj. What is Ordinance Raj? Ordinance was never used to substitute ordinary lawmaking. They were only be used as the emergency measure. But Ordinance Raj is happening. Okay, that is a challenge. Anti-defection balancing effect. What is the issue? Does anti-defection law silence individual parliamentarians? Right? How come? Whip, which means they have to toe the party lines. They may not agree exactly with the party, so their individual responses are overshadowed by the collective party responses. Do we understand this? Yes. So anti-defection law is also one issue. Okay. Committee is getting bypassed. Which committees? Parliamentary committees. Lesser bills are being referred to that. Fine. ठीक है, ये सब हम देख चुके हैं अच्छे से पहले भी. Disruptions हो रहे हैं. Decline of Parliament. Okay. अब यहाँ पे लिखो JL Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru. Parliament is the temple of democracy. Parliament is the temple of democracy. Full stop. अब now we will write our line. देखो, debates are rare and informed debates are rarer. ठीक है, debates are rare, informed debates are rarer. So deliberative, what is parliament about? It is a deliberative chamber. Deliberate आप कर ही नहीं पा रहे हो. That's a big issue. Fine. Of course, ये सारे individual points भी question बन सकते हैं. That detailing is would be there in your notes. वहां से पढ़ेंगे. Supreme Court पे आते हैं. Very quickly we'll see and remember. What should you remember in Supreme Court? At least 2 questions you will get on judiciary in the exam. 2 सवाल मिलेंगे आपको. ठीक है? हो सकता है there is one 10 marker, but you will often see 115 or a 20 marker on judiciary. Right? Now, what can be possible question on judiciary? सोच के बताओ. एक क्वेश्चन एक्टिविज्म पे हो सकता है, या रिव्यू पे हो सकता है, और वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट, दिस इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया. ऑल्दो लास्ट पिछले साल उन्होंने पूछ लिया है ईसीआई पे सवाल. एनी बॉडी विल फेस द इश्यू ऑफ independence versus accountability, and more so judiciary will face this scrutiny. Independence versus accountability. Fine. Now, in Supreme Court, I think I'll go through a couple of scholars and lines जो भी important आपको, if you already have it, excellent. एक तो important line, just like everywhere it can be used, Lord Bryce, there is no better test of governance than the state of its judiciary. Okay, that can be used as an introduction. There is no better test of governance than the state of its judiciary. Okay. अब यहाँ पे पहला पॉइंट यहाँ पे लिखेंगे, लिखो, just write down appointment to judiciary. What is the issue in appointments? Opaque system. हमने सुना एक term, no imperium in imperio. What is the meaning of that? Empire within empire. ठीक है? In fact, but in this case there is a problem. तो पहला इशू अपॉइंटमेंट का. पहला है the process is opaque. Second, what is the gender representation? Gender and minorities are not effectively represented, so there is a bias. We say terms like uncle judges syndrome, right? Just write the term appointments. You can again talk about it. अब जुडिशरी में बेसिकली आई एम सेइंग हु कैन यू कोट, कोई भी प्रोमिनेंट एक्सपर्ट्स नाम लिख लो. यू कैन कीप ऑन चेंजिंग देम. उपेंद्र बख्शी सबसे ऊपर, This is the spelling, BAXI, Upendra Bakshi. Second, you write Lavanya Rajmani. Arguments change करके broadly they will say the same thing. So which is why I'm not making you rectify only one line. Upendra Bakshi, Lavanya Rajmani. Okay. Third, right, Pali S. Nariman. In fact, if I recall correctly, judicial appointments या activism मैंने आपको इनका point लिखवाया है as a criticism. Initially he supported the system and then he criticized it. Pali S. Nariman. But सबसे बड़ा issue, what all of them ultimately say, is the issue of lack of transparency in the system. सबसे बड़ा issue क्या है appointment में? Lack of transparency. Okay, which he also criticizes. Initially he was supporting the process. Around the third judge's case, he's supporting it. But later on in his book, when he writes, he simply says the system has become, right, self-serving. So he later on became a critic. Okay. Second, देखो JA, judicial activism. Now here we'll do a recall. Tell me cases, good important cases for judicial activism. कौन से cases हैं? And then I'll ask you judicial overreach. ये सब हमने लिखा हुआ है. विशाखा गाइडलाइंस, ठीक है. और ओल्गा टेलिस. व्हाट इज द ओल्गा टेलिस केस? अब देखो, हमने शायद क्लास में 8 केसेस लिखे हैं. आई विल रीड देम आउट वेरी क्विकली. ऑफ कोर्स स्टार्ट हुआ था एसपी गुप्ता केस से. रिलैक्सेशन ऑफ लोकस स्टैंडाई. हुसैनैरा खातून केस. व्हाट इज दैट केस? अंडर ट्रायल प्रिजनर्स राइट टू स्पीडी ट्रायल. हुसैनैरा खातून केस. थर्ड, ओल्गा टेलिस केस, राइट टू लाइवलीहुड. फोर्थ, एमसी मेहता केस, पोल्यूशन एनवायरमेंट. विशाखा गाइडलाइंस, ठीक है, ठीक है. विनीत नारायण केस, कंटिन्यूइंग मैंडेमस एंड सीबीआई रिफॉर्म. जो बैठ के भी आप यू आर लाफिंग, इट इज देयर इन नोट. याद नहीं है तुम्हें? याद है तो बोलो फिर. ठीक है, आई नो थोड़ा सा अब इसमें आई कैन नॉट डू मच. दिस ऑल आई कैन नॉट मेक यू राइट ऑल ऑफ दिस अभी राइट नाउ. भोपाल गैस ट्रेजेडी आल्सो वी हैव डन. इसी में we've written mass tort, okay, mass tort justice, liability, and the last thing we've also seen, all this is the case of activism. ठीक है. In fact, activism, the best example is again Upendra Bakshi. He says with activism, Supreme Court has become Supreme Court of Indians. From Supreme Court of India, it has become a Supreme Court of Indians. Just quickly, out of I think 6 or 7 cases I have said, 4 cases याद कर लो. बताओ कौन से 4 cases बोले मैंने? ओल्गा टेलिस और हुसैनैरा खातून, एमसी मेहता और विशाखा गाइडलाइंस. At least remember some of them. You will have to substantiate it. Fine. This is there. What are examples of overreach? Liquor ban, highways. Choksy case. What is the Choksy case? What is the Choksy case? सबने करा है, सबने. It is related to nationalism. Nationalism, standing up, national anthem. Choksy case, ठीक है. Cancellation of coal block allocation, again related to this. ठीक है. Now, one last thing before we end the topic of judiciary. ये judicial activism. What is the support for judicial activism? यार पूरा आंसर प्रिपेयर करके जाना. You will get something like this in the exam. हाँ. What is the support for judicial activism? Blessing in disguise, ठीक है. अब देखो इसको, we have seen this in 3 formats. इस आंसर को. First, I have told you about Justice Stanley Reed and Justice P.N. Bhagwati, who say an activist judiciary is needed. Then we have gone into the views of Upendra Bakshi. ठीक है. We have seen a democratic justification. काफी कुछ देख रखा है. Supreme Court of India, In fact, if you recall, Indian judiciary is performing chemotherapy on carcinogenic elements in the Indian politics. Okay, this is again Upendra Bakshi. Okay, now this you can keep. Many points already. अब इसको अच्छे से प्रिपेयर करना जुडिशरी वाले पार्ट को. All right. So one is appointment. Second one is activism and overreach. Overreach can be, you need to know the examples. Examples directly you can write in GS. How would you differentiate a PSIR answer? Commentary. Right? More judgments, more better use of keywords. Often you ask how to differentiate. So especially those of you who have done the crash course, आप लोग के पास सारे judgments, linkages बहुत अच्छा enriched content है. Follow करिएगा, notes अपने देखिएगा. Anybody again writing, follow your sources because now you have very limited time. I would not ask you to change your source. Right? And last thing is judicial reforms. Judicial reforms are on different levels. Okay? Can you give me just a basic idea of what is judicial reforms? सब सेम चीज अपॉइंटमेंट में चेंज करना पड़ेगा और एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स इन द जुडिशरी राइट pendency of cases se lekar and all of that you need to know what solutions are there on that front. For example, national data judicial grid, then e-courts, right, access to justice, right, ADR se lekar kafi cheezein, fast track courts, many things that are being done. You should have an idea. Okay, but to write these points you can write any of these luminaries, the names that I have told you. Broadly speaking, they have talked about some major issues. तो अभी एक चीज अगर समझो, even though you don't exactly know what Police Nariman would have said anything, but you can rephrase a basic decent point. अब ऐसा नहीं है कोई बहुत recent something जो अभी हुई है and you now quote his name, then that will be wrong. But if you talk about essence and philosophy and then you use the name, that can be done. ठीक है? All right. Okay, fair. I think this we've had a look at because this is more theoretical in nature, so I'm not going into too much detail here. Short topic but very important, local self government. अब देखो local self government पे I'll not be spending more than 10 minutes, but that is sufficient to understand the whole topic. LSG जैसे ही दिखेगा हमें, what should strike in my mind? गांधी जी, पहली चीज. Second, और सोचो, Article 40, 73rd, 74th, then चलो specific articles like 243, that's also good. Anything else? अब देखते हैं इसमें कुछ चीजें. ठीक है, दिस इज वेरी वेल कवर्ड दैट वी हैव डन. कुछ कीवर्ड्स है, डेमोक्रेटिक डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन, प्रिंसिपल ऑफ सब्सिडियरिटी, ओके, डीपनिंग ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी, गांधीयन रामराज, ग्राम स्वराज, and Gandhian Swaraj में Gandhian Gram Swaraj, we'll talk about this part. Fine. Now, why grassroots democracy matters? क्यों? Just see the keywords: participation, accountability, inclusion, responsive governance, democratic deepening. ठीक है? I will be linking more scholars as I move along. Who has supported the idea of grassroots participation? Many people. Gandhi himself, M.N. Roy, J.P. Narayan, Ram Manohar Rohiya, Hannah Arendt, okay, and of course commissions like second ARC, Sarkaria Agenda, all of them support the idea of democratic decentralization, public participation, grassroots. ये factual part है. Balwant Rai committee, this committee, not going in this detail. LM Singhvi, what all happened, you are aware of. Directly I'll go to 73rd से ज्यादा हम इन चीजों पे आएंगे अभी. ठीक है, 73rd में what actually happened, some important articles have come into being, okay, right from 3 tier system, reservation. Now you should prepare this. Why? Sometimes a direct factual question PSIR comes, आपको लिखना पड़ता है एक्ट के बारे में. okay, अगर हमें आर्टिकल्स नहीं याद होंगे, at least we'll miss out on 1 or 2 marks, because analysis I am sure you can do, but some factual details you should know. So just remember some keywords, what the act entails. Fine. There's a linkage between good governance and grassroots democracy. अब यहाँ पे फॉर एग्जाम्पल दिस इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट, local people they understand. अब यहाँ पे I'll tell you 3 or 4 scholars which are very important people on local self government. तो जो स्पेस है अपना हम वहां पे लिखेंगे. पहले लिखो जेम्स मेनर, और ये लाइन बड़ी पावरफुल है. PRIs improve both upward flow of information and downward flow of schemes. Upward and downward. PRI improve upward flow of information and downward flow of schemes. तो पहला इंसान जो हमने कोट करा, ठीक है, जेम्स मेनर यहाँ पे, which simply means local people understand the problems better. You've seen the web series Panchayat, right? So that is first thing. Second लिखो, तो इंफॉर्मेशन हो गया. सेकंड लिखो पार्टिसिपेशन. सेकंड लिखो नीरजा गोपाल जयाल. नीरजा नीरजा गोपाल जयाल देखो women's participation has improved political awareness and public confidence. So representation में we can quote नीरजा गोपाल जयाल. Participation, public political awareness. First she will praise it, but she will also criticize it. We will know things like Panchayat Pati syndrome, Sarpanch Pati syndrome. That is the criticism part of it. Fine. So James Mayer देखा भी हमने. One second we have seen is नीरजा गोपाल जयाल. ठीक है. Two things that we have quoted. तीसरा लिखेंगे a very important person, Elinor Armstrong, Nobel Prize recipient, and a very specific work. Elinor Armstrong, ये सारे चीज you can write it directly in local self government. Elinor Armstrong, write the name. And what will you write it? लिखो लिखो local self government leads to solutions. LSG leads to solutions that are better tailored to local conditions. She got a Nobel Prize in 2009 for this theory only. Local self-government leads to solutions that are better tailored to local conditions. ठीक है. Right now, other people that you can quote on Panchayati Raj will be Amartya Sen. Amartya Sen will say Panchayati Raj is closer to people, can actually help in capacity building as seen in Kerala. So Kerala और Amartya Sen को साथ में ला सकते हो. That can be something that you can quote. Because see, everybody will write an answer on local self government. We already know that. How to improve it, that we have to think about. ठीक है. Second, one good example. Some of you will know Esther Duflo. कहाँ सुना है? With Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo. The book. What is the name of the book? Book Economics. Now, normally we say that women, when they are the leaders, when women participate, they spend money in better social projects. इस सेम चीज को अगर मुझे स्कॉलर्स के साथ बोलना है, तो देयर इज अ स्टडी, चट्टोपाध्याय एंड डफलो, women leaders tend to invest more in issues relevant to women needs, which also helps you understand that there should be more women. अब ये आप डायरेक्टली लिख सकते हो 106th constitutional amendment, नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम, and you can also write it at the local level, right? Chattopadhyay and Duflo. Duflo is Esther Duflo, Duflo. These are the 4 points that I will ask you to remember and write in the exam. I can give you 10 more lines, but सब नहीं लिख पाओगे आप. लास्ट के समय में इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें दिमाग में रखनी है हमें. Women leaders tend to invest more in issues relevant to women needs, and you can also paraphrase it to social needs. So that means women leaders will spend money responsibly. Right? If this is clear, हमें पता चल गया what this can do. Local self-government is helpful. Fine. Now just above your page, जहाँ पे ऊपर से थोड़ा सा स्पेस है, एक छोटा सा कीवर्ड लिख लो, mnemonic. 8 keywords are there. The LSG is linked to good governance. Good governance is linked to this. Good governance पे World Bank के 8 keywords हैं ऊपर आपके सामने. PCRA tree, right? Participation, consensus, R is responsive, A is accountability, T is transparency. दूसरा R क्या है? Good. Rule of law. 2 E's are there. One is efficiency, one is efficiency, one is effectiveness. ठीक है, इसको लिख लो. अब ये कीवर्ड्स आप अपनी तरह से यूज करो कहां पे भी. P is participatory, C is consensus oriented, R is responsive, A is accountability, T is transparency, दूसरा R है rule of law. बोथ जो दोनों ईज है कौन कौन से एक बार बताना मुझे. वन इज इफेक्टिव, एफिशिएंट भी इफेक्टिव भी, चलो ठीक है. वन इज एफिशिएंट एंड वन इज इफेक्टिव. नाउ दिस यू कैन डायरेक्टली यूज. एक बार चेक कर लो, जस्ट टेल मी, जस्ट चेक वंस एंड टेल मी. ये अब यहाँ पे भी लिखा होगा, लेट मी सी. वन इज इक्विटी, ठीक है, तो मेक अदर वन इज, अच्छा ठीक है, वन इज इक्विटी एंड वन इज इफेक्टिव, ठीक है. Point is, some of these keywords can be used in various answers, right? That is what you can do. Now, if I look at achievements of PRI, think of political achievement, economic, social. Political achievement क्या होगा? Power से related, right? So participation, representation. Social में very important, reservation, women, SCs and STs. Economic, sanitation, development, all of that work, वो सारी चीजें हैं. Some good examples you should remember, right? पानी बचाओ, 2-3 नाम अच्छे याद रख सकते हो. Ernakulam, mangrove, any of the good initiatives. Kerala model, for example, they've done very well in Panchayati Raj. But equally important to remember is negatives of Panchayati Raj. Negatives अगर आया, और of course अगर Panchayati Raj पे सवाल है, you have to write both. Negatives में first thing to remember, which committee? Mani Shankar Iyer committee says LSG is, yeah, 73rd, 74th is a half-baked cake. How many of you like a half-baked cake? Nobody likes it, right? Why is it a half-baked cake? 3 F's. तो क्या लिखेंगे? मनी शंकर अय्यर कमेटी डैश हाफ बेक्ड केक डैश 3 F's. क्या है 3 F's? फंड्स, फंक्शंस, राइट? ये जो 3 F's हैं सामने सामने हमारे. 3 F's. Devolution is voluntary. Parallel bodies, centrally sponsored scheme के issues. सरपंच पति प्रॉक्सी, कैपेसिटी इश्यूज. इसको लगाओ बॉक्स. जॉर्ज मैथ्यू, Panchayats are an unfinished agenda of Indian democracy. सरपंच पति जहां लिखा है यहां पे लिखो फिर से नीरजा गोपाल जयाल. He says that it limits women participation, real participation. So you need to know how to use the scholars. किसको किसको किसको? Not helpful, not helpful. मणिशंकर अय्यर कमेटी बिल्कुल लिख सकते हो. आर्ग्यूमेंट तो लिख ही सकते हो. Argument you can write. Manishankar committee you can write. Okay. But you should know that very specialized names will not fetch you too much marks in GS. That is my approach. I have seen some people in the very recent years, they have quoted very, let's say, niche scholars. Marks I hai, even in GS, people are getting, but sometimes even without quoting, you are easily able to get 120, 125 marks. So there is no exact quantitative proof कि वो लिख के number आए कि नहीं आए हैं. ठीक है? Okay. And again, people also from non-PSIR background are able to score 120, 125. तो वो इतना specific नहीं लिख रहे होंगे. But they are able to cover the paper dimensional, multidimensional. Fine. There is GRM underline. What is MKSS? मजदूर किसान शक्ति संगठन. Fine. Underline जन सुनवाई RTI Act. और ये भी अच्छा टर्म है accountability from below, not from above. Accountability from below. TIPCO important movement. Kudum Shri very important. SHGs. So we will remember some of these things. और एक और चीज है PRIs में देखो. One is FFF. Any body, especially these bodies, you will see a phenomenon of elite capture. Okay, that it is not that all the people in the local societies are represented. The elites are represented. This you see in Indian agriculture. This you see in Indian politics. क्या बोलते हैं इसको? Elite capture. Even in reservation, you will see most of the benefits will be cornered by the elites, which is why we say sub-categorization is needed. For example, okay. So keep that in mind. वो add कर सकते हो यहाँ पे. हाँ लिंक तो कर पर वो ज्यादा हो जाएगा. Something that is very apparent, which I can see. If you are making a collection, this is useful when you don't know much content. If you only write there is an elitist capture as seen which does not allow true participation, वो उतना efficient है. But if you write this resonates with the idea of Moscow and Pareto as seen in the theory, वो ज्यादा हो जाएगा. यहाँ पे relevant नहीं है. This is more relevant in paper 2A. Paper 2A में when you make a reference, that when you see that the recent US and China contestation leads to security dilemma, in the bracket you can write John Hertz. वहां लिख सकते हो. ठीक है? I think this more or less is sorted. इसमें what you should prepare from your end, इसको लगाओ star mark. पैसा 30 years of पैसा and 20 years of FRA, Forest Rights Act. Okay. Now, take a minute, quickly go through this. Permissions. Underline Anup Barnwal in Election Commission of India. The changes that have happened. The biggest right now issue is right now going on is SIR that you are aware of. We've done that in comprehensive detail in our current affairs class. For the people again who are watching this, what I'll do is, I think we've had around 10 one pages of current affairs of polity. I'll also share it in the PSIR open group. Wahan se you can cover the recent current updates. Some of these topics are also covered in the most recent simulator. Because you're short on time, directly read the model answer for that. So that part gets done. Fine. Because you don't have enough time to, let's say, do this. Basic, अब यहाँ पे कुछ चीजें हैं, common है. You will see most of them issues of toothless tiger. What is toothless tiger? Don't have enough powers. Most of these bodies are recommendatory in nature. If you think of Election Commission of India, does it have its own financial resources? Nahin. Right? Issues of appointment, issues of the procedure, for example, financial dependence is there. The issues of model code of conduct say irritated. It does not have the power to deregister the parties. Many issues are there. Election Commission. And the recent issue of alleged partisan bias. People sometimes not having enough confidence in the election related drives that happen. Yes or no? So many issues are being faced here in this area. ठीक है? तो यहाँ पे basic idea if you have, right? You can go for appointment insulation that can bring in more confidence in the people, etc. Now, election commission में कहीं पे बस यहाँ पे नाम लिखो S.Y. Qureshi. If you have to quote somebody, quote S.Y. Qureshi. He writes predominantly on elections. If you have time, just read one of his articles. Almost comprehensively cover होगा, समझ में आएगा. Other than that, for reforming elections, which committees are you aware of? दिनेश गोस्वामी कमेटी, वो भी लिख लो यहाँ पे इलेक्शन रिफॉर्म्स के लिए. ठीक है. फाइनेंस कमीशन में राइट हु इज द करंट चेयरपर्सन? अरविंद पनगारिया. राइट, अरविंद पनगारिया. एंड ऑल्सो राइट V.Y. Reddy. Y.V. Reddy. Y.V. Reddy was the chairperson of 14th Finance Commission. In our current affairs class, we have seen the whole article in Business Standard on 16th Finance Commission, but a commentary of Y.V. Reddy. जिसके पास टाइम होगा वो पढ़ेगा इसको. This we had done analysis, all the recommendations proper. I think it was a February का article. Most probably it was this if I'm not wrong. Otherwise, I think we've some of his points we had gone through. और इसको हमने लिखा भी हुआ है. Okay. This will be a homework for those who want to complete it. Has been covered in more detail. So that is fine. Second. So Finance Commission, you have to prepare if you're going for the main 16th Finance Commission, basic recommendations, the criticism, the let's say around it. Okay. This we had covered in the 5th class. उस वाले में कवर किया ना, इसको लिखवाया हमने, करा है. अच्छा ठीक है. ओके फाइन. बाकी बेसिक पॉइंट्स हैं. इफ यू कवर्ड दीज बॉडीज दैट शुड हेल्प. कम टू फेडरलिज्म. we are going to do this in a very brief manner. देखो, when I say federalism, some basic things you should be keeping in mind. Okay. Indian federalism is sui generis, right? Indian federalism, any good commentary? Tell me. What is K.C. Weir say? Quasi federal. ठीक है. So remember K.C. Weir somewhere. ठीक है. अच्छा लिखा ही है यहाँ पे K.C. Weir quasi federal. Austin talks about cooperative federalism. Morris Jones, bargaining federalism. S.R. Bomai, underlined, federalism is the basic structure. Federalism is the basic structure. Okay, now basic cheese I think we know. Article 1 if you read, so India, ये जो term है indestructible union, destructible states, this is all clear to you? Okay, and why are we not a federation of states? Two basic reasons, right? How the states came forward. Schedules and lists we already are aware of. There's a domination by the union, okay, and even on state list and state matters, can the center make law on that? Union can make a law, we know that. Emergency converts the whole system into a unitary system. There is an asymmetry, इसको लगाओ स्टार मार्क, और यहां पे एक और इशू लिखो, लद्दाख, द इशू ऑफ लद्दाख, द रीसेंट डिमांड्स ऑफ लद्दाख. इन द करंट अफेयर्स वन पेजर आई विल शेयर, उसमें भी है. In our recent simulated test, the question on asymmetrical federalism and Ladakh is also there. What is the meaning of asymmetrical federalism? वो तो वैसे भी नहीं है. No. फिर से सोचो. State and center do not have equal powers. That is true. That is the nature of our federalism. What is asymmetrical? Main चीज है. Not states are not same. Some states are more special than the others. That is asymmetrical. Think of US. Every state is giving 2 people. 50 states, 100. हमारे यहाँ कहाँ है? हमारे यहाँ earlier Article 370, JNK special status. Then you already have Article 371, A, B, C, D, so on and so forth. Then we had 5th schedule and 6th schedule. Some states are treated differently. How many states under 5th schedule? 10. How many under 6th? 4. ठीक है? So asymmetrical federalism is not center and state. ठीक है? Between states. अब abrogation हुआ UTs, but यहाँ पे one of the important issues, just write down the name Ladakh. So let me quickly discuss that with you. What is the issue in Ladakh? What is the demand of Ladakh? Inclusion in the 6th schedule, पहली चीज, ठीक है? कुछ simple. Why are they making this demand? What are the challenges in this demand? Very simple, ठीक है? Why are they making this demand? ठीक है? One is cultural, local identity, first thing. दूसरा, huge unemployment, jobs are not there, ठीक है? तीसरा, ठीक है, protect their own resources, okay? और more autonomy, which means right now there is Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Council. That body does not have the powers which ADC would have. What is ADC? Autonomous District Council. What creates ADC? 6th schedule. So the body that is currently there as a hill district administration, that body does not have enough powers. वो problem है यहाँ पे, ठीक है? So their demand basically is there's a lack of jobs. Okay. In fact, the tribal is more than 95%, if I'm not wrong, or close to 99%. It is a tribal dominated region. Very high percentage of tribals. They have to safeguard their culture. They have to safeguard their heritage. That is the point that you should be aware of. Okay? These are all the things that go in the favor of their demand. Fine. So there are social issues, economic and political. Political means they want more decentralized, or they want more autonomy in political affairs. They want better development, and they want to preserve their, let's say, culture. Social, economic, political, at least itna yaad rakho. I can also bring in environmental dimension. Right? It is an area of cold deserts. There can be exploitation. So to preserve that, etc. So 4 reasons why they make a demand. Now, why is demand not being fulfilled? Think from a polity angle. सबसे पहला होगा constitutional issue. Can they be incorporated? For example, if you look at the region, the addition to 6th schedule would have legal and constitutional complexities. पहला issue. दूसरा, national security is the main issue. Why? The bordering with China. Okay? So that can be challenged. Third issue, demography. What is the issue in demography? The border adjoining region. So there are 2 major communities. One is the Buddhists, right? The other district is dominated by Muslims, right? So there is also a chance that can be polarized. How to maintain the communal harmony? Anything else? और क्या हो सकता है इशू, क्यों नहीं मिल रहा? कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी देखा हमने, एंड सेकंड इज व्हाट इज द इशू अदर देन दिस? ठीक है, और ठीक है, फेयर पॉइंट्स कैन लीड टू अ डोमिनो इफेक्ट. ओके, so the and सबसे prominent issue is national security. Now to what is the conclusion then? We can say that even without giving statehood we can explore more autonomy to them, like that was done in 371 for example. Right, but abhi bhi they have not gotten the level of autonomy as they were desiring, that is remaining. Right, so we may not directly include them in the sixth schedule, okay, or not create a separate state, but can we have another mechanism to support their demands? That is the main idea, right? So that is something that can be explored. So that is one. Fine. अब आ जाओ इस पे. Changing nature. Now in federalism, which person or scholar can you quote safely? सोच के बताओ. ये सारे topic we have done in a lot of detail. Good. चलो M गोविंद राव we've also quoted it somewhere else. बताओ कहाँ पे? फाइनेंस कमीशन में. ठीक है. अच्छा, ये तो बेसिक डेफिनेशन डेनियल एल्जार एल्जार ये सब आपने लिख रखा होगा. इंडियन फेडरलिज्म केसी वेयर. ओके, डी डी बासु, अलेक्जेंड्रोविच, सुई जनरस, क्रिटिसिज्म. हाँ, ये अच्छा पॉइंट था हमारा, एम गोविंद राव. बट दिस पॉइंट इज रिलेटेड टू फिजिकल एस्पेक्ट. ओके, फॉर एग्जांपल अपने यहाँ सेस और सरचार्ज दे आर नॉट शेयर्ड विद द स्टेट. दिस क्रिएट्स अ चैलेंज. ओके, लुई टिलिन. अभी को बस नाम लिख लो स्कॉलर्स के जो स्पेस है आपके पास. राइट, लुई टिलिन. लुई टिलिन लिख लेंगे. ठीक है, और लुई टिलिन में व्हाट यू विल राइट इज जस्ट वन थिंग, that Indian federalism has differentiated autonomy. Differentiated autonomy negotiated through politics. Indian federalism is both bargain, negotiation parallelly going on. Differentiated autonomy. That is a point that we can talk about. Okay. Louis Tillin एक याद रखो. Second, you can remember M. Govind Rao. A very simple way to talk about his point is in economist. Cess and surcharge are not shared with the state. This point you can write in fiscal federalism. Challenges. Cess or surcharge, they are not shared with the states. बाकी ऑफ कोर्स फेडरलिज्म में इश्यूज हैं, जैसे कि पुंची कमीशन सेज गवर्नर शुड फंक्शन एज कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल एम्पायर्स एंड नॉट पॉलिटिकल एजेंट्स. अच्छा, गवर्नर पार्ट आल्सो वी हैव सीन सेंटर स्टेट रिलेशंस. ओके, नाउ लेट्स कम बैक. एक बार इसको देखो, द फेजेस. जहां भी टर्म देखो कि वन पार्टी डोमिनेंस, व्हिच पर्सन विल कम टू योर माइंड? रजनी कोठारी. राइट, रजनी कोठारी. phase 2 is the federalized era, right? Coalition era. अब यहाँ पे क्या हुआ? Slowly steadily SR Bomme case in 1994 brought more discipline to stop the misuse of Article 356. Okay. Now this phase that you're seeing, to the current phase, recentralizing. So this is an important point, GST Niti Ayog, which talks about. What was the issue with GST very recently, if you recall? When we had the COVID-19, there was a huge challenge of GST compensation, right? States were demanding more and more divisible pool में compensation. There was a challenge here. Fine. Cess or surcharge को bypass किया. Whenever now I say cess and surcharge, who do you remember? M. Govind Rao, याद रखेंगे, ठीक है? In fact, almost Y.V. Reddy also says the same thing. दो लोग important, which you can quote in 16th Finance Commission and Fiscal Federalism. Y.V. Reddy was the head of 14th Finance Commission. Fine. अब देखो यहाँ पे कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स है, जैसे delimitation, right? This question also, this dimension also we've done in current affairs when we were doing election commission delimitation. 3 से 4 टॉपिक करे हैं. One nation, one election. Okay. Now see, because it is 12th, and in this revision, I may not be able to take up all the aspects of current affairs, right? We have done them in very sufficient detail in the course. The time is very limited. In case somebody is writing the mains, if you don't have any content on current affairs, okay, then you ask me. Otherwise, whatever you have, please have confidence in that. Abhi time kam hai aapke paas. The people who have done this throughout our classes, they will find it more easier to revise. And I also am not a huge fan of changing those resources at the last time. But let's say somebody has now gotten leaves, up time hai unke paas, and if you feel that there is a need, at the end of the class, I'll share my contact. Usme, if you want, you can there. But for the people preparing 2027, etc., I'll not be sharing abhi ke liye. Not very useful for you right now, because again the current affairs will change. Okay. एक और इशू है इंटीग्रेशनिस्ट वर्सेस रीजनल. अब देखो यहाँ पे when I say integrationalist, one very important issue is linguistic reorganization. Which committee do you remember in linguistic reorganization? Right? Fazal Ali, for example. Okay. Accommodation थे यहाँ पे. There were statehood demands, and see, whatever you study here also gets reflected in the topic of political parties. Okay. Autonomy demands है, interstate water disputes है. In the interstate disputes, please write which article. बताओ बताओ, ये तो आसान है. 3 पक्का. What is 262? बताओ. What interstate council is 263. 262 is interstate water disputes. 262 interstate, बहुत confusing होता है ये. 262 interstate water dispute. 263 is interstate council. अगर क्वेश्चन सेंटर स्टेट का आ रहा है, in the way forward, either you will bring Sarkaria Commission, Punchi Commission, or you will bring Article 263 interstate council. Why? It is a constitutional method to solve the problem of center and states. ठीक है. Class notes, I think, but class notes also will take you more time to revise. In case you're writing mains, you let me know. But if you are preparing for the longer run, you prepare your notes. ये notes फिर से भी update होंगे अभी in the new batch. अच्छा Gaurav, I want to ask, अभी all your messages are getting retracted. Any issue? Or you are changing them? Now. Interstate water dispute है. Now here, if I remember, one more thing I can add. Phase चलो हो गया. Analysis, KC Weir, Professor MP Singh. Now we can look at this also, right? What things bring India together? Integration is constitutional, political, economic, security. Constitutional में constitutional, citizenship, all India services. All of this is bringing things together. Integrationist tendency is a keyword mentioned in the syllabus. So you can divide it in 4 parts. Political कैसे होगा? National parties हैं, right? Economic कैसे? GST. Which article is GST? Which amendment? 101. ठीक है? Digital payments, one nation, one ration card. Security wise also, this is bringing things together. Fine. State reorganization. अब यहाँ पे भी अच्छा, state reorganization, please remember, इन्हीं को याद रखो. Louis Tillin, the book is Remapping India, and he has talked about reorganization in 3 phases. Very important. ठीक है? ठीक है, आपके नोट्स में भी होना चाहिए. We've done it last year also. And this year, of course, we've also again done it. Louis Tillin, 3 waves. सिर्फ ये याद रखो, ये है 3 demands. On these are the 3 waves. Linguistic, ethnic security, last is developmental. Can you give me examples for all the 3? ये तो आसान है. आंध्र प्रदेश. Tell me about ethnic and security. Examples. Think on north east वाला एरिया पे जो भी reorganization. Developmental ground 2000. ये नहीं, डिमांड नहीं. What has been done? डिमांड नहीं. Uttarakhand, for example, a very good example. Yes. हाँ, correct. So please remember Louis Tillin as a person that you can quote. 3 चीजें हैं कौन से grounds पे the state reorganization can happen. There are 3 grounds for state reorganization. What are the 3 grounds? Linguistic, दूसरा ethnic, तीसरा simple. Okay, keep that in mind. Why state reorganization happens? Many reasons हैं. There is the social cultural reason. There is the administrative reason also. There is a convenience that is also seen. Yes, there is the economic reason for that. Fine. So keep that in mind. Small states, big states, interstate water disputes. अच्छा, interstate water disputes में please write this keyword. End करने के लिए Dublin principles. This you can use in the way forward. If the question comes on interstate water disputes, 2-3 keyword याद रखो. Second ARC, Mihir Shah, Punchi Commission. Something on this front can be mentioned. Okay. So second ARC, Mihir Shah. इसमें Dublin principles, they have actually 4 guiding pillars. We just see this can be useful. Very high chance you will get a water based question in GS also. वहां पे डायरेक्टली आप यूज करना. There are 4 things. These principles are for sustainable management of water resources. पहला क्या है? Finite and vulnerable resource. First principle. Second is participatory. Third is role of women. And fourth one is economic value. This is Dublin principles. Second, in the previous page we had seen about the National Human Rights Commission. Human rights जब भी आएगा उसमें आते हैं Paris principles. Okay. So these 4, in case somebody wants to write it, you can write it. Other than this, we see right. ये हैं किसके लिए? Human rights के लिए. So you can end your answer कि भाई we should follow Paris principles. So I've told you 2 principles, right? Paris principles, you will write it in that human rights, right? Human rights institution, independent, trusted. This is Paris. And what is Dublin? Dublin is for sustainable water management. Finite है, participatory, role of women is an important aspect, and it has the economic value. Remember these 2. And you can smartly use them in the way forward. ठीक है? All right. Now, come to the next part, planning and economic development. Again, you will get at least one question from this topic. Last year, you saw almost 2 questions. Sometimes the question is on Nehru and Gandhi. And what is their role in economic development of India? पहली चीज. दूसरा क्या है in this topic? You see green revolution, you see land reforms, and you also see liberalization. Okay. Now, when did India adopt liberalization? 91. Okay. If I ask you assess India's LPG reforms and in PSIR, कैसे लिखोगे? People online, just think about, first think of normal points. After that, if you know any scholars, then that is helpful. ठीक है? And you will simply say that ultimately state was everywhere. Now state has become a regulator. Okay. Then privatization, globalization. But I'm saying, how will you assess? पिछले इतने सालों में how have we performed? Which means you have to talk about hits and misses. हाँ. हाँ. There's a good. So this also we can talk about. The basic debate. Okay. Amartya Sen versus, let's say, Arvind Panagaria. Right. Justice P.N. Bhagwati, sorry, not Justice, but sorry, Jagdish Bhagwati. दोनों अलग लोग हैं. हाँ. Just P.N. Bhagwati is associated with PIL. Jagdish Bhagwati is a big supporter of globalization. Okay. So there is sometimes a debate that globalization has not led to real capacity building. Right. So there is that argument that can be made. देखते हैं अभी इसको कैसे देखेंगे. ये point यहाँ पे भी मैंने cover करा हुआ है. Bhagwati and this debate that is there. Fine. Now, है ये बहुत छोटा सा write up, but this covers a lot of points. Let's first start with this, and again I'll answer that question. In the meanwhile, let me see, do I have, I think शायद इसमें होना चाहिए planning and economic development. ठीक है. Okay. Let's first come to Nehruvian and Gandhi. The moment I say Nehru, Fabian socialism. ठीक है. Now, planning commission, Nehru. Mahalanobis, you know, Mahalanobis model, industry heavy model. PSU. Now, what is, अब यहाँ पे, what you will remember, लिखो यहाँ पे कहीं पे, Fabian socialism. Fabian socialism talks about centralized planning. Fabian socialism will talk about centralized planning, right? Centralized planning, a strong state, okay? State control of industries, all of that is a part of Fabian socialism, right? अब देखते हैं इसको, right? PSU are commanding great heights. Now, second thing here is the Gandhian decentralized village economy. So Gandhi case में Article 40, okay? Village economy, Khadi trusteeship. This is something we are aware of, okay? Now, underline the road not taken. Sometimes there is a criticism that we say we revere Gandhi a lot, but Gandhian things had that we value him so much that we have put him only in the DPSPs. ठीक है? हाँ, Ashish Nandi, again a Gandhian person, scholar. So that is something that you will remember. अब इसमें underline this, technology and sustainability again makes the Gandhian approach relevant. Okay. Now, in this, if you recall, ये अपने क्लास में भी करा हुआ है. I think it was this article if I'm not wrong. हाँ, ये. There is criticism of Nehru. There is also support of Nehru. Okay. So in this, just write down just name of the person who supports Nehru. सपोर्ट में 2 नाम लिख लो, जॉन ड्रीश and second Sunil Khilnani. They say that anyways, it laid the foundation of India's growth, Nehruvian model. Just write these two names, John Drees and Sunil Khilnani. And इसके बाद I'll come to the criticism. Huge criticism is there. देखो, how do I say what is the legacy of Nehruvian planning? Public sector enterprises बहुत हैं, SAIL, ONGC. It laid the backbone of the industry. Scientific systems, IIT, AIMS, DRDO, CSIR, infrastructure, planning commission. Sunil Khilnani ultimately says this, that he was the main instrument of India's transformation. Fine. Same cheese, John Drees, that main India's capacity was built during the Nehruvian eras. Right? This is the support of Nehruvian planning. But there is also a criticism. What is the criticism of Nehruvian planning? Who is Pranab Bardhan? He is a Marxist. Okay? Even if you, let's say you don't know anybody, normally chalo sochte hain. What is the criticism of Nehruvian planning? Growth is slow, fairly cheese. State has so much of export restrictions, does not focus a lot on its capacity, right? Again, remember issues of food security. We had to borrow from US PL 480 scheme. Uske baad hua the Green Revolution. So if I say John Drees, etc., so criticism pe aate hain, right? Pranab Bardhan, remember, don't remember the name directly. Remember, he's a Marxist. So Marxist, Pranab Bardhan, what does he say? The state-led growth model, heavy influence of economic class. This is a Marxist analysis. Right? State-led growth model has a heavy influence of the economic class. We can say this. Dusra, you can write Atul Kohli. Negatives mein, that benefits never reached India's downtrodden. This is also criticism of trickle-down approach. Atul Kohli mein, we will write benefits never reached India's downtrodden. Okay, good points online. Other people can also share their points if they are actively watching. Atul Kohli, benefits never reached India's downtrodden. आखिरी में लिखेंगे थोड़ा सा और strong criticism. Arvind Virmani, this the article that I was showing to you, the god that failed. Arvind Virmani, the god that failed. यहाँ पे just remember. Now he says Nehruvian model led to suppression of private entrepreneurship. Suppression of private entrepreneurship, public sector monopoly, oppressive bureaucracy, okay, neglect of industries, 3 or 4 major issues that he highlights. This is the criticism of Nehruvian planning. So when you write your answer, mention both the perspectives. Acknowledge the contribution, also show the challenges it faces. ठीक है? Able to understand? So we've seen both sides to this Nehru's legacy also, criticism also. Fine. Now, planning in private sector, what do we see here? 5-year plans, import substitution. There is also a term that we often see is Hindu rate of growth. What is Hindu rate of growth? This is by an economist, Raj Krishna, slow rate of growth. Okay. Planning commission, अच्छा अब यहाँ पे change हुआ, यहाँ. Planning commission, now the change is from allocation to advocacy, we can say this. What is the difference between planning commission and Niti Aayog? Dude, top down approach, bottom up approach. Then of course planning commission is the think tank, does not have enough teeth. बट प्लानिंग कमीशन इनिशियली हैड द पावर्स ऑफ एलोकेशन, वो इस पे नहीं है, राइट? प्लानिंग कमीशन 5 year plans, नीति आयोग हैज 3 year plans also, 7 year plans also, and 15 year plans also. ठीक है, अब दिस टॉपिक यू डू इन GS3 इकोनॉमी, प्रिपेयर इट वेल, वो सेम चीज आप यहां लिख सकते हो, यू कैन राइट द सेम थिंग, द प्लानिंग कमीशन वर्सेस नीति आयोग, फाइन. नाउ दीज 3 आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक्स. ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन, छोटे छोटे टॉपिक्स हैं, जल्दी कवर हो जाएंगे. लैंड रिफॉर्म्स, लिबरलाइजेशन. अब देखो, द रूट कॉज of the problems in India. What is the root cause? Land reforms. हर चीज की problem ultimately goes back to land reforms, right? What is the issue in land reforms? We don't have proper land records. They're not properly digitized. There also there is oppressive bureaucracy. There is red tapeism. There is elite capture. Do we agree on this? Right? अब एक एक करके आएंगे. Land reforms पे I'll come. Let's first start with green revolution. Why green revolution में नीचे दो नाम लिखो. MS Swaminathan, Norman Borlaug. MS Swaminathan, Norman Borlaug. Okay. Of course, we had to fight for food sufficiency, for example, self-sufficiency, to which we used high-yielding varieties, HYVs, right? अब इसमें we won on the food self-sufficiency. We had bumper production slowly steadily. अब क्या हुआ? Issues regional. It means some portions or some areas they benefited, but not every area benefited. Some areas benefited, and there was a class. Now, whenever there will be green revolution, I am just making some linkages. And I'm telling you the negatives of green revolution. ठीक है, पहला नेगेटिव क्या है? पहला तो ये हो गया, there will be elites who will capture the main benefits. There will be an environmental damage. In environmental damage, who can I quote? ये वाला पार्ट again Marxist like Pranav Bardhan can explain this. Here we'll see phenomena of bullock, rise of bullock capitalists, Rudolph and Rudolph. Fine. Green revolution का एक और ज्यादा extreme side is what is green revolution? Issues of food security. If there is extreme food insecurity, can it lead to a red revolution? Yes. Which means food green revolution can also become an internal security issue if not implemented well. So can also lead to a red revolution. This is also negative of green revolution. Okay, and we have seen that, for example. So regional imbalance hai, elite capture, environmental issues, fine, which we are aware of can lead to red revolution. Now directly if I come to the document, you will see these issues. Class, right? फ्रांसिन फ्रैंकल, इन्होंने भी मार्क्सिस्ट एनालिसिस में ये बात करी है. इकोलॉजिकल बिल्स जहां लिखा है, राइट? वंदना शिवा, it has degraded water, it has degraded soil. We have seen the political rise of rich farmer lobbies, bullock capitalists, Rudolph and Rudolph. जो मैंने बोला ना आपको, elite capture. Same point I can say. Atul Kohli saying only the elites deployed, who deployed HYVs, they were the ones who were getting benefit. So there is an element of cost in green revolution. Those who could afford to have high yielding varieties, technological solutions, सिर्फ उन्होंने benefit किया. Same thing we understood. We saw bullock capitalists. Vandana Shiva talks about violence of green revolution. सोचो, she talks about The non-violent revolution causes violence किस पे? On land and on environment, putting multiple people into poverty. And Vandana Shiva will argue that monoculture, commercial fire farming, ये सब कुछ will lead to ecological degradation. Same points that we've discussed abhi. Does it make sense? Right? तो यहाँ पे main, remember the names. In fact, Francine Frankel, इनकी बुक का ही नाम है India's Green Revolution. Bulk of farmers experience relative decline in economic power. What does it mean? Only a very small section of elites cornered all the benefits. Right? Same issue. Interstate and intrastate disparity was a common feature in the Green Revolution in India. So remember, top 2-3 scholars. I can talk about any Marxist scholar, I can talk about Atul Kohli, and I can talk about Vandana Shiva. More than sufficient. Can I say that? Okay. So this is one. Now, let's come to land reforms. Land reforms, maybe we'll see almost a similar thing. Very limited progress has happened, very limited gains that we've had, and abhi the issues are still continuing. Fine. Zamindari abolition, theek hai. We have done ceilings, tenancy reforms, but Benami transactions have increased. Okay. Bhudan movement was there, but not very successful. Abhi issue kya hai? Proprietor dominated, agrarian distress hai. We recently saw the farm laws, okay, the whole issue around it. Now on land reforms, we will remember a couple of important land reforms. So एक ही line लिख लो, almost similar thing. देखो अतुल कोहली, देखो land reforms failed because of institutional patterns of domination, land reforms failed because of institutional patterns okay, good point Sachin. Institutional patterns of domination by local elites and entrepreneurial class. दूसरा, there are some common points. India does not implement land reforms well because we are a soft state. Gunnar Medal theory can be applied. Yes, both these points will be covering, right? Silent revolution, democratic upsurge, abhi सारे points देखेंगे. Okay. Remember this at least. और एक बहुत obvious point है that land reforms को lead कौन कर रहा है? The elite class, which is already has vested interest. They will never let this happen. Same thing, Francine Frankel, right? India was ruled by dominant classes who also had vested interest in stalling the land reforms. So land reforms will never be a success, right? This is the challenge. So keep that in mind. Now overall, when we say how do I go ahead, see, on green revolution, our way forward is M.S. Swaminathan was aware about the ecological issues. He gave a call for evergreen revolution, right? That is something that we can say. What is evergreen revolution? Which takes into account the ecological cost and social cost of the green revolution, right? Same चीज अगर मैं बात करूं इसमें on land reforms, M.S. Swaminathan report says सबसे बड़ा issue in India which causing all the problems is the issue of land reforms. So we must solve the problem of land reforms first. ठीक है? इन्होंने क्या बोला? To reform agriculture, you need to have robust land reforms. M.S. Swaminathan report. So M.S. Swaminathan is connected to both the topics. Topic number 1, Topic number 2, both. Fine. So that is one thing that we'll keep in mind. There is a contemporary agrarian crisis going on. इसमें भी, how many of you have heard the name P. Sainath? Everybody loves a good drought. सुना है नाम? It's a very popular book. So this is something that we see that there is a lot of issues around this. Also write down in agriculture, please write, you can also quote Yogendra Yadav and Ashok Gulati. ये तीन नाम important है. MS Swaminathan, Ashok Gulati, he keeps on writing regularly on agriculture, etc. Indian Express. Yogendra Yadav. Okay. Basically, Ashok Gulati, India needs to shift from price support to income support. Yogendra Yadav also saying we have to go for dignity, livelihood, democratization, better aspects. And MS Swaminathan talking about evergreen revolution. Fine. Now, come to last part, liberalization 1991. Okay. Now, we had a balance of payment crisis. LPG reforms, Rao, Manmohan, right? Delicensing, gradual reforms way outcomes, growth, acceleration, poverty decline. अब underline करो ये सारी issues. Inequality, jobless growth, informalization of work sector. However, we had rights-based schemes, MG Narega, National Food Security Act, and DBT. What is DBT? Right benefit transfer. We can also say JAM Trinity. What is JAM? Jandhan Aadhaar Mobile. Okay, even that is there. Now, liberalization pay, what you should remember, two things. Paratha, of course, there is a lot of growth that has happened. Okay, that is a good thing, which means poverty decline, employment, GDP growth. These are the good things that are there. But I need to know both sides. Okay? Remember these three challenges. Amartya Sen basically will say growth, if it is happening, without investment in health and education. What is health and education? It is social infrastructure. Infrastructure can be physical, it can be social. Physical kya ho gaya? You are building bridges, rail. If you're not investing in health and education, it will limit the human development. Can we agree on this? Right? Deepak Nair, basically, corporate boardrooms today do not reflect the voices of the poor. What does it mean? LPG, too much of liberalization, privatization does not benefit the poor. This is also a challenge. And Nirja Gopal Jayal, if the inequality is rising anywhere, चाहे वो west में हो, east में हो, will it create challenges? Yes, it will create challenges, right? So keep that in mind. Any of these three things we can talk about, right? Amartya Sen, Deepak Nair, Nirja Gopal Jayal. Already we have seen the positives of it, but there are challenges which this brings in. Okay. Now, इसी को देखते हैं through scholars. We just saw Francine Frankel in both Green Revolution and land reforms. Basic idea was most of the issues are happening because of benefits being cornered by elite, right? So this is a challenge. So that is one thing that we've had a look at, right? उसके बाद Pranav Bharadhan will talk about the dominant proprietary class, industrialists, rich farmers, professional bureaucracy, right? And states' relative autonomy. Do you know this term now? Instrumentalist versus relative autonomy. This is that is why. And in the bracket again, write Marxist angle. You will again understand this easily. Now, there is this debate that goes along in liberalization. Jagdish Bhagwati, Arvind Panagari. Arvind Panagari happens to be the chairman of the 16th Finance Commission, right? Both these people, they are pro globalization, pro LPG. What they say, go for growth first. पहले growth करो आप. When you have a lot of growth, then you will have the capacity to implement the better, meaningful social reforms. Okay, so reform deeper, grow, and then redistribute. But Amartya Sen and John Dredge, they will talk about capability first. Health and Education Foundation will make growth possible and meaningful. So there is a debate on these two. So Amartya Sen, John Dredge versus Bhagwati and Arvind Pangaria. There is a debate which side to take. Fine. I hope we are able to understand what is the meaning here. Clear? Okay. I'll take 2 or 3 minutes, quickly read the next page. Caste, religion and party system. यहाँ पे Srinivas है, this is M.N. Srinivas. He talks about the issue of dominant caste. अब ये भी important, रजनी कोठारी, caste politics is not caste ridden. Directly exam में use करेंगे. Caste is politicized. Underlined Yogendra Yadav's second democratic upsurge. What was first democratic upsurge? हाँ, the OBC bullet capitalists. Okay. ये भी अंडरलाइन करो, ये सारे वर्ड्स आप यूज करोगे अपने आंसर्स में. दिस वी हैव सीन मेनी टाइम्स इन आवर क्लासेस. क्रिस्टोफर जेफरे लॉट, साइलेंट रेवोल्यूशन. यस. नाउ इन कास्ट, यहाँ पे whatever space you have, सबसे पहले नीचे लिखो. See, remember when we are seeing caste, religion, ethnicity in Indian politics, इस पे हर साल पक्का क्वेश्चन है. ठीक है. And sometimes very traditional based question will be there. So when I say caste, okay, when you look at it, remember in India, you will have both tradition also, you will have modernity also, right? In a developing country, you will have some, let's say, adherence to identity markers. Do we agree on this? Fine. Ab dekho, when I look at it, what I need to remember in this topic, which frameworks to use, I can talk about F.W. Riggs prismatic societies. I can talk about that, right? Because the societies are very much fragmented, right? The identities are fragmented in that case. Second thing, when I look at caste, religion, ethnicity, what else can I talk about? There is a coexistence of modernity and tradition. What is modernity? Elections are happening. People are going to vote in the elections. That is the modern feature. What is tradition? People will still look at the caste of the person they are going to vote for. Do we say that in India, people vote for the, people don't cast a vote, but they vote for their caste, right? I can make this assertion, the coexistence of modernity and tradition, okay? Another thing is, okay, you will see identity politics. And please remember, identity politics is never a bad term directly. Identity politics can be a tool of political mobilization. This is again what something is referred to as a democratic upsurge by Yogendra Yadav. Yes or no? Negative part of it, what is the negative part? If this goes overboard, Okay, because this can ultimately lead to communalism, internal security challenges, right, hate speeches, etc., etc. Now we see that India में identity politics के साथ a new term is coming up. What is that? Identity plus politics. Just like iPhone plus, identity plus क्या हुआ? You will now have to talk about development as well, right? If you even look at the rise of, there is a book by Thomas Hansen Blom, The Rise of, what is the book? Saffron Wave. And he talks about the rise of BJP, for example. He will link it to that it is not just the Hindutva consolidation, but it is equal focus on development that has led to the rise of BJP. तो जो BJP को quote करना है आपको, sometimes you may ask, should I quote it? Quote it through a book or a scholar. That is more relevant. Okay, the person I was quoting is this. इनकी बुक है द सैफरन वेव. Okay, now so I was telling you we can use prismatic societies. So let's come back to our handout. Religion. Okay, now when I look at religion in India's politics, right, has religion been a factor in India's politics? Think of pre-independence India. Divide and rule, partition, right, sowed the seed of communalism. Then post-independence, क्या हुआ? ठीक है, so we say India में mandal and kamandal will go hand in hand. So there is of course some issues that we have seen right from the demolition, right, Babri Masjid for example, Ram Janmabhoomi consolidation. So religion as a tool has been there, and in fact please remember ये तीनों चीजें अलग नहीं है. There will be intersection also between caste, religion, ethnicity. Fine. Now of course you know Rajiv Bhargav, Indian secularism is what? There is a principal distance in this, right? India mein there are critics of secularism, right? Ashish Nandi, T.N. Madan, they will talk about how there is a reaction that brings in, okay? Ab yahan pe you have to know some things, right? When I talk about communalism, communalism can be analyzed from various perspectives, ठीक है? उसके लिए I'll just quickly go through this. अच्छा, कास्ट पॉलिटिक्स में it is better if you write some names, okay? जैसे यूपी में you can talk about the Dalit OBC assertion, SP BSP. हरियाणा में let's say जाट politics, गुजरात खाम पाटीदार, okay? तमिलनाडु, you should know a couple of parties when you write these answers, ठीक है? So that will make your answers even better. All right, so ये याद रखेंगे. अब ये सारा कुछ we have done, so not going in detail. Caste census and all of these things I've already covered. अच्छे से भी हमने देखा हुआ है. चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. Religion में I want to tell you comparison of east and west also we have done. Religion के साथ देखो कुछ important cases हैं जो आपको पता होनी चाहिए. The Shrir Mut case. This will talk about the SERP, essential religious practices. Okay. SR Bommai case, secularism is a part of basic structure. अभी हमने देखा था this one. The Sabrimala case. What does Sabrimala case tell you? CM is greater than SM. Constitutional morality is greater than. बिल्कुल सही, ठीक है, वो हमने देखा हुआ है. Okay, this part we have understood. ये मैं आपको बताने वाला था. If you look at communalism, there are some issues, right? They have been analyzed. There is the essentialist perspective, instrumentalist perspective, okay, institutionalist perspective, Romila Thapar, and social constructivist. Communalism, why does communalism happen in the first place? Fine. What is the essentialist perspective? It simply says, and again think of, let's say, I can talk about Sir Syed Ahmed Khan in the later phase. Okay, Hindu and Muslims will have antagonistic interests. They cannot be brought together. What is that essentialist perspective? This explains what is communalism. One example. Instrumentalist means people become a tool for the elite class. Okay? That is, let's say, Bipin Chandra, Paul Brass perspective. Institutionalist, state sometimes through policies like divide and rule creates a challenge. Okay? ये आपने देखा हुआ है. And last is social constructivist. It means communities actually create views that may not be scientific or correct, but it is just the interpretation that they have. ठीक है? So keep this in mind. हमने क्या देखा है? We have seen this influence of religion pre-independence. We've seen them in partition, and we've seen that in post-independence, right? Shah Bano judgment, Ayodhya, Mumbai, Godhra, Khalistan, various issues are there. So you should be able to write examples when it comes to it. Fine. So keep this in mind. Analysis of communal rights is not important right now. एक सवाल पहले ये भी आया था. This I've done in great detail. What is that? Secularism in India is a myth. Okay. If I ask you this question, secularism in India is a myth, how do you think about it? इसमें भी I've used this framework: thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Write it somewhere. This is a PYQ only. ये question लिख लो कहीं पे. Brainstorm on it. Very good point, Sachin. Lokniti CSDS, more than 85% people want the leader of their own religion. Good. Chalo, good to see participation. Gaurav, Sachin, very active. अब देखो, secularism in India is a myth. What is the meaning of this? You will try to write. भेजोगे, ठीक है? You will try to write, both of you. Attempt करना. No, not right now. Tomorrow. Question लिख लो, ठीक है? Secularism in India is a myth. Aviral, Karthik, both of you, ठीक है? बाकी I think most of you हमने ये क्लास में कर रखा है, तो you already have the answer to this. You've written a detailed answer. ठीक है? Let's come back. Now, communalism, Bipin Chandra. What does Bipin Chandra view कौन सा है? Instrument. ठीक है? And communalism, I have told you 4 perspectives. कौन से 4 हैं? Essentialist, instrumentalist, institutionalist and social constructivist. ठीक है? Underline हिंदुत्व राइज में क्रिस्टोफर जेफ्टरलॉट. एक और नाम लिखो यहाँ पे, थॉमस हैम्सन ब्लूम, राइज ऑफ द सैफरन वेव. Such a committee spoke about the deprivation faced by the Muslim community, also be used. And UCC पे अभी हमने देखा, UCC was, tell me which scholars I had mentioned for UCC. 3 लोग की मैंने बात करी थी. Flavia Agnes, याद आ रहा है? We had done that 15 years back. नहीं, चलो next. निवेदिता मेनन, बहुत बढ़िया. Third one, फैजान मुस्तफा. ठीक है? अब you can go even beyond this. Right? Faizan Mustafa's views is very close to the Law Commission views. Fine. What is the view of Nivedita Menon? ठीक है, देख लेंगे, right? Now come to ethnicity. This is the relatively easier one. When I say ethnicity, what comes to your mind? Northeast, okay. देखो, ethnic movements जो हैं, ethnicity is very diverse in nature. And by the way, in India, ethnic movements can never be one dimensional movements. Why? India has a lot of diversity, huge diversity that India has. Okay, so ये एक अच्छी लाइन है इसमें जेम्स मेनर की, एथनिसिटी एंड पॉलिटिक्स इन इंडिया इज द नेम ऑफ द बुक. मेन चीज क्या है? इट इज डिफिकल्ट टू डिटरमाइन एथनिसिटी इन इंडिया. क्यों? Why is it difficult to determine ethnicity in India? Why? Because various ethnic markers cut across each other. There is no single ethnic marker. Various ethnic markers cut across each other. ठीक है? Now, यहाँ पे ऑफ कोर्स मणिपुर, मिजोरम, बोडोलैंड बहुत इश्यूज हैं. ठीक है? मेजर चीज क्या है? जस्ट क्विकली आई गिव यू एन ओवरव्यू ऑफ दिस टॉपिक. Now, dimensions बस देखो, history, territory, migration, resources, identity. On all these factors, it can produce a conflict. Can history produce a challenge? Yes. Colonial issues हो सकते हैं, frontier के. Incomplete integration that has happened, right? Can territory produce a challenge? Yes. कैसे? Autonomy के issues, Bodo, cookies, etc. है ना? Can migration be a challenge? बताओ. It can create a challenge, right? Demographic anxiety, citizenship disputes. We just saw this in the Assam Accord, the NRC, even in the recent SIR. Yes or no? ठीक है? Migration and resources किसके? Land, forest, minerals, benefits. अब यहाँ पे in your handout there's a term that is mentioned, sons of soil theory. Myron Wiener. What is sons of soil? बताओ, sons of soil क्या होता है? Which means the localites will say that we should have the access to the resources. We should have the first access to our resources. Yes or no? ठीक है? Fair point. So that is the point you should remember. अब देखो, linguistic accommodation. कौन से एग्जाम्पल की बात हो रही है? आंध्रा 1956 State Reorganization Act. This happened. Northeast में the best shining example is Mizo Accords. This happened over a period of 20 years. 1966 से finally it culminated in 1986. But there are many which are still pending. All right. Insurgency है to electoral generally. This was seen here. Insurgent movement finally became a part of active democratic politics. ठीक है? इस पूरे पॉइंट को अंडरलाइन करो. दिस हमने बहुत बार क्लास में बोला. Paul Brass. Paul Brass will say elites use identity strategically. Elites go for strategic mobilization of identity. The name is this, Paul Brass. Paul Brass. Okay. Now, ethnic movements को, just to end it, right, maybe one commentary I'll tell you. अच्छा, ethnic movements के लिए a good person to quote is S.D. Muni, right? Just remember the name S.D. Muni. ठीक है, एक बार नाम लिख लो. S.D. Muni and put a dash. लिखो. Failure to implement development policies. Failure to implement developmental policies has led to ethnic movements. और एक और लिख लो. लिखो अतुल कोहली. in Atul Kohli, right? Too much democracy and too less democracy leads to ethnic movements. Too much democracy, and too less democracy leads to ethnic movements. Too much democracy means excessive mobilization during elections. Too less democracy means in normal times people's voices are not heard. Too much democracy, too less democracy. Okay? And whenever I quote Atul Kohli will always say ethnic movements leads to a crisis of governability. ठीक है? Keep that in mind. Ethnic movements के केस में it leads to a crisis of governability. Okay? And same both SD Muni, Atul Kohli and even Sarkaria Commission, what they will say, inclusive governance, democratic decentralization is the answer to solve this problem. तो इन्हीं दोनों को कोट कर सकता हूं मैं सॉल्यूशन में. आई कैन अगेन कोट सरकारिया कमीशन ओवरऑल टू टॉक अबाउट दिस कास्ट, रिलीजन, एथनिसिटी. So that is something that you will keep in mind. Fine. So basic idea you have. You will get, if you get questions, try to incorporate some of these perspectives. Okay. Political parties. Acha. Actually, it's a long topic. I've done this in very detail. Okay. This I'm giving you for self-reading. Political parties, a party system. At least what you should know, just underline keywords. Remember Rajni Kothari, pehli cheez. Remember Yogendra Yadav. Remember Suhash Palishkar. ठीक है? Congress system, basic keywords है हमारे, decline is देखो, how will you use these notes? Is this have the last type of keywords? This is a long topic. This we've done in a lot of detail. ठीक? Even in the crash course done in detail. But now when you revise it, main keywords है और जो भी space है, anything you now want to add, remember उतने कम part में रखो. Last part of revision should be as limited content as possible and as much replication that you can have. Fine. So second dominant system, Suhash Palishkar, Vaishnav, and here Vaishnav is Milan Vaishnav. ये जो पूरा part है, again already telling this also I've asked you in this simulator. Okay, एक question party system पे है and the rise of BJP पे एक question है overall. So when you read the model answer, you'll understand it better. But the question is, do I see a similar one party system like Congress in the current times? That is the main essence of the question. And you can see questions like this coming in. Fine. And party system में देखो, you should know basically, see, normally people of PSIR, you should, or you can also quote parties. अगर क्वेश्चन आता है rise of regional political parties etc. ठीक है, उसमें आपको लिखना पड़ेगा parties के बारे में, right? Give me name a few regional parties. चलो ठीक है, think geographically. हाँ, DMK, AIDMK, what happened to them? ठीक है, अब यहाँ पे in this please write some star mark लगा के लिखो the recent loss of DMK, AIDMK. From a PSIR student perspective, especially for the people 2027, you should prepare why this happened, क्यों हुआ. Read a couple of good articles. अभी in the recent coming का current affairs class हम करेंगे इसको फिर से. दूसरा एक और issue है decline of left. केरला की जो अभी left में, you saw the recent articles, what happened in Kerala? The last remaining left party. So write the term decline of left. Okay. अब ये है बहुत almost everywhere, even internationally this has made news. India loses its last left wing government after 5 decades. ये हमने करा हुआ है, ठीक है? But you should know this. Maybe taking inspiration, you can get a question. And this is a proper question that they will ask you. Why this is happening? You need to argue. In fact, in paper 2A, we have also done, if you recall, the rise of far right populist parties, and the decline of left also we have done with international examples also. Okay, so just remember this is also important topic. Coming back, I think two things you've written now, है ना? Pressure groups, coalition, okay. Electoral behavior. जहां पे लिखा है electoral behavior, यहाँ पे राइट द बेस्ट स्टडी ऑन इलेक्टोरल बिहेवियर किसने करी है? कुछ याद आ रहा है? इसमें भी we have seen some of the surveys. In fact, we have seen books like How Indians Vote. Who have I quoted? हाँ, मुकुलिका बैनर्जी. तो पॉइंट ये है, एनी टॉपिक, अब देखो पार्टीज है, पार्टीज में यू ऑलरेडी नो 3 पर्सन्स, रजनी कोठारी, योगेंद्र यादव, सुभाष पलिश्कर. यू कैन टॉक अबाउट देम. व्हेन आई से कोलिशंस में who have we quoted? Try to think of. Coalition में I think if I recall E. Sridharan, and again I have linked it to federalism. Okay. Pressure groups is again a topic that overlaps with two-way also, so I'm not focusing too much. Electoral behavior right now, for example, I spoke about Mukulika Banerjee. Okay. So you should be aware about. अच्छा ठीक है. Pressure groups हुआ, trends in electoral behavior. इस ये जो topic है, I think I'll just show this to you in a table. This we have done very methodically. Ethnic movements हो गए. I should see this. अच्छा. Trends in electoral behavior. अच्छा, Kenneth Harrow, impossibility theorem, Mukulika Banerjee. Okay, this we have seen. Changing socio-economic profile. This is also important. This is also syllabus का topic है. इसमें just remember Shankar and Rodrigues. इनकी important एक study है. So changing socio-economic profile of legislators. Shankar and Rodrigues. And here also we've seen the rise of criminalization, Milan Vaishnav, when crime pays. Second, democratic upsurge, silent revolution. Remember some of the important keywords. अच्छा, this was the point I wanted to discuss with you very quickly. ये क्वेश्चन आएगा चाहे जीएस में. When I compare 18th Lok Sabha, ठीक है? Just remember the parameters. Large number of new entrants are there in 18th Lok Sabha, right? 52% MPs are first time. पहला fact. First fact. Age 18th Lok Sabha is younger than 17th. Good enough. Education 78% have undergraduate. Agriculture most dominant. अब ये important point है. The last three are very important. Women representation in the 18th Lok Sabha is lower than 17th Lok Sabha. Okay. So from right now you have 74 women MPs. Earlier you had 78. ये आप याद रखोगे. Second, economic profile. 504 out MPs. So 93% are crorepati as per ADR, Association of Democratic Reforms. Now this is important because last time it was 88%. All these facts we have seen previously also. Criminalization of politics क्या है? Increasing. When crime pays, कितना? Almost 46% and 31%. This topic, अगर ये सवाल आता है आपका, the changing socio-economic profile of legislators, directly these facts have to be there in the answer. You can start with Shankar and Rodrigues. और ये जो पूरी study है, you can quote PRS. Okay, PRS has a particular study here. So now just quickly recall. हमने क्या क्या facts बोले हैं? Number of large number of entrants, first timers 52%. Age younger. Education 78%. Biggest contributor is agriculture and social work. Fine. Women representation is higher or lower? Lower. Economic profile 93% crorepati, up from 88%. आगे क्या है? Criminalization of politics 46%, 31%. When crime pays, whose book? Milan Vaishnav. तो देखो, मिलन वैष्णव, क्रिस्टोफर जेफरी लॉर्ड, साइलेंट रेवोल्यूशन. व्हाट इज साइलेंट रेवोल्यूशन? नाउ यू विल टेल मी. The rise of minorities in general, right? So that is silent revolution. What is second democratic upsurge? The post Mandal politics, the upsurge that we are seeing, we can talk about that. Okay, fine. Just quickly complete it, read it, then we move to the next one. Hmm. Hmm. Personality will be there, right? इसमें भी चेंजिंग, मतलब वन इज इशू ऑफ एंटी इनकम्बेंसी, वो हमेशा कॉमन फैक्टर रहेगा. ठीक है. देन यू विल टॉक अबाउट द डिफरेंट पॉइंट्स मेंशन्ड इन द एजेंडा, नॉट जस्ट द करिज्मेटिक फैक्टर. जब इसको लिखोगे देन यू कैन ब्रिंग इन the, in India you don't have institutionalized politics. There is a lot of changes, for example. तो तीन से चार फैक्टर्स तो आप ऐसे ही लिख सकते हो. ठीक है. And it goes beyond the conventional Dravidian politics that was there, right? It gives a different alternative to the people for vote on. Fine. देखो, remaining part of this and social movements, this I'm giving you again, you will revise this at your own end. Was post break. I want to now continue, start with paper 2. ठीक है. We have limited time available. ठीक है. This you will please go through. It is 6:34 right now. We'll take a break abhi. We'll start sharply at 7. ठीक है. From 7 to 10 again I'll tell you, because what do you want me to start? 2A or 2B? 2B छोटा पार्ट है, पहले कर लेते हैं. चलो वो देख लेते हैं. 2A वैसे भी लॉन्गर है, पूरा नहीं हो पाएगा. I will pick and choose certain topics which are more important. Fine. Again the idea is how to revise that. So at least एक section पूरा हो जाएगा, तो you'll also have an idea, right? So when I start 2A, then I'll tell you how I'm going to approach. ठीक है. You can have your break now, around 25 minutes break. Okay, so we'll resume now. To get your recordings, etc., when this ends, I think people who are seeing this online, anybody who's writing the mains paper, just drop in your roll numbers, details that we've asked. You will be getting recordings, so don't worry. Even if you skip the session right now, any part you want to do later, okay? So that is not an issue. For people of 2027, I will say that I will again take more sessions of this sort, right? Paper 1 ka alag se, paper 2 ka alag se, so you'll have ample time, okay? So even right now, because right now, I'll now start paper 2. By the time you see this, when you give the exam, a lot of current affairs would have changed, okay? So that is that. So no need to worry. Anybody who is writing this, already we had communicated, so same thing will be done. Now let's start with paper 2, okay? एक चीज है, right now it is around 7. The class will go on at least for 3 hours more. So now the task is that I have to divide my time for this paper 2 for this part, right? Now when I look at paper 2, there is paper 2A, 2B. If we see the paper of the recent times, 2025, paper is highly dynamic in nature, okay? For the dynamic nature of paper, okay, there are a lot of current affairs to be done. Now, for the people who are watching this, just for your information, this year we had all of these separate current affairs classes for PSIR. I've already completed A, 2B, and even 1B in this section. Fine. We've done this in a lot of detail. So this part, only some references I'll be able to make because of paucity of time, right? If there is any topic where it's relevant current affairs there, I'll be just mentioning that to you, right? Because again, you know, this I would expect that you will again now revise and consolidate at your end, okay? We have done close to 40 odd, we have 45 odd topics in current affairs, all the 3 things combined. Not only have I shared you the slides, handwritten class notes and ultra revision notes. किसने देखे ultra revision notes? Hardly 3 या 4 पेजेस में हमने सब कुछ लास्ट मोमेंट वाले डाले हैं, तो वो भी आपको काफी हेल्प करेगा, ठीक है? That I posted yesterday. You can see that, okay, in times to come. Fine. Now, here I will pick and choose certain topics of paper 2A, giving you broad idea on certain topics which are more relevant. So the perspective is going to be that in paper 2A, my general advice to you is a couple of things I'll tell you. Paper 2A में अगर आपको क्वेश्चन समझ में ज्यादा नहीं आ रहा है, right? Your defense is to use perspectives, okay? And this, the approach in which I teach is not directly my own approach, or not I have invented it. If you read the book Bayliss and Smith, if you read Andrew Haywood, paper 2A, वो उसी approach में topics को लिखा जाता है, वो which is, if you think of any topic, think of balance of power, think of deterrence. At least bring in 2, not 2, but I see 3 or 4 good perspectives, okay? Realist perspective, liberal institutionalist perspective ला सकते हैं, Marxist, feminist, as and what the question demands. So let's say you get a bouncer type of a question. Technological firms operating in the 21st century, how do you analyze them? मुझे कुछ ज़्यादा समझ में नहीं आ रहा, let's say. If I think, अच्छा, technological firms, think of Apple, Google, right? Now these firms, how powerful they are. Power में अभी हमने देखा था 3 dimensions to explore. What is that? Decision making, agenda setting, thought control. Can these companies do all of that? They can do that. That is how high they exercise considerable amount of power. Do I agree on this? Yes. Pehli cheez. Second, I will bring in, now we know complex interdependence. Joseph Nye will talk about, he will talk about MNCs. MNCs playing an important role. But now from MNCs, we have moved into technological firms. They have become even more dominant. Yes or no? अब ये मुझे पता है. अब this is supported by liberal institutions, but will the realists support them as much? Not as much. For realists, the most primary important actor is state. Now they will look US-China not from an economic lens, but from a security lens. US-China trade war is rooted in US-China sphere of influence. Pact silica, sorry, Pax sinica versus Pax americana on Pax silica. Sinica, silica, americana. I can use these keywords. Yes. Another thing which I can talk about is a Marxist perspective. वो क्या होगा? Marxist perspective is neo-colonialism, exploitation of the peripheries. Right? अगर हम देखें अफ्रीका, the most resources of Africa are being exploited for the betterment of developed countries, development of underdevelopment. We can talk about it. Feminist approach in IR will talk about the issues of wars, for example, the issues of women rights, human rights. Even the current Afghanistan Taliban issue, Taliban mein main challenge is the exploitation of women, the lack of gender rights, for example, right? वो हो जाएगा women perspective, feminist perspective. Feminist perspective in technology is what? A lot of abuse that the women will face, unequal access से लेकर सारी चीजें. So one thing is your defense is thinking in perspectives. ठीक है? This will make your job very easy. Fine. Second is appropriate use of keywords and theories. Theories मैं आपको कुछ बताता हूँ, ठीक है? I'll tell you some theories which you can use again and again. Fine. One thing you will write in your exam this year will be HST, hegemonic stability theory. Who has given this theory? And I'll try to give you not many theories, only some theories which you can directly use in the exam. HST किसने दी है theory बताओ? Kindle, Robert Gilpin and Charles Kindle Berger. Right? Now, why HST is important this year? Because we are seeing the decline of US. Hegemon खुद ही ज़्यादा active नहीं है. The hegemon is not very active. This is what we see a term known as the Kindle-Berger trap. We use ये जहां जहां हो ये यूज करो. Graham Allison, Thucydides trap. Use it in the case of US, China rivalry. Pax silica, sinica, ये सब भी लिख सकते हैं हम, ठीक है? ओके. HST अभी देखिए और देखते हैं कुछ. Power transition theory, Organsky. Now, other theories, you can just write them accordingly. ये तीनों साथ में याद रखना. Complex interdependence, who has given this? Joseph Nye and ये एक इंपॉर्टेंट न्यू थ्योरी है, वेपनाइज्ड इंटरडिपेंडेंस. पैरेल एंड न्यूमैन. So weaponization of supply chains, US China में you can bring the weaponized interdependence. ठीक? Retreat of the state. A point है ना, ये चीज contested है. Retreat of the state. Is the retreat real or not? How to understand this? In normal globalization, markets were dominant. This theory was true. Susan Strange also speaks about casino capitalism. Fine. So globalization saw the retreat of the state. Yes, I did see that. But in the recent times, अब क्या हो रहा है? Return या resurgence of the state. Why? On which grounds? Again, 2008 financial crisis, COVID-19. But return of the state is now also happening. Globalization, this is the top PYQ of 2025 GS. अब क्या हो गया? Return of economic nationalism. Right? Up state, what is the state doing? Let's say US, it is going for export control. US Chips Act. Right? Export control के issues आ रहे हैं. States are talking and setting up their industrial policies. Right? Now, theories में एक और है. manual castles, networked society. Everything is interconnected, which is good also, but it is bad also. ठीक? Now, resurgence of the state. Why? You see, surveillance state. But if this is done by a private company, then it becomes Suzanne Zuboff. Because if you know this in and out, right from hegemonic stability theory, Thucydides trap, power transition theory, complex interdependence, बहुत बार क्या होता है, you only know one or two examples, आप वही repeat करते रह जाते हो. But you need complex interdependence, weaponized interdependence, retreat of the state, Susan Strange, because globalization was increasing, but now you see retreat of globalization itself. Globalization, मैंने अगर शब्द बोल दिया, दो नए scholars खुल जाएंगे. Very prominent people. Yes. And Danny Roderick, this is the thing you will write this year. इस बार जिसको आएगा. Globalization's trilemma. What is trilemma? Three things. Yes. The three things cannot go together. This is the globalization trilemma by Danny Roderick. Very important. Another thing we have seen is, ये याद है? The double movement, Karl Polanyi. He will, basically the theory is, there is a cultural backlash to globalization, there is an economic backlash, both of them. Economic backlash is better explained by Danny Roderick. Globalization trilemma. Okay. See, why are we doing this? You should first know what is happening in the global sphere. दुनिया में चल क्या रहा है? ठीक? Talking of दुनिया में, what is going on? Now, we know that international liberal order is in crisis. Yes or no? For international liberal order, one of the best persons to know, in fact, of course, अगर मैं bipolarity की बात करूं, who said bipolarity is very stable? Kenneth Waltz. He said it is very stable, bipolarity. Second, in international liberal order, you have people like Eikenberry. Now, Eikenberry said international liberal order faces two big challenges, which are revisionist states, जैसे कि, now you'll be surprised to know he's saying a new revisionist state is coming, which is US. The body or the state which was there to keep things under stable is the one which is fracturing it. Right? Now, when I say US is fracturing the word order, अब यहाँ पे दो debates आएंगी. This international liberal order is under stress. Yes or no? Why? Why is the international order under stress? Again, think of hegemonic stability theory. Hegemonic stability says there is one hegemon, and this hegemon ensures everything is done in a systematic manner. Now the hegemon is saying bye bye Tata. ठीक? Now there are two things to remember. One is, according to HST, there will be a global disorder. ये किसने बोला था? A noted economist who has gotten, of course, Nobel Prize, Paul Krugman. Paul Krugman says there is a global disorder. But इस चीज का काउंटर भी हमारे पास. काउंटर किसका है? After hegemony, Robert Keohane. So two things again I'll tell you. If we are saying the global hegemon has defected, the world is facing a global disorder. ठीक है? Global disorder में अभी के लिए याद रखो Paul Krugman. नहीं भी याद हो तो not that important. Right? In your handout also I've mentioned Kroghammer unipolar movement. You सुना है नाम? Kroghammer, etc. Right? So one way to look at HST, hegemonic stability theory, is that if the hegemon is defecting, it will lead to a global disorder. This is one thing that can happen. Second thing that can happen, which is a counter, is Robert Keohane in his book After Hegemony. And I'll tell you examples how to write it. Robert Keohane in After Hegemony, what does he talk about? He says, bhai, institutions go on even after the hegemon has disappeared. Now, I will have to give examples to prove this. Now, recently G20, US defected. Okay, think of COP30, Paris Agreement. US defected. Despite that, these organizations have come together and they have given a outcome. So what does that mean? Despite US exit, the institutions can continue to exist. तो एक ये चीज है, ठीक है? Now, one more thing, because this theme is there in paper 2, एक constant theme है हमारी back and forth. Now, when I'm saying US and China, okay? First, remember what has US done in the recent 1.5, 2 years? It has moved out of agreements, notably Paris, UN bodies, etc. Dispute settlement board, paralyzed है, under stress. Then USA has at least 5 major things you should know. Agreements are not that important. WTO is going down, and remember, US खुद क्या कर रहा है? Tariff wars, right? What is tariff wars and factions? Weaponized interdependence. That is again the fracture of international liberal order. Monroe Doctrine. Monroe का मतलब क्या है? Donald Trump and Monroe Doctrine. Of course, we can say US is becoming unreliable. US is transactional. Fine. Monroe Doctrine. Iran में again the calculations of USA did not, they were not there. So almost the kind of escalation that has happened was unprecedented. And this is also very important. This, you can get a question on nuclear proliferation this year. USA has resumed its nuclear testing. अब इससे क्या होगा problem? There will be arms race, there will be security dilemma. Yes or no? And I have told you a very important keyword in nuclear. याद करो, 2 keywords बताए हैं. हाँ, वो भी हमने देखा. और बताओ. और we have seen tripolarity, nuclear tripolarity. पहले it was only US and Russia, now it is US, Russia and China. Tripolarity is inherently unstable. दूसरा, we have seen nth country problem. Yes or no? You have to remember these keywords. Remember Thomas Schelling, right? Bernard Brody. Common अच्छे जो points देखे हैं. You should know in essence some major keywords or events that have happened. ये हमें पता है. This has happened. Fine. Now, when it comes to China and US and China, so see, this part explains to you the recent US actions. Fine. If I were to even more, अगर मैं इसमें और ज़्यादा micro जाऊं, I can say additionally, of course, very high tariffs on India, but सिर्फ इतना नहीं on India. You see the hike of H1B visa. दूसरा, specifically vocal on Russian oil, right? But bigger cost, Quad, even bigger cost, right? If I look at India, and when I look at India, there are 2 things related to USA. Pehla, India EU FTA, which many people will say it is an economic agreement. Please remember, there are security reasons because of it. India USA, 2 things have brought them, India EU, 2 things have brought them closer. One is unreliable USA and coercive China. use these keywords. Unreliable USA and coercive China have brought India EU closer. So the FTA, which looks like a trade agreement, has security dimensions amended in it. Yes or no? Dusra, India and China, we will say they have a oh, the recent relations of India and China are better despite the fact China is very close to Pakistan. And despite the fact US is now close to Pakistan. Talking of US and Pakistan, which person had we quoted? अरे नाम हुसैन हक्कानी भूल गए, तनवी मदान याद करो, चाइना फैक्टर, इंडिया यूएस, ठीक है. So what I'm saying is when you look at USA is also impacting India relations. India EU, last year का question है, Trump's tariffs have brought India and EU closer, absolutely. But it is not just Trump's tariffs. When you write your answer, you bring in the Chinese angle also, bring in the Russian angle also. कैसे लाओगे Russian angle? India EU FTA में. Because see, whatever is happening between Russia and Ukraine makes EU also insecure. So EU will want to have diversified range. That is the answer. Recently, if you know, EU is also investing a lot of money in its security. It has increased its pledge in NATO 5%. याद है? We know a rearm 2030. वो भी पढ़ा है हमने. ठीक है? Okay. I hope this part is clear. Now, when I look at this intersection, USA and China, these are of course the US actions. अब देखो US China, we see many things. We know Pax Silica, ठीक है. अब US China में of course a very simple looking tariff war is there, but it is more than that. There is a tech war as seen in semiconductors, quantum technology. When I say AI, so of course think of right, semiconductors war, quantum, even space, etc. I can talk about. AI ki race hai. There's a technology war going on, and here even the control of chips, because when I say semiconductors, which country? Taiwan. You know TSMC, and इसको बोलते हैं हम, Taiwan has something known as silicon shield. It is because of abundance of silicon in Taiwan, nobody wants to intervene in Taiwan. Taiwan के पास बहुत अच्छे resources हैं, ठीक है. And when I say this, remember, you are talking about data is the new oil. Now the new term is there. अब बताओ किसने बोला है? ये भी पढ़ा है हमने, बुक भी पढ़ी है, स्कॉलर भी पढ़ा है. Chip war, Chris Miller. Microchips and chips is the new oil. Compute is the new oil. Chris Miller. बुक का नाम है Chip War. You have to understand this to understand 2 and 2 be better. Fine. Quantum tech में चल रहा है अच्छा खासा, right? So US China, and of course अब बड़ा issue क्या है? China will have 1,000 nuclear warheads by 2030. ये चाइना का फिगर है estimated. Again a big challenge for USA, right? China has gained a lot from globalization. Now China's rise directly impacts US, okay? And China's rise, we will see platforms like BRICS, and you will see probably a question in BRICS this year. Why? India is the chair of BRICS in 2026. Fine. BRICS has talked about, अब देखो मैं कैसे I'm bringing new topic in. De-dollarization. The moment BRICS will talk about de-dollarization, who will be unhappy? US and Trump. Yes or no? तो ये problem होगी BRICS. Okay. And recently this term also is in news. In our syllabus, this term is mentioned, NIEO. What is NIEO? New International Economic Order 2.0 की बात हो रही है अब. Why? Because of BRICS de-dollarization, and Trump is very unhappy, reasonably, right? We know. So this is a challenge. Up in these things, sometimes even India supports. China's rise, okay, so you see platforms like SCO, BRICS, they have even brought India and China closer. SCO में which summit was there? Tianjin summit, यहाँ पे Kazan summit, they brought them closer. So don't, again in IR, you will make a mistake if you go bilaterally. You have to link a lot of topics. And these things are happening parallelly. So what have we seen so far? We have seen how the world is operating right now. The world is facing new type of challenges. Okay. There's a main US-China war, and US-China war asks us the question, who rules the world? Not very clear. It is not a bipolar word. It is also not a unipolar word. It is like a multipolar word. But according to Amitav Acharya, it is a multiplex word. Not multipolar, but multiplex. What happens in a multiplex? A new movie comes, new movie goes. Yes? This is the state of affairs. That is something that we'll have a look at. Multiplex word. Okay? Now, if we understand this, now I'll be putting some things. सबसे last topic of 2A से I'll tell you some points. There's a topic, contemporary concerns. Contemporary concerns like, now just tell me if you remember the syllabus. Democracy है? Although this is the last topic of your syllabus, ये तो याद ही रखो हमेशा. This is happening in the world. This is a very good way to rapidly cover paper 2A. But in addition to this, there are always some concerns in the world. ये तो है ही. The biggest thing in paper 2A will always be this. Now, please remember, this also overlaps with some of these issues, but I've written it separately. North-South divide, developed versus developing going on constantly. Contemporary concerns, चलो मैं अलग से लिख रहा हूं, although it also overlaps. अब देखो, word order वाला point we have just discussed, right? The discussion that we had on US-China, what is USA doing, all these actions is related to the topic of word order. We also see a topic, India's vision of new world order. Yes or no? अब आप क्या काम करोगे? Now we'll go back and forth constantly in the document. जल्दी जल्दी डॉक्यूमेंट के सबसे आखिरी पेज पे आओ, लास्ट पेज ऑफ योर डॉक्यूमेंट. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू सी न्यू वर्ड ऑर्डर? लास्ट पेज, पेपर 2B, एंड नाउ आई विल लिंक 2A 2B बैक एंड फोर्थ. किस चीज को दिख रहा है? न्यू वर्ड ऑर्डर दिख रहा है अपने को? ठीक है. Just see the keywords. This is India's vision. You should remember every keyword here. Reformed multilateralism, multipolarity, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, Vishwamitra. We had a G20 presidency when? 2023. In that, what happened? AU, African Union, got entry. Okay. DPI is what? Digital Public Infrastructure. Voice of the Global South. You know. What is Sagar? Security and growth for all. Now we are talking of Mahasagar. What is that? सागर फॉर ग्लोबल साउथ. गुड. ठीक है. अब किस किस को ये याद है? हाँ ना, फेजेस मैंने पूछा ही नहीं है. डॉक्टर एस जयशंकर कोट एवन ने आपको सिर्फ 10 बार बताया है, ओनली 10 टाइम्स. हाँ क्या बात है. ठीक है. दिस इज ऑल्सो देयर इन योर हैंड आउट. दिस टेल्स यू हाउ इज इंडियाज मल्टी अलाइनमेंट गोइंग ऑन. तो यहां पे लिखेंगे जयशंकर द इंडिया वे, लिखो मल्टी अलाइनमेंट. मल्टी अलाइनमेंट. नाउ आई विल जस्ट शो दैट कोट. वेयर इज इट? थोड़ा सा ढूंढना पड़ सकता है, but it is there in this document also. Something like this. For exact quote be, I think non-alignment is strategic autonomy, you will be able to find. This is a quote I've discussed umpteen number of times. ये है quote एस जयशंकर. एस जयशंकर, इंडिया वे मल्टी अलाइनमेंट, एंगेज अमेरिका, मैनेज चाइना, कल्टिवेट यूरोप, reassure Russia, bring Japan into play. Remember this will help you answer a lot of answers. ये भी डिस्कशन हमने क्लास में कराया बहुत डिटेल में. फॉरेन अफेयर्स का आर्टिकल, एशले टेलिस वर्सेस ध्रुव जयशंकर वर्सेस निरुपमा राव, वो भी करेंगे डिस्कस अभी. ठीक है. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू रिमेंबर, ये याद रखोगे. ठीक है. अगेन कमिंग बैक टू द न्यू वर्ड ऑर्डर. ठीक है. नाउ राइट हियर 5S, इंडियाज 5S. व्हाट इज द 5S? सम्मान, वो याद रखो. सम्मान, समृद्धि. क्या क्या है बताओ 5S में? हो गया. सम्मान इज रिस्पेक्ट, समृद्धि इज प्रॉस्पेरिटी, एस इज संवाद, लिखो डायलॉग. वो तो सबसे आखिरी है, एक और है बीच में, सुरक्षा. लेट मी हैव टू चेक. एंड लास्ट वन इज संस्कृति एवं सभ्यता, बट 1S आई एम नॉट एबल टू रिकॉल. 4 याद आ रहे हैं मुझे, 4 आई एम एबल टू रिकॉल. देखो सी, सम्मान, समृद्धि, संवाद. आई थिंक मोस्ट ऑफ इट इज सुरक्षा. समबडी क्रॉस चेक. So remember this 5S approach. सहयोग, cooperation. Good. सहयोग is cooperation. It is not सुरक्षा, it is सहयोग, cooperation. ठीक है. अब देखो यहाँ पे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज लिखी है. दिस पॉइंट ऑल्सो हैव रिपीटेड समटाइम्स. जयशंकर in this book first talks about that reassure, all of that, good keyword. Second he says India should be a, अब इसको क्या बोलते हैं, नॉर्म मेकर वर्सेस नॉर्म टेकर, ऑर्डर शेपर वर्सेस ऑर्डर टेकर. So that what does it signify? A more leadership, more proactive role in the global sphere. Again, the vision for new world order. Right? Now here you will write, देखो India wants a multipolar Asia in a multipolar world. जब भी मैं multipolar कुछ भी बोलूंगा, automatically your mind should think of Shyam Saran, how India sees the world. Okay? So right, India wants a multipolar Asia in a multipolar world, whereas China wants unipolar Asia in a multipolar world. किसने बोला है? Shyam Saran. In fact, in his very first chapter of his book, How India Sees the World, he talks about this. And here we know terms like Middle Kingdom Complex. ठीक है? 15-20 markers. How many scholars be there? See, actually there is no exact quantification कि कितने scholars होने चाहिए, to be very frank. Okay? It depends on the topic, it depends on your understanding. Do not overdo them, but let's say if it's a 20 marker, you can bring around 3 or 4 genuine people with good, because more than scholars, the analysis is more important. The analysis, if it is vetted by a scholar, nothing like it. Okay? But you will find every year there will be students who don't know much scholars, but yet they will score 147, 148, 150 marks in paper 2. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि स्कॉलर का लिखना है तो ही मार्क्स मिलेगा. So people in the last phase or last leg of your exam, don't overburden yourself कि सर scholars याद नहीं हो रहे. If you know how the topic is analyzed, that will fetch you always more marks. Fine? थोड़ा समझ में आ रहा है? New word order. What is India's version? What is India's vision? Fine. Dr. S. Shankar, ये हो गया word order. ठीक? Now when I say sustainable development, we know SDGs. How is SDG sustainable development related to contemporary concerns? बताओ. चलो ठीक है, that we've seen. Anything else? How is he? Because actually SDG and environment direct connection है. ठीक है? Okay. Of course we can talk about, but I actually wanted to tell you that in the recent report of UN ने अपनी रिपोर्ट में बताया कि what are the barriers to sustainable development. Okay, one of the big barriers to sustainable development, wars. Another barrier, was the recent pandemic. Another issue, ethnic conflicts. Of course, they also mention climate change, desertification. And when you look at wars, which wars are we having? Russia, Ukraine, and second one is the recent Middle East crisis. Pehli cheez. Pandemic may please remember. Again, I'll link current affairs. WHO recently had a pandemic agreement, but यहाँ पे ब्रैकेट में लिखना PABS, ये sorted नहीं है. Pathogen access benefit sharing is not sorted. Why? इसमें सिर्फ इतना याद रखना है, WHO pandemic agreement, it is linked to this again issue. There is a fight or the clash between developed and developing. Developed country says, please share the information of pathogen as quickly as possible. उनके पास अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी है, they can make a vaccine very quickly. Diagnostic kits. Problem क्या होगी? Developing countries, who will bear the cost burden? They don't have access. So PABS is the main issue, pathogen access and benefit sharing. This is why this treaty is not, agreement is not into force. But this is also related to North-South divide. ठीक है? So sustainable development में wars we have known, okay, pandemics. You have ethnic conflicts. Can you give me any ethnic global conflicts? चलो कोर्ट्स के साथ है, ठीक. Again, many times in Africa, you were seeing, right, a lot of ethnic conflicts going on, right? Right, okay. चलो वो भी हो जाएगा, absolutely correct. In fact, the recent strikes of Pakistan and Afghanistan, also again there is a proper conflict in that sense. And when I say climate change, this of course is related to this. Fine. अब environment में, remember this term, CBDR. Environment is a global common, but we also know a term, tragedy of global commons. Right? Now when I look at environment, environment, मैं फिर से मुझे word order की याद आती है. क्यों? USA recent exit, yes or no? Paris Agreement. And issue in COP30. Phase down versus phase out. No clarity on coal. और फिर से ये पूरा environment का issue, ये सब क्या बन जाता है? North-South divide. India is talking about leadership of the global south. This is how you have to visualize your topics. But topics itne scattered hain that you are not able to weave through and think through these topics many times. So I know what is CPDR, I know global commons. Up when you are preparing this, last moment के लिए tips मेरे side से. हर एक topic पे know at least one important voice. That voice is very important. For example, जब मैं देखता हूँ environment, मुझे याद आती है वंदना शिवा. दूसरा मुझे याद आती है नाओमी क्लेन. She wrote a book, Disaster Capitalism. In fact, she links the degradation of environment to capitalism. सिर्फ इतना याद रखो. Who is the scholar? I'll tell you, this is the common minimum approach. Otherwise, I can give you 10 scholars on environment. Naomi Klein. Second, वंदना शिवा. अब देखो, ये तो हमें पता है, ये ग्लोबल है एग्जांपल्स. एंड नाओमी क्लेन्स बुक इज डिजास्टर कैपिटलिज्म. ठीक है, नाम से बहुत क्लियर है. सेकंड थिंग, इफ यू थिंक सर व्हाट डू आई ब्रिंग अबाउट, व्हाट डू आई टेल इन इंडियन, कोई मुझे एग्जांपल बताओ. उसके लिए मैं बता रहा हूँ, याद रखो श्याम सरन ने अपनी बुक में हर एक चैप्टर पे लिखा हुआ है, एनवायरमेंट पे भी लिखा हुआ है. Whatever you know, he has said that. Fine. So CBDR, every principle you know is mentioned in his book. So we will safely quote Shyam Saran. ठीक. Another Sadabahar, evergreen scholar is Shashi Tharoor. He writes on every topic. So sometimes, है ना, when in stress, Shyam Saran, Shashi Tharoor, Harsh V Pant, T Raja Mohan, you can use it interchangeably. They have written on these topics. Okay. In fact, जो मैंने बोला आपको, श्याम सरन ने सही में लिखा हुआ है. ठीक है, इट इज रिटन इन हिज बुक. वेरी सिंपल, नॉट वेरी स्पेसिफिक. इट इज गुड फॉर अस. मोर देन 3 scholars you don't need for environment. This is very common minimum of approach. ठीक है, this is there. Now so we have understood word order, we have seen the sustainable development, the issues around sustainable development, the challenges sustainable development faces. Fine. और सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट व्हाई आई एम एम्फेसाइजिंग, कितने साल हो गए, 10 years, now in the 11th year. High chance in GS as well as PSIR a question of sustainable development can come. Fine. Environment may, of course, just transition, whatever keywords you've read in GS, bring in your answer, but try to bring it from a north south divide. ठीक है, this is there. Now north south divide की बात करते हैं. Couple of things that you should be aware of. North south divide is on many things. Okay, one of course is on economy. Okay, I can take a more micro direct topic, agriculture पे divide है. अब इसमें आप याद रखेंगे WTO. ओके, इकोनॉमी में डायरेक्टली लिंक टू सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट हो जाएगा तैयार आपका. टेल मी अदर रीजंस वेयर देयर इज अ नॉर्थ साउथ डिवाइड. ऑलरेडी देयर इज अ नॉर्थ साउथ डिवाइड ऑन एनवायरनमेंट. फॉर दैट रिमेंबर द कीवर्ड TBDR and just transition. और बताओ, और सोचो, थिंक ऑफ अदर नॉर्थ साउथ डिवाइड्स. अब देखो, हाँ, institutions. ठीक है, public stock होने, everything I'll take up in WTO. ठीक है, public stock holding, de minimis level, the different subsidies, right? कौन कौन से हैं, amber box, blue box, and very recent fishery subsidy also. ठीक है. Now when I say institutions, you will remember at least one fact which I'll tell you right now. ठीक है, अगर I say IMF, if I say World Bank, these are West dominated institutions. Do we agree on this? Right? Now in IMF I have given you one fact. What is that one fact? West countries have 9 times the voting share of developing countries. IMF में West countries have 9 times the voting share. US का कितना परसेंटेज है IMF में? 16%. Very high percentage. अब इसकी वजह से क्या प्रॉब्लम है इंस्टीट्यूशंस में? Remember, very recently Pakistan was able to secure an IMF loan despite what Pakistan is doing for terrorism. Right? Okay, हाँ. So somebody was saying something. अच्छा, FATF grey list you were saying. हाँ, देखो. अब देखो institutions में what is the north and south divide? Institutions are heavily Western dominated. Yes or no? What does the countries of developing says? Reformed multilateralism. Back and forth again and again. Reformed multilateralism is the India's vision of world order. Right? We want a more representative world order. Yes or no? ठीक है? तो institutions के level पे भी there is a north and south divide. अब can I bring in the technology angle? Haves, have nots? Yes or no? अब north or south divide which is there can be best understood by the Marxist approach. So I will say north south divide, some things to know. We see recent issues of neo, जैसे कि again I just told you surveillance capitalism. People are generating content on Instagram, उनको कुछ नहीं मिल रहा. Right? The companies are profiting from them. We see the north south divide also in technology, huge divide. And just think of fourth industrial revolution, think of AI, the gap between haves and have nots. Right? This, if you know Wallerstein, if we know AG, Frank, Samir, Amin, Thomas Piketty, they again explain all of this very well. Okay? They would explain these parts well. Some scholars see, when I say Wallerstein, what will you remember in your mind? What systems theory? Fine. AG, Frank, Samir, Amin, you know, dependency, right? Development of underdevelopment. Thomas Piketty, book का नाम क्या है? कैपिटल इन द 21st सेंचुरी। इस बुक का एसेंस क्या था? हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो आर इज ग्रेटर देन जी? हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू कैन एक्सप्लेन मी व्हाट इट मींस? बेसिक है, ठीक है, सिंपल है, राइजिंग इनइक्वालिटी। बट इफ यू टॉक अबाउट वेल्थ प्रोडक्शन, इनकम जनरेशन, देयर इज अ ह्यूज गैप in that field. Till here, are you able to understand? Fine. So there is a north and south divide. That's a huge, big topic in itself. Okay. This can be seen in globalization through these scholars also, and in the current context of technology war, trade war, and north and south divide is equally vulnerable in terms of human rights, gender, terrorism. Yes or no? ठीक. अब I'll use another color. Hopefully, if it is visible. When I say democratic backed democracy, I should know one term, democratic. पिछली बार पूछा गया है. One is backsliding. Second thing you should know is backlash. And please prepare it with examples. We have already done that. अभी के लिए I'm just going to just write these names. Don't end here. In democracy, who is going to be your savior? किसकी थ्योरी काम आएगी? एक याद करो सिर्फ, हाउ डेमोक्रेसीज डाई किसने लिखी है? बिल्कुल, वो रट डालो, ठीक है? One book you remember is this. Another book you remember is How Nations Fail. Who has written that? Right, Robinson and A. Smoglu. Now, there is a rise of far right, or I will say the rise of populist leaders also, parties also. ये सब कुछ डेमोक्रेसी में ट्रेंड्स हैं. Then democracy में you see the rise of Gen Z, not just in Nepal or the recent Jantar Mantar in India, but this is a global phenomena, right? The rise of Gen Z protests and movements. This is a proper phenomena. And for you, Gen Z protest is not simply a topic. It is linked to which topic of the syllabus? बता दो. Social movement हो गया. Last year there was a red lipstick movement. Social movement overlaps with gender. Sometimes years back LGBTQ plus पूछा उन्होंने सीधे पेपर 2A में 10 मार्कर में. What is that? Social movement linked to identity. Now movement linked to identity are which movements? New या old? New social movements. What are old social movements? Old are bread butter. 19th century industrial class, workers, wages, profits, salaries. They were organized, they were hierarchical. याद है? What are new social movements? Post material issues. किसने बोला था ये शब्द? Very good. Ronald Inglehart. याद है? आपने लिखा था अपने आंसर में, अब याद नहीं है. ठीक है. So that is there. We have seen Alberto Malucci. उनकी definition देखी हमने. ठीक है. So rise of far right. This is there. ठीक है. इसमें how will you prepare it? Please remember the name of certain leaders. Marine Le Pen. अभी आपने सुना भी recent Victor Orban. What happened? हंगरी में stepped back. Julian Bolsonaro. ठीक है. Think of, so remember name of certain far right parties. AFD हमने काफी examples देखे हैं क्लास में. This is something that you should, because you are seeing these questions coming in the exam. Fine. If you prepare these 4 topics, job is done. अब आता है human rights. Very easy topic, very simple topic. What is the current affairs update on human rights? बताओ. सबसे बड़ा issue human rights पे right now, the whole Gaza conflict. And there we see what? Selective outrage, right? So one is the issue here, because here you will see both Russia, Ukraine, human rights violations, but I will also talk about Gaza, what is happening to Gaza, human rights. And human rights will be linked to forever wars, conflicts, and human rights में फिर से एक और टॉपिक आएगा, migrants and refugee crisis. Now, how many of you know Will Kimlicka? कुछ याद आ रहा है? You can also link that. How, what they talk about, how do you talk about refugees and migrants? You can link that in your theory answer, right? That is one way to look at it. When you talk about migrants and refugees, you have to talk about a principle of non-refoulement. किस किसने सुना है ये? सुना हुआ है? Principle of non-refoulement. What is the meaning of that? Yes, if somebody is facing persecution, you cannot send them back to the place of persecution. Principle of Non-refoulement. India has not signed the treaty related to refugees, yet India believes in the principle of non-refoulement, right? Because 1971 का आप सोचो, the Bangladesh liberation, we have taken active steps on that. Fine. अब आते हैं जेंडर पे. जेंडर पे what you will remember, अगर क्वेश्चन आईआर में आता है और जेंडर आता है, ये आपके आंसर में होना चाहिए. दिस इज ऑल्सो PYQ. व्हाट इज 1325? वी हैव डन दिस, बताओ. हाँ करेक्ट, बट अबाउट व्हाट? इन इन वॉर regions. Okay, so in war and militarized zones, protection of women, first thing you will remember. Second, gender में कहीं भी फंसो, this is your savior. पहला पहला स्कॉलर. सेकंड, गुड. इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूं मिनिमम 2 स्कॉलर्स याद करके जाओ, ठीक है. सिंथिया लो. चलो, टॉकिंग ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी, आई फॉरगॉट टू टेल यू, one is the book of how democracies die. In democracy, another scholar that you will remember, David Held, he talks about global model of democracy. Human rights and democracy, another scholar you will remember. Human rights में the issue of universalization, right? Jack Donnelly. And Asian values, Mahathir Mohammed Lee Kuan Yew. ठीक. अब जो मैं कर रहा हूं, you will again draw this sometime. These topics देखो, you try to recall it. If you're able to recall it faster, excellent. You will be able to write it in the exam. बहुत बार क्या होता है ना, we see the topics very separate. कभी ये देखा ये देखा. We have not seen them in an integrated form. And this I'm doing just extempore, अभी on the spot. HR में समझ आ रहा है? Human rights. So human rights में also remember Asian values. Can you now connect? Universalism versus cultural relativism. अब gender की बात हुई. Anje Tickner, she criticized Morganthew's 6 principles. बिल्कुल सही, ठीक है. Now, Cynthia Enloe, where are the women? ये आप हर जगह लिख सकते हो. Where are the women? You will also write in Afghanistan, the crisis that is going on, highlighting the concerns for women's security. Can we say that? Fine. But now we have also seen very specialized scholars related to Afghan. बताओ नाम. 2-3 नाम पढ़े हमने, और एक साथ सारे कैसे भूल जाते हो? वो तो मैंने पूछा ही नहीं. दैट विल से इन नेबरहुड, दैट इज ऑल वीवर एंड बैरी बुजा. वो मैंने नहीं पूछा. और रुक जाओ, आई रिमेंबर वी हैव सीन 2 ऑफ देम. ये याद है? फेमो नेशनलिज्म, Susan Faludi, something like this, femo nationalism. And what we had seen, Sarah Faris. हाँ, right wing, हाँ, instrumentalizes women rights, correct. और there is also one more. हाँ, नहीं, एक तो फालूडी है, एक और नाम देखा है हमने. अच्छा हाँ, सारा फारिस एंड सूजन फालूडी. हाँ ठीक है, 2 more names are there. ठीक है. If you want to know this more in detail, even the Afghanistan, the backlash that comes against the women rights, the new contemporary angle. Okay, so I think one is Sarah Faris and one is Susan Faludi, है ना? 2 more names that we had seen. This is the contemporary current aspect of women rights, gender rights, the challenges. In the new world, what are the challenges? Reproductive rights, autonomy. Yes, क्या issue है? Pro life, pro choice. That is the issue. Similar issue was there in red lipstick movement. अब देखो, if you get bouncers like red lipstick movement, क्या होगा? Whatever you know related to feminism and IR approach across social movements, आप लिख डालो. Because other person will also do the same thing, or the other person will leave that question. Don't be that person. This year direct bouncers were there. पहला ही question था psychological approach to comparative politics. Nobody has read that. ठीक, but उसमें भी if you just apply your mind, psychological means you're thinking of not the institution but the person in the institution, their instincts, their psyche. और आपने ये सोचो, यही है exactly approach. You will not know the scholars. Of course, you can say Morganthau uses a similar thing. Morganthau roots his analysis of IR on human nature. What is that? Psychology. हॉब्स किस पे रूट करता है? साइकोलॉजी पे. मैकियावेली साइकोलॉजी पे. अगर हमें इतना ही पता है, आप लिख डालिए इस पे, एंड देन वेट, बिकॉज एट दैट टाइम यू आर क्रिएटिंग अ थ्योरी. अहम ब्रह्मास्मि you will feel you are the creator of that theory. Post exam you will see whether that is correct or not. With this happens for 1 or 2 questions every year. ठीक है. So for the bouncer, and I am telling you, despite that लोगों के मार्क्स आते हैं, and I'm not saying they're doing anything extraordinary. Paper 1 or paper 2, depending on the difficulty, you will have relative marking. If you feel the paper is tough, attempt all the questions that you're comfortable in. Forget PSR. There are instances wherein 100 marks का paper बाहर से, मतलब out of syllabus आया है geography economy में, and in those years even toppers have scored 150 plus despite not attempting 100 marks. ये relative competition है, relative ही marking होती है. तो इफ यू फील योर PSIR इज टफ, हो सकता है उस साल एंथ्रो भी 2-3 और पेपर्स वो भी बैक टू बैक उतने टफ होंगे. इफ यू आर अटेम्प्टिंग ओवरऑल वेल, विच इज व्हाई अगेन आई एम सेइंग, इफ यू फील सर स्कॉलर्स मुझे नहीं याद हो रहे इतने, बेसिक स्कॉलर्स करके जाओ, बट आर्ग्यूमेंट अच्छे से लिखो. दैट इज योर पॉइंट्स दैट आर कमिंग इन, एंड इन दीज लास्ट डेज दैट इज द बेस्ट थिंग यू कैन डू. यू गिव योर बेस्ट इन दैट सेंस. जेंडर समझ में आया हमें, एनवायरमेंट हमने समझा. अब आया टेररिज्म. टेररिज्म की डेफिनेशन रिमेंबर वॉल्टर लैकवेल, अच्छी सी डेफिनेशन पढ़ी है. Okay, now talking of terrorism, we know terms like GWOT, global war on terrorism, but terrorism में सबसे बड़ा issue क्या है? There is no definition of terrorism. India gave CCIT way back in 1996. Nothing has happened on that. ठीक है? Now in terrorism, we know 9/11 attacks, which led to decline of US hegemony. In terrorism, there are people like Noam Chomsky. He is not a supporter of state violence to control terrorism. He says, if you use violence to kill terrorists, how is a state not a terrorist? State is also a terrorist, and terrorist was already a terrorist. Both of them are using violence. How is one different from the other? That is one of the things that we say. But terrorism, agar sawal aayega, again remember, in all these topics, terrorism is specifically bring in the realist perspective. Realist perspective क्या कहेगा? Terrorist के कोई human rights ज़्यादा नहीं है. They directly see them as a security threat and highlight them, use force against them. Liberal institutional approach क्या कहेगी? You have sanctions, UN security में cooperate, countries should give intelligence sharing. What will Marxist perspective say? Terrorism and the wars are actually happening because of military industrial complex. There is a reasoning behind that, right? Now, in terrorism, the most notable thing that you have to remember is the new dimensions of terrorism, which is lone wolf attack, which is overground workers. अब जो recent क्या आ गया है, white collar terrorism. So the new thing is there, and of course यहाँ पे भी the issue is globalization, MNCs and TNCs, linkages between terrorism and organized crime. The organized crime MNCs, think of D Company, they have terrorist networks also. ISIS, online radicalization, so all of that. What is this? You know terms like traditional security threats. This is new tradition, new non-traditional threats. World is not prepared for this. That is why when we write answers on human security, it has to be more multidimensional. That is on terrorism. Nuclear proliferation में सबसे बड़ा update is the US resumption of nuclear testing. सबसे biggest update that is there. Okay, and US resumption of nuclear testing will lead to what? Arms race. Fine, पहली चीज. Second thing is, when I say nuclear proliferation, second fact you will remember, China के पास कितने nuclear weapons होने वाले हैं? 1000 by 2030, and US is very alarmed. Earlier the nuclear race, main race was between who? Russia and USA. Bipolarity, and bipolarity from a nuclear point is very stable, but tripolarity, nuclear tripolarity, is inherently unstable, right? In nuclear proliferation, remember terms like nuclear deterrence. Deterrence सुना है हमने? Thomas Schelling. What is deterrence? To instill fear in the mind of the aggressor. So when I say nuclear deterrence, what is the meaning of nuclear deterrence? पहली बात, nuclear deterrence पे 2-3 keywords याद रखोगे. पहला MAD, what is that? Mutually assured destruction. Second keyword, SSC, second strike capability. Yes or no? Right? You should have a nuclear triad, goes without saying. Now, when the issue is US has resumed the testing, अब next सवाल क्या बनेगा? NPT, CTBT, how effective are they? बताओ, are they effective? Not really. In nuclear proliferation, there is a debate. बताओ, कौन सी debate है? Scott Sagan and second thing to remember, nuclear में Nina Tannenwald. Taboos. In fact, we will say that taboos are now decreasing. USA did Donroe Doctrine. USA had B-2 bombers hitting last year Natanz facility. This year, full-blown attack. And now USA has resumed nuclear testing. Don't you think norms are reducing? Yes. Up to there is, in fact, no, if USA has been criticized, USA does not care much about it. Can I say that? So there's a Scott D. Sagan. अब देखो ये मैंने लिखा है. You will read about it in case you are not aware. These are very popular basic things I would expect you to know. So in one slide, this is a very comprehensive snapshot of multiple topics in your syllabus. ठीक है? So contemporary concerns हमेशा अपने tips पे रखेंगे and the related dimensions around it. Are we clear till here? Sorry? No, you're talking of the Pakistan, the Muslim NATO. अभी जो है 7th August. Right? No. 1 to 3 is something else. 1 to 3 is India US civil nuclear deal. The US अभी जो आप बात कर रहे हो, अभी very recently there is a the Mecca agreement, right? That's a mutual defense pact. US सऊदी वाला होगा तो मुझे बताना, but not a very big major update for us. ठीक है? हाँ, न्यू स्टार्ट also that is expanding. ठीक है? वो भी हमने करा हुआ है न्यूक्लियर वाले टॉपिक में, न्यू स्टार्ट ट्रीटी. ओके, नाउ बेसिक आइडिया समझ में आ रहा है, मेजर थिंग्स दैट हैव हैपेंड. अब शुरू करते हैं. आई विल टेक मेजर टॉपिक्स. सबसे पहले इस पे आओ. द फर्स्ट टॉपिक यू विल स्टार्ट इज दिस, इंडिया and the global centers of power. Good. Second strike capability. Now, what is my approach going to be? For these USA etc. कुछ major points मैं आपको बताऊंगा that you have to definitely keep in mind. Okay. Now, take a second, just quickly read this introduction. हाँ, याद करना ही नहीं आपको, बस यू हैव टू रीड इट. बेसिकली सी, कभी भी ना डोंट गो विद द माइंडसेट ऑफ मुझे रटना है बैठ के. नहीं, इसमें क्या है? इंडियाज ग्रेट पावर रिलेशंस simultaneous, which means India is balancing many things. What is India doing? Deepening American partnership without alliance. ये क्यों लिखा होगा? This question has already come. India and US, very good, are partners, they are not allies. तो इसको लिखो यहाँ पे, just so that you remember. This question was asked. And in this question, I can again talk about Dr. S. Jaishankar and Ashley Tellis. Why is India not an ally of US? क्यों नहीं है? बिल्कुल सही बात है, strategic autonomy. Second, becoming an ally reduces your foreign policy options. Think of NATO allies. If USA is fighting a war, they have to fight. There are obligations in that. So you are saying you have to deepen without alliance. De-risk China without decoupling. It terms पढ़ते हैं strategic decoupling. Retain Russia without complicity. Basic point. Convert EU and Japan from trade to strategic. On EU front, we have been able to do that. India-EU FTA. India-EU FTA, does it have any strategic dimension? Yes. बताओ क्या है? एक security and defense partnership is there. And second thing in that is, apart from that, collaboration on Indo-Pacific. So there is a strategic dimension in India-EU. Fine. अब आप इस पे आओ. यहाँ पे major चीजें लिखी हैं. We know this term estranged democracies. Fine. एंड यहाँ पे डैश करके कहीं भी नीचे लिखो एंगेज डेमोक्रेसीज. दिस इज अ वेरी गुड इंट्रोडक्शन, वेरी सिंपल. फ्रॉम एस्ट्रेंज्ड डेमोक्रेसीज टू एंगेज डेमोक्रेसीज. estranged to engaged democracies. Fine. 1 2 3 nuclear deal we know. Quad. ठीक. जो लिखा है ICET, इस पे लाइन लगा के यहां पे लिखो कॉम्पैक्ट. द बिगेस्ट करंट अफेयर्स अपडेट इन इंडिया यूएस इज कॉम्पैक्ट. COMPACT. कॉम्पैक्ट में 3 चीजें हैं. राइट? कॉम्पैक्ट हियर. Compact has 3 things. What are the 3 things? Military, technology, and हाँ, अब इसमें रुक जाओ. Name is very big, but I need to know the 3 components in this. ठीक है, पहला लिखो. पहला है डिफेंस एंड सिक्योरिटी में लिखो 10 years framework. The most recent update on India US. Within compact 3 things are there. पहला है डिफेंस 10-year framework. Second लिखो in defense RDP and Asia. All these are keywords, recent current affairs. Reciprocal defense procurement and autonomous in systems industry alliance. ये दोनों चीज 10-year framework and RDP Asia. So if you get a question like this, don't get scared. Simple सा compact है. In compact, first layer is defense. ठीक है? First layer of compact is defense. Second layer commerce. Commerce में ये याद रखो, Mission 500. Target of India-US trade is $500 billion by 2030. So if you just remember one mission, na, you will write at least 4 new points in your answer. Pehla hai defense, 10-year, RDP and Asia. What is RDP? Reciprocal defense procurement, right? Asia is autonomous systems industry alliance. Commerce में क्या है? Mission 500. Abhi, this trade deal is going on, not yet finalized. Sometime later it will be finalized. This is more relevant for 2027. अब तीसरा आ जाओ ट्रस्ट. ये मैं बताना चाह रहा था आपको. ISET is initiative for critical emerging technologies. It has now become trust. Trust is the new thing. ISET बन गया है trust. Transforming relationship utilizing strategic technology. ISET has become trust. Remember this. That's it. बाकी छोटी मोटी, of course, supply chain में they are cooperating, lithium, so on and so forth. But main चीज ये है. So compact is something you have to drop in the answer. And compact directly gives you 3 or 4 points. So don't remember purani cooperation. Remember at least this. This is the most updated. तो डिफेंस में क्या चीजें? 2 चीजें हैं, 10-year framework and RDP Asia. ऐसे ऐसे याद करना है हमें. दूसरा कॉमर्स में मिशन 500. तीसरा टेक्नोलॉजी में ISET has become trust. That's it. And trust में every technology that you can think of, AI, quantum, semiconductor, everywhere there is a cooperation in that. Because what was ISET? Critical Emerging Technologies Initiative. That has been changed to trust. That's it. Fine. So one thing is this that you have seen. Compact. Okay. But there is a negative also that we have seen the India-US relations. What is the negative part? Of course, tariffs. ठीक है, फिर से भी हो रहा है कि they are not going to put again new tariffs on India simply because we are continuing to buy the Russian oil. पहला issue है tariffs. Bracket में लिखो Russian oil. This is the negative. This is the positive. Compact. Negative is tariffs, comma H1B. ठीक है, I think they are also putting some remittance tax also. क्या नाम पढ़ा था हमने? कुछ तो पढ़ा था, right? Something global tax 1%. I'm not able to recall what tax was that, but basically that was a challenge. Okay, now if you get a question on analyzing India-US relations, ठीक है, please remember in that question which dimensions to bring in. लिखो पाकिस्तान आप लाओगे, bracket IMF loans, Operation Sindoor. Second लिखो तन्वी मदान, sorry, second लिखो China, in the bracket write Tanvi Madan. And when you bring in Pakistan, bracket में देखो Hussein Haqqani. Some people say right now Pakistan USA relations are very good, but Hussein Haqqani has analyzed Pakistan USA relations over 70 years. He says US relations are very transactional, almost like a use and throw. काम हुआ उठा के फेंका. For some years Pakistan was not giving the benefit. Now Pakistan is giving the benefit. They are getting close. So when you analyze India USA relations, you have to think Pakistan also at the backdrop, and you also have to have China. Now whenever we analyze India US, China dimension is also there. This is the work of Tanvi Madan. India US relations cannot be seen independently. There is a Chinese factor to it. Yes or no? अब आप देखो, when there are US tariffs, have India and China come close together? Washington will be aware of Beijing's closeness to New Delhi. We can use capitals while mentioning. Washington is US, Beijing is China, New Delhi is India. आप इस तरह से लिख सकते हो. So 3 variables always remember in relation. पहला क्या? पाकिस्तान. Second is China, Tanvi Madan. Hussein Haqqani, Tanvi Madan. तीसरा क्या है? रशिया. अब रशियन ऑयल इज ब्रिंगिंग इंडिया अ डिप्लोमेटिक कॉस्ट. इंडिया का रेपुटेशनल डैमेज हो रहा है, इकोनॉमिक कॉस्ट इंडिया हैज टू पे. बट इंडिया इज, some people say India is paying a costly price for strategic autonomy. This remains to be seen. We are okay with that. Yes or no? ठीक है. अब यहां पे आप एशले टेलिस लिखो ब्रैकेट में. रशिया वाले पार्ट्स में you can bring एशले टेलिस in. So when you have to analyze India US answer, now you have a lot of variables to play with, and you can write a decent answer. But the answer should be weaved around. India will never be bullied. India has its options. We have our own comparative advantage. So on these tougher questions also, you can say India must navigate choppy waters. It must walk the diplomatic tightrope. अब ये क्या है? अंग्रेजी. If you know some of these words, you can navigate along. Analysis बड़ी simple है. Clear है? Okay. Come to EU. लिखो सबसे पहला मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स ब्रैकेट उर्सुला वॉन डर लेयन. EU में राइट मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स. उर्सुला वॉन डर लेयन. ठीक है. अब इसमें राइट अ लाइन. दिस इज अ वेरी गुड वे टू एनालाइज द रिलेशन. लिखो इंडिया EU FTA. India EU FTA is not purely because of economic reasons. It is not purely because of economic reasons. Full stop. It shows how middle powers, ये कीवर्ड है हमारा, it shows how middle powers balance an unreliable US, how middle powers balance an unreliable US and a coercive China. Unreliable US and a coercive China. ठीक है. What does, अब ब्रैकेट में लिख लो चाहे राजेंद्र जैन, important person to quote in India EU. Rajendra Jain, mother of all deals. Who had said this? Ursula von der Leyen. Clear है? Rajendra Jain, you can also quote, prominent person on EU. Right? Now, when I say India EU, अब देखो बाकी चीजें. बहुत अच्छा ट्रेडिंग ब्रैकेट है, FTO वो सब हो चुका है, काउंसिल इज देयर. Underline connectivity partnership as BRI. Now, BRI is going to be a big dimension when it comes to it. Now, ये भी चीज याद रखेंगे. देखो this term geoeconomics is important term. China's BRI, by the way, BRI, if you know, was launched in, it has land component, it has maritime component, it tries to revive the ancient Silk Route. Chinese BRI is its version of Mahan Mackinder. What is Mahan? दोज हु रूल द ओशंस रूल द वर्ल्ड। हम इसको यूज करेंगे कहां पे, महान को, अल्फ्रेड टी महान, इंडो पैसिफिक, इन इंडिया सागर डॉक्ट्रिन। फाइन। व्हाट इज मकाइंडर, हार्टलैंड थ्योरी, वी नो महान मकाइंडर। तो जब भी आप चाइनीज बीआरआई लिखो, राइट महान मकाइंडर। नाउ व्हेन आई से चाइनीज बीआरआई, बेल्ट एंड रोड इनिशिएटिव, आई नीड टू बी अवेयर ऑफ इट्स इश्यूज। इट इज ओपेक इन नेचर, पहला इशू। सेकेंड इशू इन चाइनीज बीआरआई, debt trap, checkbook diplomacy. Next issue, in the Indian case, for example, sovereignty का issue है. You know, CPEC passes through POK, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which connects Gwadar port to Kashgar. It violates India's sovereignty. ये भी issue है Chinese BRI में. Now, issue is also of not local employment. It does not employ local people, which creates resentment. And सबसे बड़ा जो issue है, it is a possible dual use infrastructure, which means civilian project can be militarized. This is the biggest issue with Chinese BRI, dual use infrastructure. Now, Chinese BRI, how would you counter Chinese BRI? Again, a question that comes in. We can counter Chinese BRI some initiatives that you should know. Asia Africa Growth Corridor, India Japan, Global Gateway, EU. Then I can talk about IMEC, but IMEC is a part of PGII, which is an initiative of G7, India Middle East Europe Economic Corridor. Another example I can give you is this is not a direct infra project, but this is a certification project led by US. बाकी तो हमने सुना है मिनरल सिक्योरिटी पार्टनरशिप, पैक्ट सिलिका इनिशिएटिव, which are also prominent initiatives. It is a slightly older project. Fine. तो अभी उसमें इतना directly aim ऐसा नहीं था. And the issue is the countries through which it is passing. If the country is volatile, maybe Chinese involvement can also come in that region. So slightly complicated, right? अब देखो, this is something that we should be aware of, right? And talking of BRI, these are the challenges we know. In Global Gateway, Japan, Asia Africa Growth Corridor, IMEC, India Middle East Europe Economic Corridor, right? Blue Dot Network. Few things we are aware of. Now, EU पे आ जाते हैं वापस. अभी यहाँ BRI लिखा था, some basic things you know. अब underline, these are very good terms. Convergence on multipolarity and de-risking. But India EU में अभी भी problem क्या है? Friction on CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, agriculture पे, data पे. What is the issue in agriculture, etc.? SPS, sanitary and phytosanitary barriers, TBT, technical barriers to trade. Fine. Data में issue क्या है? Services sector, e-commerce, India is not getting enough access. ठीक है? How many of you know Singapore issues? कहाँ पढ़ा है हमने? WTO. ठीक है? Okay. So India EU में again remember mother of all deals. And factually 99% of Indian products and 97% of EU product will be what? ठीक है? So that is why there is a huge coverage. But the issue is CBAM. But you also know you will link it to USA and you will also link it to China. There is a Rajendra Jain. Fine? Point. Next also Japan. Underline Shinzo Abe, confluence of two seas. और ये आप लिख सकते हो इंडो पैसिफिक में भी शिंजो आबे. ठीक है? जापान में मेन चीज क्या है देखो, कॉमन राइवल. व्हाट इज दैट? चाइना. तो इसमें लिखो इंडिया प्लस जापान कन्वर्ज ऑन चाइना. यू हैव टू ब्रिंग इन द चाइनीज डायमेंशन. सेकंड लिखो इंडिया जापान डैश ACSA, एक्विजिशन क्रॉस सर्विस अग्रीमेंट. दिस इज अ PSR PYQ 3 years back. India and Japan had ACSA, Acquisition Cross Service Agreement. अब ब्रैकेट में लिखो, लिखो, चलो आई नॉट से पुअर बट लिखो इंफीरियर टू लेमोआ, LEMOA. यू नो लेमोआ, लॉजिस्टिक्स एक्सचेंज मेमोरेंडम, राइट? तो इंडिया ने जापान के साथ क्या साइन करा था? एक्विजिशन क्रॉस सर्विस अग्रीमेंट. ओके, दैट इज वन थिंग दैट यू विल रिमेंबर. अदर देन दैट देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ कोऑपरेशन. ठीक है, अब देखो इन कंट्रीज में इन जनरल what is the challenge? For example, if you have to think of India, Japan, what is the challenge? Trade potential will be below potential. India promises, सुना है, and China delivers. So in general, India and Japan में within India there is a lot of red tape. Projects का deployment is slow. Second issue is people to people ties limited, can be improved, right? Areas can be diversified more. Yes or no? These are the common concerns that are there. But the good thing is India and Japan में there is a convergence on Indo-Pacific. Fine. So remember some of these points. Okay. अब यहाँ पे सुना है हमने the relations are going through Kamal Sibbal saying cherry blossom phase. Shinzo Abe को quote कर सकते हो. Right. Basic things this we have seen sometime, so not much to add here. China में main चीज है we are having a THAW, THAW. What is THAW? Slightly good relations. Why? हाँ, अब यहां पे जो लिखा है ना पेट्रोलिंग डिसएंगेजमेंट ऑन 2 रीजन्स, देपसांग देमचोक, देयर इज अ पेट्रोलिंग डिसएंगेजमेंट. 1962 व्हाट हैपेंड? वॉर, गलवान क्लैश, राइट? पेट्रोलिंग डिसएंगेजमेंट. अब यहां पे अंडरलाइन कॉशियस रीएंगेजमेंट. 2 प्लेसेस, SCO एंड ब्रिक्स, कजान समिट, तियानजिन. इन बोथ प्लेसेस वी हैव सीन अ गुड कॉशियस रीएंगेजमेंट. यस और नो? बोल सकते हैं. बट अंडरलाइन इश्यू क्या है? स्ट्रक्चरल राइवलरी, राइट? अब यहां पे जस्ट बिलो दिस प्लीज राइट 6T. 6T, ये 6T मींस द चैलेंजेस बिटवीन इंडिया एंड चाइना. लिखो तवांग. ये 6T एक बुक में है, आई विल टेल यू द नेम ऑफ द बुक आल्सो. तवांग, कॉमा, तिब्बत, कॉमा, टेरिटरी, अभी क्या क्या लिखा आपने? ट्रेड, कॉमा, थ्रेट परसेप्शन, थ्रेट परसेप्शन एंड थर्ड पार्टी. 6 challenges. थर्ड पार्टी. ब्रैकेट में लिखो नेम ऑफ द बुक, जेफ स्मिथ. जेफ स्मिथ की बुक का नाम है कोल्ड पीस. ये है बुक, इंडिया चाइना राइवलरी द 21st century, जेफ स्मिथ. थर्ड पार्टी हियर इज पाकिस्तान फॉर एग्जांपल. okay, now one more point I have mentioned is Garver. There is a protracted contest. Why? Issue a deep rooted antagonism. How? Their word order is different. Yes or no? Unipolar Asia versus multipolar Asia. किसने बोला था ये? श्याम सरन. कहां पे? How India sees the world. If you want to be more fancy, in his recent book, How China Sees the World, वो भी आप लिख सकते हो अगर मन करे. But of course, he has said it in How India Sees the World. Fine. Keep that in mind. वो सब यूज कर सकते हो, राइट? अब वाटर डेटा सब कुछ पढ़ चुके हैं वाटर पे. बताओ डैम के नाम, रिवर का नाम, डैम का नाम, इंसान का नाम. मेडोंग डैम, China is building. India is building Lower Siang Dam. Now 2 terms we had seen, hydro hegemon, hydro hostage. Upper riparian क्या हो गया? Hydro hegemon. Lower riparian सब देख रखा है, सबके नाम देख रखे हैं. So everything on the water, everything we have discussed. ठीक है? And in China, if you say we can have 3 or 4 C's, क्या है C's? Compete, contain, conflict, cooperate, something like that can be a, right? लिख लो इसको. The 3 C's or 4 C's of relationship: conflict, compete, contain, cooperate, something like that, right? Hostage, hydro hostage. इसकी भी theories हैं, इनके भी keywords हैं, but अभी के लिए I have less time, I cannot expand more on that. हाँ हाँ हाँ, you can use directly inverted commas में use करते हो, अच्छा term है, right? We have already seen this, थोड़े से tough हैं इसके. हाँ I know, ठीक है. चाइना में एक और लिखो, यहाँ पे 2-3 चीजें हैं. पहले लिखो यहाँ पे, you should see, पहले लिखो एशियन सेंचुरी, in the bracket write पराग खन्ना. Asian century, Parag Khanna. Now this is just a possibility. Can happen, cannot happen, we don't know. Asian century, Parag Khanna slash elephant, elephant dragon tango. ये सारी अच्छी चीजें हैं, पॉजिटिव पॉजिटिव. There can be an elephant dragon tango, there can be a, right? Tango, tango, अच्छी चीज, मतलब पॉजिटिव. They'll dance. रुक जाओ, what I was thinking. हाँ, right? RIC, RIC. Next possibility can be, this question can come, Russia, India, China come together and cooperate. Up in this question also, you will argue on both the sides. Right now, Russia and China is making India insecure, but what if because of Trumpian tariffs, Trump ने बोला ना, what was Trump's quote? We are losing India to our biggest, darkest, last कुछ बहुत ही famous tweet था last year का, to the darkest China, something like that. How many of you remember that? आप भी कहोगे सर ट्रम्प इतने ट्वीट करता है, कितने याद रखे, है ना? Let me just find it. Something on China he had said, if I remember correctly. I think the internet is slightly, हाँ कहीं ये लिख लो, you say lost India and Russia to deepest darkest China. So अगर क्वेश्चन इंडिया रशिया पे भी आता है, you have to bring in these angles. Don't think in isolation, I am telling you. Which, and this statement tells you what? Yes, USA's threat perception. For them, China is a very vile actor. In fact, he says, long and prosperous future together. Okay? But we know we cannot take all his tweets seriously. Okay? So again, my point is, bring multiple factors in the analysis, because you will get 2A में 15 and 20 markers. So उसमें this will help you navigate that. Fine? Now, so China may explore the possibility, optimism of Asian century, optimism of elephant dragon tango, even an optimism of RIC. ठीक है? ये हो सकता है, possibility है, but we also know there can be a Galvan clash like situation. So India should have realism. इसको हम बोलते हैं real politic with moral politic. तो realism भी चाहिए, but idealism नहीं चाहिए that हिंदी चीनी भाई भाई पंचशील. Real politic with moral politic should be balanced. Fine. Come to Russia. Okay, one old friend is better than 2 good friends, something like this. S400 discounted special privileged partnerships. Okay. अब ये याद रखो, friction is payments. What is the issue? Ruble payments में challenge हो रहा है. Second, Moscow's China tilt, and remember this entire line, Bobo's laws, axis of convenience is deepening. This is a challenge to RIC. कहीं पे लिखो अलग से, RIC में ये challenge है. If India is not aligning, and if Moscow is getting closer to China, the issue is Russia can become China's junior armory. ये है challenge. If you get a question on possibility of RIC, mention करोगे ये चीज आप. Because India is facing extreme Western pressure, 50% tariffs we are facing. इसीलिए अब यहाँ पे सवाल है, what is the cost of strategic autonomy? Some of the realist people say abhi ke liye negotiate and don't pay such a cost. But if India goes into no, we have a trusted friend, trusted ally. Why we want to go to and crumble under the US pressure? तो यहाँ पे लिखो, यहाँ पे the cost of strategic autonomy, and the cost is twofold. दो तरह की cost आप pay कर रहे हो, reputational cost, दूसरा economic cost. 50% tariffs you are going to pay. This is the cost of strategic autonomy. So that is why, again, remember, actions have consequences. Right? Now, in India, Russia, of course, अच्छी चीजें हैं, right? What have they signed? रुक जाओ, what was that agreement? हमने लिखा था अभी पिछली क्लास में. हाँ, relos. In the last class also you had told. हाँ, ये लिख लो. This is a new agreement. Relos. This is just like LEMOA, but write the name RELOS, between India and Russia. Reciprocal exchange of logistic support. Recent agreement hai. And when you write, you will write India's diversification of defense. India has very deep defense ties with USA. Compact to hai, we have signed the 4 foundational agreements with USA. We have the strategic trade authorization with USA. Yes or no? So keep this in mind. India-Russia Relos agreement. If you have time, 5 to 10 minutes, read about it later. Now, in Russia, India, right now, again remember the China factor is one, Pakistan factor is one, but Russia-China-Pak axis is another. Yes or no? India's nightmare in that sense is Russia-China-Pak axis. This is also a challenge to RIC. Okay? Now, to prove my point, I will say, right, Sergeyev Lavrov. क्या बोला इन्होंने? Yes, लिखो, Quad is Asian NATO, or you should say Quad is anti-China. And the moment he says a statement like this, India feels India's Indo-Pacific and Quad is not understood by Russia. बताओ समझ आ रहे में? Sergeyev Lavrov, spelling थोड़ा सा, this is, and who is Sergeyev Lavrov, by the way? ठीक है, some थोड़ा सा I think slow, it is working, no issues. This is the spelling. SERGEV Sergeyev Lavrov. ठीक है, these are some important persons that you can quote. ठीक है, he is Russian foreign minister. Right, anti-China games, devious, so you can use it. And the moment you use, देखो, simple सी चीज बोली उन्होंने Quad पे, you can use it in India, Japan also. They are a part of Quad. You can use it in Indo-Pacific also. Use in India, China, and India, Russia also. So limited content will have usability depends on how much you can use it. Clear है? So this is a very important section that we have seen. Right? और रशिया में भी ऑफ कोर्स यहाँ पे लिखो, आई फॉरगॉट रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर, हु कैन फॉरगेट. एंड सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर में फॉर इंडिया, आवर स्ट्रेटेजिक ऑटोनॉमी इज गेटिंग टेस्टेड. राइट, मोदी जी had went both to Ukraine as well as Russia, and we are able to secure decent relations, but India was heavily criticized by the West for the abstention. This is the challenge that the relations will face. So do you agree? चैलेंज है कि नहीं है? बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है. और चैलेंज क्या है? How does, अच्छा, for example, I want to ask you, how does India support its stance? Strategic autonomy we say, okay, and we will balance it by saying that we have criticized the humanitarian loss of lives. Humanitarian concern, the loss of lives can be avoided, but India is not directly named Russia while doing so. Right? Sovereign भी नहीं, but यहाँ पे ना the matters have gone way beyond, right? It becomes a big issue. Because it is, people on both sides are getting also impacted. Yeah. चलो, these kind of quotes also, that we are, somebody asked him, whose side are you on? So we are on the side of peace. ठीक है, अब आप कहोगे on the side of peace, वी कैन क्रिटिसाइज बाय सेइंग इज इट, याद करो हमने पढ़ा है, इज इट फेंस सिटिंग, याद है? इंडियाज एक्शंस आर क्रिटिसाइज्ड टू बी फेंस सिटिंग. व्हाट इज फेंस सिटिंग? मैच चल रहा है, आप फेंस पे बैठे हुए हो, राइट? यू गो टू अ स्विमिंग पूल, यू आर जस्ट आउटसाइड द पूल, अच्छा लग रहा है बाहर से, बट एक्चुअल थिंग इज taking a tough stand sometimes. Okay, so sometimes if you get a question India's global great power ambitions, you can partially criticize, right? And you will not say, you will say some western nations criticize India's ambivalence, they criticize India's strategic silence and label it as fence sitting, but wahan pe fir you give the justification. So when you argue your points, ठीक है, don't be overtly critical, be very smart. आपको एग्जाम लिखना है, एग्जाम में the safest thing to quote always is MEA stand. Wherever you are confused, sir, what is the right thing to quote here? Is it right? Am I pro this? MEA ने जो बोला है साफ साफ वो लिखना है हमें, ठीक है? And around that, some people will be, let's say, more realist, right? More aggressive in their approach. Some people will be more balanced. Liberal institutionalists like, तो हमें दोनों तरफ के views लिख सकते हैं हम. So if I quote somebody like Brahmachalani, सुना हमने? Brahmachalani will be more hyper realist, right? वो तो बोलेंगे सब तोड़ दो जाके, right? Right? Indus Water Treaty, do this, on the nuclear, do this. So that will be very aggressive approach, right? Bharat Karnad, very expansionist. Okay? Huh? Rajesh Rajgopalan, we have seen neo-realist. Huh? Hmm. हाँ हाँ हाँ, आप लिख सकते हो. इनफैक्ट इसमें एक और पॉइंट लिख सकते हैं डॉक्टर एस शंकर, शुड बी रिटन इन योर हैंड आउट समवेयर, दैट यूरोप शुड गेट आउट ऑफ द माइंडसेट. ठीक है, लिख सकते हो ऐसा कुछ अगर चाहो तो, राइट? सेम थिंग यू कैन आल्सो कोट, बट डिपेंड्स ऑन द क्वेश्चन आल्सो, राइट? ओके, okay, now come to this Indian UN system. I'll spend 5 minutes on this. बहुत छोटा सा, but I'll tell you what are the important things. India and the UN system, peacekeeping आते हैं. You will go, these are small topics but very high yielding. Indian global center of power is a big topic. You need to know a lot of things here. Fine. Now, peacekeeping में हमारा क्या रिकॉर्ड है? बेसिक फैक्ट सब यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है. This finally you should know. When I say peacekeeping, which person comes to my mind? Dag Hammarskjöld. India has also won the award of Dag Hammarskjöld, and Dag Hammarskjöld quote is also very important. कहाँ पढ़ा है हमने? हाँ बताओ, सुनाओ पूरा. Right, tell me. UN is heaven, but to prevent it from going to hell. Dag Hammarskjöld. In the recent article of Shashi Tharoor quoted Dag Hammarskjöld, and he wrote that article. The UN at 80. ठीक है, तो बेसिक है कंट्रीब्यूटर्स, राइट? कोरिया मिशन, कॉन्गो, फर्स्ट, ये सब हम देख चुके हैं. लिबेरिया, हाईएस्ट कैजुअलिटीज. इनफैक्ट वी हैव आल्सो रिटन नेम्स ऑफ इंपॉर्टेंट. जनरल थिमैया, याद है? who had lost his life during the operation. We have seen that. हाँ, Cyprus, good. Policy voice activism, TC, इसको बोलते हैं TCC, right in bracket TCC. सबसे important चीज है, what is TCC? The countries who contribute troops, they don't have a say. The mandates are not transparent. But P5 has all the powers. Yes or no? सबसे बड़ा issue है ये P5 के साथ. And देखो, those who mandate must heed to those who bleed. हमने, we've seen some good terms also. मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा है. Something on this we have seen a very good line. Underline this recent initiative, Unite Aware. कोई बात नहीं, बाद में अगर दिख रहा है तो देख लो, नहीं तो see it later. आज जो सोच रहे हैं ना यार, फॉरगेटन है, याद है? नहीं याद है? ब्लड करके याद है. हाँ कुछ तो था ऐसा, हाँ मुझे भी याद आ रहा है. ठीक है, Unite Aware, please remember this. This is a recent initiative. Okay, women pushed in the peacekeeping operations. Permanent seat claim, ये आप पढ़ लेंगे. क्यों स्टॉल होता है? अब IGN, what is IGN? Intergovernmental negotiations. Please remember, ये पूरी लाइन आपको याद होनी चाहिए. IGN happen without text-based negotiations. What is the way forward? Text-based negotiations. Oral negotiation में no, nothing is recorded. UFC we know, पढ़ चुके हैं, यूनाइटिंग फॉर कंसेंसस कॉपिंग क्लब. P5 is reluctant, of course. चाइना का रेजिस्टेंस है. एंड इवन एजुल्वीनी, व्हाट इज एजुल्वीनी? अफ्रीकन यूनियन उनका, राइट, दे वांट टू बी अ पार्ट. इनफैक्ट दे से टू, अब इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है? दे से टू कंट्रीज फ्रॉम अफ्रीकन यूनियन विल बी अ पार्ट, बट नोबडी नोज व्हिच टू. This is a challenge. There is no criteria for that. So there are many hurdles in this process. Now, in this permanent seat claim, we have also done permanent seat is one option. Semi-permanent seat is also there. So you can get a seat without a veto also, right? But it may be problems and challenges that we have seen. Now, whenever we look for permanent seat claim or non-permanent seat, semi-permanent seat, there are two different viewpoints. एक viewpoint क्या है? India is over investing its energy. India should focus on its own development. After some time, you will directly get. Some people say, if UN does not bring in India, what will happen? UN's own credibility is at risk. Why? Because India represents 1/6 of humanity, largest democracy, and our credentials we can talk about. Fine? तो दोनों चीज हैं, you will see later on. Fine, देख लेंगे. Yes. G4 यहाँ पे लिख लो, लिखो. G4 की कंट्रीज के नाम लिख लो. India, Germany, Japan, Brazil. Or UFC is Uniting for Consensus. That is the coffee club. हाँ, L69 इससे ज्यादा it works in the LDC's countries also. ठीक है? And please write this quote somewhere, या फिर यहाँ पे लिखो, नहीं तो this UN वाला relevance पे क्वेश्चन आएगा. वो आर्टिकल इस पे नहीं खुलेगा. This is behind a paywall, right? Tag hammer cold. एंड करते हुए. This is a good quote on relevance of UN. ये याद रखो. The UN was not created to take mankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell. Relevance of UN पे चिपकाओ वाला quote. Yes, good point, Gaurav. Fine. Now, India and the nuclear question. Last one, 2025, there was a question. India has crossed the Rubicon. किसका statement है? T. Rajamohan. What is the meaning of crossing the Rubicon? Although this will not come now this year. Point is, 1962, what happened? India-China war. 1964, China has done a nuclear test. 1974, Pokhran 1. 1988, Rajiv Gandhi Peace Action Plan. Then 1998, Pokhran 2. अब अगर सवाल आ रहा है, इस बीच में क्या हुआ? India crossing the Rubicon. As much multi-dimensional analysis you can give. क्या क्या लिखोगे? Nuclear, China, the issues of war. Second, USA was not cooperating. India says NPT is discriminatory, haves and have-nots. The term we will use is nuclear apartheid. Then, सबसे बड़ा event which precipitates, because 1988 में India is saying a plan of peace. 1988, 10 years later, we have become a proper player. Atal Bihari Vajpayee's statement was very famous then. क्या हुआ होगा इन सालों में? 1991 collapse and TTBT and all of that. The cutoff date was coming very close. India thought it will be put into sanctions लगेंगे India पे. So all these factors contribute to 1998. And you remember Subramaniam Sundarji doctrine. याद आ रहा है? What did they say? Basically, it is rooted in both Sundarji was then related to military. Subramaniam is the whole brain and architect behind this. So here India brings proper realism into it. And talking of this now, जब आप इसको देखते हैं, you will now remember a person you will see many times in your handout. Kanti Vajpayee says Indian foreign policy can be seen in 3 phases. पहला क्या है? Moral, which means Nehruvian moralism. Second, we have neoliberalism, of course, post 1991, and there is also now very अब यहाँ पे everything surgical strikes, hot pursuit, okay, recent Operation Sindoor, IWT, Indus Water Treaty put in abeyance, many things. Point is, please remember, none of this phase is permanent, and all of the phase coexist. You cannot say right now India में कोई भी moral idealism नहीं है, अभी भी है. In some cases there is moral idealism, still there is neoliberalism and there is hyperrealism. What is the current thing? All of the three are blended, right? In some issues this becomes more prominent, in some issues trade becomes more important, in some issues peace etc. ये बन जाता है important. तो कांति वाजपेयी की 3 phases हैं already there in your handout. I'll show you where it is. वापस आते हैं इस पे, right? अब ये the whole कहानी etc. You can read moralistic stand, ambiguity, but this is the most important, declared deterrence. And a lot of things change. In fact, this also I've mentioned, Rajiv Gandhi action plan. Okay, but post that you have seen draft, doctrine, everything came together. And right now 1, 2, 3 agreement, NSG waiver we have, right? अब इसमें underline these 3. Totally there are 4 export control regimes. India is a member of 3, MTCR, Wassenaar, Australia group. Why is India not able to join NSG? China block कर देता है. NSG में the membership happens based on consensus. So China blocks that. So India wants to be a part of it. ये भी issue बन जाता है, ठीक है? और ये हमने पढ़ा हुआ जॉर्ज पर्कोविच, इंडियाज न्यूक्लियर बॉम्ब. 2 चीजें हैं इसमें. स्टेटस क्वेस्ट थी, डोमेस्टिक पॉलिटिक्स थी, सिक्योरिटी थी, एंड ऑल्सो रिमेंबर वी वर रेडी साइंटिफिकली ऑल्सो. If we were not ready scientifically, this would have not happened. Okay, remember this. Also write somewhere again, now you can write C. Raja Mohan, 1998, crossing the Rubicon. That's an important keyword. C. Raja Mohan, crossing the Rubicon. और ये अच्छे, these are good scholars to quote. One is George Perkovich, you can quote Vipin Karng. He basically says you should review your NFU. What is NFU? India says no first use. Now, issue is Pakistan, or there is a rise of new tactical nukes, low threshold, new technologies is coming in, new ICBMs are coming in. So if you deliberately have a no first use policy actually depends on 2 things. बताओ क्या? One is to have, पहला तो है बच जाओ, first to have survivability, and second is second strike. Because let's say somebody is going to give you a punch, वो punch खा के आप लेट गए तो खत्म. But the point is, if you are able to, let's say if you are able to absorb that shock, and now you can hit it with the second, that is second strike capability. So some scholars will say India does not have that level of second strike capability. We have to improve our nuclear arsenal. We have to have a better nuclear triad. Keep that in mind. ठीक है? Bharat Karnat, Rajesh Gopalan, somebody will say maximize karo. Okay? Somebody will say minimize this. CMD is, what is CMD? Credible minimum deterrence. So try to use it. यहाँ पे Rajesh Rajgopalan will talk about deterrence minimalism. Okay? Credible but minimum deterrence. Bharat Karnad will have an expansionist view. He will talk about hawkish maximalism. Hope we are clear on this. Okay. अब एक बार इस पे आओ पहले. India and the global south. Take 20 seconds, please read this. from Bandung. Why is Bandung important? The idea of NAM started here. And Belgrade is the summit where the first NAM summit happened. 1955, Bandung. 1961, Belgrade summit. Fine. NIEO G77, WTO coalition building. In case you have less content on these topics, itna hi rat ke jao and try to replicate it. Now, let's come to Africa. In your Africa answer, what I will be looking for, you should write, likho Kampala principles. KAMPALA, Kampala principles. Bracket में लिखो PM Modi's 10 points. 18. Kampala principles 2018 में Modi ji gave 10 points. Whenever you have time, read these 10 points. You will get a very good way forward for India Africa. पहली चीज. दूसरा लिखो Africa 2063. That is African Union's vision. Just like India has a Viksit Bharat 2047, Africa has 2063. फ्रांस का क्या है? Horizon what? ये आसान है आपके लिए. फ्रांस का आंसर में ये होना चाहिए 2047. Right? Horizon 2047, India, France. Okay. So if you see this term Horizon 47, you have to talk about France. Now, coming back. Kampala, you will remember, right? Next, देखो, Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia. Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia. क्या लिखेंगे? बताओ, क्या लिखेंगे? Estimate the 21st century is the African century. '21st century is the African century. Baki to of course Shashi Tharoor you can write from a dark continent to a continent of hope. Dark continent to a continent of hope. Okay. Now these points: pharmacy of the South, India's G20, capacity building, debt heavy, ITEC is a very important point. यहाँ पे लिखा है IAFS India Africa Forum Summits. Good thing is there is a forum summit. Bad thing is in the last 15 years ये सिर्फ 3 बार मिले हैं. So the political dialogue is on a very low scale, right? The biggest challenge in India Africa is no points for guessing. China. Horn of Africa में China has Djibouti. China is investing heavily BRI. To counter that, India has AAGC, Asia Africa Growth Corridor. And remaining things you should remember, Kampala principles, try to deliberately bring in your answer. ठीक है? अब लैटिन अमेरिका देखते हैं. लैटिन अमेरिका में हाउ टू मेक योर आंसर स्टैंड आउट. लेट्स सी. यू नो लिथियम ट्रायंगल, लैटिन अमेरिका, पहली चीज. मर्कोसुर सुना है हमने, प्रेफरेंशियल ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट, इट हैज बीन एक्सपैंडेड. इप्सा वी नो, फाइन. अब पहली चीज लिखेंगे, रिमेंबर 2 एम्बेसडर्स हियर, ठीक है, जो आपको नहीं याद आएंगे अभी. पहले लिखो एम्बेसडर आर विश्वनाथन, द मोस्ट अथॉरिटेटिव वॉइस ऑन इंडिया लैटिन अमेरिका. एम्बेसडर आर विश्वनाथन. लिखो आउट ऑफ साइट बट नॉट आउट ऑफ रीच. Out of sight but not out of reach. And anything good, multi-layered, deep, if you want to write his name. Second, Ambassador Deepak Bhojwani. Both of them are very peculiar to this region. तीसरा current affairs, this we have done in the class if you recall. किसी को काबिल याद है? One. अच्छा हाँ ये है ना, बट आई थिंक इट वाज एन इवन मोर रीसेंट आर्टिकल दैट वी हैड सीन. चलो आप लिख लो कहीं पे, लैटिन अमेरिकन काबिल, दिस इज समथिंग दैट इज गोइंग ऑन. क्रिटिकल मिनरल पार्टनरशिप, लिखो इंडिया लैटिन अमेरिका, दैट इज सम रीसेंट न्यूज. यू कैन यूज दैट. क्रिटिकल मिनरल पार्टनरशिप मेन चीज क्या है? अफ्रीका फॉर एग्जांपल is important for India for all these things, right? India's emerging critical mineral partnership, right? Okay, next आ जाओ. NIEO WTO. See, NIEO में just remember these three things. Actually, there are 6 things in NIEO. NIEO में here it is written 1974. ठीक है? So idea of NIEO came in the Algiers summit of NAM in 1973, but it was operationalized in the UN in 1974. What is NIEO? New International Economic Order. Now please understand, from a north-south divide, NIEO क्या है? The current या existing model of economic manners leads to exploitation of global south. So what they say, सबसे important है resource sovereignty, fair terms of trade, technology transfer. एक और लिखो plus regulation of MNCs. Regulation of MNCs. हाँ वो सब ये प्रोफेशनल मार्केट है. टोटल देयर आर 6 थिंग्स. फाइन. नाउ व्हेन आई से NIEO, अब you will now remember NIEO 2.0. What is NIEO 2.0? Recent BRICS de-dollarization has led to a new demand. This is the old thing. NIEO faced the biggest setback because of year देखो and think of the times what would have happened. 1974 में NIEO, but 1991 liberalization, privatization, globalization, everybody was following this. Problem क्या होगा बताओ? Now developing countries will be using globalization, so NIEO fell flat, right? India, everybody has to come closer to US West companies. But in the recent times, what is the new issue coming up? MNCs, big tech companies. Neo-colonialism is a new challenge, right? Extraction of environmental resources, tribal communities, right? Think of Africa, the DRC, mineral resources getting exploited. MNCs are exploiting them, yes or no? Right? I hope we know. So NIEO faced a setback because of globalization, which is why now there's a new demand for NIEO 2.0. Are we clear on that? Fine. Okay. WTO में बस remember some of the important things. Doha में we take a good case, food security, public stock holding, peace clause, right? ये basic keywords हैं. I hope you know this. What is SNDT? Yes, special and differential treatment. Right? Coalition है यहाँ पे G20, G33. यहाँ पे लिखो ब्रैकेट में 14th अभी हुई है. Which one? WTO's 14th ministerial conference. Just reference that. India again made a lot of claims for developing countries. Nothing much happened. So if you write an answer on WTO, mention which is the recent one. 14th ministerial conference. कहाँ पे हुई है? और what is the name? Yuande, right? So wherever possible, wherever there is a linkage of current affairs, right? Yaoundé, Cameroon. This is the most recent one that this has happened. How many of you are aware about the fishery subsidy and what is India's argument? वाई? हाँ बट वाई? व्हाट इज इंडियाज ऑब्जेक्शन? पहली बात तो हाँ, IUU subsidies calculated on overall basis. India is saying calculated on a per capita basis. This is the main issue. Issue is of developed versus developing. जिन country की population ज़्यादा है, if you are giving an absolute subsidy, India is a big nation, big coastal community, so our subsidy is not up to the mark. Yes or no? Keep that in mind. Fine. Okay. Come to this. एक बार जल्दी से इसको देखते हैं. सार्क, साफ्टा, लुक ईस्ट. In this SARC, whatever you know is okay. What is the issue in SARC? Why is SARC dysfunctional? India Pakistan stalemate. Fine. Now here in the SAFTA, South Asia, आप यहां पे लिखिए Barry Bouzans. Barry Bouzan. Who is Barry Bouzan? How many of you know Barry Bouzan from paper 2A? How many of you like to forget him? बताओ. चलो आगे. अभी चलो लिखो Barry Bouzan. इनका कॉन्सेप्ट है RSCT, रीजनल सिक्योरिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स थ्योरी. Regional security complex theory. What does the theory say? Neighboring countries with geographical proximity, they have overlapping issues. So India का जो issue है उसमें Pakistan will be there. Multiple issues are intermixed. So the South Asia faces common security threats. Countries don't trust each other. क्यों? Common issues they are facing: hostile geography, long borders, shared history, issues of colonial issues. Many problems we face are colonial in inheritance. Radcliffe line, McMahon line, McDonald McCartney line, याद है? Johnson line. Many lines are there. Differing perceptions. So this theory tells you why South Asia में trust बहुत कम है. The countries have, because see, first of all, they are fragile democracies. They are relatively young democracies. And they have common security and threat perceptions. They are not able to easily overcome that. That is the challenge. Fine, keep that in mind. SAFTA में सिर्फ underline ये करो सबसे important fact. 5%, ASEAN 25%. And EU is around 50%. South Asia is the least integrated region of the world. And some people say, sir, India and Pakistan. But remember, Germany can do trade with the other countries, France and UK, despite world wars. And when I say Germany can do, what is that example? EU. EU is an example of which topic? Functionalism. David Mitrani, Ernst Haas. So जब भी हम बात करेंगे, you can always give a shining example of ASEAN as well as the bigger example of EU. And EU is a topic you read in paper 2A under regionalization of world politics. ठीक है? Fine. Look East, Act East. Fine. अब यहां पे लिखेंगे recent, लिखो India ASEAN 22nd summit. This is the most recent summit. What is the main takeaway of this summit? बहुत पुराना है, कुछ नया बताओ. इस समिट में क्या हुआ है? हाँ याद करो. वी हैव डन दिस एंड वी हैव डन दिस इन वन पेजर आल्सो. 2 बार कराया एटलीस्ट. मैरीटाइम कॉर्पोरेशन, ईयर ऑफ मैरीटाइम कॉर्पोरेशन 2026. 2026 is the year of maritime cooperation. How many people are watching online right now? Fine. ठीक है. तो basically for this part I will share a one pager. आप उससे देख लेना. Basic जो updates हैं. Impediments, all the major impediments you are aware of. See, ध्यान से देखते हैं. Indus Water Treaty is under abeyance. Who will you quote in Indus Water Treaty? ब्रह्मचलानी. अभी से याद रखो. ठीक है. हमने क्लास में शायद 2-3 और लोग लिखे हैं. बताओ प्रिंस, व्हाट हैव वी रिटन? ना commentary on Indus Water Treaty में apart from Brahmachalani says this is the most generous treaty. अच्छा that specific articles also I shared, right? Fine. Indus Water Treaty में please remember what is the thing that some people argue that this treaty or this current stalemate is also because India wants to renegotiate the terms of treaty. This can also be a possible angle. Okay. And here also remember terms like hydro hegemon, hydro hostage, upper riparian, lower riparian, right? And also remember Indus Water Treaty may the challenge for India is something that happens with India, China. Yes or no? That can also be a challenge, right? Keep that in mind. And you here, yahan pe remember, blood and water cannot flow together. That is known as conditional bilateralism. Bilateralism, bilateral relations will start only after a condition is met. And again, Brahmacharani, etc., will argue that India used to have Indus Water Treaty simply on the expectation that Pakistan will take credible actions. Now, unless credible actions are taken, blood and water cannot flow together. ठीक है? Now, तीसरा stalemate. तीसरा के साथ we should remember a term known as para-diplomacy. What is para-diplomacy? When the foreign policy is influenced by a federating unit, it can be a state. Fine. तीसरा के साथ Bangladesh, who is the current government? Tariq Rahman, ठीक है? Sheikh Hasina, all of that part we had to look at. Which book had we quoted? Avinash Paliwal's book, ठीक है? And which talked about over investment in personality factor is not a great foreign policy strategy, right? Okay, आगे देखते हैं. गंगा ट्रीटी रिन्यूअल यहीं पे बात चल रही है. माइग्रेशन इज एन इशू. एनआरसी, सीएए, एथनिक कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, श्रीलंका, मदेशीज, रोहिंग्यास, फाइन, एलओसी. व्हाट इज काला पानी? Now with Nepal there are 3 disputed regions: काला पानी, लिपो लेक, लिम्पियाधुरा. ठीक है? LBA land boundary agreement with Dhaka, that is a good thing. ब्रैकेट में लिखेंगे 100 Constitutional Amendment Act, the transfer of enclaves. ठीक है? You can read later on SD Muni, C Raja Mohan. Okay, come to due for renewal में वो simple है, play along, which means climate change is a factor, hydrological data is a factor, the regions it impacts is a factor, resource sharing is a factor, many things are interconnected. On the spot सोचेंगे फटाफट. क्यों हम renew कर रहे हैं treaty को? Flows have changed, patterns have changed, climate change, bring that dimension in. And out of the 54 river shares between India and Bangladesh, 2 key treaties हैं. One is Ganga, one is Kushiara. अब Ganga is due for renewal. अब इसमें भी you can write down domestic politics. Does it impact river water sharing? You can bring that dimension in, right? And bring in the politics of Awami League versus BNP. अब ये सारे factors पे फटाफट खेलो बैठ के. इसीलिए ना I'm saying if you get questions in IR, उसमें तो सबसे ज्यादा confidence हो, सबसे ज्यादा marks आपको मिलेंगे. Because other people will be scared. And don't simply play by the rules. Question में जो बहुत explicit है वो तो address करना ही है. You can bring in your analysis, which is why a thinking brain will always score more marks in this paper. And I'm telling you, even right now, despite your best efforts, you will find a shock factor in paper 2. IR में in the recent 2 years, the level has gone up, no doubt about it. Question अच्छे से पढ़िए. You bring your analysis without much scare. If you get scared, फिर आप एक्सप्रेस नहीं कर पाओगे अच्छे से. And a normal person, basic अच्छे से पढ़ाई, if you're able to express your thoughts, timely complete whatever you know, you will get good marks. Fine, वापस आते हैं. अब देखो, इसमें मैं सीधे determinants आप पढ़ेंगे, बहुत सिंपल है. Institutions you will read through, very simple, have a basic idea. Now this is what I was telling. Kanti Vajpayee, Nehruvianism, idealism, neoliberalism, hyperrealism, these are there in the foreign policy. C. Raja Mohan, crossing the Rubicon, Nehruvian idealism to pragmatic realism. S. Jaishankar, इसको याद कर लो if possible. Engage, manage, cultivate, reassure, bring Japan. Fine. Ashley Tellis, अब इसमें I'll just quickly remind you what was the article. Ashley Tellis will say, अब ये इनका आर्टिकल था, बहुत फेमस हुआ, a lot of controversy was created, India's great power delusions. Fine. He says simply, India has capability gap. Even Rajesh Rajagopalan says that. Hedging habits will undercut great power arrival. Now, he will simply say, if India is getting closer to China, India does not have much to gain. India should get closer to USA. That is his main argument. Now, will India get closer to USA? Only to a certain level. In fact, he also argues India will not fight US wars because India is never an ally of USA. India maintains its strategic autonomy. But he simply says that India cannot be a great power. It is simply hedging its bets. Either improve your capacity or he will say align with the US. Right? Align with the US, but we will not align. So this was criticized by Nirupama Rao and Dhruv Jaishankar in the separate article. Right? Nirupama Rao says India is a liminal power. Right? And we are in the verge of a transition. We don't have to hedge our bets with USA. Fine? So Rao here is Nirupama Rao. If you just read it, Nirupama Rao मेरे class में भी वैसे देखा यार article. This article is also available on Mint. I think that article is opening. Fine? You can read this. Similarly, Dhruv Jaishankar. So there is a counter. So you can get questions like this. Okay? So this is not a very difficult one. अच्छा इसी के साथ एक क्वेश्चन लिख लो. आई एम नॉट श्योर वेदर इट इज हियर और नॉट. आई रिमेंबर एडिंग इट, बट चलो आप कहीं लिखो. लिखो, डज इंडिया हैव अ स्ट्रेटेजिक कल्चर? सिंपल debated question. This is a PYQ. Does India have a strategic culture? क्या बोलते हो आप? Whose concept is this? George Tanham. He said India does not have a strategic culture. ठीक? Right now, what does he say to prove this point? What does he say to prove this point? बताओ. Fans watching also. ठीक. Simple. सबसे बड़ा point. India's military capability is not enough. So he will make strong arguments. Right? Arsenal. सबसे बड़ा. India's spending on defense vis-a-vis Chinese spending on defense. There's a huge gap. So you will. These are very strong criticisms that he makes. And second, he makes India lacks a strategic culture because he will say India is rooted in idealism. What is the counter to this? क्या counter है इसका? Good. कौटिल्य अर्थशास्त्र हो गया, आंसर खत्म. अर्थशास्त्र दूसरा कमंडक्स नीति सार. This shows our strategic culture. Next. अब देखो. Strategic autonomy, how it exercises itself. Fine. Second, of course, nuclear testing has to be there. Apart from that, NAM and the wars India has fought, and very strategically India has fought the wars. Fine. So all of that, Saga doctrine, all the recent things, hyper-realism in the current context, India's nuclear triad, these will be showing that India has a strategic culture. Similarly, and also remember, strategic culture from a US lens is different. हमारा अलग है. We are able to have good relations with Russia as well as USA and France, for example, for defense. That shows our strategic culture. Our strategic culture in our case is if we have deep-rooted relations with Russia, we don't break it off as easily. So you will be able to argue that. Okay? Fine. Keep that in mind. India and the NAM, सबसे नीचे आओ, लिखो. 19th NAM summit कहाँ पे हुई है? क्यूबा कब हो गई? कंपाला. Second Kampala coming in. देखो 19th NAM summit Kampala 2024. इसमें तो पूरा का पूरा आर्टिकल हमने कितनी बार लिखा है क्लास में? This will be a homework for the people. This is a very short speech of Dr. S. Jaishankar on the 19th NAM summit, it will answer every question that you have. That is NAM dead, so on and so forth. हाँ ये है, ये भी खुली हुई लिंक है, हमने देखी है, we have seen this. This is the link, MEA. I will just read the last line. You can 1 or 2 minutes, simple question on NAM, you will be able to solve through this, and you will reference it. This shows your awareness of current affairs. और NAM please remember is there in 2A 2B, दोनों जगह आप यूज करिए इसको. NAM पे you will get at least 2 questions. Last year the question was NAM 1 and NAM 2.0. Is NAM 2.0 official government policy? Then what is it? It is an unofficial strategy document by notable scholars like Sunil Khilnani, like Pratap Bhanu Mehta, important personalities, right? इसको क्या हुआ? अच्छा, finally it has come. Fine. अच्छी स्पीच है, बट मैं सिर्फ लास्ट में बताऊंगा बस. द वॉइस ऑफ NAM इज हियर टू बी हर्ड, द वॉइस ऑफ NAM इज हियर टू स्टे एंड ग्रो. बेसिकली हाईलाइटिंग NAM इज नॉट डेड, राइट? इफ यू रीड दिस यू विल फाइंड वेरी गुड पॉइंट्स, क्या क्या इश्यूज हैं द वर्ल्ड इज फेसिंग. ओके, कोविड-19 का चैलेंज बताया इन्होंने, राइट? गाजा, ट्रायड ऑफ, यू विल रिमेंबर दीज कीवर्ड्स, डेट, इन्फ्लेशन, ग्रोथ, हार्मिंग द डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज. ठीक है, और भी इश्यूज हैं ग्लोबलाइजेशन के, कि कोलोनियलिज्म हैज लेफ्ट अस बट नाउ वी आर फेसिंग न्यू कोलोनियलिज्म. एवरीथिंग वी से 2A के लिए भी रेलेवेंट है, 2B के लिए भी रेलेवेंट है. एंड करोगे किस पे? द मोर वी शेयर, सो साउथ साउथ कोऑपरेशन, ग्लोबल साउथ सॉलिडारिटी. जस्ट राइट दिस लाइन, द वॉइस ऑफ NAM इज हियर टू बी हर्ड, द वॉइस ऑफ NAM इज हियर टू स्टे. इससे एंड करेंगे. 19th NAM Summit Kampala 2024, Dr. S. Jaishankar. This is the most recent thing that you can add to your answers on NAM. Other things you read. And take out, even if you're giving mains, take out 2 minutes, read this after the class. ठीक है, of course 2 का 5 minutes हो सकता है, but that will give you a lot of clarity on NAM. This is how you have to navigate through topics. एक दिन में भी आपको फील हो रहा हो कितना वाइड कवरेज हो सकता है ऑप्शनल में. एंड आई हैव टू एक्सप्लेन यू एवरी पॉइंट. व्हेन यू रिवाइज, आपकी स्पीड मुझसे तेज होगी. ठीक है, स्टार मार्क, राइट? डिपेंड्स. क्लियर है? दिस यू विल रीड थ्रू. NAM एटसेट्रा, NAM 2.0 यहाँ पे मेंशन भी. Khilnani et al means Khilnani and other people. That is the main thing for to remember in NAM. To be, bye bye. This we have done, you will read through later. Contemporary global concerns, regionalization of world politics. How many of you are underconfident on this top area? So you are very confident. You know this topic, kar loge attempt? If you are thinking, if I am asking this about the length of the class, no, my intention was something else. Now here, there are 5 topics. UPSC has even asked you NAFTA when NAFTA was not relevant. 2024 में NAFTA पे सीधा सवाल आया है. So my point is, don't miss any of this point. ठीक है? Specifically on this topic regionalization, I found that you people, especially writing mains, अगर notes नहीं है, I will share my class notes. These are hardly 10-11 pages, but everything is covered proper अच्छे से. ठीक है? If you need, you let me know. अगर इतने से काम हो जा रहा है तो और अच्छा है. No need to add. EU में what is the most recent update? India EU FTA. But global level पे what is the update? लिखो यहाँ पे. देखो NATO's 5% pledge. दूसरा लिखो rearm Europe 2030. NATO's 5% pledge. दूसरा rearm Europe 2030. This tells you that criticism of EU was what? It is the economic heavyweight, but it is a security lightweight. This is the criticism of EU. But now EU is looking beyond economics. ठीक है? We say the strategic awakening of EU is happening. क्यों हो रहा है? Anybody can answer this question. Why is that happening? USA is unreliable. So EU was always living under the impression that we are NATO mein, US is always going to protect us. Now for the last 5 years, the war, Russia-Ukraine war is going on. There's a huge security cost and implication on EU. So US, they cannot be over-reliant on them, right? That is why use the term strategic awakening. Fine. Again, you can use Rajendra Jain here, Ian Bremer, proper people to quote in India or overall EU. Fine. अभी सब नाम लिखो, अपॉइंटेड जो आपने पहले लिखा है वो याद रखो, ठीक है? अभी कुछ नहीं, अभी अभी no, these people already have so much of commentaries. I don't want to add more. Huh. Then you have ASEAN. ASEAN, where remember some of these terms: consensus, non-interference. Try to put it in the answer. ASEAN, please write. Likho. ASEAN centrality. ASEAN centrality is the central pillar of India's Indo-Pacific. ASEAN may deliberately bring in Indo-Pacific. ASEAN centrality is the central pillar of India's Indo-Pacific dash PM Modi bracket Shangri-La. PM Modi Shangri-La. ठीक है? Second, ASEAN में I think 3 C's are there. What are the 3 C's of ASEAN in India? Culture, commerce, connectivity, something like this. वो भी add कर लो. 3 C's. हाँ? हाँ, you can quote Kishore Mehbubani, prominent person in ASEAN. सुना हमने नाम? Kishore Mehbubani. If you've done your older class on ASEAN, I've covered that. If you've done. अच्छा, okay, no issues, fine. अब एपेक में 2 चीजें लिखो, बस लिखो बोगोर डेक्लेरेशन, BOGOR, Bogor Declaration actually led to the formation of APEC, APEC, and write Putrajaya Vision 2040. All this effort we are doing, hoping that you may get ये एपेक का है मिशन, राइट? 2040 तक जो भी क्वेश्चन आएगा उसमें हम लोग यूज करेंगे पुत्रराजया विजन 2040, 20-year strategic roadmap adopted by APEC. पहले क्या है? बोगोर गोल्स. दैट इज व्हाई इट सेड बोगोर डिक्लेरेशन. These 2 keywords will make examiner को लगेगा आपको आता है APEC. This is what we have to do. Examiner should feel you know. Does not matter how much you know. ठीक है? अब ये बाद में पढ़ लीजिएगा एक लाइन, इतना भी याद करके you'll be able to write some good answer on APEC. Putrajaya, these are some recent points that you should be aware of. Okay, open regionalism में difference क्या है, new में क्या है, the time and trade, these are good points to be remembered. This question has also come once. SARC पता है हमें, ठीक है? SARC में not much to add here. And with SARC, please remember debates like should SARC be, is SARC dead, should SARC be revived, etc. Is BIMSTEC a replacement of SARC? The answer is yes also and no also. Why is it no? SARC is the only platform for South Asian regional integration. BIMSTEC is for littoral cooperation. So there's a difference in the 2 platforms. NAFTA, USMCA, USMCA 2.0. हाँ, correct. Now here please write down. The syllabus is regionalization of world politics. एक debate है, are these building blocks or are these stumbling blocks? Jagdish Bhagwati says this because it's become a spaghetti ball model. So many FTAs, so many groups are coming in. Earlier there was supposed to be WTO. Do you see a rise of minilaterals and plurilaterals? Yes or no? इसको क्या बोलते हैं जगदीश भगवती? Spaghetti ball. So much of confusion, what to choose from. So many rival groups are there. You can use this term. ठीक है? European EU 50%, remember, legal, supranational, pooled sovereignty, Ernst Haas, functionalism, neo-functionalism. Asian के केस में informal, consensual, which is why it is lesser. ठीक है? ठीक है? इसको लगाओ, this is a good. Regionalization is an insurance in a deglobalizing world. And you will get a question again on globalization. So ASEAN centrality, ASEAN way, etc. Keep that in mind. और ऊपर चलते हैं. देखो यूएन का कंक्लूजन ऑलरेडी पता है आपको, बताओ, dag hammer cold, you will use that, or you will use UN at 80. That's a most recent UN initiative. The UN has had 80 years, right? That is a UN at 80. Fine. Have I added UN at 80? नहीं किया या है? नहीं है तो write it somewhere, UN at 80. Now, envisaged role, actual record, this I will leave to you. This is not a simple topic and not a very tough topic. Specialized agencies, WHO. पैंडेमिक ट्रीटी लिखा है, उसके ऊपर लिखो फिर से PABS. दिस इज द इशू, पैथोजन एक्सेस एंड बेनिफिट शेयरिंग. Pathogen access and benefit sharing. This is the current issue. This is the issue of developed versus developing. You know chapter 7 and chapter 6. क्या issue है यहाँ पे? Military. But the issue is, where is peacekeeping mentioned? कहीं पे भी नहीं. So that becomes 6.5. That is the ambiguous zone. Okay. ठीक है. This is not that difficult. It is invincible. Yeah, the same quote I've told you. Heaven, save from hell, hammer's cold. Antonio Guterres. This is also a new thing, packed for the future. And just write down UN at 80. Maybe write a couple of lines for it. In our crash course, we've covered the UN at 80, every reform, सब कुछ cover कर रखा issues. But just write the UN at 80. बाकी this you go through, not much to add from my side. This is a decent topic. NIEO we have done, you will read it. अब देखो, just read. This is a topic 100% will come in the exam. ठीक, पहले से बोल रहा हूँ, globalization में you will get at least 2 type of questions. Just see this. Every basic keyword that you should know is mentioned here. Just see this. देखो, global value chains, चाइना की एंट्री हुई, फाइनेंशियलाइजेशन, हाइपर इंटीग्रेशन, राइट. पहले क्या होता था? व्हेन अमेरिका स्नीजेस वर्ड कैचेस कोल्ड. नाउ व्हेन चाइना स्नीजेस वर्ड कैचेस कोल्ड. व्हाट इज दैट? हाइपर इंटीग्रेशन. No, I don't remember whose quote is this. But initial quote is USA. But now because China has gotten so integrated, the quote was modified to also include China. 2008 financial crisis, G20. Earlier was only a grouping of the economic ministers, for example, finance ministers. But अब ये देखो, this is a keyword. How many of you remember? Weaponized interdependence. किसका keyword है? This is how you will write in the exam. Mention the keyword, in the bracket mention the scholar. Chips. अभी किसकी बात करी chips में हमने? Chris Miller, chip war is the book. Compute या microchips is the new oil. Critical mineral wars, we are aware of it, right? Now you know this term friend shoring. इसी के नीचे लिखो near shoring. इसी के नीचे लिखो strategic decoupling. जो सो words हैं, you should know the keywords in and out. एक और लिखो China plus one strategy. 4 एक साथ. Friend shoring, near shoring. Next one was, and एक और था, हाँ, strategic decoupling. Fine, okay. Now there's a term written geoeconomics. Geoeconomics को लिखो. See, geoeconomics is not simply trade going on. Geoeconomic means what? You will do trade, but you will also look into security. Now इसका examples लिखो. Recent. It's not that recent example, right? USA cancelling Huawei in the 5G. Huawei was supposed to do the 5G infrastructure of USA. USA ने cancel कर दिया पूरा. Understanding that this will lead to issues, yes or no? Right? Geoeconomics में again लिखो concerns around BRI. Again लिखो geoeconomics में export controls related to chips. US Chips Act. Reciprocal tariffs, all of that is geoeconomics. Sanctions, Russia, Ukraine, sanctions, geoeconomics. Supply chain resilience, याद है? एक और term लिखो यहाँ पे. Supply chain resilience. You will get something around this, and you will see how the word has moved from complex interdependence to weaponized interdependence. But हमें examples पता होने चाहिए. That is why, which is why India is looking forward to. Why is India getting closer to Latin America? you want to diversify, you want to have more energy resources, you want to reduce the strategic dependence on West Asia. याद आ रहा है पॉइंट हमने लिखा था? ठीक है, एनआईईओ ऑलरेडी भी देखा हमने, एनआईईओ का बेसिक क्यों फेल हुआ हमने देखा था, राइट? साउथ वाज डिसयूनाइटेड, द इश्यूज ऑफ the LPG reforms globally, etc. NIEO again, debt crisis, discipline, etc. Fine. CMEA, small topic. Come to Bretton Woods. It's maybe not much for me to explain here actually. Acha, what is the institute? What is the issue with Bretton Woods? Simple है, Western dominated है, ठीक है? Western biased है. North is overrepresented, South is hardly represented. Vote sharing issues, decision making issues. Fine. SAP, structural adjustment programs, have conditionalities. They have become tools and institutions of Western hegemony. These are the issues you will tell, which is why countries talk about इनको reform करने के लिए. And see, Bretton Woods reform is a constant theme, even in recent NAM, even in BRICS, even in G20. We talk about that, right? Okay, this abhi take 2-3 minutes. Please quickly go through changing international political order. If I want to add something, I'll add. Huh. In the way forward, you will talk about, see, right now, the practical outlook nobody knows, because the issue is the disputes at DSB is blocked mostly by the US actions. ठीक है? तो इसका आंसर हम क्या लिख सकते हैं? It is around coalition leadership, coalition diplomacy. तो एक टर्म है India's leadership in WTO's coalition diplomacy, वो हम यूज करेंगे. That is a way to arrive at a possible solution. And again, remember, you can also quote, अगर लंबा क्वेश्चन है, after hegemony, even despite US, other countries can come together and find a realistic solution to the problem. So US defection or US paralysis of DSP does not mean that everything, the world has fallen flat totally. नाम यहाँ लिखा, फिर से लिखो, 19th NAM 2024, कहाँ पे? Kampala. Write it again and mention it, because see, history, achievement, critique, we know. Now here in NAM, if you see, members own alignment, Cuba was aligned to Russia, pro-Soviet, extremely pro-Soviet. Fine. Relevance today, this also can directly come as a question. India का posture, global south, etc. Right? अब देखो, यहाँ पे this is a very important small paragraph. Soviet collapse, unipolarity, erosion. अब देखो, collapse क्यों हुआ? You know, glasnost, perestroika. What is glasnost and perestroika? Huh? Right. Correct. So openness, restructuring, etc. Stagnation, imperial overstretch in Afghanistan, the graveyard of empires. Fine. This actually led to the collapse of Soviet. This is also a topic in your syllabus. अब ये है हमारे लिए important, unipolar movement. You will remember the name. ऐसे लिखना है में, Krauthammer. Right? There was an American hegemony, liberal order, Eikenberry, John Eikenberry. Right? But the main thing is, and what US had done, interventions, erosion. Why there was an erosion? क्यों है? This is also a topic there. Right? Iraq में legitimacy cost, 2008 crisis, rise of China, and you can also write 9/11 attacks on US. Right? And you can again write यहाँ पे, right नीचे, Fareed Zakaria, end of American exceptionalism. इतने भी main keywords, if you're able to remember in the exam, you will do great. End of American exceptionalism. Okay. again remember revisionist China, Russian revanchism, good keywords to use. Multipolarity has gotten contested. Fine. In fact, you can also mention Amitav Acharya's multiplex word. So nobody knows who is the big order in this case. So you will use that. ठीक है? और यहाँ पे again use terms like Pax Americana contested by Pax Sinica, Middle Kingdom complex. Use these words. This part you will read through, not a tough to know. Okay, now come to this. इस पे क्वेश्चन पक्का है आपको अब मिलेगा. Now, what is the topic? Key concepts in IR. National interest. Very simple way to remember. What is national interest? Simple quote Morgenthau. Prime objective of foreign policy is preservation of national interest. सबसे important. ठीक, पहली चीज. National interest can be core, it can be variable. So permanent national interest as well as variable. ये सब देख चुके हैं हम लोग, right? Interest is defined as power. Core is this variable that keeps on changing. In national interest, main चीज क्या है? What is the debate in national interest? बताओ. देखो, national interest में पहली चीज remember couple of things. Sometimes, if you, I'll give you an example now. You'll remember. Pakistan's army's interest is sometimes portrayed as national interest. What does it mean? Who is defining national interest? So when I say this, इसमें याद रखो, there are perspectives. There is a realist perspective. Will there be a social constructivist perspective? National interest is a constructed concept, imagined concept. It keeps on changing. You know terms like securitization. Okay? That is there. The feminist will also criticize this concept of national interest because from a realist lens, it is essentially masculinist. Right? और सबसे बड़ा issue क्या है national interest में? That it creates a lot of confusion. Because nobody exactly knows what exactly is national interest, right? So इसमें just write one line. This is, I think, very popular line on national interest. एक तो राइट मोहम्मद यूनिस. Muhammad Yunus. Remember Muhammad Yunus and write Pak Army NI national interest becomes its national interest. Pakistan Army's interest becomes its national interest. So this is Muhammad Yunus. Two other couple of people that you should know. We have seen Thomas Robinson's, if you recall, 6 kinds of national interest. Class mein dekha hai. Just write Thomas Robinson. We've also seen Charles Beard. So just write these names, read about them if you know. बस इतना लिखो, exam में recall करना है. Thomas Robinson bracket 6. Now try to think what 6 things as he said. 2, 3 you will recall. Charles Beard. Fine. Now, in this topic, this is a topic almost every year this comes, security. Right? Please remember, when I say security, जहां लिखा है traditional, यहाँ पे लिखो realist. For realist, security is seen from a state-centric view. Right? So state क्या सोचेगा? Let's increase our force. Let's buy more weapons, ammunitions. Yes or no? Border fencing, patrolling. But the concept of security is widening. Right? So अब क्या हो रहा है security? What does the security become? You will talk about human security. Fine. So in this security, widened है. Widened में one I will remember Barry Buzan. Barry Buzan is from the Copenhagen school. अभी हमने देखा था RSCT, Regional Security Complex Theory. In Barry Buzan, first is this, and also here right feminist perspective. Feminist perspective also says the traditional perspective of security is male centric. and you have to have human security actually. ठीक है? Underline this also, securitization is a speech act. What is the meaning of it? Constructive. What is the meaning that you give to it? It simply is that. What is the meaning that is given to it? Fine. Human security in UNDP, freedom from fear and want. This is the expanding nature of human security. Barry Buzan's 5 sectors किसको याद है? बताओ. Environmental, yes. There are 5 sectors. You will see and write it later. Power, very simple. Hard power, soft power. Soft power, Joseph Nye. ठीक है? Smart power, mixed hard power and soft power. What is sharp power? Think of China. Manipulative. ठीक है? तो यहाँ लिखा है authoritarian in sharp power, right? China. It will use what? Misinformation. और यहाँ पे remember Sun Tzu. What is Sun Tzu's strategy? The best way to subdue the enemy is to win the war without fighting it. Right? Psychological operations and warfare, right? So power में याद रखेंगे power transition theory, again hegemonic stability theory. Power depends on capability and the relationship, right? तो here power में वही सारी चीजें आ जाएंगी फिर से, US China, Thucydides trap, hegemonic stability, power transition, fine. Then there is BOP. Morgenthau says you can have alliances, compensations, threats, and you have vaults. Vaults will say, right? Under anarchy, how the states perform. See, balance of power. What is balance of power? What is the meaning of balance of power? Okay. And see, point is, what is the idea of it? No single player becomes too powerful, right? So there is a balance of power, and that constantly happens. Why is there a balance of power? Essentially, states are what? They are looking for self-help, survival. The states are also security dilemma hai. So if you don't want any single power to become a preponderant power, very big power, so to balance that you have BOP. Fine. Huh? इसमें again in balance of power you see Nehru etc. It inoculates against measles, but it leads to plague. So balance of power is criticized very much. Okay. Balance of power में in fact if you want to write, कहीं पे लिखो इसके नीचे BOP is fundamental law of international relations at par with Newton's theory of gravity. That important it is. Fundamental law. ठीक है? And again, liberals criticize it. What do they say? Balance of power inoculates against measles, but leads to plague. Right? So sometimes medicine is worse than the disease. So balance of power, basic hai. Basic notes, please revise. What is deterrence? To strike fear in the enemy. Fine. Unacceptable cost. Thomas Schelling याद रखेंगे. MAD is what? Mutually assured destruction. Second strike capability, rationality. Up underline this. There has been a question asked in 2019. Does the nuclear deterrence theory work in India, Pakistan? इसका आंसर है ये. Nuclear deterrence theory assumes both players are rational. It means the theory does not work. Sorry? Okay. Right? Even he says, Henry Kissinger also makes this. Right? But then what will then China can also do something and things will have a cost. If India changes the status quo, it will again lead to an arms race. It will lead to a security dilemma. Yes or no? What is insecurity dilemma? Correct. Within the country, especially developing countries, the problems that they face. दिस इज इनसिक्योरिटी डिलेमा, ठीक है। सो डेटरेंस में मेन चीज है assumption of rationality, अगेन स्टेबिलिटी इंस्टेबिलिटी पैराडॉक्स कोई बताए जल्दी से। नो, व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ इट? एंड इट इज नॉट, देयर इज somebody else who has talked also about it, मेन पर्सन ये नहीं है, इट इज नॉट एस्टेटलिस। बताओ क्या होता है स्टेबिलिटी इंस्टेबिलिटी पैराडॉक्स? थिंक ऑफ इंडिया राइट नाउ, इंडिया एंड पाकिस्तान, both of them are nuclear armed. What is the stability? Both will not harm nuclear, but small escalations, they will happen. Stability instability paradox, right? They will not cross a certain threshold, but it also does not mean that there will be no escalation. Stability instability paradox, ठीक है। Balance of threat is simple. For example, if you have 10 weapons, I will balance the same threat, I will also have more weapons. So one is balance of power is there. Power से ज़्यादा peculiar term is threat, right? हाँ, Stephen Walt, right here. Stephen Walt, right? Okay. Now, deterrence we have seen transnational actors and collective security. अब पहले which theory are we using? Cohen and Nye, complex interdependence. अब देखो ये जो ट्रांसनेशनल एक्टर्स हैं, इट इज MNCs, राइट? NGOs, इंटरनेशनल NGOs, नेटवर्क्स, बट कैन इट ऑल्सो बी टेररिस्ट्स? बिल्कुल हो सकते हैं। नॉन स्टेट एक्टर्स ये भी हो सकते हैं, राइट? सो रिमेंबर दैट। व्हाट इज कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी? एंड टेल मी डिफरेंस बिटवीन कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी, कलेक्टिव डिफेंस। NATO इज कलेक्टिव डिफेंस, लोग कंफ्यूज हो गए इतने में। NATO is collective defense, which article 5, ठीक है? If somebody, if one is attacked, all. What is collective security? Huh? Right. So again, you have seen this earlier, right? League of Nations में issues आए, then in the UN, for example, then there is something known as R2P. What is R2P? Responsibility to protect. The biggest failure of R2P was seen in Libya. So what happened in Libya? The people were convinced that we should intervene in Libya. It had a challenge, but USA, etc., they actually went to Libya with support of NATO countries, and they did a regime change. So sometimes then it says it is misused. Not only is it respecting the norm, it is misusing R2P. Now nobody will believe in R2P. R2P will now become a tool, a laughing stock, simply for a regime change. Yes, this is also a point that we talk about. इसमें एक और चीज लिख लो, बटरफ्लाई इफेक्ट। देखो बटरफ्लाई इफेक्ट इज व्हाट? मल्टीपल। सो अगेन थिंग्स ऑफ पैंडेमिक, प्रॉब्लम विदाउट पासपोर्ट्स, पैंडेमिक को बोलते हैं, राइट? राइट? टेररिज्म इज ऑल्सो समथिंग लाइक दिस, देयर इज अ बटरफ्लाई इफेक्ट। Huge negative consequences can arise from small things. Okay, again here if you have a space, right, इसी को लिंक करते हुए लिखो, poverty anywhere, this is the UPSC essay topic 2018. Poverty anywhere is a threat to human security everywhere. Poverty anywhere is a threat to human security everywhere. Okay, now word capitalist economy, we know Wallerstein, bracket में लिखो WST, word systems theory. Core extracts from periphery, unequal exchange, right? And through globalization this is becoming even more, finance, GVCs, digital capital, this is increasing, more challenge. Development of underdevelopment, fine. एक बार इसको भी जल्दी से रिवाइज करते हैं। लाओ, कम टू अप्रोचेस टू आईआर। सबसे पहले बिफोर यू डू दिस, फर्स्ट कम टू द ग्रेट डिबेट्स। सबसे पहले रियलिज्म, आइडियलिज्म, फर्स्ट ग्रेट डिबेट। ओके, इंटरवॉर पीरियड, यू हैड E.H. Carr, the 20 years crisis. Who won? Realism, right? Idealism was fractured. Why? Word wars, as simple as that. right? And remember Woodrow Wilson will talk about cooperation, peace, right? नहीं चला तो पहला है फर्स्ट ग्रेट डिबेट. सेकंड ग्रेट डिबेट, ट्रेडिशनलिस्ट वर्सेस बेवलिस्ट, हेडले बुल, मॉडर्न कापलान, दोनों के बारे में बताओ एक बार लाइन. हेडले बुल इंग्लिश स्कूल, ठीक है, बस. I know Cambridge school also, then I know other schools. Tell me more specific. Ajay will tell. Anarchical societies. What is the meaning of anarchical society? Society hai. Society shows cooperation, but there is anarchy. It is a mix of two things. Hadley Bull's anarchical society. Talking of this, how many of you will tell me billiard ball model, cobweb model? दोनों के नाम के साथ, इंसानों के नाम के साथ. Arnold Wolfer is given billiard ball model. What does billiard ball model tell me? हाँ, independent units. But cobweb model tells me, right, interdependence. Cobweb model is related to person. अब आप ही बताओ. जॉन बर्टन. जॉन बर्टन, रट डालो ये नाम जो जो हम देख रहे हैं. आर्नोल्ड वॉल्फर्स, जॉन बर्टन. एंड इवन इफ यू डू दिस मच, बहुत है, काफी है. All you have to do is till 30th, till 5 p.m. you have to remember these names. Forget these names afterwards. Billiard ball model transforming into cobweb model. Yes, Arnold Wolfers, Jim, John, Burton, Burton. Second is Morton Kaplan. किस लिए जानते हैं इनको? So this person we see in systems approach. Systems approach is attributed to David Easton. David Easton was inspired by Ludwig van Butterfly. Yes or no? ठीक, this is the main core person, Ludwig van Butterfly. So he inspires David Easton. David Easton has a systems approach, input, process, output. In the IR, अगर ध्यान से पढ़ेंगे सवाल, systems approach in comparative politics, किसको लिखोगे? David Easton. But systems approach to IR, you will write about Morton Kaplan, who was inspired by David Easton's model. Clear है? So Kaplan gives you 6, अब यहाँ पे लिखो 2/6. Why? 2 are practical, others are not as practical. Remember some of these names: tight, bipolar, universal, hierarchical. So Easton's frame is imported. Okay. If you see the PYQs, okay? Yeah, 1 second. I'll just read out the PPYQ. थोड़ा सा tricky PPYQ है. One second. Okay. यहीं पे क्वेश्चन लिखो. दिस इज अ PYQ ऑलरेडी देयर इन योर हैंडआउट्स, बट अलग से देख लो. इस वाले में नहीं है. देखो, हाउ मॉर्टन कॉपलान थ्योरी इज कॉन्ट्ररी टू सिस्टम्स थ्योरी. इसका मतलब क्या, वो सोच के बताओ. ऑल्दो राइट नाउ योर क्रिएटिव फैकल्टीज विल बी जैम्ड. समझ में आ रहा है क्वेश्चन? नहीं आ रहा है? हाउ मॉर्टन कॉपलान थ्योरी इज कॉन्ट्ररी to systems theory. Good. It simply means systems theory is more open, it has more variables, this is more static, does not bring in. So idea क्या है? I have to criticize Kaplan's model. तो बहुत सीधा क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछा है, ठीक है? तो अगेन दैट क्वेश्चन आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग यू. फाइन, चलो लेट्स सी ट्रेडिशनल बुल लेट कापलान. थर्ड क्या है? रियलिज्म. अब इसमें क्या है? व्हाट इज दिस? दिस इज अ नियो डिबेट. नियो रियलिज्म, नियो, करेक्ट. फोर्थ इज ऑलरेडी वी नो रैशनलिज्म, रिफ्लेक्टिज्म. अब आ जाओ इस पे जल्दी से, ठीक है? मोस्ट ऑफ यू आर अवेयर हियर. जल्दी से एक बार जस्ट डू अ क्विक रीडिंग ऑफ इट. Idealist, remember Woodrow Wilson's 14 points. He was inspired by people like Kant, Immanuel Kant, right? Okay. War, a disease curable by institutions, law, disarmament, okay. Human nature, great illusions, car demolition is something which we have seen in the first great debate, right? It is utopian, it ignores power, this is a challenge. Morganthew's 6 principles, रट याद कर लो, can be helpful. Remember some other names also, right? E.H. Carr, Niebuhr, Keenan. Neorealism, you have, acha, what is the difference between Morganthew and Kenneth Waltz? Huh? Classical, structural. One is rooted in human nature, one is rooted in the system, right? Or again, one will say my system, of course, Waltz will say this system is not scientific of Morganthew. Okay? Other, what is the other issue? We've made a table also, if you recall. Table में क्या क्या points हैं? चलो छोड़ो अभी आगे. हाँ. So you will prepare एक बार देख लेना इसको, ठीक है? What is defensive, offensive, Mearsheimer offensive points, right? Tell me any neo-realist. Chalo, neo-realists. Any new one? Even Farid Zakaria, Randall Schweller. Okay, these some new names also. Fine. Marxist important है, we know. Just see. अच्छा, अगर क्वेश्चन आता है Marxist theory of IR, please note you have to write at least 3 dimensions. पहला dimension है Lenin. Imperialism, highest stage. Remember a quote in the search for profits. Capitalists nestle and settle everywhere. Okay. Wallerstein, WST, this we have seen. And remember, this is something you cannot forget. ठीक है? Gramscian, critical perspective, right? So theory, underline, theory is always for someone and for some purpose. बहुत बार सुना हमने. Hegemony in word order, fine. Functionalist, Mitrani, right? Haas is neo-functionalism, okay? Spillover है, EU की बात करी है. How many of you, जल्दी से बताओ, what is functionalism? Piece by piece, which means you can bifurcate the issues into solvable, non-solvable. In the easier issues, you will start to work on them. It will create cooperation. It will lead to spillover. Yes or no? And then you will work on bigger issues. Now, this was a strategy that was said to be useful for India, Pakistan. But is it successful? Not really. Which means functionalism also has its limits. Okay? But it is actually successful in EU. So that is something that you will remember. Right? ये वाला part आप देख लोगे. English school, feminist, Angie Tickner's criticism of Morganthew, post-colonial में आचार्य, अमिताभ आचार्य. Can you tell me any other post-colonial scholar? और कोई? Edwards, ठीक है. But specifically on IR. And post-colonial में यहाँ पे लिखो, यहीं पे लिखो, मोहम्मद आयूब. I've just told you, Muhammad Ayub. And here also write down, I'm not able to recall, but somebody this insecurity dilemma, and write down who has said it. Write it somewhere. Look it up. Check करना. I'm not able to recall. Sorry. It can also work, right? Criticism will come from liberals also, but also from realists also. Okay. See, if you get a question on any of this, if you get a question on idealist, criticize it with realist. If you get a question on realist, criticize it with other approaches, right? ठीक है. Now, we'll be spending 2 minutes on this topic. Globalization, we've seen this a couple of times. एक चीज याद रखो, globalization and state sovereignty. Best way to remember is this framework. Held McGrew. 3 चीजें हैं, hyper globalist, skeptics, transformationalist. Hyper globalist कौन कौन है? मार्शल माकलुहान, केंची ओहेम, राइट, याद है। स्केप्टिक्स कौन है? रॉबर्ट गिल्कमैन और so we've seen other people, वो जो भी नाम याद रखे हैं आप ऐड करोगे। एंड ट्रांसफॉर्मेशनलिस्ट हेल्ड मैग्रू, हु इज हेल्ड? डेविड हेल्ड। दिस इज द बेस्ट वे, ग्लोबलाइजेशन एंड स्टेट सॉवरेंटी, फाइन। नाउ रिस्पॉन्सेस डेवलप्ड वर्सेस डेवलपिंग में क्या होंगे? डेवलप्ड कैन एम्ब्रेस इट, कैन बैकलैश इट। डेवलपिंग में इट इज अ बर्डन बट इट इज अ स्ट्रेटेजिक, वेरी गुड नेचर ऑफ पॉइंट्स, वॉशिंगटन कंसेंसस, ठीक है। फाइनेंशियल, जीवीसी, ईयू, this is the positive side, but backlash very important, okay? Populism, Brexit, Trump tariffs, reshoring, Danny Roderick's globalization trilemma, okay? इसमें ये चीजें हैं, डीप ग्लोबलाइजेशन, डेमोक्रेसी, सॉवरेंटी, इनमें से कोई दो। एंड ऑल्सो राइट डाउन कार्ल पोलियानी। डेवलपिंग में व्हाट इज द बर्डन, व्हाट इज सैप? structured adjustment programs, they are conditional in nature. Capital is volatile, terms of trade are getting squeezed. ठीक है, स्ट्रेटेजिक वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, इसमें लिखो चाइना +1, ठीक है, दिस यू विल सी, but again this is a direct topic, every year this will come, so even short topics you do not have to ignore them, they are very helpful, ठीक है। ये पक्का सवाल है आपके लिए, बहुत हाई चांसेस हैं, सोशल मूवमेंट्स, ओके। ओल्ड वर्सेस न्यू, टॉपिक दैट इज जनरली देयर। डेवलपिंग सोसाइटीज, सम बेसिक एग्जांपल्स आर मेंशन्ड। रिसोर्स मोबिलाइजेशन, दिस यू विल गो थ्रू, ठीक है। सिडनी टैरो, चार्ल्स टिली, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सन आर देयर, आप देख सकते हो एक बार इसको। प्रेशर ग्रुप्स, टाइप्स, you know, element, anomic, non-associational, 4 types are there. Same topic is also there in governance in GS2, you will use that, fine. What are the mediation models, कुछ example याद रखेंगे। and remember Duverger, Kirchheimer, Katz and Sartori, ठीक है, common points हैं, this is more static in nature, you will go through representation and participation, fine. Sometimes it may happen a question will go even beyond that, don't have to worry, this will be a tougher question then, okay. ये जो लास्ट के जो टॉपिक्स है, नाउ द टॉपिक्स यू विल सी, ठीक, इसको आप इसी तरह से करके जाना, बिकॉज दिस इज वेरी स्ट्रक्चर्ड, यू विल फाइंड अ लॉट ऑफ पॉइंट्स, एंड इवन इफ यू नो द टॉपिक पार्शियली, यू राइट टू अटेम्प्ट इट, वॉट एवर इज देयर विद यू, इसी से अटेम्प्ट करके आओ, अगर आपके नोट्स इसमें और ज्यादा नहीं है। दीज टॉपिक्स आई एम टेलिंग यू आर वेरी डायनेमिक इन नेचर। हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो द टर्म रेंटियर स्टेट? रेंटियर स्टेट, very good, right? Gulf nations, for example, why were rentier states in news abhi? The Hormuz and all the crisis, fine. Even in your handout you will find the term rentier state. The point is यहाँ पे ना rentier, ये देखो इस तरह के चीजें आपको दिखेंगी एग्जाम में, हो सकता है you can find, fine. Now capitalist, socialist, advanced is the industrial developing, you can go through, not a very difficult part, ठीक है। कुछ important keywords हैं, तो यहाँ पे China, especially Chinese socialism with Chinese characteristics. Remember Miliband Pulanzas, याद है, राइट, ठीक है। अब यहाँ पे Susan Strange, again I told you, retreat of the state, casino capitalism, some important things, right? Not very difficult, you will go through, and I think this is the last, ठीक है, ठीक है, we are almost hitting our, I think ना 12 hours limit, almost, I think 1 ही 2 मिनट बचे होंगे। So this is comparative politics, okay. Now in the last 2 years the 2 questions that have been asked, एक आया था interpretative approach 2024, psychological approach, these are tougher questions, I am telling you, हो सकता है फिर से they continue the trend. So does it mean should I remember any new obscure approaches? Not really, whatever is your basic content उसको अच्छे से करके जाओ, ठीक है। Now traditional approaches, and remember we've already done this in starting part of our lecture, right? Legal etc, ये सब अच्छी चीज है। इसके नीचे लिखो, यहाँ पे आई थिंक इट इज नॉट मेंशन्ड हियर, लिखो मैकराइडिस, है या नहीं है? अच्छा हाँ हाँ हाँ, लिख दो, लिखो मैकराइडिस। मैकराइडिस ने, व्हाट डिड मैकराइडिस डू? क्रिटिसिज्म ऑफ ट्रेडिशनल अप्रोच, 5 कीवर्ड्स रट डालो, 5 है 6 है, कितने हैं? बोलो बोलो जल्दी बोलो, कौन कौन से हैं? हाँ, पैरोकियल, मोनोग्राफिक, ठीक है। देखो, मैकराइडिस, दिस इज द नेम, ओके, जस्ट रिमेंबर मैकराइडिस। देखो, क्रिटिसिज्म ऑफ ट्रेडिशनल अप्रोच एंड जस्ट राइट द 5 कीवर्ड्स, इन्हीं कीवर्ड्स को घुमाओ बार बार, राइट। सो पहला लिखो स्टैटिक, परोकियल, स्टैटिक, परोकियल, मोनोग्राफिक, नॉन कंपैरेटिव, एंड देन डिस्क्रिप्टिव। और मैं एक, हाँ एक और मैं ऐड करूंगा, यूरोसेंट्रिक। हो गए 6 के 6 क्रिटिसिज्म, डोंट हैव टू नाउ स्पेंड मच टाइम ऑन दिस। Okay, now coming back to traditional approaches, we have done legal institutional, remember, behavioral revolution याद है? Now how many keywords David Easton said? 8, याद रखेंगे। Okay, now there is a mention of David Easton's systems approach, but there is structural functional approach, दोनों difference क्या है? ठीक है, input process output। अच्छा, sometimes you ask where can you draw diagram in PSIR, this is one place, structural approach or systems approach is where you can draw a diagram. Other questions, if you get India Africa, don't draw the map of Africa, ठीक है, no point, you will not get any extra marks for that, ठीक है। बेस और सुपर स्ट्रक्चर बना सकते हो, ठीक है, बहुत सिंपल से सेंस में। अगेन इफ द क्वेश्चन कम्स ऑन मंडल सिद्धांत, लेट्स यू ड्रॉ होल सर्कल्स, जलेबी, then not necessarily you will get good marks, even if it's a 20 marker, only in a case of 20 marker and the question is मंडल सिद्धांत, then I will say half a page में बना लो, but it will come with the risk, fine। चलो, coming back, ठीक है, पोस्ट, अच्छा, दिस इज, रिमेंबर, दिस इज अ न्यू वन, न्यू इंस्टीट्यूशनलिज्म, इंस्टीट्यूशंस आर मोर इंपॉर्टेंट, हिस्टोरिकल, रैशनल चॉइस एटसेट्रा। ये काफी रिपीटेड टॉपिक्स हैं, पॉलिटिकल इकोनॉमी, पॉलिटिकल सोशियोलॉजी। व्हेन अ क्वेश्चन लाइक दिस कम्स, यू विल टॉक अबाउट बेसिक इंट्रोडक्शन ऑन अप्रोचेस, start with their important people or the ideas of the thinkers, expand on them, fine। यहाँ पे remember, यहाँ पे only Marxist is there, I can talk about both liberal as well as Marxist। Can I bring in Ricardo? Can I bring in Adam Smith? Ricardo talked about comparative advantage, Adam Smith wealth of nations, ठीक है, that is a liberal analysis। Marxist analysis is also there, of course, Karl Marx is there, but after that who has used political economy approach? Many people, including Thomas Piketty, R is greater than G, what is that? And this approach is also useful for developing economies, right? A.G. Frank, Samir Amin, Wallerstein, all of that is example of political economy। What is the criticism of political economy approach? देखो, कुछ कुछ चीजें हैं, नॉर्थ साउथ जैसे टर्म्स आर बायस्ड, राइट, complicated terminologies, jargons it uses a lot, it is expensive, calculations, every economy calculation is based on a data can be biased, and you will not tell what are the assumptions you have made, I hope you're able to remember। So political economy approach has its challenges, yes or no, and over reliance on one approach is never a good strategy। अब आते हैं political sociology approach, what is the core idea? That you will look into social cleavages, you will look into societal factors, not just state। Now, who are prominent people here? You can have Max Weber, you can have, so even Almond and Verba, you can also have Lipset, but I can also bring in Indian angle later, Rajni Kothari, M.N. Srinivas, and I can say political sociology approach can be helpful in understanding these relations। But answer यहाँ खत्म नहीं होगा, I will have to talk about Theda Skopol, bringing the state back in, over reliance on societal factors, risks under theorizing the discipline। समझ में आ रहा है? Over emphasis on any one single factor is problematic, that is the challenge। What is that is one thing I will talk about। So of course remember this। अब यहाँ पे you can again use power elites, it's a sociological theory, T. Wright Mills, Maslow, Pareto, so on and so forth, ठीक है। And last is what is the method and what are the limits, some people have talked about the limits, so this is what you will go through, ठीक है। So now just to end it, we have had a fairly long discussion। अभी तक कौन कौन बचा है ऑनलाइन? जिसने पूरी क्लास करी है एक्सेलेंट, ऑफ कोर्स सम ऑफ यू विल सी इट लेटर, डिफरेंट प्रायोरिटीज एंड सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ, कोई ऐसा इशू नहीं है. नाउ द पॉइंट इज, go through the handout, especially now main point is for the people who are going to give the mains exam. My point is, इस कंटेंट को भी आप अच्छे से करके जाओ. We have majorly revised all the major topics अच्छे से, ठीक है. Focus on whatever notes that you have, use it for quick revision, right? And even if you have less material, focus क्या करेंगे, replication पे. Many people have bulky materials, replication is always a challenge. अब आप सोचो, इतने छोटे कंटेंट में बहुत चीजें याद नहीं आ रही हैं, राइट? इट इज नेचुरल टू हैपन. अभी भी एग्जाम है, यू हैव सम डेज रिमेनिंग, ठीक है. बने से सम डेज ऑफ कोर्स एट मैक्स 1 or 2 days you will be able to use. Today is 12th, at max 13th or 14th you will use. Then you transition. जब ट्रांजिशन करोगे सब भूल जाना पीएसआर के बारे में, राइट? इतना भी नहीं, यू राइट GS2 पॉलिटी एंड IR, वो तो आप लिखोगे ही. सो यू ट्राई टू मेक द बेस्ट यूज ऑफ इट. फाइन. सेकंड थिंग इज 5 days that you have. The moment you give your exam GS4, please do not indulge in much gossip. सीधे तैयारी में लग जाएंगे. That is the best way to go about things. Fine. Now, if you are clear on these aspects, I think I've already mentioned. I'll share the official number just in case the students have any issues. ठीक है. Other than that, ठीक है, especially for people writing mains, if you have any access with recordings, you can drop a text in case you want to connect. ठीक है. This is the official number, right? You can drop me a message in case you want. However, you can also reach out for faster response, especially for the people writing mains. अगर कोई ऐसा issue है आप face कर रहे हैं, right? तो अभी issue क्या है? What is the main thing I want you to remember is, थोड़ा सा focus रखिए, confidence रखिए अपने आप पे. Try to give the best that you can. For people 27, I think many doubts and many messages have gone on my number. जो भी बैच है 21st August से, for those details you will be getting it most probably by tomorrow on your website when the new batch is starting, so that can be taken care of. Fine. And that will be the last offline batch that we'll have. Then post prelims, then we'll have a new batch, right? For the people concerned with offline, this is all I wanted to say. ठीक है. People sitting offline almost 12 घंटे से ऊपर हो गए हमें बैठे हुए. So again, salute to your focus. बहुत अच्छे से बैठे हो. All the best to the people who are writing the mains. And again, anybody who has done this session, I hope you got a lot of clarity. 2027 aspirants, use this to channelize your preparation even better. If you find that you want to have any use, so let us know. ठीक है. So I think that is all I wanted to tell. Thank you so much. ठीक है. I will also have a very small video, I think on the GS4 जैसे पेपर आपका होगा, either live or a recorded session of 5 days strategy, very small 10-minute session I will have. Other than that, you are more than empowered. अच्छे से परफॉर्म करिए, थोड़ा बिलीव करिए अपने आप पे, and you will do great. ठीक है. Thank you so much.